When he saw Morbius' half-transparent body, Lin Yuan could not help but laugh. Nothing made him feel more at ease than this feeling of having his closest companion by his side. Morbius' ability to tangibly exist in real life proved to Lin Yuan just how significant its evolution was. Morbius' evolution made Lin Yuan feel that his hard work had not gone to waste. Now, he was greatly looking forward to seeing the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's changes. So he immediately headed there. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone should be where he was most familiar with, as he had spent the most time here in the past year. However, once Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he realized he was very unfamiliar with this place. At first, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was only around 40 square meters large and was akin to a small storage room. However, he kept this small storage room very tidy. But regardless of how organized he was, the space was still cramped because the Spirit Pool and Lin Yuan's work table both needed to take up a certain amount of space. Luckily, as Morbius' grade continued to increase and the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone continued to grow larger, Lin Yuan was able to make better use of the space there. After Morbius evolved to Diamond grade, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone grew to 960 square meters. This space was not only sufficient for Lin Yuan's needs, but there was enough extra space for Lin Yuan and his phase to move around comfortably. Lin Yuan had even made the indulgent move of placing a jade-textured white sandalwood recliner in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Hu Quan had made that recliner with details of mountains, rivers, plants, and animals carved all over it. The craftsmanship and love that went into creating it matched that of the red sandalwood longevity fish tank in the Return from Faraway Mansion. After working under Lin Yuan for over a year, Hu Quan's spirit craftsmanship improved significantly. Even laymen could tell just how high his spirit craftsmanship level was from his pieces. When Lin Yuan slept in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he lay on the recliner created by Hu Quan. But now, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was like a miniature dimensional plane. Lin Yuan could no longer see where the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone ended. Morbius said seriously, "Partner, this Spirit Lock Spatial Zone can be considered to be its somewhat complete form. Its size is related to the concentration of Spirit Qi. As the concentration of Spirit Qi increases, the size of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone will increase. Although you can't see where the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone ends, its area is not endless. If we had to calculate the size, it would be around the same size as the Xia region." Lin Yuan was so shocked he could not speak. The place where he was born was now being used as a unit of measurement. Lin Yuan had been feeling rather apologetic to the phase like the wind-speed rapid antelope that had to spend all of their time in there. After all, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone space was limited. For fairies like Brocade Zither that did not require much space to move around, the size of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was not restrictive. But for the phase like the Windspeed Rapid Antelope and Gray that needed more space to move and breathe, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone size caged in their nature. When a phase nature was dampened, it would lower its happiness level. But now that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone size had increased significantly, the Windspeed Rapid Antelope and Gray would take more than an hour to get across a space as large as the Xia region. The marsh world was going to be fused with the main world. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to make preparations in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had considered moving resources into the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, but the space had been too small then. It took almost 50,000 square meters just to plant the item-storing walnut trees, soldier ration radishes, and the barren river orchid bud that needed to be nurtured by various types of marsh soil. But now, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had become large enough to solve all of Lin Yuan's concerns. It would not just be the item-storing walnut trees, soldier ration radishes, and barren river orchid bud that would gain a new home, but Genius Cats, the working space for the 100 Questions beasts, and even Sky Sea could be moved to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Regardless of Sky Sea's size, it would not be larger than the Xia region. Lin Yuan intended to dedicate a space in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to Hu Quan so he could work there. He could take some spirit craftsmen with him to properly construct and decorate the space there. The Sunlight King Lotus was housed in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, allowing it to be constantly flooded with light. When Lin Yuan cultivated the Sunlight King Lotus, he had cultivated 99 of them. The Sunlight King Lotuses that Master Hongshin had nurtured could be put to use now. Besides the Sunlight King Lotus, Lin Yuan had also obtained many plant-type phase that could create weather in the Divine Wood Federation. Listen was still helping him to search for more of such phase. However, due to the lack of space in the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan had been unable to display many of the phase that Listen had found. If he displayed them now, he would not only be able to further beautify the spirit lock spatial zone, but would also create an even more conducive environment for Gray to increase its power. There was no way that the wind speed rapid antelope and Gray could manage the spirit lock spatial zone of this size. It would completely overwhelm them. Rather than assigning humans to manage the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan preferred to nurture a group of fays who could change into human form. He had discovered a special fae when he took control of the Great Lush Federation. It was called the Spirit Core Jasmine. The Spirit Core Jasmine was a fae that required a large amount of spirit chi, but the spirit chi did not need to be of a high purity. Thus, it was not as finicky as other fays and could consume energy ores. As long as it had sufficient energy ores, it could reproduce as quickly as ants. If the Spirit Core Jasmine had access to sufficient energy ores, it could evolve to Myth 3 and change its form in only a few months. After discovering the Spirit Core Jasmine, many main members of creation master families became crazed over contracting it. They had been under the impression they had stumbled on a treasure. Alas, the Spirit Core Jasmine's abilities were geared toward those of domestic phase. It would not gain combat abilities even after it reached Myth Breed. However, after it changed its form, it would become a skilled assistant that managed domestic governance and could nurture plants. It would also emit a fragrance to the surroundings, the scent being similar to a high-quality banana. This did not mean that the Spirit Core Jasmine could not kill other fays, but only that its combat power was a far cry from that of other Myth 3 fays. After all, the Spirit Core Jasmine's physique was also a factor. No one could stand having a Myth 3 fae that a Diamond fae could defeat. Furthermore, the Spirit Core Jasmine's looks were plain even after it reached Myth 3 and evolved to human form. Could even be described as ugly. Even if a spirit chi professional had warped thoughts and wanted to begin a romance with the Spirit Core Jasmine, they could not bring themselves to do so. As a result, the popularity of the Spirit Core Jasmine in the Great Lush Federation rapidly diminished. In every world, there were people with obsessive-compulsive personality types. In the Great Lush Federation, some disciples of secret aristocratic families contracted Spirit Core Jasmines and provided them with high-quality resources. They eventually discovered that the purer the spirit chi that the Spirit Core Jasmines absorbed, they would become more attractive when they transformed into human form. They would also become more skilled at nurturing plants. The fragrance they emitted could also nourish souls, soothe the spirit, and help to increase spiritual energy. This discovery stirred up a renewed popularity for the Spirit Core Jasmine. But whoever wanted to nurture such a Spirit Core Jasmine would have to invest more resources into nurturing it than other fays. Spirit chi professionals preferred to nurture fays that could fight rather than those that looked pretty and only had support-type functions. Lin Yuan felt he could nurture some of the Spirit Core Jasmines in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. With the concentration and production of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, the Spirit Core Jasmines would be nurtured to Myth 3 quickly. Then, taking care of all the plants and fays in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would fall to these Spirit Core Jasmines. Lin Yuan immediately told Jin Qianxuan what he needed. Jin Qianxuan would arrive at the Radiance Federation 5 days later to attend the major Federation Union. At that time, he could deliver the resources that Lin Yuan wanted to him. He also promised he would provide Lin Yuan with the best Spirit Core Jasmines. Although Jin Qianxuan was not considered an outstanding talent, he was still reliably competent. It was not just the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone size that had increased. Both the Spirit Pool and Pure Land of Bliss were larger now as well. The Spirit Pool was now only slightly smaller than the submerged Flood Dragon Lake in the Return from Faraway Mansion. The enlargement of the Spirit Pool proved two things. The first was that the energy ores in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had become stronger at producing spirit chi. Energy ores were a very common resource in the main world. Spirit chi could be found in the main world's air, and energy ores were not a non-renewable resource. With support from the main world, Lin Yuan could use as many energy ores as he wanted. Thus, Lin Yuan placed even more spatial equipment next to the spirit pool and filled them with energy ores. The wind-speed rapid antelope was very familiar with refilling the energy ores. It could continue performing this job. Blackie's spirit chi imprint had changed when it evolved into the spirit-tide ink flood dragon. Lin Yuan could nurture phase with the dragon species bloodline and use them to supply spiritual power to Blackie. This increased the accumulation of spiritual power in the spirit chi imprint. Lin Yuan had moved Blackie to the submerged flood dragon lake because the spirit pool had been too small. Lin Yuan now felt that the spirit pool was large enough to move Blackie back in. The spirit-gather goldfish that had awakened their dragon species bloodlines could also be moved into the spirit pool. This would not only increase the rate at which Blackie accumulated spirit chi, but the spirit-gather goldfish would also be able to grow much quicker. The angelfish of bliss did not produce their fish coats quickly, but if they were moved to the spirit pool, they could produce fish coats faster. The spirit pool had already given Lin Yuan an enormous surprise. But the pure land of bliss size had increased even more than the spirit pools. The pure land of bliss was now around the same size as the return from faraway mansion. It was clear that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had benefited significantly. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree had been around 8 meters tall. But now it was more than 100 meters tall. There was no limit to the height of the spirit lock spatial zone. The roots of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree took up the center of the pure land of bliss. Multiple nests were formed from the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's circling branches. Previously, when there was only one nest, Chimey was the only one using it. But now, Shiny could also nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Gray also found a suitably sized nest for itself. When Gray rested in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, most of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was shrouded in mist. The gold leaves glinted under the light and resembled an ancient magical tree. Lin Yuan heard Morbius say, "I noticed that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree is very suited to the root energy of the world grace. So I gave it some. In my opinion, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree is in a very similar condition to what Gray had experienced. It has reached the limit of a heaven and earth fae and is very close to evolving into a heavenly family fae." Lin Yuan was overjoyed and thought, "It's very difficult for fays without the heavenly family fae blood to evolve into heavenly family fays. If Gray's evolution from a heaven and earth fae into a heavenly family fae is just a coincidence, then how do we explain what is happening to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree? Is it possible that all the heaven and earth fays in the world have the potential to eventually evolve into heavenly family phase?" However, this was just Lin Yuan's guess. He intended to discuss this with Purple Love when the opportunity arose. If that was the case, Lin Yuan felt that he possessed enough resources to nurture more heavenly family phase. Just as Lin Yuan was about to examine the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's data, Chimey flew at him and said with carefree delight, "Yuan, I can feel that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree will be of much more help to me now that it's larger. When I first evolved to myth breed, I felt that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was no longer useful to me. But now it can increase the energy within strange flames. Each time it absorbs a mid-grade strange flame, it will be able to unleash an aura of a high-grade strange flame. I love the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree." Lin Yuan was shocked by what Chimey said. He had not expected the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's abilities to change in such a way after it absorbed the world grace. From what Chimey said, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's boosting of the strange flames would save on the energy within the strange flames. When Chimey was done speaking, Shiny flew over and told Lin Yuan, "Yuan, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree can also provide me with energy through the nest. This ability will benefit me significantly." Shiny flapped its wings while it spoke. It was very happy with the energy it could receive from the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. Gray told Lin Yuan softly, "Yuan, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree wasn't of any help to me previously, but the nourishment from the energy from the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree will allow me to absorb weather even quicker." Gray's words led Lin Yuan to begin calmly looking through the data of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. When he looked at the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's data in the past, its abilities and exclusive skills had always been support type. Thus, Lin Yuan always saw the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree as a special treasure. This had not changed in its current data. However, all of its abilities and exclusive skills had improved. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's name had also changed after it absorbed a large amount of world grace. It was now called the Celestial Destiny Chinese Parasol Tree. The phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree could only boost and nourish phoenix species phase, but the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree could provide such benefits to all avian type phase. This greatly increased its value and strategic significance. Lin Yuan brought Chimey, Shiny, and Gray to the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree and injected many strange flames into it. Since he was certain that the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree could transform the strange flames into energy within the next 6 months, Lin Yuan did not need to pay attention to it. Lin Yuan had obtained numerous strange flames after taking control of the abyssal world. Fire elemental energy was found in high concentrations in the abyssal world, so strange flames were created constantly. Lin Yuan wanted to inject more strange flames into the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree, but had already reached its limit. Every leaf of the towering Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree had a strange flame attached to it, causing it to emit radiant light. The light emitted by the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree was even more brilliant than the light from the Sunlight King Lotus. When it reflected off of the white sand of the pure land of bliss, the light was blindingly white. The golden lotus brocade pearls roots were not far from the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree. Brocade zither was also a regular guest of the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree. Shiny had a good relationship with Brocade zither, Chimey, and Gray, and they were its playmates. Lin Yuan had left some of them in Sky City so Master Hongxin and Wang Keiji could use them. At the same time, he had given some to the Moon Empress so she could have some in storage that every Class 3 and above Creation Master in the Radiance Federation could use them to help with their nurturing of phase. In its free time, it either visited the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree's branches or nuzzled up against the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia, which also sat on its branches. The Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia had also benefited from the Celestial Destiny Chinese parasol tree's evolution. Lin Yuan did not need to strengthen his spiritual energy using the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruits anymore. Morbius could fully control its own strength now that it had evolved to myth breed. It no longer needed to rely on Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. After Morbius returned the spiritual energy to Lin Yuan, he suddenly realized he had sufficient spiritual energy to be considered a genius. It was just that Morbius had been using up so much of it that he was only left with a pathetically meager amount. Lin Yuan could now use his spiritual energy to easily contract many phase. However, he did not intend on contracting any more phase from the main world. He intended to contract more phase from the sky beyond the clouds. At that moment, the wind-speed rapid antelope was feeling very conflicted next to the element well. It did not know whether it should sort these elemental pearls first or head over to greet Lin Yuan first. The elemental shellfish were producing elemental pearls as quickly as a factory. Every elemental shellfish now produced elemental pearls at 10 times their original rate. Although the wind-speed rapid antelope was skilled at manipulating wind elemental energy to sort the elemental pearls into their different types, there were many different grades of elemental pearls, and the wooden chests that Lin Yuan had prepared were almost all completely full. For the past few days, while the Spirit Lock spatial zone had been evolving, the wind-speed rapid antelope finally finished sorting through the spirit chi crystals and counted all of them. Thus, it stopped paying attention to the elemental shellfish. As a result, the elemental pearls piled up into a small mountain. The wind-speed rapid antelope was afraid Lin Yuan would think it was slacking. It was clearly a hard-working little antelope and did not want to be misunderstood by Lin Yuan. It was a cute antelope that worked hard. It was the best. While the wind-speed rapid antelope felt conflicted, Lin Yuan arrived next to it. When he saw the pile of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, he knew that the production rate had increased significantly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan saw the small mountain of elemental pearls sway slightly before 3 elemental dolls emerged from the pile. They tiptoed down from the pile of elemental pearls. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the elemental dolls. He saw that they were a sign of the highest purity. This meant that the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls had broken through again. The element well could increase purity and allow Lin Yuan to gain access to elements of high purity. But aside from the increment in purity, the purity of the entity was determined intrinsically. If the element well could temper elemental energy at will, Lin Yuan would not have to nurture so many phases that could produce pure elemental energy. The elemental doll's purity had reached 99%. So, once the element well tempered them, they would achieve absolute purity. The wind-speed rapid antelope was still filling the wooden chests with elemental pearls. So Lin Yuan squatted down and affectionately caressed its head. The production of elemental pearls had increased significantly. Don't use these wooden chests from now on. I will place a shelf next to the element well and fill it with custom diamond phase storage boxes. From now on, you can concentrate on collecting the elemental pearls and spirit chi crystals. As for other tasks like laying down the coral jade and energy ores, they will be handled by others. Moreover, I will assign 3 helpers to you in a month. While Lin Yuan spoke, he saw that one of the elemental dolls was wind type. Lin Yuan held up the wind type elemental doll and poured a cup of the element well's water over it. Soon, the elemental doll combined with the element well and turned into a glowing jade-textured fluid. Lin Yuan held up the bowl to the wind-speed, rapid antelope's mouth and said, "You have worked hard. Have a taste of 100% pure elements." The wind-speed rapid antelope quickly started lapping up the light green fluid. Once the wind-speed rapid antelope was done drinking the bowl of elements, Lin Yuan saw many vortex-shaped light green patterns appear all over its body. Everlasting gusts of wind also started whipping around the bottom of its feet. Lin Yuan had not formed a contract with the wind-speed rapid antelope because it was already silver-grade by the time he encountered it, so he did not have sufficient spiritual energy to contract it. This was just an objective factor. However, as a subjective factor, the wind-speed rapid antelope did not meet Lin Yuan's standards. But now, the ordinary wind-speed rapid antelope had transformed into an amazing fae that went beyond others' imaginations. It was clearly made of flesh, but it possessed wind elemental energy that was purer than that of element-type faes. It looked as though the wind-speed rapid antelope would be evolving soon. The wind-speed rapid antelope was the Spirit Lock Spatial Zones manager and did not want to share its job with others. However, after the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone became larger, the work was now too much for it alone. Lin Yuan would definitely continue to garner numerous spirit chi crystals. The wind-speed rapid antelope was busiest every time Lin Yuan collected spirit chi crystals. With the current production rate of the elemental pearls, the wind-speed rapid antelope would struggle to accomplish the job that Lin Yuan had given it. Luckily, Lin Yuan would assign 3 helpers to it, thus alleviating some of its burden. As such, the wind-speed rapid antelope did not protest. The wind-speed rapid antelope was looking forward to the shelf that Lin Yuan talked about. The wind-speed rapid antelope liked collecting and gathering, and it liked to see the collected items organized neatly. If the elemental pearls were placed haphazardly around, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would become very messy. The custom diamond phase storage boxes were all ring-shaped. All it needed to do was use its spiritual energy to link up with the diamond phase storage boxes, and it could sort all the elemental pearls accordingly. This would save it a lot of effort. When it had to use the wooden boxes, regardless of how carefully the wind-speed rapid antelope counted the elemental pearls, it sometimes made mistakes. The wind-speed rapid antelope would then have to recount. From the outside, the element well did not seem to have changed in any way. But its interior had expanded substantially, and it could also produce water faster now. Begin Lady appeared in an illusionary form before Lin Yuan and leaped into the element well. It could not be happier with the enlargement of its new home. Lin Yuan did not intend to do anything with the parts of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone that he had yet to decorate or fill. He walked over to Klein Hub and intended to move the army of 100 Questions Beasts, Hu Quan, and Sky Sea to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan had been obstinate about keeping the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone a secret from everyone else because he lacked the ability to protect himself. If the secret of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was revealed, he would be in danger. But now, very few people in the main world could threaten him. Hu Quan was one of Sky City's main members and was deserving of Lin Yuan's trust. Moreover, building the space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would not be easy. The Spirit Lock spatial zone would continue to grow larger as the concentration of Spirit Chi increased. Hu Quan would not be able to build up the space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone within a short period. Furthermore, Hu Quan needed to focus on constructing Sky City on Sky Sea's back. He would be spending a lot of time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone from now on. The Spirit Lock spatial zone's environment would allow Hu Quan to bring many of his ideas into reality, and he liked nothing more than combining phase with scenery. Lin Yuan looked forward to the designs that Hu Quan would come up with once he got a glimpse of the Spirit Lock spatial zone's environment. Although Klein Hub did not look much larger than it was before, when he entered through it to its entrance in the marsh world, Lin Yuan thought, one floating island whale? Even 5 floating island whales can likely be squeezed through it to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Immediately after he entered the marsh world, Lin Yuan spotted the kill food sky butterfly and purple afterglow acting affectionately, without caring if they were being watched. They did not care at all that he was basically their bachelor father. The tens of Medusa snake demons were looking after the item-storing walnut trees in the near distance. Scale Concubine had become the center of the group of Medusa snake demons and looked after all of them. As Wendy's mother, Scale Concubine was very respected in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had thought about moving the Medusa snake demons into the Spirit Lock spatial zone so they could work as servants. However, the Medusa snake demons were more skilled at combat than nurturing phase. They would not be as skilled at nurturing plants as the Myth 3 Spirit Core Jasmines in human form. The Medusa snake demons had been assigned to look after the item-storing walnut trees and nurture the soldier ration radishes in the marsh world. Finding a life form in the marsh world that was as intelligent as the Medusa snake demon was difficult. The Medusa snake demons bowed to Lin Yuan when they spotted him before continuing their jobs. Scale Concubine did not move over to Lin Yuan's side either. It knew it would be rude of it to move closer to Lin Yuan before he called it. Lin Yuan had saved all of the Medusa snake demons. Otherwise, they would have become the playthings of the drugged snake eagle. More importantly, Lin Yuan had nurtured Wendy. Scale Concubine felt endless respect and gratitude toward Lin Yuan. Genius sensed Lin Yuan's presence, immediately emerged from the 100 Questions Beast's secret space, and went to his side. With well-practiced actions, it climbed up to his shoulder. It could not care less that the army of 100 Questions Beasts were all watching it. Genius wrapped its tail around Lin Yuan before it meowed and said, "Yuan, I have missed you." Genius placed its head against Lin Yuan's neck and began nuzzling him. Lin Yuan and Genius had a very deep relationship that could not be described in words. Fays usually knew who their parents were. They stayed with their parents and were cared for by them when they were young. They would only be contracted by Spirit Chi professionals when they grew up and were able to be independent. This was like how Lin Yuan had to wait until kittens had learned life skills from their mothers for the first 2 months of their lives before he could adopt them and bring them home. However, the 100 Questions Beast was the most lowly housekeeping beast in the main world, and almost every regular person could gain ownership of one. Thus, no one was willing to put too much effort into nurturing one. Using Genius as an example, it never had the chance to know who its parents were. It did not even have a blurry memory to hold on to. A Fey breeding base had taken it before it could even open its eyes. In order to reduce the cost of supporting them, the 100 Questions Beast would be sold within a month. Due to the 100 Questions Beast's high intelligence, it could converse at a normal human level once it reached 4 months of age. Thus, the 100 Questions Beast could be nurtured postnatally. Other Fays always felt an attachment to their parents. They would always feel but never mentioned it after Spirit Chi professionals contracted them. However, to Genius, all of these feelings were associated with Lin Yuan. It was a love so deep that it permeated its bones. Lin Yuan touched Genius' small head with one hand as he lifted its chin with the other and said, "Genius, the Spirit Lock spatial zone has evolved. From now on, you can remain in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. You don't have to stay in the marsh world anymore. I will ask Hu Quan to build a comfortable base for you and the 100 Questions Beasts. You must have suffered in the marsh world." Lin Yuan was not trying to be polite. There was no need for window-dressing politeness when he communicated with genius. Although Lin Yuan never lacked resources, he had a million tasks on hand when he first entered the marsh world and was only at the beginning of his development. There were not enough of the spirit craftsmen. After all, Lin Yuan had not picked many of them to relocate to the marsh world. Thus, the 100 Questions Beasts houses had never been renovated or updated, although the army of 100 Questions Beasts underwent 2 rounds of expansion. There were more than 500 of the 100 Questions Beasts squeezed into the small 3-story building. Each one had less than 10 square meters of space to work. Even illegal workshops had more space. Each 100 Questions Beast was worth as much as a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. Genius had nurtured those who had more talent into Class 4 Creation Masters. Even the breeding room of a Class 1 Creation Master was more than 300 square meters large. The breeding room designated to a Class 4 Creation Master by the Creation Master Association had 2 stories, and the interior mimicked that of the natural environment. Each floor would be more than 1,500 square meters large. When Lin Yuan took the Creation Master exam, he had been stunned the first time he entered the breeding room of a Class 4 Creation Master. But now that the Spirit Lock spatial zone was as large as the Xia region, the 100 Questions Beasts would not be given spaces as large as the allocations from the Creation Master Association but would be at least 80 square meters. Every room would also have a custom climbing rack, cat bed, and custom details. Although the 100 Questions Beasts would never betray him as they were under genius control, Lin Yuan would still do his best to provide the 100 Questions Beasts with the treatment that they deserved. Genius' eyes lit up like stars when it heard what Lin Yuan said. But when it thought back to all of its cats and how much space they took up, Genius did not think they could all be moved into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The weakest of the cats had reached diamond grade. Most cat species phase were loners and often fought when they had to live near each other. When Genius first started managing the cats, it had to break up fights almost daily. Those rowdy children could cause as much trouble as they wanted in the marsh world, but acting the same way in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would affect the other phase. Yuan, I only need to return to attend to the cats 2 to 3 times a week. This gives me a lot of time to stay with you in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan smiled and patted Jinyu. We can move all the cats into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. I will ask Hu Quan to design a space for all the cats. Don't worry, the Spirit Lock spatial zone has enough space. With all the pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, you won't have to put as much effort into nurturing the cats. The cats were linked to Genius' own power, so Genius often used the army of 100 Questions Beasts to provide resources to the cats. Lin Yuan also had to provide the army of 100 Questions Beasts with spirit chi crystals that they would use to nurture the cat species phase. But once the cats moved into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan could save on a large amount of spirit chi crystals. None of the cat species phase were ordinary. They would require more infrastructure to be built in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The town that Lin Yuan lived in his previous life had not been large. But the Xia region was around the same size as 2 cities from his previous life. Every cat would receive a significant amount of space to move around in. Once the Spirit Lock spatial zone was properly constructed and built up, it would resemble a city. Once Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he could move those who wanted to relocate to the sky beyond the clouds through the Spirit Lock spatial zone. When Genius heard what Lin Yuan said, it started to roll around in his arms. It could finally remain by Lin Yuan's side and did not have to separate from him. There was nothing else that Lin Genius wanted. When Purple Afterglow was in the throes of expressing its love, it could ignore Lin Yuan. But the same did not go for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly immediately approached Lin Yuan when it spotted him. When it arrived next to Lin Yuan, it changed into human form while Purple Afterglow landed on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's lips. Purple Afterglow's beauty had been raised further after it evolved to myth breed. Purple Afterglow noticed that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly adored it even more after its evolution. It really enjoyed this feeling. Lin Yuan did not know what to do with this love-blinded butterfly. Lin Yuan told the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, "Go and call Hu Quan, the sentient being protective dragon, and the wailing snake over. Tell Hu Quan to gather all of the spirit craftsmen in the marsh world as well. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly immediately left to search for the people Lin Yuan had asked for. Purple afterglow remained perched on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's lips. Hu Quan had been wanting to discuss some matters with Lin Yuan but had not had the chance to meet with him. He also knew that Lin Yuan had been extremely busy of late and could not bring himself to disturb Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan was the one looking for him, Hu Quan intended to tell Lin Yuan about his plans for the construction on Sky Sea. Hu Quan had drawn up a plan after taking over the construction involving Sky Sea. With the 3 sets of island whale bones that Lin Yuan had given him, Hu Quan drew up the blueprints centered on them. But when Hu Quan noticed Sky Sea's ability, Whale Spout Empowerment, he realized that it expanded the realm of possibilities for Sky Sea and would allow it to carry even larger entities. Whale Spout Empowerment could heal entities that were bonded to Sky Sea, and Whale Blood Screen added a layer of protection for everything on Sky Sea's back. This double layer of protection allowed Hu Quan to come up with an even more ambitious plan for Sky City's construction. Since they were going to build Sky City and Sky Sea would continue increasing in size as it became more powerful, they should build the best version of Sky City right from the get-go so that Lin Yuan would not have to worry about renovating Sky City in the future. Lin Yuan nodded. He liked a spirit craftsman like Hu Quan who had his own ideas. Lin Yuan was not a spirit craftsman, so he did not know their limitations. Thus, he could only offer suggestions to Hu Quan but could not make any demands. Hu Quan would then adjust his design based on feasibility factors. Lin Yuan felt that this was a rare virtue. This was also why he continued relying mainly on Hu Quan, even though he could successfully recruit numerous Class 5 spirit craftsmen. Sky Sea had already evolved to Suzerain/Myth I. It had not undergone the world cleansing because it had evolved while it was in the marsh world. Thus, it had not gained its Myth breed exclusive skills. The word fake was behind the Myth I segment in its true data information. When Sky Sea returned to the main world and activated its world cleansing, it would become a real Myth breed Fae. When Sky Sea evolved to Myth breed in the marsh world, Begin Lady noticed that Sky Sea's aura became highly similar to that of the Mother of Bloodbath and Purple Love. There was a chance that Sky Sea could evolve into a heavenly family Fae once it returned to the main world and was able to reconnect with the sky. As a fairy, there were definitely no issues with Begin Lady's sensing abilities. Since Sky Sea had a similar aura to that of a heavenly family Fae, it could transform when it evolved to Creation breed even if it did not happen when it evolved to Myth breed. Lin Yuan did not try to leave Hu Quan hanging. Uncle Hu, Sky Sea will be able to evolve again very soon. After this evolution, it will no longer undergo significant changes in the future. Once you see how Sky Sea transforms this time, you will have an idea of what you can do when building Sky City. Hu Quan needed time to gather spirit craftsmen as he had dispatched many of them. Given that the whole marsh world was under Lin Yuan's control, he did not need to restrict the Wailing Snake and Sentient Being Protective Dragon's realm of activity. The two of them were very far away, but the Kill Food Sky Butterfly finally managed to locate them. It would take more than a day to bring them back. Sky Sea followed Hu Quan to where Klein Hub was located. The sky of the marsh world was light green. It would turn purple at night, but it would not become black like the main world's night sky did. But now, all the natural light from the marsh world was being blocked by a giant creature, causing the marsh world to be shrouded in darkness. This giant creature seemed to be carrying extreme pressure, and its cry shook the whole world. If Sky Sea was not currently retracting its aura and controlling the winds around its body, the gale force would have shattered all of the plants, mountains, and stones around it. This was the fearsomeness that came with a gargantuan body. This was why the island whale's only method of combat in the sea was to use its body to slam into enemies. It was common for Thearch-class experts to be killed by island whales when trying to use Faes to hunt them. Sky Sea was very swift. Although Whale Spout Empowerment, Lashing Spirit Tail Wings, and Whale's Breath did not seem to be able to increase Sky Sea's speed, they were actually capable of doing so. Lin Yuan was only becoming more and more satisfied with Sky Sea. The latter was also looking at Lin Yuan with the same affection that Genius did. When it came to affection, Sky Sea felt as strongly toward Lin Yuan as Genius did. Sky Sea had suffered significantly in the Gao family. They had not noticed anything special about it. They had dismissed it as an egg that had undergone a negative mutation and would never be able to hatch. It was Lin Yuan who had given Sky Sea a new lease on life and even used his blood to deepen their link. Before Sky Sea evolved to fantasy breed, it was around the same size as Rememberling and could swim around Lin Yuan. Only a few months had passed since Sky Sea had evolved to myth breed, but it had already come to accept its reality as a gargantuan creature. Hence, it dared not act too affectionately toward Lin Yuan. It was afraid that it would crush him, even if it did not exert any strength. Black wings spread out on Lin Yuan's back, and he flew up to Sky Sea's back before squatting down to touch the folds on Sky Sea's skin. Lin Yuan intended to take Sky Sea back to the main world and watch it evolve to myth breed. He would do all he could to help Sky Sea evolve into a heavenly family fae. Sky Sea could not be happier when it heard that Lin Yuan was taking it back to the main world. Its main source of energy was spirit chi. Thus, the marsh world's environment was not suitable for its long-term growth. Sky Sea also badly wanted to return to the main world so it could undergo its world cleansing. It could sense that its life rank would change once it underwent its world cleansing. It knew how many hopes Lin Yuan had for Sky City, and it wanted to be able to become a better vessel for Sky City through its evolution. Sky Sea entered Klein Hub and reappeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He saw that the boundaries of the Spirit Lock spatial zone were also masked by blurry mist. This was very similar to his divine kingdom. An idea surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Could Morbius Spirit Lock spatial zone be connected to the divine kingdom? Lin Yuan did not know much about the divine kingdom. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom was at the beginning of its Big Bang stage. He was pumping lots of faith power so that truth could put it to use and enable the divine kingdom to develop rapidly. However, during this stage of evolution development, the life forms could evolve in a million different and strange directions. Lin Yuan always did his best to evolve his phase in the best direction. He had the same principle when it came to his divine kingdom. As such, Lin Yuan injected a large amount of faith power into the divine kingdom during this Big Bang stage. Only the species with the most potential were showing positive signs of development, and the most likely to evolve into the best species were left behind. This would inevitably cause Lin Yuan to use up more faith power. However, Lin Yuan did not think utilizing faith power was a waste. The life forms produced from this Big Bang stage would become the roots of the divine kingdom's future development. If the divine kingdom did not establish its roots properly, how could it hope to continue developing in a stable manner? Lin Yuan always felt reluctant when he gave faith power to truth. However, truth was delighted. Truth was Lin Yuan's only Holy Spirit and had become his trusted aid. If it became the Holy Spirit of a powerful divine kingdom, it could bask in glory and stand above all the rest in the future. Lin Yuan's divine kingdom was only at the beginning stage of its development. Hence, he had not yet explored the blurry space at the borders. Lin Yuan felt that the nebulous space in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was very similar to the space beyond the divine kingdom. Lin Yuan had already told Morbius about his guess. After a moment of silence, Morbius shook its head lightly, could not speak with certainty on this matter. However, Morbius still did not know too much about itself. For example, it still could not see its own species. Sky Sea's fins fluttered and kicked up a gust of wind. This wind passed through the whale blood and shielded Lin Yuan's body. The wind left Lin Yuan feeling very comfortable. This was a new way of communicating with Lin Yuan that Sky Sea gained after it grew to its giant size. After receiving Sky Sea's response, Lin Yuan went to his room in Sky Bearer City, where he summoned Eternal Source to take him to the surface. Sky Bearer City's buildings were built very close to each other. If Sky Sea was summoned out into Sky Bearer City, many buildings and infrastructure would be crushed by Sky Sea's body. The underground environment was not a conducive one for evolving a fae like Sky Sea, which belonged to the sea and sky. The Grotto continent's entrance to the surface was guarded by 3 Turning Will Realm dictators, who hurriedly made way when they saw Eternal Source and Lin Yuan. These two were the last people that they would try to stop. The other Turning Will Realm dictators who had not been given any tasks were all envious of these 3 Turning Will Realm dictators. Even Samsara Realm dictators rarely had the chance to appear before Lin Yuan, much less Turning Will Realm dictators. When Lin Yuan arrived at the surface, he looked into the distance and saw that the flat and barren land also had a unique beauty when it was blanketed by the setting sun's light. Lin Yuan hurriedly summoned Sky Sea out from the spirit lock spatial zone, where it had been waiting. A sound akin to the cry of an ancient whale reverberated around the flat and barren land. This added an air of magnificence and sacredness to the already present beauty. The flat and barren land was already filled with sandy winds that left messy trails wherever they went. The winds kicked up by Sky Sea caused the dust to settle, and everything became clear. The sunset and falling dusk became a backdrop for Sky Sea and its outstretched wings. It almost looked like Sky Sea was holding up the sky to Lin Yuan. While it was flapping its wings, Lin Yuan felt as though Sky Sea could indeed become one with the sky. At that moment, Sky Sea's voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Yuan, I want to try becoming a heavenly family fae. However, doing so will require me to consume a large amount of spirit chi as well as wind and water elemental energy. My situation is very different from that of Gray. When Gray was an egg, it could accumulate spirit chi by being in the spirit lock spatial zone. It also innately possessed a trace of the heavenly family fae bloodline. Its heavenly family fae bloodline was hidden but was activated when it evolved. However, I don't have the heavenly family fae bloodline innately in me. What I am about to experience is a complete transformation of my life rank. Lin Yuan gave Sky Sea a very definitive answer and filled it with confidence. A wooden chest that was around 4 square meters large appeared by Lin Yuan's feet. It went without saying that this was just a small portion of Lin Yuan's store of resources. Sky Sea suddenly raised its head and let out a deep whale cry. A hole appeared in the sky. Sky Sea did not insist on using its own body to take on the world cleansing. Eternal Source stepped in to handle the world cleansing, and the world grace landed on Sky Sea's body. Sky Sea could be considered a real myth-breed fae now. However, Lin Yuan did not relax after Sky Sea evolved to myth-breed. Rather, he finally began feeling anxious. This was because Sky Sea was about to encounter a test from the sky. This would resemble the test that the mother of Bloodbath had to face from the sun when it transformed into a heavenly family fae. The sky appeared to be peaceful, but there were too many natural phenomena taking place in the sky. If Sky Sea wanted to hold up the sky, it would also have to hold up these phenomena. Sky Sea would have to endure more than the mother of Bloodbath did when it evolved into a heavenly family fae. Lin Yuan had a deep relationship with the Heavenly Family Cottage and learned a lot about Heavenly Family Fays from them. There was a saying among Heavenly Family Fays, the more natural phenomena linked to a Heavenly Family Fay, the more potential it would have, but also the more difficult it would be for it to evolve. It required unimaginable resources to evolve such a Heavenly Family Fay's power. There were numerous such Heavenly Family Fays in the Heavenly Family Cottage, but they rarely managed to become one of its leaders. The Heavenly Family Cottage had once tried to help a Heavenly Family Fae linked to numerous natural phenomena to become one of the leaders. But even after investing all of their resources, they could not cross that gap. Lin Yuan was confident he could take care of Sky Sea's needs, but not that he could help it to transform successfully. The mother of Bloodbath commanded the sun. This one natural phenomenon had already caused the mother of Bloodbath extreme pain and put it in great danger. Besides asking Eternal Source to protect Sky Sea, Lin Yuan could only provide it with resources. The calm sky changed abruptly and was promptly embroiled in a windstorm. Rain, snow, and lightning gathered in the windstorm, and the changing power of day and night suddenly exploded into existence. More and more natural phenomena mixed in with the windstorm. It was as though the sky was the medium for the windstorm. This sight caused Lin Yuan to hold his breath. It could be said that Sky Sea had to endure a combination of the moon and stars night and day, storming rain, lightning, and more. The mother of Bloodbath, Sacred Cry Moon Beast, Purple Love, White Phoenix, Gray, and the other Heavenly Family Fays had only had to endure a single-faceted test. This was almost unbelievable. As such, Lin Yuan believed that if Sky Sea could evolve into a Heavenly Family Fae, it could become the king of all Heavenly Family Fays. However, the changes to the sky would only be the beginning. Suddenly, the power of ferocious ocean waves materialized on the barren ground. Good God! Was this another Blue Lotus? Blue Lotus only had control over the seas. But Sky Sea controlled all the oceans of the world. By being tested by both the sky and sea, it was as though the will of the main world itself was testing Sky Sea. Eternal Source tried his best to contain all the explosions of natural phenomena, but he quickly realized that despite its afterlife realm power, it was having a hard time. Eternal Source hurriedly told Lin Yuan about this. So the latter summoned the Abyss Great Emperor. With the Abyss Great Emperor and Eternal Source fending off the natural phenomena, the event was finally contained to a certain extent. If the associated effects of these phenomena leaked out, innocent life forms would be harmed. However, other heavenly family phase would definitely be able to sense the changes in so many facets of nature. The natural phenomena were still brewing, and Sky Sea flapped its wings while it waited for its test. Morbius appeared next to Lin Yuan in its illusionary form and said softly, "Partner, with Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor here, Sky Sea will definitely be able to pass the test. You don't have to be overly worried. These resources will definitely be of use to Sky Sea's transformation. You have to trust in the culmination of all our work. Sky Sea can remain in the Spirit Lock spatial zone from now on. The spirit chi that it absorbs from the Spirit Lock spatial zone will be sufficient for its daily consumption. Sky Sea's myth breed exclusive skill is rather interesting. When we get to the sky beyond the clouds, this exclusive skill will remove the need for us to find and build a new base." Lin Yuan looked at Morbius curiously and checked on Sky Sea with true data. Fey name: Floating Island Whale, Fey species. Large Winged Whale species / Island Whale species. Fey grade: Suzerain, 3/10. Fey type: Water / Wind. Fey quality: Myth Eye. Abilities: Whale blood screen. Set fire to the essence blood inside its body and form a screen that can protect everything on its back. Water vapor whale feelers. Transform its feelers into water vapor and use them to gather nutrients from the environment to recover itself. Whale spout empowerment. Through the blowhole in its head, it can shoot out energy from its energy and supply it to entities with compatible bodies to replenish their energy or fix them up in other ways. Lashing spirit tail wings. After being nourished by pure spirit chi, the wings and tail will be covered with skin that can filter out spirit chi. With every movement of the wings and tail, the spirit chi can be directed to its back to increase the concentration of spirit chi on its back. Flesh solidification. An additional mouth that is connected to the additional stomach will grow below the blowhole. The metal and rocks that enter the additional stomach will strengthen the flesh during the contraction and expansion of the additional stomach. The solidified flesh will not affect the growth of the whale's bones. Whale's breath. Gather energy that is compatible with its body and shoot it out at a target. Before the target escapes the breath's lock, the breath will lock and track the target. Floating whale sinks. When the things and life forms on the whale's back are dying, a mournful cry of grief will be released. The sky will be like the ocean, and its body and soul will be the price paid to protect all the beings on its back. Exclusive skill. Floating Island Secret Realm. A special space will be opened within the whale's abdomen by swallowing wind elemental energy. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space will be. However, the space will not exceed twice the size of the body. By swallowing water elemental energy, the flesh will gain powerful fusion abilities that will enable the fats to stick to any life form, dead or alive, and drain nutrients from them. The purer the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability will be. Knotted life cohabitation. Pick a life form on its back to fuse and share its life with. Before its life comes to an end, the target will not die. Before the target dies, it can continue living even if it sustains a serious injury. Accommodating territory transformative environment. A territory can be subsumed into its body and the body will become a part of this territory. The entities on its body can also be placed anywhere on this territory. The root power of the surroundings can be used to nourish the body and allow the body to be acknowledged by the environment. When Lin Yuan saw Sky Sea's accommodating territory transformative environment, he understood why Morbius said what it said. He also understood why Morbius believed that Sky Sea could overcome this test involving numerous natural phenomena. Accommodating territory transformative environment would enable Sky C to be acknowledged by its environment. Thus, Sky C could have an easy time when undergoing tests from nature in the future. It would not have to go through the risk of being on the brink of death each time. When he arrived at the sky beyond the clouds, Sky C could pick a place and subsume it into its body so that it became a part of this place. This would indeed allow Lin Yuan to obtain a perfect place where he could settle down. This place would allow Lin Yuan to enter and exit unseen at will. Lin Yuan was very excited by the prospect of using the environment's root power to gain its recognition. Sky C had been recognized by the sea and sky and became the heavenly family Fae that commanded them. If it could also become one with the mountains, rivers, and earth, could it break through its current limit and evolve into a heavenly family Fae that commanded the sky, sea, and land? It went without saying this was just Lin Yuan's guess and prediction. He would only reach a definite result after future experiments. The description of accommodating territory transformative environment set Lin Yuan at ease. Sky C's body was continuously being degraded and damaged by the test from natural phenomena. Once Sky C's voice appeared in his mind, Lin Yuan immediately instructed Eternal Source to bring over 2 wooden boxes and poured out all the wind and water elemental pearls on Sky C's back. The Abyss Great Emperor brought over the diamond Fae storage boxes filled with spirit chi crystals and began pouring them out as well. Lin Yuan did not feel reluctant to use so many precious resources so quickly. Rather, it was Eternal Source who was complaining to himself. It turned out that Lin Yuan had such an enormous store of pure elemental energy. Eternal Source had received a fair amount of rewards from Lin Yuan since becoming his subordinate, but this was the first time he was getting such an unfiltered view of Lin Yuan's wealth. When he looked at Sky C, Eternal Source could not help but be reminded of Lift Marsh that gobbled up marsh soil. After consuming so much marsh soil, Lift Marsh had grown larger than Sky C, but it did not have as many abilities as Sky C did. When they went to the sky beyond the clouds, Sky C and Lift Marsh would become Lin Yuan's 2 moving fortresses. Eternal Source was certain Lin Yuan would take him with him to the sky beyond the clouds. He was confident of this. He was well aware of how important he was to Lin Yuan. Eternal Source could not help but look forward to the life and adventures awaiting him in the sky beyond the clouds. As an afterlife realm dictator who grew up under the law of the jungle, Eternal Source did not like a life as stable as the one he was currently living. He preferred for his life to have more thrill and danger. The immense store of resources that Lin Yuan possessed would be the core that sustained the development in the sky beyond the clouds. Due to accommodating territory transformative environment, Sky C had to endure a cleansing from multiple natural phenomena. However, it was in a relatively decent state compared to the Mother of Bloodbath, whose body had cracked when it was trying to evolve into a heavenly family Fae. Sky C was transforming into a relatively peaceful state and intermittently absorbed elemental energy and pure spirit chi. Its body also steadily grew larger. The transformation of Sky C's body delighted Lin Yuan. Its body had become a 1/3 larger than its original size even before its evolution was completed. Lin Yuan was very glad that Hu Quan had not started working on constructing Sky City on Sky C's back immediately. Sky C would grow to at least twice its original size by the time its transformation was complete. As such, the original Sky City designs would have to be altered. Although Sky C did not seem to be severely injured by the natural phenomena, but it was initially in extreme discomfort. However, it quickly adjusted to the world cleansing and bravely fought back against the natural phenomena while enjoying the feeling of transformation. Sky C could clearly sense its body being strengthened with every passing second. Half a day passed, and the test from the multiple natural phenomena started to dissipate slowly. Sky C had successfully evolved into a heavenly family Fae. It was larger than Lin Yuan had expected and was around 2.5 times its original size. Its body was more than 20 kilometers long and could be considered a truly gigantic beast. This was the largest life form that Lin Yuan had ever seen. Previously, Lift Marsh had been slightly larger than Sky C, but now Sky C was larger than Lift Marsh. There was a limit to the types and quantity of marsh soil. Ever since Lin Yuan took control of the marsh world, he had not stopped searching for and collecting marsh soil. He had fed Lift Marsh every type of marsh soil at least once. Lift Marsh was nearing its maximum size. It had a diameter of 15 kilometers and was the result of the mountain of earth elemental pearls and marsh soil that Lin Yuan had injected into it. It was also a miracle that was almost impossible to replicate. Once Sky Sea was done with its evolution, Lin Yuan brought it into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. There was no limit to the Spirit Lock spatial zone's height, so Sky Sea could fly around freely. Lin Yuan was currently on the other side of the barren sea. He also had 2 afterlife realm experts who were using their auras to block out the surroundings. Otherwise, the members of Heavenly Family Cottage would have already made their way over there. By the time Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Hu Quan had called over all of the spirit craftsmen and did a head count of all of them. The spirit craftsmen had been sent to the Marsh world in 2 batches, and there were a total of 200 of them. All of them were loyal to Sky City and had also dedicated their loyalties to Lin Yuan. They had been the first to raise their hands when Lin Yuan mentioned needing people to go under the radar. Lin Yuan had been generously investing resources into these loyal men. Hu Quan and Lin Yuan had been nurturing these spirit craftsmen for almost a year. Hu Quan was in charge of providing them with the techniques, while Lin Yuan was in charge of supplying the resources. Some of these spirit craftsmen had only been Pinnacle Class 2 when they first entered the Marsh world. Most of them had been Class 3 spirit craftsmen, while only 3 of them were Class 4 spirit craftsmen. But now, all of the Pinnacle Class 2 spirit craftsmen had reached Class 3, while the intermediate and above Class 3 spirit craftsmen made up 75% of the entire group. There were now 4 Class 4 spirit craftsmen instead of 3. The only regret was that not a single one of them had managed to become a Class 5 spirit craftsman. However, Lin Yuan knew nurturing a Class 5 spirit craftsman was not easy. But if the 200 spirit craftsmen were given enough time, at least 10% of them could eventually become Class 5 spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan had given Bronze/Epic phase to all of these spirit craftsmen. He had even given Bronze/Legend phase to some of the more talented ones. The high-quality Bronze phase were of great help to the spirit craftsmen during their constructions. They helped the spirit craftsmen to build even more beautiful structures. Hu Quan, the teacher, was currently lecturing the 200 spirit craftsmen. It was easy for a master to guide one disciple, but it would become difficult to guide many of them. The difficulty did not come from the teaching of techniques but because Hu Quan wanted to ensure that every single one of his disciples grew up with the right character. Hu Quan had not placed much emphasis on this in the beginning. As a result, conflict had broken out among the spirit craftsmen. It was inevitable for them to have their own selfish desires when it came to the allocation of resources. After a few instances of conflict among the spirit craftsmen, Hu Quan began paying attention to combing out the mindsets of his disciples. The most effective way to go about this was to lecture them daily. The spirit craftsmen who had their own opinions could seek him out after his lectures. If the spirit craftsman had indeed been wronged, Hu Quan would right the wrong immediately. But if there was something wrong with the spirit craftsman's character, Hu Quan would sort out their character immediately. Hu Quan would have to employ other means if he could not fix their character. Hu Quan had kicked 6 spirit craftsmen out of the Heavenly Craft Pavilion in the past year. Hu Quan did not intend to make an example out of anyone, but his actions had scared the other spirit craftsmen. Hu Quan had taken full control of this team in the past year. As Hu Quan looked at the 200 disciples he had personally brought up, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. After passing through Klein Hub to arrive at the Marsh world, Lin Yuan did not interrupt Hu Quan's lecture. After Hu Quan was done with his lecture and it was confirmed that no spirit craftsman needed to speak with him, Lin Yuan walked over to Hu Quan and said with a smile, "Uncle Hu, let me take you to a nice place. From today onward, you will be leading your team to decorate that place." Hu Quan looked surprised. The return from faraway mansion was filled with beauty, nature, and talented people. The Marsh world also had a wonderful environment. Lin Yuan had never praised the return from faraway mansion or Marsh world's environments. Hu Quan was very curious to see the environment that was deserving of being called nice by Lin Yuan. Hu Quan was one of Sky City's core members and found out about the main world's impending crisis from Lin Yuan. He also knew that Lin Yuan was gathering many spirit craftsmen from the Radiance Federation, so they could build up the Radiance Federation's base as a way of handling the impending crisis. Hu Quan did not feel envious at all. Rather, he felt that Lin Yuan was depending on him. At such a time, Lin Yuan did not ask him to lead the work in the Radiance Federation. Rather, he was instructed to attend to the construction on Sky City's back. The Radiance Federation was Lin Yuan's responsibility, but Sky City was Lin Yuan's roots. The spirit craftsmen building the Radiance Federation's base would only have the authority to come up with plans, but they could not make any decisions about key issues. The land imps would be the ones making those decisions. Hu Quan hated it when he was unable to make decisions regarding his work. After spending a prolonged period carving and creating pieces, he also became unwilling to interact with society. Now, Lin Yuan was going to assign him more jobs on top of the construction on Sky Sea. Not only would this raise the capabilities of his entire team, but Hu Quan believed that his horizons would also be broadened. Lin Yuan had gathered various precious ingredients from the dimensional worlds, including high-grade metal-type spiritual ingredients from the subterranean world. Hu Quan felt he would finally have the chance to use those spiritual ingredients. Young master, a place you call nice must be so. Did Sky Sea change after its evolution? I will draw up a new design for Sky City and instruct my men to begin the construction. Then, we can build up and decorate this place in an even more detailed and intricate manner. Young master, I would like to know exactly how big this place is. Hu Quan had always addressed Lin Yuan by his name in the past. But after spending more time and interacting further with him, Hu Quan eventually started calling him young master unconsciously. This was a demonstration of the respect he felt for Lin Yuan. Hu Quan was extremely curious. He knew that Lin Yuan would take him to this place now, but he still could not help but ask Lin Yuan that question. Lin Yuan did not leave Hu Quan hanging. He knew that Hu Quan was born in the Tide region in Cloud Lake City. The Tide region was around the same size as the Xia region. If they were compared closely, the Spirit Lock spatial zone might be slightly larger than the Tide region. Uncle Hu, a space the same size as the place you were born should be large enough for you to unleash your prowess. However, several areas of this space will have dedicated uses. I will tell you everything about all the functions that I need. Hu Quan almost choked on his saliva when he heard what Lin Yuan said. A space as large as the Tide region? Lin Yuan was trying to create a small region. This would be much more challenging than when he had to build the Return from Faraway mansion. Hu Quan hurriedly said, "Young master, let's go and see this place." Lin Yuan grabbed the excited Hu Quan and said, "Slow down, Uncle Hu. Take these spirit craftsmen with you. You can't start work if you go on your own." Lin Yuan's words caused Hu Quan to realize he had acted out of turn. Hu Quan coughed before waving his hand and saying to the spirit craftsman behind him, "Line up behind me in the order of the numbers that I assigned you for this month's test." Once Hu Quan was done organizing these spirit craftsmen, Lin Yuan was the first to step through Klein Hub. Lin Yuan never allowed anyone else to pass through Klein Hub in the past. To Hu Quan, Klein Hub was akin to a forbidden zone. Now that Lin Yuan allowed him through Klein Hub, it showed he trusted him even more. Before Lin Yuan could think further, Hu Quan, experiencing such pure spirit chi for the first time, felt his cells stunned, then trembling. A special item covered the spirit lock spatial zone's ground. It seemed like green jade mixed with white jade, finer and smoother than green jade but more transparent than white. Spots of green within the white held endless life. To Hu Quan, the vast spirit lock spatial zone was an uncut jade he could carve as he wished. A dreamy paradise. This pure spirit chi environment would benefit him and other spirit craftsmen, refining their bodies. It could also complement many Fey types, letting them transform into their most beautiful forms. This perfectly fit Hu Quan's design passion of combining Feys with the environment. The spirit craftsmen who followed Hu Quan into the spirit lock spatial zone had all previously worked on the Return from Faraway mansion. Additionally, after working in the Marsh world for a year, they all gained considerable experience. At that moment, all of their jaws had dropped. The spirit lock spatial zone's environment exceeded their realms of comprehension. Just what kind of earthly paradise was that? Genius snuggled into Lin Yuan's arms and blinked purposefully at him. Lin Yuan immediately understood what Genius was trying to say. Genius was hoping that Hu Quan could build their base as soon as possible so that the army of 100 Questions beasts would have a space to work and produce creation master resources. This would build up Lin Yuan's arsenal of spirit fluids. Lin Yuan had been very anxious about the construction of Sky City on Sky Sea's back. This was because Lin Yuan did not understand the Sleeper's revival plan's aim, and he saw Sky Sea as his main strategic weapon against Tower Cannon. But now, he knew the true meaning of the Sleeper's revival plan. Tower Cannon saw the entire main world as a tower defense game. In land wars, Sky Sea that moved in the sky would not be of any use. Lin Yuan's sights were not only limited to the main world. Sky Sea would only be of use in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan was not in a rush to have Hu Quan finish constructing Sky City on Sky Sea's back. Rather than begin building Sky City immediately, it would be more beneficial for Lin Yuan if the construction of the base in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was completed first. Lin Yuan reached out and patted the soft fur on Genius' back before he told Hu Quan, who was currently mesmerized by the Spirit Lock spatial zone's environment. Uncle Hu, if we call Sky Sea's back Sky City's base, this would be Sky City's incubator. Or rather, this is the core world for Sky City's members. I hope you will do your best to build everything that is meant to be placed here. That will ensure that everything produced in the base will be the best of the best. I will provide you with top resources. I will hand the resource list to you later, and Genius will provide you with knowledge on them so you will have a better understanding of the resources. In the past, Wen Yu was always the one who assigned tasks to Hu Quan. But she was now on the other side of the barren sea, helping Lin Yuan to search for the continent vein cores. Every member of Sky City skilled at governance had their own jobs to do and could not take charge of the design and construction of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan let out a soft breath. It was clear that at the rapid rate that Sky City was developing, there were not enough members skilled in governance and interpersonal skills to go around. However, when it came to constructing the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan could only trust friends like Wen Yu and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan was very willing to depend on by Qinghuan, but he would never trust her as much as he did Lu Jie and Wen Yu. Genius was like a daddy's boy and understood Lin Yuan's thoughts well. When it communicated with Hu Quan, it could offer some helpful suggestions on Lin Yuan's behalf. Hu Quan had been on a path of continuous breakthroughs and had surpassed the Class 5 Spirit Craftsman level. If he could match Night-Leaning Moon's skills in mechanics, he could be given the title of Class 6 Spirit Craftsman. Hu Quan had the skills, but his experience was lacking. He did not recognize or understand many of the precious resources that Lin Yuan possessed. Thus, he struggled to combine them with his designs. Lin Yuan handed the resource list to Hu Quan so that he could gain an understanding of these spiritual ingredients he had never seen or even heard of before. Hu Quan could definitely flesh out his designs. Hu Quan's expression of mesmerization morphed into joy upon hearing that. Lin Yuan had always treated him well and trusted him greatly. He even allowed him to handle resources as precious as island whale bones. Lin Yuan was aware of all of this and was very grateful for the trust that Lin Yuan had in him. Before entering the marsh world, Hu Quan always thought Lin Yuan had already given him the best resources he possessed. But after entering the marsh world and gaining an understanding of the resources available there, as well as Lin Yuan's status in the marsh world, Hu Quan finally learned he had only had access to relatively impressive resources. Only now was Lin Yuan giving him access to the most precious resources. Hu Quan badly yearned to carve out a small world using these precious resources. Being a spirit craftsman came with a certain level of OCD personality. There were currently very few structures in this environment, and he could design and construct infrastructure with functional type properties. Hu Quan assured Lin Yuan, "Young master, I have much more time to work now that I have contracted the vitality sloth. Feel free to let me know of any ideas you have. Once I understand the effects of these spiritual ingredients, I will build a base per your requests as soon as possible. You know that I love combining phase with the environment. Many phase need to be nourished by elemental energy. Is it possible for you to nurture a few high-quality bronze deposit vegetable pods? I would like to store the elemental pearls in them. The deposit vegetable pods would not use up the elemental energy within the elemental pearls, but could use the elemental pearl to nourish the lifeforms in the surroundings. The deposit vegetable pod was also very beautiful. It resembled a crystal legume that had jade vines. Once the beans ripened, they would also leap out on their own. They would also serve as gorgeous accessories when paired with the elemental pearl's radiance. There were many fays in the world. Genius had read about plant-type fays like the deposit vegetable pod in a book about spirit craftsmanship when it had been gathering information. The deposit vegetable pod started out as a cash crop. Its beans had a very similar taste to peas but were cheaper than peas. However, the deposit vegetable pod did not produce many beans and was quickly eliminated from the list of cash crops. It was a creation master who had accidentally poured spirit fluid over the soil while nurturing the deposit vegetable pod and managed to evolve to flawless. When the deposit vegetable pod was evolved to flawless, it could activate and use elemental energy to nourish the environment. However, this would drain its store of elemental energy. The Class 2 Creation Master who discovered this wrote and published a thesis that caught the eye of a Class 4 Creation Master. This Class 4 Creation Master was from Sea Sky Creation and was likely one of Jifeng's ancestors. Class 4 Creation Masters had stronger capabilities and more resources to conduct experiments on phase. When this Class 4 Creation Master evolved the deposit vegetable pod to Gold/Epic, he noticed that it no longer drained whatever was placed within it when it was nourishing its surroundings. This discovery had spurred the Class 4 Creation Master on, and he was motivated to invest more energy into evolving the deposit vegetable pod. After painstaking and exhausting efforts, he was finally able to nurture a new Silver/Legend deposit vegetable pod that could use elemental energy to nurture its surroundings better than the Gold/Epic deposit vegetable pod could. This meant that the deposit vegetable pod was a special fey that had stronger effects at lower grades and high qualities. However, low-grade/high-quality fays were extremely difficult to nurture. At the very least, Class 4 Creation Master resources were required. The resources would be better used to nurture the elemental shellfish rather than low-grade/high-quality deposit vegetable pod. The same amount of resources could produce more than 10 elemental pearls. 3 to 4 elemental pearls would be able to change an environment to a far greater extent than the deposit vegetable pod could. Thus, the deposit vegetable pod was rarely brought up. After Hu Quan mentioned the deposit vegetable pod, Genius immediately sent all the information related to the deposit vegetable pod to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Filling the deposit vegetable pod with elemental pearls would indeed be very suitable for the spirit lock spatial zone. Firstly, it would be very easy for Lin Yuan to nurture the Bronze/Legend deposit vegetable pods. Furthermore, he had a large number of high-quality elemental pearls. He did not have an urgent use for these elemental pearls, so storing them in the deposit vegetable pods would not be a waste. Lastly, the deposit vegetable pod was beautiful enough to blend in with the spirit lock spatial zone's environment. Based on Hu Quan's suggestion, it was clear he had put a lot of thought into the spirit lock spatial zone's design. Uncle Hu, I will be able to provide you with 100 of the deposit vegetable pods within 2 days. Rather than filling them with elemental pearls with outer radiance, I think that filling them with the elemental dolls will be a better choice. While Lin Yuan spoke, he took out 2 elemental dolls. Elemental dolls had intelligence imbued into them from their elements. The elemental pearl was still the core of the elemental doll. But being imbued with intelligence, the elemental pearl could contain emotions and manipulate movement. If the deposit vegetable pods were filled with elemental dolls, they would fly around the deposit vegetable pods and produce a more pleasant sight than if the deposit vegetable pods were filled with elemental pearls. More importantly, the elemental energy in the dolls was much purer than that of pearls. Using a combination of the deposit vegetable pod and elemental dolls to nourish the environment would undoubtedly be much more beneficial for the other phase. Hu Quan was no longer surprised by Lin Yuan's capabilities. When he previously asked Lin Yuan for resources, he prepared himself for a long wait. Yet, Lin Yuan delivered the resources to him within a few days. Hu Quan had never seen the elemental dolls before and intended to ask Genius to explain them to him. Hu Quan was not a creation master. As a spirit craftsman, He did not have the strong investigative and sensing abilities for spiritual ingredients that creation masters did. Genius had used connected tales to send knowledge to Hu Quan more than once. Hu Quan really liked how he could gain a sea of knowledge just from being linked to genius tales. Young master, tell me about the structures you want to build in advance. There is no limit to the height of this space. With my current mechanical abilities, I can use metal spiritual ingredients to build a high-speed elevator or spatial-type spiritual ingredients to build a transport vehicle. If you only need me to build tall structures, I think that the high-speed elevator will be more useful. After all, the transport vehicle will use up energy. But there won't be this concern for a high-speed elevator. A mechanical core will be needed to build a high-speed elevator, and this mechanical core will produce energy on its own. When Lin Yuan heard what Hu Quan said, he could not help but be reminded of the skyscrapers from his previous life. The spirit-lock spatial zone was indeed enormous now. As Lin Yuan continued to develop, he would need to use more of the space. Thus, regardless of how large the spirit-lock spatial zone became, it would be difficult for it to catch up to Lin Yuan's needs. Thus, he would be very willing to try building upward to maximize his utilization of the space in the spirit-lock spatial zone. Uncle Hu, I would like you to build a base for creation masters. There isn't a limit to its height, so it'll all depend on your abilities. I need there to be 500 rooms, and each room has to be around 80 to 100 square feet. There also needs to be 2 sets of cat trees made of jade-textured wood. The work tables need to be around 60 centimeters in height. You can place around 20 centimeters tall futons below each work table. You don't have to create the bottles used to concoct spirit fluids. I will purchase them from the Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before looking at Hu Quan and smiling. Uncle Hu, I'm sure you know why I have such a plan. I hope you will be able to complete it for me with perfection in mind. Additionally, dedicate a space to build a place for cat species phase to live. It will house around 1,500 cat species phase. The cat species phase are able to adjust their form, so there's no need for the space to be too big. Breeding bases will also be needed to grow the soldier ration radishes and item-storing walnut trees. Move all the marsh soil meant to nurture the soldier ration radishes and item-storing walnuts from the marsh world to below these 2 building bases. The barren river orchid bud can be grown between these 2 breeding bases. It will be able to benefit from the energy of the marsh soil under the 2 breeding bases. Don't forget residences for yourself and the other spirit craftsmen as well. The conditions of your living spaces will remain the same. The only difference will be that it will now be in high-rise buildings. Every month, I will send you twice your base wages. Hu Quan earnestly made notes of all of Lin Yuan's requests. He preferred to write everything down rather than rely on his memory. He had a good memory, but it was inevitable to miss out on some things when there were too many things to remember. Hu Quan was not stupid. He had discovered the army of 100 questions beasts in the past year that he spent in the marsh world. He had been astonished when he first found out about the army of 100 questions beasts. If a species of Fae could be nurtured into creation masters, this would spell massive changes for the main world. This secret was enormous. Hu Quan judged others based on his own values. He was afraid Lin Yuan would act against him when he learned he knew this secret. It was not that Hu Quan did not trust Lin Yuan, but that this secret was far too earth-shattering. But now, Lin Yuan was bringing up this matter without hiding it from him. Hu Quan was so touched that he came to a decision. He would never leave the spirit-lock spatial zone for the rest of his life. Aside from when Lin Yuan sent him out on jobs, he would also reign in the spirit craftsmen and ensure they caused no trouble. There would be significant benefits concerning his quality of life and lifespan if he lived in this environment. Young master, I have recorded everything that you said. I know why you have requested such designs, and I will enact them exactly as you requested. Once the 50 land imps that you send me follow my plan and build the frame, you can begin using the space. I will slowly carve and add in the additional details. After all, it will take more than just a year or 2 to finish a project involving a space as large as this. As a spirit craftsman, Hu Quan detested employers like that the most. He had encountered such an employer when he was younger. Since he had only been a Class 2 spirit craftsman then, he had ended up being horribly bullied by that employer. Thus, from then on, Hu Quan developed the habit of making his expected deadlines known before he took on any job. Despite knowing that Lin Yuan was not like that, Hu Quan could not kick this habit. Low-class spirit craftsmen only had to fear being inconvenienced if their employers were regular people. But if their employers were figures of authority, many low-class spirit craftsmen would be able to attest to having experienced being bullied out of their deserved compensation by such employers. Luckily, almost 30 years ago, the Radiance Federation's constant reforms led to the establishment of the Spirit Craftsmen Association, which put an end to such occurrences. Uncle Hu, all you need to do is build the frame. You can add in the details slowly in the future. A while later, I will assign some myth breed phase in human form to assist you. I will also send 50 land imps to you. They should be enough. There will be at least one Samsara realm dictator and 5 turning will realm dictators among these 50 land imps. Lin Yuan had only relocated a portion of the land imps from the subterranean world to the Radiance Federation. There were far too many land imps in the subterranean world. If they were all moved to the Radiance Federation, they would outnumber the Radiance Federation citizens. Lin Yuan had only moved the cream of the crop to the Radiance Federation, but he had not moved the land imps like Sweet Vanquish, who fulfilled management roles. Lin Yuan could send a team of land imps led by Sweet Vanquish to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to help Hu Quan. Sweet Vanquish was very smart and knew he needed to strive to do the best that he could. Once his position as a leader was secured, he would do his best in the job that he was given. Hu Quan immediately smiled brightly when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He had spent enough time in the marsh world to understand the significance of a Samsara realm dictator. With Samsara and Turning Will realm dictators at his disposal when he was building the frame of the base in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, he might be able to complete the construction within a day or two. Hu Quan did not give Lin Yuan any more assurances as Lin Yuan had an even deeper understanding of the power of Samsara and Turning Will realm dictators. Thus, he definitely knew how quickly the construction of the base would be able to progress with the help of the land imps. Lin Yuan did not give out any more instructions past those involving the initial work that had to be done. Instead, he planned on waiting until Hu Quan was done with the initial work before he assigned new work to Hu Quan based on the circumstances at that point. One could only imagine how many years the catastrophic disaster stemming from Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan would last. Hu Quan and the 200 spirit craftsmen would definitely be able to finish the required constructions in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone during that time. Once this disaster was dealt with and Tower Cannon was defeated, it would be time for Lin Yuan to think about heading to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan was about to depart the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone when he heard Genius say seriously, "Yuan, I want to try evolving to myth breed. I will use the opportunity to ask the heavens for a way to become a Class 5 creation master." It had been accumulating its power for some time but felt it had reached its maximum capacity. It was afraid that if it waited any longer, it would lose the courage to put its life on the line. Lin Yuan was struck by what Genius said. After Genius evolved from the beast that connects everything to the highest access fate-knowing beast, its fantasy breed exclusive skill changed from Connected Tales to Tale of Fate. Tale of Fate was an expansion of Connected Tales. It retained the abilities of Connected Tales while adding the ability to link with the heavens. Tale of Fate allowed Genius to combine all of its tales into one. It would then sacrifice its spiritual energy for the chance to access the will of the heavens and ask a question that it wanted the answer to. Genius saw this ability as the key to becoming a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan did not know how much spiritual energy Genius would have to sacrifice in order to receive an answer from the heavens on how it could become a Class 5 creation master. He was afraid something would happen to Genius in the process. Thus, he never told Genius to give this plan a try. This was already the 3rd time that Genius was expressing its wish to make an attempt at becoming a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan had raised Genius and knew it was very strong-headed. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan rationalized that with Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor by his side, they would be able to step in even if the Heavenly Will ended up causing harm to Genius. Genius had consumed numerous rainbow fish coats and grown many tails. It could use up these additional tails as it pleased to multiply its soul power and increase its comprehending powers. Lin Yuan could not stop Genius from evolving because he was afraid something would happen to it. If he did that, he would be no different from an unreasonable parent. Lin Yuan did not want to become such a person. Lin Yuan reached out and touched Genius' soft fur. Okay, we'll try evolving you to myth breed and attempt to turn you into a Class 5 creation master. Genius meowed and excitedly wrapped its tails around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had been afraid that an accident would befall Genius when it questioned the heavens that would affect its spiritual energy. Genius was anxious to evolve because it wanted to be of more help to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan possessed pure spirit qi and elemental energy. He could also produce such resources. He was able to accomplish 60% of a Class 5 creation master's abilities. However, even using the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan could not accomplish the remaining 40%. However, given that spirit qi and elemental energy were the foundation of everything, this gap was not as significant as it seemed. Begin Lady could use its body to produce precious instruments, and this closed the gap between him and a true Class 5 creation master even further. But there were a few special potions that could only be concocted by Class 5 creation masters. Lin Yuan would not be able to get his hands on them without going through a true Class 5 creation master. The only true Class 5 creation masters that Sky City had were Di Wanmi, Yi Huailu, and Wang Keiji. Lin Yuan had left Yi Huailu in the Divine Wood Federation. The Federation badly needed Yi Huailu for its development, and the Startling Lines continent also needed a Class 5 creation master to hold down the fort. Wang Keiji could not produce enough potions to meet Lin Yuan's needs. The potions concocted by Class 5 creation masters could produce unimaginable effects when it came to increasing the production of phase. Genius really wanted to help shoulder some of Lin Yuan's burdens. Genius was able to nurture the 100 Questions beasts into Class 4 creation masters when it was only a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. This allowed the army of 100 Questions beasts to significantly increase their store of Class 4 creation master resources. If Genius managed to become a Class 5 creation master, it might be able to use Connected Tails to produce a few Class 5 creation masters from the army of 100 Questions beasts. If it could produce Class 5 creation masters, the resources that could be produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would be substantially improved. This was why Genius felt so strongly about becoming a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan treated Genius well, so Genius had to reciprocate. Genius and Lin Yuan both liked to keep their true feelings to themselves instead of expressing them. This was unlike Chimey, who twittered nonstop whenever it was in Lin Yuan's arms. Genius had tried to advise Chimey numerous times. Chimey burped continuously daily as it drank the grade 4 potions that Genius concocted. Otherwise, its bloodline would not have evolved so smoothly when it evolved to myth breed. After Genius evolved to myth breed, Lin Yuan would not have any other phase he needed to help to overcome their trials anytime soon. Dark Blue was currently refining the energy from within Strange Water and still needed some time. Lin Yuan had only started nurturing Shiny. Coiling Dragon's Valley had finally started producing dragon liver in batches. Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had also offered to supply Lin Yuan with a large amount of Phoenix Essence blood. The Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and Purple Demon still needed to build up their bloodlines. The Merciful Star Peony's grade could only be evolved after Lin Yuan used Moonlight to temper himself. He currently did not have the time to do so. He intended to find the time to ask the Moon Empress to use Forage Moon's 6 moons to temper him. Not only did his physique improve rapidly, but the Merciful Star Peony's grade and quality would also increase quickly. It might even mutate. Wang Keiji was entirely focused on the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard's family. Lin Yuan didn't worry because a Class 5 creation master was constructing a fortress with 6 bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards. After leaving the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Genius, without any extra preparations, immediately used the second ability of Tail of Fate, Highest Access Tail. Suddenly, Genius' spiritual energy sea gathered. Its illusionary tails merged into one, shooting upward through the cloud-covered sky, carrying the spiritual energy sea. World willpower activated instantly. The clouds dispersed, forming a deep vortex. The current clouds seemed unpredictable. While looking at Genius, Lin Yuan's lips tightened. Genius had suffered greatly during its evolution to fantasy breed. Its flesh had been taken apart, and it had nearly lost its life. Due to that, Lin Yuan feared for Genius' safety when it asked the heavens for a path to become a Class 5 creation master. Only those who truly cared would experience a sense of loss. What surprised Lin Yuan even more was that aside from the vortex of clouds formed by Genius' communion with the heavens, everything else remained calm. Genius hadn't even utilized tail trigger. Suddenly, an aura emanated from Genius, triggering world cleansing instantly. Genius world cleansing was unique. Spiritual and soul fluctuations with an annihilative aura emerged from the sky's opening. Lin Yuan briefly wondered if this world cleansing was specific to Genius or if all spiritual and soul-type phase underwent it while evolving to myth breed. Regardless, Eternal Source blocked this fierce world cleansing with a finger flick. Following this, the world grace landed on Genius' body. Light emanated from Genius' body and enveloped it. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Genius. Fey name: highest access fate-knowing beast, Fey species. Fantasy cat genus / fantasy cat species. Fey grade: suzerain, 1/10. Fey type: spiritual / soul, Fey quality. Myth I. Abilities: memory deduction. When recalling something, it will be able to remember every minuscule detail. From this, it will be able to organize the information and infer the truth. Crowded cat. If it can control cat species phase and convince the cats to crowd around it, it will be able to become affiliated with all of the cat species phase elements and bodies. Every time the cat species phase crowded around, it will be weak for some time. Spiritual energy expansion. Transfer the spiritual energy into an emergency bank for the contractor. Even though the contractor cannot willfully use spiritual energy expansion to increase his own store of spiritual energy, he can use it to defend himself against spiritual energy damage. Master of Cats. As the new leader of cat species phase, it can use spiritual energy to form contracts with other cat species phase, control their lives, and share in their spiritual power. Soul permutation. Use and change different spiritual energies into soul power. Tail trigger. When using soul power, a tail can be sacrificed to increase the soul power. The spiritual energy inside the body can also be condensed to produce replacement tails to be used when there are no longer any tails left and tail trigger cannot be used. True knowledge analysis. Use spiritual energy to envelop an entity, and the composition of the entity will be analyzed. Entities that have been combined will be analyzed separately. After the analysis, there will be a confirmation from the heavenly will to ascertain accuracy. Exclusive skill. Tool transformation. Capable of transforming into a tool for the contractor to use. Tail of Fate. 1. Connected tails. According to the number of tails, lives can be connected. The connected lives can share thinking and intention. 2. Highest access tail. Combine all the tails into one. If it craves for knowledge enough, it can sacrifice its spiritual energy to communicate with the heavens and request for an answer. Sky Fate attachment. The affiliation with heavenly will be deepened, and the fate of the heavenly will be attached to it to elevate its chances of success when concocting spirit fluids or when performing other actions. Genius had not evolved from the highest access fate-knowing beast despite reaching myth breed. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this at all. Genius bloodline had only evolved from the beast that connects everything to the highest access fate-knowing beast due to a coincidental opportunity that occurred during its evolution to diamond grade. The highest access fate-knowing beast's life rank was extremely high and was linked to the roots of the world. It had the same life rank as the sky-plundering beast. Morbius had already very seriously confirmed this with Lin Yuan. When compared to Chimey that had grown up with Genius, Chimey could produce the sun from its body, but Genius bloodline was still more elite. This was why Lin Yuan wanted to give one of the totem seeds to the 100 Questions beast species. It was very unlikely that Genius bloodline would evolve again before it reached eternal or set its spirit fire alight. Genius was currently swaddled by light. It had become a suzerain / myth fae and gained a new ability called true knowledge analysis. Genius could analyze the structure and capabilities of an entity when it wrapped the entity in its spiritual energy. This would not only allow genius to use its spiritual energy to understand its target, but also to communicate with the target's roots. In this aspect, there was some overlap between genius and true data's ability. It could be considered a weaker version of true data. However, Lin Yuan was not at all disappointed by this overlap. Rather, he was very excited about it. There were some special spiritual ingredients that genius was unable to fully understand, given its current knowledge. Lin Yuan would need to examine the spiritual ingredients' properties before genius began using them. Due to this, genius was unable to function fully independently from Lin Yuan. But true knowledge analysis would allow genius to stand on its own from now on. Furthermore, true knowledge analysis could also discern between combined entities and analyze their capabilities individually. Every Class 5 creation master had their own unique concoctions, and they would never divulge the recipes of those concoctions to others. Before each recipe was considered complete, the Class 5 creation master would have to study it carefully and conduct many trials. But if genius got its hands on those potions, it could use true knowledge analysis to uncover the types and proportion of spiritual ingredients required to make these spirit fluids as well as what functions they had. In genius hands, these potions were no longer secrets. Furthermore, after analyzing their composition, genius could use heavenly will to confirm if its analysis was accurate. This meant that genius analyses would never be wrong. True knowledge analysis was even more impressive than a Class 6 creation master. The Moon Empress was a Class 6 creation master, and the one who had proposed the definition of a Class 6 creation master. Lin Yuan could be certain she studied every potion that passed her eyes. However, it was difficult for her to come up with the exact recipe for every potion unless she had a large amount of the potion available that would allow her to conduct repeated experiments. However, Sky Fate attachment, which genius attained after reaching Myth Breed, was even more astonishing than the suzerain ability true knowledge analysis. Sky Fate attachment would allow genius to deepen its affiliation with heavenly will and use it to boost itself. Its chances of success when concocting spirit fluids of performing any other actions would be raised. The other actions referred to those that only Class 5 creation masters could perform, such as creating precious instruments. Lin Yuan could tell from genius abilities and exclusive skills that it had found its own unique Class 5 creation master path. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of potions, the higher the grade, the more precious ingredients they required and the stronger their effects would be. The world that Lin Yuan knew as the main world was only a Class 1 world, so the spiritual ingredients available there had limited effects. Once he went to the sky beyond the clouds and came into contact with Class 2, Class 3, or even more powerful worlds, the spiritual ingredients available there would have even more incredible medicinal properties. The higher the grade of potions, the lower the chances of a successful concoction. Lin Yuan was not going down the traditional creation master route, but genius was. From now on, genius could concoct spirit fluids with special effects as long as it had access to spiritual ingredients. Even if Sky Fate attachment only raised the chances of success by a hair, it would still save a sea of resources for Lin Yuan, both in concocting spirit fluids and creating precious instruments. The concoction of spirit fluids was one matter, but the creation of precious instruments required spiritual ingredients that came from the bodies of sacred source lifeforms. If these spiritual ingredients were damaged during the forging process, it would be extremely difficult to replace them. Lin Yuan let out a soft breath. Genius evolution had not put it in any danger, and the abilities and exclusive skills it had gained far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Lin Yuan was floored by every one of genius evolutions. The light that enveloped genius slowly faded and revealed genius body. Genius body had not changed in size, but its fur was even fluffier than before. It also had 9 tails now instead of 8. Lin Yuan thought, amongst all the Fays, the fox species determines the ranking of their bloodlines based on their tails. It almost seems as though genius is evolving according to the fox species bloodline. But it was clear that the 100 questions beast species that genius represented was going down a completely different direction of evolution from fox species phase, as there were very few 100 questions beasts besides genius who sported so many tails. This feature of having tails was the most obvious when it came to genius evolutions. The other 100 questions beasts did not have abilities like Master of Cats either. Perhaps, Unlike the other 100 Questions beasts, Genius was a true miracle that Lin Yuan had managed to create. Lin Yuan was very curious to find out how many tails Genius would end up with once it had reached its final stage of evolution. By now, Genius had opened its eyes. The first thing it did was fix its eyes on Lin Yuan. Genius moved over to Lin Yuan's side and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I am now a Class 5 Creation Master. Once I enter the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and begin teaching the other members of the 100 Questions Beast Army, most of them will be able to become Class 4 Creation Masters. I also discovered something. There are no defined gates to pass once one has become a Class 5 Creation Master. You can only continue studying and exploring the roots of all creatures. So, there is no need to define classes past Class 5 Creation Master. Based on my understanding of Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch, I am slightly stronger than them now. Once I become more familiar with concocting a few spirit fluids, I should be able to reach the level of a Class 6 Creation Master." Lin Yuan stroked Genius' chin, and Genius purred happily. From what Genius said, Lin Yuan now understood why the Moon Empress had once told him so seriously that the Creation Master path eventually came to an abrupt end, and it was very difficult to continue moving forward past that point. But after learning about the existence of the sky beyond the clouds from him, the Moon Empress then said that there was no end to a Creation Master's path of growth. When Creation Masters reached Class 5, their abilities would be improved based on their experience and familiarization with handling spiritual ingredients. All those who were able to become Class 5 Creation Masters would possess potent spiritual energy and soul power. They would not differ much in terms of the level of control they had over spiritual energy. "Genius, I will have to trouble you to stay in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone for now to teach the army of 100 Questions beasts. Both your grade and quality have increased. Now that you are a suzerain/myth fae, it's time to expand the army of 100 Questions beasts and group of cats. What do you think about this? I have purposefully nurtured more than 3,000 excellent bronze/legend cat species fays. You can take your pick from among them." Genius meowed upon hearing that and said solemnly, "I intend on adding another 500 spots to the army of 100 Questions beasts. It will require all the effort I can muster to teach 1,100 Questions beasts. Any more, and I won't have the time to teach every single one of them. However, the 100 Questions beasts that have become Class 4 Creation Masters will be able to teach 100 Questions beast students, each on top of their daily concoction of spirit fluids. According to these numbers, there will be 1,000 core members of the 100 Questions beast army, as well as 100,000 peripheral members. They might struggle to teach the other 100 Questions beasts at first, but they will get used to it quickly. When we return and I inform Hu Quan about the properties of various spiritual ingredients, I will tell him about my ideas so he can come up with a design. As long as the structure is tall enough, the army of 100,000 peripheral 100 Questions beasts won't take up too much space in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Frankly, I think that giving every 100 Questions beast 80 to 100 square feet of space to work is too much space. Why don't we?" Before Genius could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted it. "Genius, firstly, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone will only continue to grow larger. With its current size, it can already fit 10 million of the 100 Questions beasts. You don't have to worry about space. Additionally, you can't go back on matters you have already made promises on, especially as the leader of the army of 100 Questions beasts. Due to the contraction, the other 100 Questions beasts will remain loyal to you, but going back on your promises will definitely result in unrest. Why don't we increase the size of the rooms for the main members to 120 square feet while the peripheral members will get 80 to 100 square feet? Hu Quan has been studying mechanics recently. He can build an elevator that will enable the building where the army of 100 Questions beasts will work to be thousands of meters tall. One building will be able to house more than 30,000 100 Questions beasts, so 3 buildings will perfectly make up a base for the army of 100 Questions beasts. Once the construction of the base is complete, only you and the other 100 Questions beasts will be allowed to enter and exit. No one else will be allowed to enter under normal circumstances. I will assign 10 spirit craftsmen to fix up and decorate the interior." Genius possessed an enormous amount of information but was not skilled at interpersonal experiences. Genius could manage a group of 500 members, but when the group grew to 10,000 members or more, Genius couldn't use its original method to manage the army of 100 questions beasts. Luckily, thanks to the Master of Cat's ability, Genius had complete control over the army of 100 questions beasts. Without this ability, neither Lin Yuan nor Genius would have expanded the army to such a large size. As the army grew, more of them gained the abilities of Class 5 Creation Masters. This caused Lin Yuan's production of Creation Master resources to become massive. In the future, Lin Yuan's Creation Master resources would go beyond Spirit Chi crystals and elemental pearls. He would also produce various types of potions. Genius, I will ask Listen to ship 500 questions beasts over. Once you have spoken to the army of 100 questions beast and registered all those who have become Class 4 Creation Masters, I will personally lead them in picking out students. Lin Yuan's approach would be rather tedious, but Lin Yuan did not think that this was a bad thing. The 100 questions beasts would essentially be picking disciples. Lin Yuan was willing to give them the chance to select their own disciples. This would incentivize them to do their best in teaching these disciples. Genius would be fully responsible for everything in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once the Wailing Snake and Sentient Being Protective Dragon secured themselves in the pure land of bliss, the Spirit Lock spatial zone would not only be a paradise, but also a place of blessing. The dictators and apostles Lin Yuan sent to Wen Yu had arrived. With these apostles and dictators, Wen Yu was confident she could gather all of the continent vein cores on the other side of the Barren Sea within a month. From her exploration, Wen Yu discovered there were federations on the other side of the Barren Sea as well, but there were no powerful cultures. The figures in the federations that could be considered creation masters all held shockingly high positions and were treated almost no differently from gods. But in actuality, very few of them were truly capable. While Wen Yu was interacting with these federations, she found out they held themselves in extremely high regard and were very arrogant toward her. Thus, Wen Yu had no inclination to continue interacting with them. She immediately moved on to exploring further locations after instructing Dazzling Silver and a few Turning Will realm dictators to grab the continent vein cores. Chu Ci was with Wen Yu. After a few short weeks of training, Chu Ci already felt as though she had experienced true growth. This allowed Chu Ci to get a clear look at what the world she lived in was like. She no longer saw honing her combat skills as training. The experience she gained from such experiences seemed inconsequential now. Chu Ci finally understood how Lin Yuan managed to grow so rapidly. He had blown right past his peers and was an unrivaled genius. It was because Lin Yuan never lived in a comfortable bubble. He was constantly walking along the edge of a knife. Since he was young, Lin Yuan always provided Chu Ci with the most comfortable and safe environments. With him around, Chu Ci never felt that she was missing out on familial love despite the death of their parents. Rather, with Lin Yuan's affection, Chu Ci already felt she was being enveloped by sunshine and love. Wen Yu decided that she would return 35 days later. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation through the space tunnel. He planned on fetching Wen Yu 35 days later. Lin Yuan felt he should refrain from using the space tunnel to travel as much as possible from the Radiance Federation to the Grotto continent. Even someone as rich as him felt strained by the resources required for each trip. It went without saying that Lin Yuan also asked Wen Yu to tell the human clusters on the other side of the Barren Sea about the impending disaster. Because the Barren Sea separated them, the continents on the other side of the Barren Sea seemed to be disconnected, but their ley lines still linked them. The disaster that was about to occur due to the Sleeper's revival would also affect the other side of the Barren Sea. Lin Yuan would not be so callous as to send the federations on the other side of the Barren Sea to their deaths. If these federations were willing to believe Lin Yuan, he would be willing to relocate them. There was no way that Lin Yuan could facilitate such a large-scale migration. Although the Spirit Lock spatial zone had become several times larger than its original size and the people from the other side of the Barren Sea could be transported through Klein Hub to the Marsh world, Lin Yuan had many plans for the base in the main world and did not have time. However, due to the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation's awareness of Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan, the Radiance Federation finally linked up with the vast sea labyrinth. Lin Yuan had presided over this matter through the Moon Empress. The Radiance Federation was now working with the Vast Sea Labyrinth. The Vast Sea Labyrinth was the secret ruler of the sea and controlled the most island whales of any organization in the main world. The island whales could cross the barren sea, so the Vast Sea Labyrinth could be asked to relocate the federations that wanted to be relocated. After when you communicated with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper and learned of his plans, she felt that he was too kind. She felt there was no need for Lin Yuan to be concerned for the federations on the other side of the barren sea, as their survival was irrelevant to Sky City's profits. Suddenly, when you remembered something that Mystic Moon had said, with your intelligence, you would eventually be able to prove your capabilities to the Radiant Moon Palace. This is unquestionable. Although you were unable to complete the Moon Envoy test due to your injured roots and were sent to work beneath the 4 Moon Servants, you would eventually be able to distinguish yourself. I am unsure if I could take you in as my disciple after discovering your talents. But I definitely wouldn't recommend that you become a Radiance Knight. Someone as calm as you is too rational and aloof to be able to think for the Radiance Federation's sake. After Mystic Moon became Wen Yu's master, they were always fully candid with each other. Mystic Moon's words did not trigger any negative emotions in Wen Yu, and she even agreed with him. She also felt faintly sweet. This was because everything she had came from Lin Yuan. Without him, she would never have caught Mystic Moon's notice. She had only been able to grow to this point because she had experienced multiple transformations and awakenings. Without Lin Yuan's help and saving, she would have slowly sunk into dark despair and depression. There was no way she would be enveloped in warm sunlight like she currently was. If Lu Jie and Lin Yuan had not given her pressure or opportunities, she would never have been able to develop her talent in governance. Lin Yuan's spirit always attracted Wen Yu. It was exactly what she lacked. Wen Yu always followed Lin Yuan's instructions to the letter. The federations on the other side of the barren sea were on relatively good terms with each other. This was because they were situated rather far from each other and had almost no contact. With the scarcity of resources, the federations that had contact with each other had already battled each other to near destruction. One would either conquer the other or relocate further from the other. Although the federations were in a relatively peaceful state with each other, their internal affairs were tumultuous. The scarcity of resources was so serious that food supply had become a big challenge. Furthermore, creation masters could nurture production type phase and were very powerful. This allowed them to become the centers of their respective federations. This living condition was very similar to that of the Grotto continent and Broiling Rock continent. These continents were on the other side of the barren sea and happened to be miniature versions of the other side of the barren sea. The factions on the other side of the barren sea were all riled up by the news brought by Wen Yu. Firstly, Wen Yu was sufficiently powerful, yet they did not try to take over the federations by force. Thus, almost all of the federations believed what she said. However, the federations all had different opinions about whether they would relocate to the other side of the barren sea. When you left a turning will realm dictator in every federation. They would not only act as guides when the citizens of the federations did decide to leave, but would also give them the freedom to make their own choices rather than being strong-armed into following the decisions of the creation masters. Those who were made aware of the situation but still refused to leave could be left there to battle the dead spirits when the Sleepers' revival plan began. When you gave out these tasks but did not forget that the most important matter at hand was searching for the continent vein cores. After discovering the Broiling Rock continent, she did not waste any time and sent 2 turning will realm dictators off with resources to help peace. The millions of land imps in the Radiance Federation worked tirelessly, and the laying down of the metal-type stone boards was completed with no issues. This was partly due to Bai Qinghuan's supervision, but also because the land imps were under the control of the subterranean world's treasure, the Earth Source Cube. Otherwise, life forms as sly as the land imps would never do their best in a job unless their lives were on the line. Lin Yuan finally relaxed after the metal-type stone boards were laid down. It could be said that now that the metal-type stone boards were laid down, the foundation for the defense against the Sleepers' revival plan was complete. If the Sleepers' revival began before the metal-type stone boards were laid down, Lin Yuan would never be able to protect the Radiance Federation, regardless of his capability. With the foundation of the defenses now complete, The land imps could send any powerful dead spirits that broke through the metal-type stone boards into the dead spirits well that the land imps would soon construct. The spiritual ingredients meant for the dead spirits well had been prepared before the metal-type stone boards had been fully laid down. Now they would begin laying down the metal-type stone boards outwards. Lin Yuan had been analyzing a way to join the five-dimensional worlds with the main world. However, Lin Yuan was unsure if he would be making the right decision by evolving this Class 1 world into Class 2. Morbius had yet to recover relevant memories, and Lin Yuan was afraid he would cause problems by hastily combining the dimensional worlds with the main world. But it seemed this would be his best chance of protecting the main world, so he needed to make a decision. The representative groups from the various federations had gathered in the Radiance Federation. All of them had arrived at the Radiance Federation feeling very troubled. The location for the first meeting of the major Federation Union was the Radiance Federation. This caused all the federations to begin guessing how the Freedom Federation had been convinced to give way. The news from the Radiance Federation came so abruptly that the various federations had not had the time to come up with many guesses. While on the way here, the Federation's representative groups and the federations they came from were all gathering information in a frenzy. But all they found out was that the Freedom Federation's royalty had made a trip to the Radiance Federation. This included the Mirror God and God of Fools. Could the Freedom Federation's royalty have struck a deal with the Radiance Federation? The heads of the various federations had a feeling that the sudden meeting of the major Federation Union was related to that. However, the Radiance, Freedom, and Azure Federations were all extremely tight-lipped about this matter and refused to let out even a peep. The Radiance Federation was the head of the major Federation Union, and the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation had already discussed the major Federation Union in advance. But none of the other federations knew that the two federations had left the Azure Federation out of the loop. The Azure Federation's 12 aristocratic families had asked the Radiance Federation for information multiple times, but the Moon Empress had not told them anything in advance. There was no airtight wall in the world. Even if there was, it was likely that Tower Cannon had already placed moles within the various federations. If the Moon Empress let out information in advance, Tower Cannon would find out that their plan had been exposed and that the main world was coming up with a way to stop them. It would also lead to mass hysteria. If the information was released during the major Federation Union, the federations could react immediately and devise strategies to deal with the issue. By sending all of their members of royalty to the Radiance Federation, the Freedom Federation had expressed sufficient sincerity. The Mirror God and God of Fools had not tried to hide their presence at all while traveling on their Fey carriage. This shocked all of the representatives of the various federations. No matter how crucial this meeting was for the Freedom Federation, they could have simply sent one royal member, or at most, the Mirror God or the God of Fools. So why did both of them come? Were the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation going to fight during the major Federation Union meeting? The Moon Empress had been hanging on using rejuvenating spiritual ingredients. She had not rested in 2 weeks. Even birth horoscope experts would get headaches if they remained tightly wound for a prolonged period. The Moon Empress reached out and pressed her temples while listening to Cold Moon's report. Ever since Cold Moon left to train Chu Ci, Mystic Moon took up the responsibilities of both Moon Envoys. But now that Cold Moon was back, she resumed her duties. Mystic Moon had always handled the internal affairs, while Cold Moon was more skilled at handling external affairs. Moon Empress, the Radiance Sacred Hall, which was chosen as the location for the major Federation Union meeting, has been set up. I oversaw the entire process, and there were no issues. Of the federations we sent invitations to, only a few of them did not return with a response. A few of those who responded and are located relatively further away still haven't arrived. But the rest have all been settled into envoy lodgings in the royal capital. The Moon Empress nodded before asking, "Did those federations located relatively further away say when they will be able to arrive?" Cold Moon hurriedly replied, "The latest of them will be able to arrive by 5 a.m. today. I suggest that we hold the major Federation Union meeting tomorrow afternoon." Cold Moon understood the situation and knew how urgent it was. Otherwise, given the protocol for guests that the Radiance Federation usually had, they would have given these envoy groups a day to rest. However, given the circumstances, not even the Moon Empress had time to rest. She had not slept in 2 weeks. The Moon Empress was already extending the greatest sincerity and honor to these Federation envoy groups by waiting for all of them to arrive before starting the major Federation Union meeting. Cold Moon, tell all this to Cicada Song. Tell him to inform the envoy groups to gather in the Radiance Sacred Hall tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The Moon Empress had been a bundle of worries. But luckily, she received a message from Lin Yuan saying the foundational defenses for the Radiance Federation had been completed. Lin Yuan had invested heavily by using millions of land imps and secret spiritual ingredients from the subterranean world. Through this, he created a miracle that the Moon Empress would never have dared to dream of in the past. In order to understand Tower Cannon's exact timeline of actions, the Moon Empress had sent the Mirror God and God of Fools to contact Tower Cannon. The Mirror God and God of Fools had failed to contact any of the real pages of Tower Cannon, like First Page Crimson, but they were able to get in contact with Sixth Page Inverse Growth, who had worked with the Freedom Federation in the past. The Moon Empress had asked the God of Fools and Mirror God to contact Sixth Page Inverse Growth because she had no other choice, but she ended up receiving unexpected benefits. Sixth Page Inverse Growth had invited the Mirror God and God of Fools to head to Tower Cannon's headquarters 2 months later to listen in on a strategy meeting. They would also be invited to join Tower Cannon then. This meant Tower Cannon would not make any moves within the next 2 months. More than a month had passed since the Mirror God and God of Fools had contacted Sixth Page Inverse Growth. The Moon Empress did not believe that Tower Cannon would truly make the Mirror God and God of Fools part of the 8 pages. If Tower Cannon had this intention, they would already have gotten in contact with the Mirror God and God of Fools instead of waiting until now. It was likely that Tower Cannon was trying to eliminate the threats that the Mirror God and God of Fools, who were Spiritfire experts, posed. Relocating the various federations within a month was a very tight timeline. But if it was handled immediately, a large-scale operation involving Platinum Avian-type phase stood a high chance of success. As long as these federations brought their citizens to the edge of their beaches, they would not have to shoulder the stress of migrations on their own. Otherwise, even if they were given an entire year, there was no way that the federations could relocate all of their citizens. Once they moved to the edge of their beaches, the vast sea labyrinth would take over. They would use their island whales to transport the citizens to the Radiance Federation's harbor. The Moon Empress told Lin Yuan this decision so he would have time to prepare. After the federations had been relocated to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan could decide whether to combine the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world. Recently, Lin Yuan had been doing all he could to collect spirit chi crystals. Morbius had also absorbed its world grace during its evolution to myth breed. As a result, Lin Yuan possessed an astonishing store of spirit chi crystals. Since Lin Yuan did not have many opportunities to use these spirit chi crystals, he decided to use some to evolve Green Vine. Green Vine had already been evolved to Sovereign/Immortal 3. It was the strongest combatant Lin Yuan possessed that he had evolved through spirit chi crystals. Rather than letting the spirit chi crystals sit in storage, it would be better to put them to use. Phase that had reached Sovereign/Immortal were very foreign to Lin Yuan. He had not yet had the chance to interact with phase of such level. He did have experts under him who possessed phase of such a level and had helped them to evolve said phase. However, his method of helping them increase their power involved giving them world crystals, the immortal bodies cleansed by the sacred sword-wielding queen, as well as pure spirit chi and elemental pearls. All he needed to do was give them these resources, and the experts would know how to evolve their phase themselves. Lin Yuan knew the Moon Empress had been busy with the Major Federation Union and had not had much time to rest. The Major Federation Union meeting was going to begin tomorrow, so the Moon Empress would definitely take a good rest today. Lin Yuan did not want to disturb her rest. Apart from the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon and Cold Moon also knew about the Sovereign/Immortal level. Cold Moon was currently unavailable as she was liaising with the teams from the other federations while Mystic Moon had remained in the Radiant Moon Palace to handle the internal affairs. Hence, Lin Yuan made his call to Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon was currently instructing the spirit attendants as they helped to check the coronation costume the Moon Empress would be wearing tomorrow. When Mystic Moon received Lin Yuan's call, a smile broke out on his gruff face. During the early period, when he had only just become the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan would occasionally call Mystic Moon to ask him for help. But ever since Lin Yuan became fully independent, he rarely called Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon made most calls to Lin Yuan. The important figures of the Radiance Federation now communicated with each other solely through the Thoughts letter paper. If this was a critical matter, Lin Yuan would definitely have written to Mystic Moon. Now that he was calling, it meant that his question was not urgent. Young Lord, the Moon Empress has also prepared clothes for you. Are you really not going to attend the major Federation Union meeting? Lin Yuan had told the Moon Empress with certainty that he would not be attending the major Federation Union meeting some time ago. Firstly, he was short on time and could not afford to expend energy on the major Federation Union meeting. As he needed to take on Tower Cannon soon, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Additionally, he was still too young, and it would be a challenge for him to persuade the masses to follow his lead. After all, he could not go to every federation to prove himself to them. Furthermore, his goals were no longer contained within the main world but had extended to the sky beyond the clouds. Uncle Mystic, I really won't attend the major Federation Union meeting. I am calling to ask you about the changes that can happen to phase during their evolution once they reach High Sovereign/Immortal. Mystic Moon was momentarily stunned by this. He did not understand why Lin Yuan, an A-rank spirit chi professional, would need to ask such a question. Moreover, the Moon Empress usually cleared Lin Yuan's doubts. It would not be appropriate for him to go over her head to answer his question. But the Moon Empress was currently resting. There was no way that Mystic Moon could disturb her over such a matter. Yet, he also could not let Lin Yuan's question go unanswered. After a moment of silence, Mystic Moon began explaining to Lin Yuan seriously, Young Lord, I'm sure you're familiar with the basics. The immortal breed comes before the eternal breed. Immortal breed has levels up to Immortal 9, while the eternal breed has levels up to Eternal 12. Beyond Eternal 12 lies an empty space known as Above Eternal. However, it's still quite a distance from reaching the birth horoscope level. Once you attain the birth horoscope level, you can attempt to ignite your spirit fire. This process grants phase an additional exclusive skill as they evolve from immortal to eternal, but no new exclusive skills are gained afterward. The only change is the increase in their life rank. Moreover, there are no more defined grades beyond Sovereign X. Lin Yuan nodded lightly at Mystic Moon's explanation. The spirit fire level was considered the peak of the main world. There were many few birth horoscope experts in the main world, much less spirit fire ones. Hence, it was understandable there were no more clearly defined grades and qualities above this level for phase. However, according to how Fey grades and qualities were defined, it seemed that above eternal, birth horoscope, and spirit fire levels were all transitional. This was because the Fays would not gain any new abilities or exclusive skills at those levels. Just as this thought was settling in Lin Yuan's mind, Morbius' voice echoed in Lin Yuan's head. Partner, you have the right idea. That should be how it works. Based on my examination of Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor, who are afterlife realm dictators, I learned that life forms who surpass the spirit fire level will be able to gain new abilities and exclusive skills. If my memory is right, breaking through High Sovereign will lead to World Emperor. However, the divine kingdoms of phase and dimensional life forms are very different from yours. Lin Yuan had not been shocked by what Mystic Moon said, but Morbius' words caused his heart to begin hammering in his chest. It was likely that the World Emperor grade and Divine Kingdom level referred to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan carefully made a note of these terms. Lin Yuan was very curious to see the extent to which Green Vine could evolve given his current store of spirit chi crystals, and if it could break through to the World Emperor and the Divine Kingdom. Lin Yuan only needed one Fey whose quality had reached the Divine Kingdom level, and he could gain an accurate understanding of a regular Divine Kingdom. He would find out just how it differed from his own Divine Kingdom that had formed from the shrine in his soul. Mystic Moon's description was detailed. He sincerely tried to teach Lin Yuan, and it gave Lin Yuan an understanding of the levels above Immortal Breed. After the phone call ended, Lin Yuan used node transportation to transport to the location where Morbius had evolved to Myth Breed. He intended to evolve Green Vine there. Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor were afterlife realm dictators, making them the equivalent of Fays who had reached World Emperor and the Divine Kingdom level. With them around, there was no need for Lin Yuan to worry about Green Vine's evolution. Green Vine preferred to stay in Fey form rather than human form. It differed from the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer in this aspect. Unless it had to be in human form for convenience's sake while it accompanied Lin Yuan, Green Vine preferred to remain elegantly rooted to the ground, swaying its vines around. Its different vines would crisscross, forming abstract shapes. This caused Lin Yuan to wonder whether Green Vine, who had the appearance of a pretty woman, was actually an old woman with skewed tastes. Ever since it could think independently, Green Vine never had to be concerned about its evolutions and could rely fully on Lin Yuan to supply the resources. Thus, it was not as enthusiastic and motivated about evolving as other Fays. It was similar to a child who had been fed delicacies all its life and so was not excited by delicious food. Lin Yuan reached out and touched Green Vine's vines, and it reciprocated by wrapping its vines around him before lifting him up. This would come across to anyone else as though a tentacle beast was hunting its prey. But to Lin Yuan, this was the most basic form of interaction between him and Green Vine. Lin Yuan exasperatedly patted Green Vine's vine and said, "Okay, enough playing. I'm here to evolve your grade. I want to see how far you can go. From now on and for a long time, you will be the strongest of all my Fays, so you will have to handle all combat-related matters." Green Vine obediently set Lin Yuan back down on the ground as it said with fiery passion burning in its eyes, "Don't worry, Yuan. Leave all the combat to me. I will do my best to increase my power and protect you." Lin Yuan did not respond. He did not need Green Vine to protect him, but did not mind letting Green Vine continue thinking this. Only with such a mindset would Green Vine be filled with a sense of responsibility and work harder at increasing its power. Lin Yuan felt that despite reaching High Sovereign/Immortal, Green Vine was still a greenhorn who had yet to experience any obstacles. He intended to use this impending disaster involving dead spirits to properly train Green Vine. The spirit chi crystals were all placed inside custom diamond Fey storage boxes. All of the custom diamond Fey storage boxes that Lin Yuan had were in the shape of rings. This made them very convenient to carry around. Lin Yuan took out all of the diamond Fey storage boxes as he readied himself to feed them all to Green Vine during its evolution. Many spirit chi professionals in Thick Soil City were still waiting to increase their power. If Lin Yuan made a trip back to Thick Soil City, he could top up his store of spirit chi crystals. When the federations of the main world were all gathered in the Radiance Federation, those experts would become the garden, from which Lin Yuan could harvest spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan had plenty of ways to obtain spirit chi crystals. Thus, he did not need to worry he would be left without a way of replenishing his store of spirit chi crystals after using up all that he had on hand. Green Vine changed into human form while it was absorbing spirit chi crystals. At that moment, Green Vine's left arm was covered by an armor made of vines while its right leg had transformed into two vines. Monopoly N0 Vifalibo 0K. There was a fiercely burning dark gold flame on its left shoulder. Once a Fey reached Immortal breed, the evolution from Immortal I to Immortal 9 was meant to transform their bodies from human to humanoid forms. The objective was to blend Fey features perfectly with the human form so they could wield their strongest attacks, even in humanoid form. The body would have to go through 9 transformations before reaching Immortal 9. This tempering process was excruciating for any Fey. Green Vine had reached Immortal 3, and its body had already been tempered twice. Perhaps it was due to having absorbed 5 of the dark gold scales that caused its body to be enveloped by dark gold flames that emanated the aura of annihilation. But Green Vine did not experience any pain during its immortal transformations and overcame them with ease. Green Vine's immortal body became increasingly lustrous as the sacred fire burned. The immortal body also intensified in color as Green Vine's power increased. The High Sovereign 2 Green Vine evolved to High Sovereign X during this process. According to Mystic Moon, Fays would no longer be able to continue evolving past High Sovereign X even if they set their spirit fire alight. Green Vine's quality also evolved from Immortal 3 to Immortal 9. At that moment, Green Vine fully transformed into a human state. When it was Immortal 3, Green Vine's humanoid state had looked rather ferocious. But now that it had reached Immortal 9, its immortal body had attained perfection. Green Vine was wrapped in an armor of vines, and there was a long dress composed of dark gold flames under the armor. The vine whip it was holding had 8 scars on it, each corresponding to one of the vine's capabilities. Its dark green hair resembled curly vines that fell to Green Vine's waist. Its hair was its most frightening weapon. Green Vine's body no longer had any weaknesses now that it had reached Immortal 9. When he saw Green Vine serenely surveying its changes, Lin Yuan shouted, "Green Vine, I still have many spirit chi crystals. Continue evolving past eternal. Once you produce the eternal heart, you will gain a new exclusive skill. The eternal heart will also become your strongest combat method." According to what Mystic Moon had said, the most lethal move that an eternal Fae could wield was producing its eternal heart and using it as an explosive against enemies. It went without saying that producing the eternal heart and using it as an explosive would use up the energy within the eternal heart. This would hurt the Fae's roots. Hence, eternal breed Faes would never produce their eternal hearts unless they had been pushed to the brink. Every eternal heart had its own special ability that allowed the Fae to transform in a unique way. Lin Yuan wanted to know what ability Green Vine's eternal heart had and how it would transform Green Vine. A Fae had to cross a gaping distance to evolve from immortal to eternal, and it needed to be grilled by its inner demons. If it passed, it could only produce its eternal heart from its immortal body. When immortal Faes were tempered by sacred fire, they caused significant commotion. On the other hand, being grilled by their inner demons did not cause any commotion at all. From the outside, with their eyes closed, they looked as though they were dreaming. But in actuality, being grilled by their inner demons was extremely perilous. If they could not handle being grilled by their inner demons, their minds would become corroded, and they would devolve into lunatics. Fortunately, most Faes at that level had strong spirit chi professionals accompanying them. These professionals helped the Faes endure the challenging ordeal posed by their inner demons. Consequently, over half of the Faes who underwent this grueling confrontation with their inner demons managed to advance successfully to the eternal breed. However, the situation was quite different for wild Faes, who lacked contracts with spirit chi professionals. Their likelihood of successfully transitioning from the immortal breed to the eternal breed was less than 10%. Lin Yuan had readied himself to assist Green Vine during its inner demon's trial. When Faes reached the eternal stage, they became unable to handle the evolution trials on their own. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Green Vine composed itself and began absorbing the spirit chi crystals. It sensed the security of its evolution toward the eternal stage and the imminent transformation of its life rank. This was indeed a prime opportunity for it to augment its power. While engrossed in absorbing the spirit chi crystals, Green Vine suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power welling up within it. This burgeoning power brought along a multitude of thoughts and desires. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan grappled with these very thoughts and desires, undergoing an experience mirroring Green Vine's. A long tug of war against Green Vine's inner demons thus began. With Lin Yuan's help, Green Vine managed to emerge victorious in the tug of war and successfully evolved to eternal. It was now a true eternal breed Fae. Green Vine should be considered eternal now. Lin Yuan did not have the time to check the new exclusive skill that Green Vine gained after evolving to eternal, as he quickly moved on to help it with its second battle against its inner demons. Now that they had already experienced it once, Lin Yuan and Green Vine both had an easier time during the second grilling by inner demons. Green Vine's path had been relatively simple thus far. Hence, its inner demons were all rather mild. Nonetheless, after taking on 12 waves of attacks from the inner demons, Lin Yuan and Green Vine were psychologically exhausted, especially Lin Yuan, an A-rank spirit chi professional. Green Vine's body had become its eternal heart, which was able to help defend against the inner demons. Luckily, after Green Vine produced the eternal heart, the burden that Lin Yuan needed to shoulder decreased substantially. The evolved perfect touch wisteria went over to Lin Yuan's side and did not hesitate to place its inky green eternal heart in his hands. It was just like a child who was happily showing off its perfect test score to its parent. When Lin Yuan held up Green Vine's eternal heart, he saw that it resembled a dark green phantom quartz. The image of Green Vine's original body could be seen within the crystal. Green Vine said seriously, "Yuan, my eternal heart's ability is accommodation. It can be triggered in many different forms during battle. When I'm under attack, I can try accommodating the energy within the target's attack and absorb it to replenish myself. My eternal heart will then analyze the target. The more energy I accommodate, the better understanding I will have of the target, and the easier it will be for me to find a way to counter the target." Lin Yuan nodded lightly. It appeared to be very simple if that was all there was to Green Vine's eternal heart ability. Yet it was not ordinary in the slightest. It was actually the opposite in that it could even bring a powerful enemy to its knees. It was also possible for accommodation to fully analyze a target after absorbing its energy, turning the tables of the battle. Furthermore, Green Vine's abilities mostly came from the abilities it gained from absorbing the 8 entities. Lin Yuan only chose the best options to fill these 8 spots. Thus, it was very unlikely they would have overlapping properties, as powerful entities usually had unique abilities that could not be replicated. Examples would be the dark gold snake scales, fairy blood, and high sovereign metals. All of them had completely different abilities. Hence, if the Eternal Heart's ability could only benefit a small number of entities, it would not be as useful as accommodation, which could affect anything it came into contact with. Lin Yuan returned the Eternal Heart to Green Vine. Looking at Green Vine, he felt a strange feeling come over him. Lin Yuan's power had never been linked to his Spirit Chi professional rank. His power came from him using special methods to take control of other experts and make them submit to him. But now, he was a Spirit Chi professional who had only recently reached A rank but possessed a high Sovereign X/Eternal 12 Fey. No one would believe that this was true if he told him about this. Lin Yuan had only been a Spirit Chi professional for 2 years. However, there were no shortcuts to increasing one's Spirit Chi professional rank. Lin Yuan could only stay the course and increase his power as he waited for the Sleeper's revival plan to begin and the dead spirits to rise up. The battle against the dead spirits would be a long and drawn-out one. During this time, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to raise his Spirit Chi professional rank. As the war progressed, the alien and demon insects would be able to develop and grow. Lin Yuan would also be able to use this time to build up the resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, so he would not have to worry about his supply of resources once he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Green Vine, which was now his highest graded Fey. Fey name: Perfect Touch Wisteria, Fey species: Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species. Fey grade: High Sovereign, 10 out of 10. Fey type: Wood. Fey quality: Eternal 12. Abilities: Forbidden Growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it will be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak Sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. Long Vine Application. Choose 2 vines that will be applied to 1 vine. The vine with the 2 vines applied on it will be able to gain the 2 vines' abilities. Paralyzing Vine Sap. When damage is sustained, the vine sap with paralyzing effects can be sprayed out from the wound, brutally pushing out of soil. When faced with the opponent's defenses, the seed's sprouting strength can be activated to help break past the opponent's defenses. Roots Parasitic Restraints. Pick a target, and the target's body will become soil where roots will grow. The roots will absorb the target's vitality to cause harm to the target. Splitting Illusionary Spikes. When the illusionary spikes pierce a target's body, the illusionary spikes will turn into a seed that will germinate in the target's body and produce even more illusionary spikes. Avoidance Wedge. Every time Green Vine is injured, a wedge will grow over its surface. Every 3 layers will turn into a sharp spike that will be able to increase the vine's effects while boosting them. Combined Vine's Defense. Pick a target to apply to and help it to defend against external attacks. Green vine's own vitality will be sacrificed to protect the target it is applied to. Exclusive skill. Swallow same source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but an even higher level item can replace it. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Broken vine replacement. When a vine is destroyed during combat, another vine can be picked to take on the damage instead to save the first vine. Energy gather illusionary thorn. The energy within the vines can be gathered at a certain spot. An illusionary thorn comprised of energy will sprout from this spot. The illusionary thorn will be undetectable. Tactile vine wood world. All of the wood-type energy and vitality stored within the vines will be released. The wood-type energy and vitality will transform into a large number of vines. The vines will intertwine and form a world of vines. The main body will fuse with this world to attack targets. Before the wooden world is broken, all the damage sustained by the main body will be reduced and shouldered by the wooden world. Entire body medium. Sacrifice the item that the vine had absorbed and release the source of the item through a medium. The released source will not have any knowledge but will possess all of its original power. Compare the proportion of energy that the source comprises of within the item to determine how long the released source will be able to remain outside. Vine tempering garrote. Use the long vines to garrote other life forms. If the target's bloodline is more elite than that of green vine can absorb the target's bloodline to strengthen its own bloodline. This will also strengthen every vine that has absorbed an entity through swallow same source. Lin Yuan observed that green vine had acquired a new exclusive skill named vine tempering garrote. This skill would allow green vine to absorb the bloodline of a stronger target and use it to fortify its own bloodline. This unique ability would lead to a gradual enhancement of green vine's bloodline. Until now, green vine's bloodline had remained unchanged, proving inferior to the bloodlines of numerous other eternal breed phase. It lacked the capacity to reinforce its bloodline by assimilating entities through its own bloodline. However, a solution had finally emerged, providing a means to strengthen its bloodline effectively. Additionally, it seemed that this method of enhancing its bloodline had no apparent limitations. As long as green vine didn't reach the pinnacle of its bloodline, there would always be room for growth. Vine tempering garrote bore a striking resemblance to green vine's eternal heart ability. Both involved augmenting the bloodline by absorbing another's bloodline, but vine tempering garrote had a more ambitious undertone compared to accommodation. While green vine only alluded to utilizing accommodation defensively during disadvantaged situations, vine tempering garrote seemed to carry a more avaricious implication. After using vine tempering garrote to strengthen its bloodline, every one of green vine's vines would be boosted. There were not many fays with powerful bloodlines in the main world that green vine could hunt down. Most fays with powerful bloodlines were linked to spirit chi professionals from powerful factions. It would not be convenient for Lin Yuan to evolve green vine's bloodline. Once he went to the sky beyond the clouds, where life forms with elite bloodlines lived, green vine's bloodline could be evolved immediately. As he looked over his remaining spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan realized that green vine had used less than 10% of his store of spirit chi crystals to evolve to High Sovereign X/Eternal 12. Although most of Morbius World Grace had gone to evolving the Spirit Lock spatial zone and splitting its body, Lin Yuan still ended up accumulating a significant amount of spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan was very curious to find out if the spirit chi crystals could help green vine reach World Emperor and the Divine Kingdom level. Lin Yuan asked seriously, "Green vine, how is your condition now? Are you able to continue evolving your grade? Or do you need to rest for a while first?" Green vine shook its head. "I can continue evolving now without any issues. If I reach that gate, I will let you know immediately and won't insist on continuing to evolve." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "If that's the case, you can continue absorbing spirit chi crystals." Green vine immediately started absorbing spirit chi crystals again. Lin Yuan learned from his communication with Mystic Moon that above Eternal, the birth horoscope, and spirit fire levels did not come with new abilities or exclusive skills. Thus, they were still considered within the range of Eternal 12. This was akin to the detailed categories within a large segment. While Green Vine absorbed spirit chi crystals, the major Federation Union meeting continued for half a day. In the Radiant Sacred Hall, leaders of various federations wore serious expressions as they grappled with the news revealed by the Moon Empress. They struggled to believe her words. The main world appeared tranquil, but lurking in the darkness was a terrifying danger. Tower Cannon wasn't unfamiliar to federations with Class 5 Creation Masters. However, factions with only Class 4 Creation Masters were clueless about it. This unheard-of organization was plotting to upend the entire main world, ushering in a new era. These Federation leaders were horrified by this plan and unsure how to address the issue. They felt powerless in the face of this crisis. Could they survive such a dire threat? If victory seemed unattainable, the purpose of establishing the major Federation Union came into question. No one would be able to place an exact number on how many lives had been lost from the first to fifth epochs. Every inch of land in the main world had been the final resting spot of billions of lifeforms. Humans were akin to a dim light that passed from epoch to epoch. Many dominant lifeforms had ended up extinct in the previous epochs. It could be said that even the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation were depressed by this news, especially the Mirror God and God of Fools. Both of them had worked with Tower Cannon many times. It turned out that they had unknowingly aided in such a treacherous and amoral scheme. The Mirror God and God of Fools looked at the Moon Empress, as well as the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty by her side. Could it be that she had the means to take on such a disaster? Both of them had already become loyal to her. Although they had not made their stances clear, they and the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty were all under the Moon Empress control. The Radiance Federation could control the Marsh world and make all the Samsara realm dictators submit to them. This was enough to prove the Radiance Federation's formidable power. However, the Samsara realm dictators would not be enough to fend off this disaster. The Samsara realm dictators could protect themselves, but not the regular people living in the federations. There was no way that the Moon Empress was unaware of that. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress still held the major Federation Union meeting. This meant that she already had a way to solve the issue. The Mirror God and God of Fools were in disbelief. They had no idea what the Moon Empress could be planning. The Moon Empress words caused the atmosphere to plunge into one of despair, and all the Federation representatives lost hope. If the Moon Empress wanted to establish the Radiance Federation's position as the leader, she would have to give the other federations hope. Thus, the Moon Empress' next move would definitely be to reveal the Radiance Federation's secret weapon. The Mirror God and God of Fools were interested to see what the Moon Empress had up her sleeve. They could use this opportunity to learn just how much power the Radiance Federation had accumulated all this time and how large the gap between their federations was. Many Federation representatives were shocked that the Spirit Mother had personally led the envoy team to the Radiance Federation. The Spirit Mother Federation was the most closed-off of all the Class 5 Creation Master Federations and rarely interacted with the outside world. They were often absent at major Federation meetings as well. There was not much honor attached to the Spirit Mother Federation itself. Anything that could be considered a sense of honor had been used to safeguard the Spirit Mother's position. Yet, the Spirit Mother, who did not even attend the major Federation meetings, had chosen to participate in the major Federation Union meeting headed by the Radiance Federation. This seemed bizarre to the majority of federations. The Spirit Mother was currently observing the Moon Empress. He felt her strength yet recognized her as a birth horoscope expert. She remained less powerful than the secret faction's assigned expert, who was accompanying and protecting Bu Pa. The Moon Empress was one of the Radiance Federation's most famous experts and had achieved impressive results during a major Federation meeting many years ago. It was also then that the Radiance Federation became the champion of the major Federation meeting for the first time. An expert who had grown to power in such an exposed manner would not be able to hide her power to a significant extent. Thus, the Spirit Mother could immediately be certain that the faction behind Bu Pa was linked to the Moon Empress, but the link was not strong. This made the Spirit Mother rather doubtful. Given the Spirit Mother's understanding of the Radiance Federation, There was no way that a secret faction was controlling the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation's members of royalty were strong-headed, and the Federation's development in recent years had been eye-catchingly obvious. If a faction was controlling the Radiance Federation and trying to bleed them out, there was no way the faction would have invested so many resources to develop and strengthen the Federation in the first place. But the Spirit Mother would find it strange if the faction had been born out of the Radiance Federation. At that moment, the Spirit Mother had the exact same thinking as the Mirror God and God of Fools. He was also waiting to hear what the Moon Empress said next. Luolan, Jin Shenxuan, and Yi Huailong were the rulers of the Startling Line's continent's 3 federations, and they had been assigned seats that were next to each other. The 3 of them were well acquainted with each other and had been communicating often through the Thoughts letter paper during the past year. Since Yi Huailong and Jin Shenxuan knew that Luolan was on slightly closer terms with Lin Yuan, they sought her opinion in numerous matters despite the 3 of them technically being rivals. The trio knew that the Moon Empress was Lin Yuan's master. His status became clear once they arrived in the Radiance Federation. Thus, they were filled with curiosity toward the Moon Empress. Just what kind of person had managed to teach and produce such an outstanding disciple? Due to being the ruler of both the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent, Su Iren had a higher status than the Spirit Mother. Lin Yuan had sent Di Wanmi, a Class 5 creation master, as well as many Samsara and Turning Will realm dictators, to Su Iren. Su Iren possessed enough strength and resources to befit her status and handle her responsibilities. When she saw that the representatives from the Azure Federation had yet to recover from their shock, and that the Freedom Federation seemed to have no intention of asking questions, Su Iren pressed on her microphone and waited for 3 seconds before she asked, "I'm sure the first major Federation Union meeting is not only meant to be a question-answering session. It is more important that we use this time to solve problems. So, Lordess Moon Empress, if you have any ideas, please guide us in the right direction that will give our millions of citizens the best chance of surviving the disaster of dead spirits." Su Iren had intentionally addressed the Moon Empress as Lordess. As the ruler of a federation, Su Iren held equal standing with the Moon Empress at this meeting. As such, she did not need to address the Moon Empress that way. Su Iren had done so because the Moon Empress was Lin Yuan's master. Out of respect for Lin Yuan, Su Iren had to give the Moon Empress the proper respect as well. From their previous interactions, Su Iren sensed Lin Yuan's respect for the Moon Empress. By addressing the Moon Empress in such a way, she was also setting an example for the other Federation rulers. Now, they would also know how to address the Moon Empress when they spoke. When Su Iren spoke, the Moon Empress smiled at her. She had heard Lin Yuan mention Su Iren more than once. Su Iren was very important in Lin Yuan's plans for Sky City. Although she was not as important as Wen Yu, she was still considered part of Sky City's backbone, second only to Wen Yu and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan mainly appreciated Su Iren's abilities. Lin Yuan's sights had always been set beyond the main world. Given Su Iren's impressive capabilities, he would likely take her to the new world. While Su Iren was observing the Moon Empress, the latter was doing the same to Su Iren. The Moon Empress had never spoken to Su Iren in the past. But from what Su Iren said, it meant that she understood the Moon Empress' intentions. The Moon Empress' words were like an opening line, while Su Iren's question had captured the attention of the other Federation representatives. Many Federation representatives echoed Su Iren and hoped the Moon Empress could provide a way to overcome this crisis. These Federation representatives cursed Tower Cannon more than once. Just how much did this organization hate the world? Why did they have to bring forth such a disaster all of a sudden? Furthermore, the Freedom Federation had worked with Tower Cannon numerous times in the past. Could they be linked to Tower Cannon's schemes as well? At that moment, the Federation representatives could not be bothered to fear the Mirror God and God of Fools and began glaring at them. If anyone looked at them in this way in the past, the Mirror God and God of Fools would have already lost their tempers. But they knew they did not have the right to fly into a rage before the Moon Empress. Tower Cannon had given the Freedom Federation 2 special precious instruments during a previous trade. They had said the precious instrument could gather Death Aura and asked them to collect all the Death Aura from the Freedom Federation. The mirror god and god of fools had agreed without thinking too much about it. It would benefit a Federation greatly to have all of its death aura sucked out from it, as it would only help the Federation to thrive. The growth of plants would be significantly improved. At that time, neither the mirror god nor god of fools had asked why Tower Cannon wanted to collect such a large amount of death aura. The death aura the Freedom Federation had absorbed using the precious instrument had to have been an important step in the process of the Sleeper's revival plan. Although the mirror god and god of fools always prioritized their own profits, they would not have traded with Tower Cannon and would have even tried to put a stop to their plan if they had been aware of it in advance. The Moon Empress waited for around a minute until she had the full attention of every Federation representative present before she took out a sample of the metal-type stone board that Lin Yuan had given her. She placed the 50-centimeter thick stone boards on the table in front of her and formed a small, sharp tower. This is a 50-centimeter thick sample. There are more than 30 rocks within this stone board. Some of these rocks are intentionally meant to keep out dark souls like dead spirits. They are also very durable. Only dead spirits with eternal power will be able to break through the metal-type stone boards. All dead spirits weaker than that will be kept below these boards. Aside from these rocks, the metal-type stone boards also contain more than 40 types of mesh metals. The mesh metals were packed tightly together. They can not only keep death aura out, but also have spatial stabilizing properties, the Moon Empress declared. The Moon Empress said nothing else after describing the metal-type stone boards. She waited for the Federation representatives to ask her questions about them. A person's will to fight could fade quickly, but confidence took a long time to build up. Due to Tower Cannon's plan, the Federation representatives had already lost all their confidence. The Moon Empress wanted to help these people to build their confidence back up. As such, she could not be overly anxious. The Federation representatives stared at the sharp tower made of the metal-type stone boards. They found it hard to believe that this was being used as a building material. One could only imagine the implications for a board like this that could block out dead spirits. Creating the ingredients needed for this board was one matter, while putting it all together was another matter altogether. There was resource cost and time to consider. Furthermore, there was no way to lay down all of them. Before the disaster of dead spirits began, there might not even be time to lay down all the boards to cover a small town. What was the Moon Empress doing? How could she only begin thinking of building a dam now when the flood was almost upon them? The Cleaning Burning Federation's Duke Sparrow had been acquainted with the Moon Empress for a long time. There was no way she would scramble in the face of a crisis. The other members of royalty would never agree if she was making the decision in such a condition. However, Duke Sparrow still voiced his doubts. Moon Empress, I don't think boards like this are a practical solution. But if you need similar minerals and metal resources, the Cleaning Burning Federation is willing to supply them to the Radiance Federation for free. Duke Sparrow had not forgotten to extend an arm of friendship to the Radiance Federation while voicing his doubts. After the first voice of doubt was raised, others quickly joined in. After all, they all believed there was no point in the Moon Empress bringing up this board now. Even if 100,000 spirit craftsmen were given a month, they would not even be able to cover 2,000 square feet of space. Regular spirit craftsmen would not be able to cut such materials that could block out phase that were eternal and below, much less use them to form mesh structures. The Moon Empress did not look displeased by the doubts. She had also brought up the same doubts when she first saw the stone boards. However, Lin Yuan had given her a shocking explanation that completely opened up her mind. After all the Federation representatives were done voicing their doubts, the Moon Empress raised her hand and stored the samples away before she said, "It's very difficult to build these stone boards, and it takes a lot of finesse. However, the Radiance Federation is already fully covered by these boards. As long as no dead spirits above eternal power appear, the Radiance Federation's citizens will be safe." The Moon Empress' words were like a tsunami sweeping everyone present. Everyone, including the Mirror God and God of Fools, looked astonished. Even Su Iren had not expected things to have progressed so swiftly. Su Iren suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if she were suspended in an unfamiliar emotion. In the past, she always stayed updated about everything by Lin Yuan's side. Lately, her focus had been entirely on managing the Dark Continent. Her dream was to restore the Dark Continent's glory and bring it back to the 7 states of darkness. However, the Dark Continent wasn't part of Lin Yuan's goals or plans. Lin Yuan respected her aspirations and determination, generously providing her with ample resources. Yet, if she continued confining her ambitions to the Dark Continent, she would eventually find herself excluded from Sky City's inner circle, no matter how much Lin Yuan acknowledged her skills. In an instant, Su Iren felt like she had emerged from being submerged underwater, breaking through to the surface. She had no reason to insist on only remaining as the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent's ruler. There might be a deeper meaning to Lin Yuan placing Di Wanmi by her side. At that moment, Su Iren suddenly pivoted her ambition to only hoping that the Dark Continent could prosper and thrive while she remained by Lin Yuan's side. This was firstly because Su Iren looked forward to seeing the beautiful world beyond the main world. But it was also because the rewards and protection she could obtain by remaining by Lin Yuan's side would be the best way to bring prosperity to the Sand Island Continent and Dark Continent. There was no one who was without selfish desires. Su Iren had contracted the absolute love poppy, and it allowed her to have a deeper-than-normal understanding of human nature. Su Iren never suppressed or went against the expression of human nature. This was why she knew that she needed to be more grateful for her current position. She had been going in the wrong direction all this time. She intended to get in contact with Lin Yuan once the major Federation Union meeting was over. From now on, Su Iren intended to pivot away from trying to develop the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent to only try to nurture them properly. The crisis of dead spirits would cause the entire main world to change, and all the major factions would be reshuffled. Given that the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent were directly under Lin Yuan's control, they would definitely be able to develop better than the other continents. The development of the Startling Lines continent had proved that. While Su Iren was deep in thought, the other heads of federations were still all shocked by what the Moon Empress said. But they knew there was no way the Moon Empress was lying. She would never lie at such a moment just to appease the crowd because such a lie could be exposed extremely easily. The Federation representatives all held their breaths as they waited for the Moon Empress to continue speaking. I don't know when Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan will exactly begin, but according to the information we've obtained, it should be within the next month. The situation is of the highest urgency, and I took out the metal-type stone board to show that the Radiance Federation is prepared and to give you confidence. Before the Moon Empress could finish speaking, the atmosphere of the meeting became chaotic. Everyone was fixated on the first part of what the Moon Empress said. The Sleeper's revival would begin in the next month or two. This did not give them enough time to prepare at all. Everyone present could tell that the Moon Empress wanted the major federations to relocate nearer to the Radiance Federation. Ignoring the fact that they would forsake their historical roots, the key issue was that they couldn't finish the migration within just a month or two, even if they wished to. A sense of hopelessness descended on the Federation representatives. The Moon Empress had expected such a reaction from her words. She coughed and knocked on the table. This attracted the attention of all the Federation representatives, and the Moon Empress said solemnly, I wanted to establish the major Federation Union because of my goal to safeguard the authority of every human federation. The creed of the major Federation Union is to not bow or give up in the face of a crisis. After the meeting, every federation will receive a marked-out position. All you need to do is move your citizens to that position, and island whales will appear to take you to the vicinity of the Radiance Federation. This is an early gesture of sincerity of the Radiance Federation to show our thanks for your hard work and tenacity during the process of this crisis. The Moon Empress words altered the atmosphere of hopelessness. If the Moon Empress words were true, the migration would be possible. But just how many island whales were necessary to achieve this? Did the Radiance Federation have so many island whales at their disposal? As one of the 3 major federations, the Radiance Federation was extremely powerful. This was unquestionable. Nonetheless, dispatching 10,000 island whales at once was unbelievable. But any less and there would not be enough to handle the migration. The Federation representatives had their suspicions, but none of them dared to doubt the Moon Empress words now. The Radiance Federation's formidability had been cemented. There was no need for them to cooperate with the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation. It was already the core of the major Federation Union. The Moon Empress also noticed this. She knew she did not need to continue bolstering support for the Radiance Federation. Thus, she decided to give these Federation representatives some confidence. I want to ask all of you a question. Do you know of the faction that controls the Sea Clans? The Moon Empress question caused the Federation representatives to begin pondering. The powerful federations had the right to interact and trade with Sea Clans, but the federations without Class 5 Creation Masters dared not approach the sea. Many federations had Class 4 Creation Masters who did their best to build up their fleets and nurture island whales in the hopes of trading with other federations, only to fail. The humans in the sea had to encounter much more danger than the humans on land. The 8 clans of Sea Emperors sent expert after expert to take control of different parts of the sea. But since the Moon Empress asked this question, it meant that the 8 clans of Sea Emperors were not the true rulers of the sea. The Moon Empress question blindsided many Federation representatives. There were still many Federation representatives who used the 8 clans of Sea Emperors as their answer. Those who did know who the true ruler of the sea was instinctively looked at the Mirror God and God of Fools, as well as the 2 leaders of aristocratic families from the Azure Federation. These 4 were the only ones present who could answer the Moon Empress question best. The Mirror God and God of Fools represented the Freedom Federation and had succumbed to the Radiance Federation, putting them under the Moon Empress control. But this did not mean they had lost all of their previous scheming intentions. When the Mirror God and God of Fools addressed the Azure Federation, they continued acting as arrogant as they always did. After meeting eyes with the Mirror God and God of Fools, the 2 heads of families from the Azure Federation looked away. It was then that the Mirror God said, "The true ruler of the seas is the vast sea labyrinth." At first, the Mirror God also wanted to mention that the Moon Empress could only allocate so many of the island whales because of the vast sea labyrinth. But he eventually decided to keep his mouth shut and supplied no more information besides the answer to the Moon Empress question. Now that their positions had changed, the Mirror God knew to stay meek. This applied to the God of Fools as well. The 2 of them could not afford to go against the oath they had sworn to the Moon Empress. Moreover, after they swore their oath, the Moon Empress now controlled their souls. The 2 of them were completely helpless against her. Although the 2 of them were members of royalty in name, they were actually no different from the Moon Empress servants. But luckily, they still had their power. There was a lot that they would be able to do during the impending disaster on the main world. During the long war against the dead spirits, the 2 of them would have the chance to change the way that the Moon Empress saw them. After hearing the Mirror God's response, the Federation representatives who had never heard of the vast sea labyrinth before made a note of that name. They were all wondering why the Moon Empress had asked such a question. The Moon Empress took over the conversation and said, "That's right. The vast sea labyrinth is the ruler of the seas. The vast sea labyrinth will gather all the island whales in the sea and use them to migrate the Federation citizens. Other oceanic fays can also be used as transport tools. No one will be left behind if you can arrive at the marked-out position. This is a strategy that the Radiance Federation has already discussed with the vast sea labyrinth. They have given us their assurance." The Moon Empress words gave all the factions renewed confidence. They all felt indebted to the Radiance Federation now as well. The Freedom Federation had previously worked with Tower Cannon to try to eliminate the human race. On the other hand, the Radiance Federation and Vast Sea Labyrinth were working together for the sake of the entire human race. What a difference this was! Many Federation representatives began expressing their gratitude to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress did not give them much time to express their thanks. She slammed her hand down on the table and said sternly, "Usually, we would be distributing the responsibilities of the major Federation Union now. But it's clear that no one will be able to focus on this now. Why don't we do a cursory delegation of responsibilities for now? Go back and send out the news so you can make the preparations for the migration." Once the Moon Empress was done speaking, she instructed the 2 servants at the door to open it as a sign the Federation experts could leave now. The Moon Empress action once again won over the respect of the Federation experts. Many matters should be discussed during the first major Federation Union meeting, but it would take at least 3 days and nights to finish discussing all of them. But given the emergency at hand, none of the Federation experts wanted to waste this time. If the disaster of dead spirits began earlier than expected, the 3 days would cost the lives of millions of citizens. The Radiance Federation's defenses had been fully set up, making them the human federation with the least worries. Yet, they were still willing to think of the other federations. Initially, the Moon Empress planned to mention the Heavenly Family Cottage. However, she reconsidered after witnessing the confusion among the Federation representatives as the Mirror God referred to the vast sea labyrinth. She realized that federations with only Class 4 creation masters, unfamiliar with the vast sea labyrinth, likely wouldn't know about the Heavenly Family Cottage either. So, bringing it up seemed pointless. Revealing too much to the federations could diminish their caution and lead to unjustified optimism, which wouldn't be favorable. With a soft sigh, the Moon Empress acknowledged she had already done her best to address this crisis. The outcome now rested on these federations' own abilities. The two heads of aristocratic families from the Azure Federation present at the Radiance Federation were deliberating on a decision. The question arose, should they elevate the Radiance Federation's status? Notably, the Moon Empress hadn't proposed ranking the federations, hinting at her reluctance to establish a hierarchy within the major Federation Union. Concluding the meeting swiftly after outlining the impending disaster, the Moon Empress left the heads of aristocratic families feeling ashamed. They realized the Azure Federation wouldn't have made such a choice in the Radiance Federation's position. Interestingly, these two leaders were the most opposed to placing the Azure Federation under the Radiance Federation. At this moment, both of their opinions had changed. The Azure Federation was aware of vast sea labyrinth but had never been able to collaborate with them. If the situation was as critical as the Moon Empress had described, it would be impossible for the Azure Federation to fend off the disaster by remaining where they currently were. Their only option would be to migrate. The Azure Federation would also need help from the vast sea labyrinth's island whales in order to complete the migration. These two heads of aristocratic families intended to tell the others about this when they returned so they could make a collective decision. The Moon Empress immediately felt her tightly wound nerves relax once the major Federation Union meeting was over. However, the tasks related to the migration of the federations would be extremely laborious and problematic. Firstly, the Radiance Federation did not have enough space to house so many citizens from other factions. Even if they did, the Moon Empress could not allow them to settle down permanently in the Radiance Federation as this would encroach into the rights and resources of the Radiance citizens. The closest continent to the Radiance Federation was the Startling Lines continent. The Startling Lines continent was under Lin Yuan's control. Given the Moon Empress' understanding of Lin Yuan, she believed he would not be willing to ruin the environment of a continent he had taken over. The Moon Empress intended to discuss with Lin Yuan where they could settle down these citizens from other federations. Others saw her as the Radiance Federation's decision-maker, but she needed to consult Lin Yuan when it came to making pivotal decisions. This was because 90% of the Radiance Federation's strength now came from Lin Yuan. After the major Federation Union meeting ended, Su Iran did not stay in the Radiance Federation. She was now the ruler of the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent. She had her own responsibilities to see through and arrange the migration of the Dark and Sand Island citizens. While other federations might view the migration negatively, for the Sand Island citizens, it meant moving to a better environment. This would be great news for them. The sea next to the Dark Continent had numerous harbors, so the migration process would be very simple. But the Sand Island Continent was not bordered by the sea. The Sand Island citizens would have to move to the neighboring Spirit Mother Federation first before leaving via the Spirit Mother Federation's harbor. Su Iran decided to use her relationship with Bu Per to strike up a conversation with the Spirit Mother. She could meet the Spirit Mother's requests. The Spirit Mother citizens would leave first before the Sand Island citizens. However, she was worried that the Spirit Mother would try to pull some tricks. But using her link to Bu Per, her communication with the Spirit Mother would go much more smoothly than if she did not have this connection. Su Iran called Lin Yuan before leaving the Radiance Federation. She was used to communicating with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. But this time she felt that calling would be more formal. At that moment, Su Irin felt both clear-headed and nervous. She only hoped that her previous ambitions would not affect the way that Lin Yuan saw her. It did not take long for the call to connect. Green Vine had already successfully set its spirit fire alight. Its spirit fire was a dark green one that brimmed with natural exuberance. When one looked at it, one would get the same feeling as when looking at the lifeform sacrificial fire. However, this spirit fire was actually a lethal killing machine. Begin Lady used to remain by Lin Yuan and act as his bodyguard. But now, Green Vine was even stronger than Begin Lady. Green Vine had reached the peak of the spirit fire level and was only one step away from World Emperor and the Divine Kingdom. Frankly, Green Vine had already absorbed sufficient spirit chi to attempt to evolve to World Emperor and the Divine Kingdom. However, its level was still not very stable, and it needed some time to stabilize itself. If it forcefully tried to evolve now, it would be very difficult for it to take control of that power. Once Green Vine had accumulated more strength and its level was stabilized, it could immediately attempt to reach the World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level. Eternal Source, who had been watching from the sideline, was struck by this sight. His power had come from his slow accumulation, and every step had required an immense amount of effort. In the beginning, there were even many times he had been in danger of losing his life. If he let his guard down even once or made the wrong call, he might even have ended up decomposed into fertilizer by the marsh world's bacteria. Meanwhile, Green Vine did not have to experience any risks as Lin Yuan had fully nurtured it from the beginning. Its power had also increased at an exponentially unimaginable rate. Although there was only a small gap between his and Green Vine's power, Eternal Source was not amazed by its power at all. Rather, he was amazed by Lin Yuan's capabilities. Lin Yuan was very pleased with Green Vine's evolution. Based on his communication with Green Vine, it would not need long before it could reach the World Emperor and the Divine Kingdom level. 3 months would be enough. Green Vine's power would be very useful against the dead spirits during the war. Lin Yuan was in a great mood. His tone was also cheerful when he picked up Su Irin's call. Young Master, all of my thoughts recently have surrounded the Dark Continent, and I have completely neglected tasks related to you. I hope to guide Lin Hope and help him grow quickly before I assign a few dependable subordinates to support him. Lu Shi of the 14 poppy fruits is showing promise in internal governance. All she needs is some time to train, and she'll be able to handle the affairs of both the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent on her own. Su Irin had not overstated her appraisal of Lu Shi just because she was one of the 14 poppy fruits. Lu Shi was the poppy fruit for whom Su Irin had the highest hopes. Otherwise, she would never keep Lu Shi by her side. This surprised and slightly frustrated him. Su Irin felt she had not been interacting with him often enough recently. She also had not contributed to setting up the Radiance Federation's defenses. As such, she was worried his impression of her had soured. This major Federation Union meeting would definitely mention the defenses against the dead spirits. It was likely that this had fueled Su Irin's concerns. In fact, the only members of Sky City who had participated in setting up the defenses were Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Bai Qinghuan, whom Lin Yuan was starting to rely more on. The 3 of them had been enough to manage the millions of land imps and perfectly completed the job. Not even when you had participated. As for Lin Hope, whom Su Irin mentioned, it was true that Lin Yuan had asked Su Irin to help guide and teach him. However, he did not have any specific standards that he wanted her to meet. At that time, Lin Yuan had just wanted to promise Lin Hope a better future. He had saved him because he did not want to see a kind and innocent soul decayed by an environment filled with evil. If Lin Hope was capable, Lin Yuan did not mind if Su Irin handed him the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent to manage. But if Lin Hope did not have such capabilities, he could be supported by capable aides. He did not need to be the sole ruler of the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent. Su Irin was very skilled at governance and the second most capable at it amongst Lin Yuan's subordinates. She was more useful to Sky City than Listen, who excelled more at business. Lin Yuan would definitely take Su Irin with him when he went to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan would have asked her to do this even if she had not decided to shift her focus away from developing the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent. He felt that he needed to give Su Iren something to assure her. She was very quick at picking things up. She would tie herself up into knots over this matter if she was not assured. Iren, the promise I gave you was genuine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you so many resources or sent Wanmi to you. You have invested effort into both the Dark Continent and Sand Island Continent. At the very least, you have decreased the mortality rate in the Sand Island Continent. Now, make the preparations for the migration. We will have more than enough time to discuss other problems once the disaster of dead spirits breaks out. If my guess is right, this crisis will last centuries. It will be a brilliant victory if we manage to bring an end to this crisis within a millennium. Su Iren pursed her lips when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She was only finding out Lin Yuan's expectations for the crisis of dead spirits now. It turned out that he was estimating the war against the dead spirits to last centuries. To Special Phase, a millennium was not a very long time. But to humans, 10 generations could be born in a millennium. When Su Iren found out that Lin Yuan appreciated her talent for governance, she spent most of her time on management and no longer focused on increasing her power. Su Iren was not confident she would be able to live to see the war end. Lin Yuan did not know that Su Iren had such concerns. The lifespan of a human or all life forms was akin to a straight line that started from their birth and ended with their death. This was the cycle of life, and it also applied to Lin Yuan's previous life. But in this world, besides using the method of increasing one's power to an extremely high level, Lin Yuan could also use the lifespan mouse to increase the lifespan of a lifeform. The second time that Lin Yuan produced the lifespan mouse, he discovered that the flower branch mouse with red tails could be bred. However, they would only reproduce after absorbing sufficient spirit qi. Eventually, it would give birth to lifespan mice with orangey-red fur. Although he did not know how the flower branch mouse with red tails came about, he had proven that their genes did not result from a sudden mutation. After the past 6 months, Genius studies were beginning to show some promise. Genius noticed that when pure vitality was used to nurture 1,000,000 flower branch mice, only 3 to 5 of them would grow red tails. It had been a very difficult selection process for Genius, but the number of lifespan mice in Lin Yuan's possession had increased nonetheless. Due to the difficulty of selection and the high standard of vitality required to nurture the young flower branch mice, it was difficult to breed them in bulk. Thus, Lin Yuan's supply was not endless. Still, he could give every white-clothed follower of Sky City a lifespan mouse so that they could attain a seemingly endless lifespan. Besides Sky City's members, Lin Yuan also left some behind that he meant to give to those who were close to him. Nothing had brought Lin Yuan more joy in the last 6 months than the gains from studying the lifespan mouse. All the pressure lifted off Su Iren after her call with Lin Yuan. "Don't worry, young master. I will make sure to do a good job. I will also communicate with the Spirit Mother. I will report to you if something goes wrong during my communication with him. Given my understanding, he is not the easiest to talk to." Su Iren had not said this to disparage the Spirit Mother. The Spirit Mother did not mean anything to Lin Yuan. Su Iren had said this to Lin Yuan because she was giving him advance notice. This would prevent any issues that possibly cropped up during her communication with the Spirit Mother from affecting the migration. She did not want Lin Yuan to think she only cared about the Dark Continent and was neglecting the Sand Island Continent. A glint appeared in Lin Yuan's eye. "You can contact Bu Per about this and communicate with the Spirit Mother through him. If the Spirit Mother can't see sense when it comes to this matter and tries to pull tricks, I will instruct the Samsara Realm Dictator protecting Bu Per to deal with the Spirit Mother. You don't have to worry. Just focus on the migration." After speaking to Su Iren for a while, Lin Yuan hung up and brought Greenvine back to the Return from Faraway Mansion while he returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Genius had already informed Hu Quan of all the functions and properties of the spiritual ingredients. It was easier to come up with the design for a large base than a smaller one. The crux of a large base was its frame, while the key of a small base was the details and beauty. Once Hu Quan was done drawing the design, he made a comprehensive list of all the materials he would need. Lin Yuan received the list from Hu Quan and looked it over before he said, "You don't have to trouble listen to gather these materials. I will give them to you in diamond face storage boxes if I have them on hand. All you need to do is use whatever spiritual ingredients you require. There are some high sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients in there as well. You can ask Genius about their functions. You can also use them in the construction of the base. Lin Yuan would not dare to say such a thing in the past. Previously, Lin Yuan needed to use true data to analyze the high sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients before asking Genius to take notes on them. But now that Genius had the ability true knowledge analysis, it could study and learn the spiritual ingredients' properties on its own. Otherwise, Lin Yuan really would not have the time to tell Hu Quan about all of the spiritual ingredients' functions. Hu Quan was floored by what Lin Yuan said. He could use high sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients, too. In Hu Quan's opinion, suzerain metal-type spiritual ingredients were already considered very precious resources. They could be stocked up as strategic resources in the Radiance Federation. Hu Quan had not even touched suzerain metal-type spiritual ingredients many times in his life. But now, Lin Yuan was allowing him free use of high sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients. This was a little too far out of Hu Quan's comfort zone. But since Lin Yuan had said it, it meant that he had no lack of high sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients. Since Lin Yuan had allowed him to use it, he had no reason to say no. If high sovereign metal-type spiritual ingredients could be added to the design for the Spirit Lock Spatial Zones base, Hu Quan would have to alter his current designs. Although this would delay the construction, it would improve the result. Hu Quan was also aware of the imminent crisis. This disaster would last for an extremely long time. He had plenty of time to slowly carve out the ideal base for the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. If he had a few centuries, he would definitely be able to turn this space that was as large as a small region into an irreplicable divine haven. Lin Yuan was about to continue discussing the construction of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone with Hu Quan when his phone rang. When he saw the call coming from the Moon Empress, he knew she was done with all that she needed to do. Hence, he used node transportation to travel to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. Lin Yuan had been bothered by something recently, which was whether to combine the five-dimensional worlds with the main world to deal with the disaster of dead spirits. Lin Yuan was struggling to make a decision for now. He knew that his decision would determine the safety of the main world. What if, after the main world was promoted from a Class 1 world to Class 2, it would have to undergo a perilous trial just like during Fey evolutions? Since he could not make a decision himself, he decided to ask the Moon Empress for her opinion. But before he could ask her, the Moon Empress presented him with a difficult problem that had yet to be solved but needed to be. Little Yuan, moving so many federations to the Radiance Federation will greatly strain the Radiance Federation. We don't have the space for so many citizens. We are trying to save the whole world, but it shouldn't come at the cost of the Radiance Federation's basic rights. If we casually allow citizens of other federations to enter the Radiance Federation, it could lead to some risks, and there will definitely be conflict amongst the factions. But if we don't take them into the Radiance Federation, there isn't anywhere near the Radiance Federation that will be suitable to place them. Moreover, all the federations are separated by seas. There will also be countless dead spirits rising from the seas and making their way to the land. Lin Yuan nodded at what the Moon Empress said. Lin Yuan had already considered the possibility the Moon Empress would be unwilling to allow the citizens of other federations to migrate to the Radiance Federation's territory. If she allowed the citizens of other federations to move to the Radiance Federation's territory, it would decrease the resources the Radiance Federation's own factions could access. Given that this was an issue of safety, the Radiance Federation's royalty would eventually decide to drive these people out. Lin Yuan had realized this long ago. This was why he was hesitating on his decision to combine the main world with the five-dimensional worlds. If there was enough space to settle down the citizens of other federations, there would be nothing for Lin Yuan to worry about. Lin Yuan's willingness to allow them to settle down in the Startling Line's continent was not a factor, as the migration would also threaten the continent's safety and affect the way of life there. Additionally, the Startling Line's continent did not have enough space to house all of the citizens from the other federations. Lastly, the area of sea between the Radiance Federation and Startling Line's continent was not large, but there would still be an almost endless stream of dead spirits rising up from it and invading the Startling Line's continent. Thus, to address this issue, the only solution would be to combine the main world with the five-dimensional worlds. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan nod, she fell silent for a moment before suggesting, "Little Yuan, why don't we get in contact with the vast sea labyrinth and ask them to station people nearby the Radiance Federation? We can cover the bottom of the sea with the metal-type stone boards and cover an area as large as 5 continents around the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, once these federations have relocated only to find there is no suitable place for them to settle, they will definitely argue that it is Radiance Federation's responsibility to find a solution." The Moon Empress had come to this difficult decision because she was not aware of the possibility of combining the main world with the dimensional worlds. She saw no other option. But Lin Yuan felt that it would be difficult to fulfill the Moon Empress' suggestion. Firstly, it would be difficult to organize this with the vast sea labyrinth. It was a gargantuan faction and managed thousands of times the number of sea clans than there were members in human factions. Every action the vast sea labyrinth took would cause every clog in the system to move. There was no way several segments could be isolated to work with the Moon Empress. Once the vast sea labyrinth learned about Tower Cannon's plan from the Radiance Federation, they were very willing to work with the Radiance Federation. They did not hesitate before they agreed to help the Radiance Federation with the migration of the other Federation citizens and had arranged to deploy their entire fleet of island whales. The Heavenly Family Cottage was indeed a positive connection, but a larger reason was the wisdom of the vast sea labyrinth's decision-makers. If the vast sea labyrinth agreed to the humans' request this time, they would be able to ask the humans for a favor in the future. Lin Yuan intended to be present during future interactions with the vast sea labyrinth so he could make contact with the strongest hidden faction in the sea. Furthermore, there was no way to lay down the metal-type stone boards in the sea. However, the land imps were all very afraid of water and could not reach the bottom of the sea. The Radiance Federation could only be covered by metal-type stone boards in a month because millions of land imps had worked together to accomplish the task. Lin Yuan did not intend to leave the Moon Empress hanging. "Master, I need to seek your opinion on something. It could involve unknown dangers that might put the main world at extreme risk. But this would also be able to perfectly solve the problem you just mentioned." Lin Yuan was about to explain to the Moon Empress in greater detail when she beat him to the punch and said calmly, "Little Yuan, this crisis of dead spirits is already disastrous for the main world. We don't even know if the main world will be able to survive. It won't make much of a difference to throw in a few more issues. If the main world ends up encountering other catastrophes, it might affect not just us but the dead spirits as well. Moreover, this might be able to solve our current problem." "Little Yuan, why are you hesitating?" Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned by what the Moon Empress said. From this matter, he had gotten a full blast of her imposing side. The path he had been going down had been too smooth. Thus, Lin Yuan wanted every one of his decisions to only result in the best consequences. He did not want to undertake even a hint of risks. But the fact was that risks were part of life. Almost every elder generation of experts had made it this far after overcoming significant risks. They saw it as a tool they could harness. For example, when they were dealing with carcinoma phase, the spirit guards would use carcinoma phase and fight fire with fire. The Moon Empress' words dispelled Lin Yuan's worries. She was right. Why was he hesitating? Furthermore, promoting a Class 1 world to Class 2 was a very good thing in itself. After making this decision, all of Lin Yuan's anxiousness disappeared. Although he did not need to come to a decision now, Lin Yuan still explained the situation to her. "Master, do you know that worlds can be evolved just like phase?" Lin Yuan's words immediately caught the Moon Empress' attention. She had never heard this question before. If anyone else said this to the Moon Empress, she would think that they were trying to pull her leg. After all, she was already part of the highest echelon that stood on the top of the world. It was unlikely for there to be anything to exist that she had not even heard of. Yet, since these words had come from Lin Yuan's mouth, the Moon Empress had no choice but to believe it to be true, as he had already grown to an extent that she found hard to fathom. The Moon Empress shook her head. She felt a sense of familiarity and absurdity at the same time. 2 years ago, when Lin Yuan had just become her disciple, he would ask her questions in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace. She would then answer them. But now their roles were reversed. Despite still being his master, she was now the one who needed to be taught by him. This was enough to prove just how much he had grown in the past 2 years. If the main world is combined with the 5 known dimensional worlds, we will be able to promote the main world from Class 1 to Class 2. I have already taken control of the 5-dimensional worlds and intend to join them to the main world with the Radiance Federation at the center. Once the joining is complete, the citizens from other federations can settle down anywhere within the dimensional worlds. The Moon Empress' eyes lit up when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She had never heard of such a thing before, but his explanation allowed her to understand the process. If what Lin Yuan said was right and the citizens from other federations were settled down in the dimensional worlds that had been combined in the main world, the 5-dimensional world's ley lines could slow down the invasion of dead spirits. After all, the Sleeper's revival had only contaminated the main world's ley lines and not the ley lines of the dimensional worlds. As such, it was feasible to house the main world's life forms in the dimensional worlds. The Moon Empress was intelligent, so there was no need for Lin Yuan to go too deep into an explanation or elaboration on the prophets. However, dimensional life forms had low intelligence and were very ferocious. The Moon Empress was afraid that these dimensional life forms would attack the citizens of other federations who migrated into the dimensional worlds. There was a difference in power between different federations. Not every federation was as powerful as the Azure, Freedom, and Radiance federations. The federations without a Class 5 Creation Master were not even as strong as some of the Radiance Federation cities. As such, it would be difficult for these federations to fend off the dimensional life forms. Although dimensional life forms were not intelligent, they knew how to gather up and attack when they were presented with delicious morsels. When he heard the Moon Empress' concerns, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Master, my control of the dimensional worlds does not only extend to the powerful experts but the weak dimensional life forms as well. I have taken full and systematic control of the dimensional life forms. You don't need to worry that they will attack the humans. Rather, these dimensional life forms will even be able to protect them from danger." The Moon Empress felt a heavy weight lift off of her. At that moment, just like Lin Yuan, she no longer felt as much stress. If the humans could set up good defenses, they would only need to endure the disaster and do their best to survive. There was no need for her to seal herself away in darkness. Anxiousness would only be damaging for a decision-maker. Suddenly, the Moon Empress remembered that Tower Cannon also controlled a dimensional world. It was called the Dead World, and Lin Yuan had mentioned it before. The Moon Empress sensed a strong connection between the Dead World and the Sleeper's revival plan. Lin Yuan had overheard the Mirror God and the God of Fools mentioning that Tower Cannon had once exchanged Death Aura with the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation had delivered the Death Aura to Tower Cannon in a special vessel. Tower Cannon had never engaged in such a trade with the Radiance Federation. Upon learning this, the Moon Empress deliberately probed the Death Aura within the Radiance Federation. She discovered that Tower Cannon hadn't collected any Death Aura from the Radiance Federation. Tower Cannon aimed to use Death Aura to corrupt ley lines and trigger a crisis with dead spirits. However, the main world lacked sufficient Death Aura for this purpose. Consequently, it was highly likely that Tower Cannon obtained their Death Aura from the Dead World. Lin Yuan had merely mentioned involving the 5-dimensional worlds in the main world's advancement. He hadn't mentioned the Dead World at all. This strongly suggested that the Dead World wasn't part of the main world, and Tower Cannon likely comprised experts from another world. Having grasped this, the Moon Empress ceased asking further questions. If she could deduce this, so could Lin Yuan. As she couldn't manage this situation, there was no need for her to contribute to his burden. The Moon Empress personally cooked a meal. After dinner, she asked, "Little Yuan, are you staying in Leaning Moon Mountain tonight?" Lin Yuan finished his cup of tea before saying with a smile, "Master, I intend to go to the Startling Lines continent to make some advanced preparations. I should be back within a week. I hope you'll take me to meet with the people from the vast sea labyrinth when I get back. I have some things to discuss with them. This will allow me to decide exactly where to join the 5-dimensional worlds." The Moon Empress did not force Lin Yuan to stay as she knew that he was the busiest of them all. Moreover, no one could help him with what he needed to do. Once ley lines were contaminated by death aura, there was no way to reverse the process. Lin Yuan wanted to draw up this map so he could pinpoint a place to designate as a training ground for the troops. This would allow the humans to gain an understanding of the dead spirits in advance and get a sense of just how many dead spirits would appear. This was the only way to make the best estimate of how long the crisis of dead spirits would last. They would also be able to predict whether the dead spirits would rise up all at once or in waves. They would stand a better chance of overcoming this trial only if they gathered as much information as possible. Little Yuan, do you intend to join the main world with the five-dimensional worlds immediately after making contact with the five-dimensional worlds? My suggestion is that you wait for the citizens of other federations to arrive in the Radiance Federation first. This will prevent them from interfering when the worlds are being joined. Additionally, you mentioned that you are collecting a faith-related power. You will be able to use this opportunity to gather faith from every human in the main world. The best way to gather faith is always to demonstrate unbelievable might and spin a miracle out of a seemingly hopeless situation. The Moon Empress paused before adding, once all the federations have migrated to the Radiance Federation, it is likely that some secret factions will try to establish communication with us. If any of them seem special, I will let you know. Little Yuan, again, I'm just going to remind you not to overwork yourself. The Moon Empress raised her hand and helped Lin Yuan to adjust his collar. She did this for him whenever he left for a long trip. But each time she did it, her mindset was completely different. Lin Yuan transported himself through the space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation. He arrived in the underground palace that Hu Quan had painstakingly built. Hu Quan had used a metal-type spiritual ingredient called gilded light silver to surround the underground palace. Gilded light silver had strong damping and fortification effects, and Lin Yuan could move the underground palace into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He also had plans to build a palace in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This was firstly because the Spirit Lock spatial zone size would only increase as it continued to evolve. Moreover, when Morbius evolved into Myth Breed, the Spirit Lock spatial zone grew from a room into a small world. Having a palace there would befit this change in grandeur. Hu Quan had asked Lin Yuan both about the construction and design of this palace, and Lin Yuan had added his own input. Lin Yuan's ideal palace was one that Hu Quan would carve out over a long period. Silver Corona's bone lotus flowers outside the underground palace were in prime bloom at the moment. Silver Corona flew over and sat down on Lin Yuan's shoulder when it saw him. Silver Corona had not seen Lin Yuan in a very long time. Although Lin Yuan had used a different method to contract Silver Corona than he did his other phase, this did not change the fact that it was a life form he had contracted. Silver Corona felt rather uneasy after seeing all the other phase being evolved to suzerain/myth. Recently, it had been consuming dimensional lifeforms non-stop and was only a step away from reaching Myth Breed. Silver Corona never expressed its emotions strongly. But at this moment, it held Lin Yuan's face and nudged it with its own. Yuan, I reached Diamond X 3 months ago and have successfully evolved to Fantasy Breed. My bloodline is now the top amongst the 6-winged fairies. Once I reach Myth Breed, my bloodline will be able to reach Pinnacle 6 wings at the very least, or maybe even 8 wings. Silver Corona had been very proud of the strength of its bloodline. But when it thought about Redthorn's bloodline, all of that pride crumbled away. Although Silver Corona and Redthorn were 6-winged fairies and could be considered equals, Silver Corona always felt timid before Redthorn. It was certain that Redthorn could become an 8-winged fairy when it evolved to Myth Breed. If it could not take that step when it evolved to Myth Breed, it would never be able to catch up to Redthorn. Silver Corona's words caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up. Silver Corona had finally evolved to Fantasy Breed. Unlike the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, it had not been stuck at Diamond X/Legend for a long time. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on Silver Corona. Fey name: Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey species: Water Willow/Waterbone Lotus, Fey grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Source/Fairy, Fey quality. Fantasy 4. Abilities: Spotted Coral. When trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. 1. Nurture spot style. Nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots to give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. 2. Burial spot style. Place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to their abilities. The external life force will be absorbed, and their soul can also be absorbed when the external life force is still weak. Bone powder mist. The bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of layer. Blood bone insect drunk. While the bone insects eat, they enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming lotus. The bone lotus flower structure will change and split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power, while main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses blooms, the spots will use the vitality they absorbed to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume them to repair the damage done to the body. Arrival of Grant of Death. When the hermit's dead servants cannot stand up against the enemies, they will change into the grants of death that place death penalties on the target souls. Soul parasite rebirth. The soul will be hosted in the main lotus. The main lotus will make a copy of the aura of the lifeform's soul and vitality. When the target's body and soul are damaged, the main lotus can be sacrificed while absorbing vitality and soul power to enable the target to be reborn. Once reborn, the target will be in a very weak state, and its soul and roots will also be diminished. Exclusive skill. Hermit's dead servant. The bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body when attacking it. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 hermit dead servants, every hermit dead servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. Rotted bones into fireflies. Both vitality and death aura will be absorbed simultaneously. The vitality will turn into fireflies that will mend the sea of bone lotus flowers. The death aura will increase the strength of every bone lotus flower. If there is a pile of rotting bones below the bone lotus flowers to supply nutrients to them, as long as the main lotus is alive, rotting lotuses will be produced from the rotting bones and energy will be saved. Lin Yuan noticed that Silver Corona had reached Fantasy 4. All it needed to do was absorb sufficient energy, and it might be able to evolve to Fantasy V soon. But what delighted Lin Yuan the most about Silver Corona's true data description was not its grade and quality, but the exclusive skill it gained after reaching Fantasy Breed. For all the life forms in the main world, the Dead Spirit's crisis would be a cataclysmic calamity. But for Silver Corona, it would be a delicious feast. Rotted bones into fireflies allowed Silver Corona to absorb death aura, meaning that the dead spirits would become part of its meals. If he didn't intervene during the disaster and let all the life forms in the area die, there was a high chance that Silver Corona would, after gathering power for centuries, become the savior who ended the dead spirits crisis. With limited food available and Silver Corona's ever-growing hunger, its food supply would eventually run out. When Lin Yuan went to the sky beyond the clouds, he planned to plant Silver Corona by the entrance. His original idea was to wait until he reached the sky beyond the clouds before continuing to nurture Silver Corona. Once the 5-dimensional worlds merged with the main world, there wouldn't be any more dimensional rifts opening up. But now Lin Yuan changed his mind. He could use this dead spirits crisis to nurture Silver Corona and help it to grow. Lin Yuan found himself struggling to imagine the degree to which Silver Corona could grow by the time the dead spirits crisis ended. Rotted bones into fireflies allowed Silver Corona to sustain itself using death aura. The death aura would turn into fireflies that tended to the sea of flowers. It would be able to achieve the greatest dream of plant lifeforms, which was to never wither. Given the current size of the sea of flowers, it would not fit in the spirit lock spatial zone. Even if it did fit, Lin Yuan did not want to leave Silver Corona in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Spirit Chi was no longer of much help to Silver Corona. Regardless of how large the Spirit Lock spatial zone became, Lin Yuan did not want to waste its resources. The sea of bone lotus flowers could not be moved once they had spread out. Silver Corona could recover a portion of the energy by forcing the flowers to wither, but most of the energy would still be lost. The only way to move Silver Corona would be to instruct Sweet Vanquish and the other Samsara Realm Land imps to integrate iron boards into the ground and shift the entire palace with all the bone lotus flowers along with it. This would be no small undertaking, and not even Lin Yuan would come to such a decision easily. Suddenly, an idea formed in Lin Yuan's mind. Why not plant Silver Corona in the seabed between the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent? The environment at the seabed would be much more comfortable for Silver Corona than on land. When Lin Yuan first found Silver Corona, it had been a plant-type carcinoma fay growing in the sea. Lin Yuan's gift to the vast sea labyrinth would be planting Silver Corona in the sea between the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent. It would be a way of thanking them for supplying the island whales to help the humans with their crisis. If Silver Corona's main body was separated from the sea of bone lotus flowers, its consumption rate would decline. Thus, Silver Corona did not head to Thick Soil City with Lin Yuan and stayed put to continue increasing its power and to strive to evolve to myth breed. Lin Yuan had made sure to remind Silver Corona not to rush to evolve to myth breed, but to focus on accumulating its power instead, so that it could use the dead spirits to evolve to 8 wings before attempting another breakthrough. Silver Corona nodded obediently when it heard that. It also preferred to grow its 4th pair of wings during its evolution to myth breed rather than trying to evolve to myth breed as soon as possible. That way, it would not have to keep its head down around Red Thorn when they were both by Lin Yuan's side in the future. The first thing that Lin Yuan did after arriving in Thick Soil City was head to the city lord's residence. There was one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle nodes there. He did not need to be inspected before he entered Thick Soil City. Otherwise, given how infrequently he came to Thick Soil City, there was no certainty the guards could recognize him. Lin Yuan had already informed Ta Lei he would be coming, and the former was waiting for him in the meeting room with Qin Yu. After a short interlude of faint spatial fluctuations, Lin Yuan's body appeared in the meeting room. When Qin Yu first arrived to help Ta Lei, they had been around the same height. But now, Lin Yuan realized Qin Yu was already taller than Ta Lei by almost a head. His originally stick-thin body had also filled out with muscle. Lin Yuan patted Qin Yu and Ta Lei's shoulders. It had to be hard on them to manage all the operations of a megacity like Thick Soil City. Su Iran had brought up Ta Lei. She determined that he possessed some talent for governance but was only suited to maintaining the status quo. He was not capable of dealing with risky endeavors or breaking new ground. This might sound like she was undermining him, but she was already being very generous. There always had to be a member of the astronomical parliament in the main world. Ta Lei was very suited to watching over the entire main world from Thick Soil City. Rather, it was Qin Yu who took Lin Yuan by surprise. Qin Yu had only spent a few months following Listen around before he came to assist Ta Lei. Previously, he ran a small face store and had not had any opportunities to train himself at all. But after going to Ta Lei, Qin Yu had managed to endure the change in environment and had not caused any trouble. A few months later, he was already very adept at his responsibilities. Even Lin Yuan did not think he could match up to Qin Yu in terms of adaptability and rate of learning. Someone like Qin Yu only needed someone to nurture him, and he would definitely become capable of big things. Lin Yuan placed Qin Yu at the highest rank of priority to be nurtured amongst Sky City's members. Both Ta Lei and Qin Yu had been saved by Lin Yuan when they were on the brink of death, so they felt immense gratitude and respect towards him. Lin Yuan had not only saved Qin Luan and Ta Lei but was also nurturing Qin Yu's younger brother, Qin Luan. Because of Lin Yuan, Qin Luan did not need to brave the cold-selling plum branches in order to earn money to buy medicine. Before Lin Yuan saved Qin Yu, his biggest dream had been to send Qin Luan to school. Now, Lin Yuan had fulfilled that dream. Lin Yuan had saved Ta Lei and changed his entire tribe. Now, they did not have to be bullied by anyone and were seen as the leaders of Thick Soil City. The help that Lin Yuan had given their families was more impactful than saving their lives. Lin Yuan's patting of their shoulders indicated he acknowledged them. This thrilled both Ta Lei and Qin Yu. Ta Lei knew that Lin Yuan was very busy and immediately began talking about official business. Teacher, I have organized everyone in Thick Soil City. When will we, just like the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation, be able to migrate? Sister Luolan has arrived at the Great Lush Federation's harbor, and the island whales have begun moving. After discussing with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan decided to combine the main world with the dimensional worlds. Now, aside from those in Thick Soil City, no humans were found in the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan was silent momentarily before saying, "You don't have to move the people out of Thick Soil City. I will turn the entire Startling Lines continent into an impenetrable fortress within 20 days. Before the crisis of dead spirits begins, I will send at least 10 Samsara realm dictators and 100 Turning Will realm dictators to guard and protect Thick Soil City." Ta Lei and Qin Yu were all aware of the magnitude of the impending catastrophe. It was beyond anything they could dream up. But as long as Lin Yuan said that he was confident in keeping Thick Soil City safe, the two of them believed him without hesitation. Ta Lei and Qin Yu voiced their stances. "Master, we will stand by Thick Soil City. We are ready for any of your instructions. Young Master, I will do my best to assist Ta Lei and complete Thick Soil City's organization." Ta Lei always addressed Lin Yuan as Master/Teacher, and Lin Yuan had only corrected him once. Since this was how Ta Lei wanted to address him, there was no need to try and change him. However, there was no actual master-disciple relationship between the two of them. It was true that Lin Yuan had helped Ta Lei to become a Class 3 creation master, but all of the knowledge had come from genius. There were numerous others who received the same treatment as Ta Lei. For example, Bei Su and Bupa had also been taught and guided by Lin Yuan and genius. However, the two of them did not see Lin Yuan as their master like Ta Lei did. At first, Qin Yu had been very nervous when he found out that Ta Lei addressed Lin Yuan that way. If Ta Lei was truly Lin Yuan's disciple, it would mean that he was his little master. But as time went on, Qin Yu realized that was not actually the case. Ta Lei saw Lin Yuan as his master, but Lin Yuan did not see Ta Lei as his disciple. After realizing this, Qin Yu became much more relaxed in his interactions with Ta Lei. He stopped following Ta Lei's decisions completely and would give his own opinions to initiate discussions with Ta Lei. Ta Lei was very conservative, but Qin Yu was more daring. Thus, he could make up for Ta Lei's flaws. Despite slowly realizing that he was more capable than Ta Lei, Qin Yu did not feel any derision or arrogance toward Ta Lei. He continued to view them as equals. Qin Yu knew that Lin Yuan had only placed him there to train him but would not leave him with Ta Lei permanently. He would eventually be assigned somewhere else. What Lin Yuan said next shocked and excited Qin Yu. From now on, Ta Lei will manage Thick Soil City on his own. Qin Yu will be in charge of the Startling Lines continent's defensive base that will be built outside of Thick Soil City. The Samsara and Turning Will realm dictators will go with Qin Yu. Ta Lei, if you have any needs, you can contact Qin Yu. The two of you must have become close with each other after working together for such a long time. Qin Yu nodded seriously. He knew that his chance was finally there. When he was by Ta Lei's side, he could only support Ta Lei but did not hold any decision-making power. Regardless of how well-run Thick Soil City was, it was all due to Ta Lei's effort and not his own. But now that Lin Yuan was going to send him to manage the defensive base outside Thick Soil City, he could finally call the shots. The achievements he made in the future would definitely allow him to shine in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan assigning the Samsara and Turning Will realm dictators to him was also a sign that he deemed him to be more capable than Ta Lei. Ta Lei also understood that. However, he was not the type to be competitive and found happiness in stability. He was only able to grow to such an extent within such a short time because Su Iran and Luolan had helped him. At the same time, he was determined not to let Lin Yuan down. Ta Lei was always aware of his capabilities. Just like Bei Su and Bupa, he came from nothing. But unlike them, he did not have much tenacity. To put it bluntly, he was just a laid-back character. Regardless of how hard he worked, the shortcomings of his character limited him to only being capable of properly looking after thick soil city. A while ago, Talay had been extremely troubled by this and complained to Su Iran and Luolan about it. Both of them had given him the same reply, which was not to overextend himself beyond his limits. Doing things right was more important than doing more things. After taking their advice, all Talay wanted to do now was to do his best in his role as Thick Soil City's city lord. It could be said that of all the members of the astronomical parliament, Talay had the least prospects. His path had essentially ended there. But Lin Yuan believed that Talay was enough. Otherwise, he would not have allowed him to manage Thick Soil City on his own. From the way that he was treating Talay, all the members of the astronomical parliament knew that Lin Yuan was extremely kind. Master, if I need anything, I will let Qin Yu know. If he needs me, I won't hesitate to help either. Lin Yuan handed a copy of Bai Qinghuan's plan to Qin Yu. Once Sweet Vanquish and the 15 million land imps arrived by Qin Yu's side, all he needed to do was act according to this plan. After handing things over to Qin Yu, Lin Yuan started helping the experts to evolve their phase grades and qualities. The pure land of bliss now covered 1 square kilometer. With this size, Lin Yuan estimated he could help at least 500 phase with their world cleansings. This would save a lot of time and increase the rate at which he accumulated spirit chi crystals. Nonetheless, this still occupied Lin Yuan for 2 days. Firstly, this was because Lin Yuan had established this system in the Startling Lines continent much earlier than he had in the Radiance Federation. Additionally, it was much easier to evolve plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline than regular plant-type phase. Now that he had amassed another mountain of spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan once again had a wealth of resources at his disposal. His method of using his resources to nurture experts who would then give even more resources back to him was a sustainable one. Through this method, his store of resources would only snowball. Lin Yuan learned from Kira that pure spirit chi and elemental energy were also considered invaluable resources in the sky beyond the clouds. He wanted to snowball as many resources as he could so they could help him in his endeavors in the sky beyond the clouds. The experts gathered in Thick Soil City had come from the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations. Lin Yuan noticed that they got along well, and there was no friction between them. This pleased him greatly. By the time Lin Yuan left, Sweet Vanquish had already led the 15 million land imps to the Startling Lines continent and met up with Qin Yu. Sweet Vanquish dared not show any disrespect toward Qin Yu. Given that Lin Yuan had assigned the management of such a massive operation to Qin Yu alone, it meant that Lin Yuan had to have great trust and belief in Qin Yu's abilities. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would never have made such a decision. With Sweet Vanquish so cooperative toward Qin Yu, it went without saying that the land imps under him were even more obedient. Qin Yu had not contracted a vitality sloth because he did not see himself as just being talented at internal governance. With his Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion beast patterns and the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion that Lin Yuan had helped him to contract, Qin Yu felt that only utilizing his talents in internal governance would be a waste of the trust and resources Lin Yuan had invested into him. Qin Yu knew that Lin Yuan was extremely powerful. More powerful than Qin Yu could ever imagine. Nonetheless, Qin Yu still placed his hopes on eventually becoming Lin Yuan's bodyguard. Once Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, he continued gathering the spirit chi crystals before he handed a large batch of resources to the Moon Empress so that she could allocate them as she saw fit. Lin Yuan had already told the Moon Empress about his goals, so she would definitely know what to do with these resources. Even if Lin Yuan had the time, he did not want to waste it on networking with the other federations. He preferred to use the time to produce more resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. With the Land Imp's help, Hu Quan was basically done building the living area for the 100 Questions beasts. The details of the interior and other decorations would only be completed a long time later. Hu Quan would lead his subordinates in doing up every room later on. But now that the rudimentary version of the base was complete, the 100 Questions beasts could begin using it. Genius and the 100 Questions beasts it had selected went to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's breeding base and selected 100,000 young 100 Questions beasts. These young 100 Questions beasts could not even open their eyes yet and were all newborns. All of them had unattractive fur colors and could not be considered beauties. If they were sent to the market, it was unlikely they would be picked and bought. After all, one only needed to spend another 200 Federation dollars, and they could buy a much more attractive 100 questions beast. Even the poorest family only had to tighten their belts, and they would be able to scrape 200 Federation dollars together. Once these 100 questions beasts were moved into the spirit lock spatial zone, they would be carefully nurtured by the matured 100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan could not help but think that despite the unfortunate circumstances of their births, these 100 questions beasts ended up being the luckiest of their peers. Just as Lin Yuan was about to go into the spirit lock spatial zone to take a look at the soldier ration radishes that had been moved into the spirit lock spatial zone and were being looked after by the Medusa snake demons, he received a message from the Moon Empress. Moon Empress. Little Yuan. The people from the vast sea labyrinth have arrived in the Radiance Federation and have something to discuss with us. If you have time tonight, why don't you come with me to meet them? Normally, the Moon Empress did not bring up interactions with other factions with Lin Yuan because she knew he was not invested in such matters. She informed him now because he had mentioned wanting to interact with the vast sea labyrinth. Lin Yuan smiled when he saw the Moon Empress message. Lin Yuan. Master. I am heading to the Radiant Moon Palace now to meet with you. It just so happens that I need to ask your opinion on something. Lin Yuan had cleansed his body of impurities numerous times. He had also consumed the Earth Center fine milk. Thus, his genetic model had long exceeded average human limits. Lin Yuan's body could not be cleaner. Moreover, the spirit chi clothes that he wore also repelled dust. But after not showering for almost a week, Lin Yuan still drew a warm bath in his room in the return from faraway mansion before heading to the Radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress was seated at a table and looked at the thick stack of documents in her hand before handing most of them to Cicada Song. She knew that Cicada Song was more capable than her when it came to internal governance. The Spacetime Elder only showed her favor because she had the highest creation mastery and was the strongest expert among all the Radiance Federation's royalty. Lin Yuan was another contributing reason. The Spacetime Elder had contracted the lifespan mouse and attained an endless lifespan. Although he had relinquished his position and did not need to worry about anything anymore, he was still trying to protect the Radiance Federation. Ever since the Moon Empress found out about the existence of the sky beyond the clouds from Lin Yuan, her sights were also no longer restricted to the main world. She did not want to spend all of her time on internal governance because it would delay her increment in power. They were in the midst of a crisis. Once the dead spirits emerged and things started progressing as planned, the Moon Empress intended to hand everything to Cicada Song so she could focus on increasing her power. Recently, the Moon Empress had been busy, but she had also been troubled by one matter. Chef Supreme had sent a message saying he would reach his limit within the next 5 years. Chef Supreme was around the same age as the Spacetime Elder. While the Spacetime Elder had been establishing the Radiance Federation, he had suffered numerous hidden injuries. The same went for Chef Supreme as well. Chef Supreme's contributions could not be ignored when it came to building the Radiance Federation that allowed the Moon Empress and Bamboo Monarch to grow in such an outstanding manner. Chef Supreme had provided the Moon Empress and Bamboo Monarch with resources continuously after noticing their potential. This was why the Moon Empress and Bamboo Monarch had such deep respect for Chef Supreme. Now that she learned Chef Supreme was not long for this world, the Moon Empress, who had attained an endless lifespan, felt intense sorrow. She knew that Lin Yuan was very close with Chef Supreme's disciple and daughter. Thus, after some thought, she decided not to hide this from him. There was no way that Chef Supreme's people would tell Lin Yuan about this. If she did not tell him either, he would be filled with regret if he was not able to see Chef Supreme one final time. The Lifespan Mouse's existence was a miracle in itself. When the Moon Empress last spoke to Lin Yuan, she learned he only had 3 Lifespan mice left after giving one to the Spacetime Elder. She never thought about asking Lin Yuan to give a Lifespan Mouse to Chef Supreme. If there were still only 3 Lifespan mice left and Lin Yuan wanted to give one to Chef Supreme, the Moon Empress would advise him to think twice before giving away something so precious. The Moon Empress intended to listen to Lin Yuan's question once they met. She would tell Lin Yuan about Chef Supreme after they were done meeting with the people from the vast sea labyrinth. This would prevent him from showing his grief when they met with the vast sea labyrinth and cause them to misunderstand that the people from the Radiance Federation were weak and incapable. Lin Yuan's question for the Moon Empress was indeed related to the lifespan mice. Although he could not produce the lifespan mouse in large batches, as long as he was willing to nurture the army of 100 questions beasts, he would still have an endless supply of the lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan's question was not about how to use the lifespan mice. He would never ask such a ludicrous question. An endless lifespan would cause many issues for the main world. But Lin Yuan was no longer restricted to the main world. Even if it caused disruptions, it would be the sky beyond the clouds that would be affected. Given the sky beyond the clouds level, small disruptions like this would not mean much. They might even have similar treasures themselves. For example, Kira used her own bloodline to create the alien insect species. She also managed to use reincarnation to extend her own lifespan by thousands of years. This would be akin to possessing pills of immortality when your family and friends had to contend with death. At that point, no one would be thinking about whether the immortality pills violated natural law. Lin Yuan wanted to ask the Moon Empress if she needed the lifespan mice. If she did, he would be able to nurture the lifespan mice and supply them to the Radiance Federation. In the face of this crisis that would affect the entire main world and trigger a changing of epochs, it would be necessary to have people with endless lifespans to see the main world through the entire event. Lin Yuan's current power had reached the peak of the main world, but he did not know much about the main world's big shots. Rather, he was more familiar with factions like the Heavenly Family Cottage, which was composed fully of Heavenly Family phase. For example, in the Radiance Federation, besides the Moon Empress, Night-Leaning Moon, and Chef Supreme, Lin Yuan had only met and exchanged words with the Bamboo Monarch, Cicada Song, and the Spacetime Elder a few times. There were even members of royalty whom Lin Yuan had never seen before. He had never met a single big shot from another federation. As such, it would be much more suitable for him to give the lifespan mice to the Moon Empress so she could distribute them accordingly. After Lin Yuan sat down, the Moon Empress poured out a cup of tea for him and asked softly, "Little Yuan, do you have anything to ask me? I have time now, so I can help you with anything you might need." The Federation representatives who left will need some time to relocate their citizens to the Radiance Federation. Even after they do, Cicada Song will be administering the operation. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. The Moon Empress was his master, and he would only go to her with questions. He would never assign tasks to her. "Master, do you remember the lifespan mouse? It is the fey that both you and the Spacetime Elder have contracted." The Moon Empress' expression changed when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She began closely observing the expressions on his face. Was Lin Yuan bringing up the lifespan mouse because he knew about Chef Supreme's lifespan coming to an end? But the Moon Empress could not discern any pain from his expression. If Lin Yuan intended to give the lifespan mouse to Chef Supreme, he should not be acting so calmly. But if he did not know about Chef Supreme's limited lifespan, why would he bring up the lifespan mouse to her? The Moon Empress nodded to indicate she remembered the lifespan mouse. To the Moon Empress, the lifespan mouse was a precious treasure that no amount of resources could replace. The Earth Center Fine Milk had a place on the list of most precious treasures, but it could only increase one's lifespan by a year or two. Moreover, its effects would be discounted after the first use. Even Class 2 creation masters could utilize spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, much less Class 5 creation masters. Thus, using the lifespan mouse to increase one's lifespan came at a very small cost. When the Moon Empress nodded, Lin Yuan smiled and asked, "Master, do you need the lifespan mice? Uncle Mystic and Auntie Cold still have long lifespans, but they can eventually use the lifespan mouse. Why don't we use this time before the crisis of dead spirits to help them?" Before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, the Moon Empress sternly cut him off. "Little Yuan, I'm sure you know how precious the lifespan mouse is. I am aware of your affection for Mystic Moon and Cold Moon, but you should keep such a resource to yourself and use it for your own needs. They are my left and right arms, but not yours. Lu Jie and Wen Yu are your left and right arms. If you have a surplus of the lifespan mice, you can give them to Lu Jie and Wen Yu rather than Mystic Moon and Cold Moon. When you go to the sky beyond the clouds, don't reveal the existence of treasures that can extend lifespans. like the lifespan mouse, unless it's absolutely necessary. There's no way to tell what people are truly thinking. You should try your best to prevent anyone from coming after you because of the resources you possess. The Moon Empress had never said such things to Lin Yuan before. It was similar to what mothers in Lin Yuan's previous life told their children before leaving for university. Only those who truly cared about you would say such things. The Moon Empress believed she could protect Lin Yuan in the main world. But she would not have this confidence once he left for the sky beyond the clouds. It was possible that when they went to the sky beyond the clouds, their positions would be switched. He would have to be the one to protect her instead. Lin Yuan smiled at what the Moon Empress said before he took out a thermos box made of crystal. It contained 20 lifespan mice that were covered by orangey-red fur. The Moon Empress looked shocked when she saw this box of lifespan mice. But she was also happy. Lin Yuan noticed the happiness in her eyes and realized there was someone who badly needed the lifespan mouse. Master, the lifespan mouse can be nurtured. However, the process is very tedious and requires both effort and resources. I managed to nurture a few. I am leaving these lifespan mice with you. I'm sure you understand my meaning. You can give them to those who need them. I think Uncle Mystic, Auntie Cold, your 4 moon servants, and 40 attendants should have lifespan mice reserved for them. Lin Yuan paused before he asked the Moon Empress with a serious expression. Master, if your friend's lifespan is coming to an end and you don't have enough of the lifespan mice, feel free to ask me for more. From Lin Yuan's words, the Moon Empress knew he had noticed something in her gaze. Since there was no lack of the lifespan mice, all problems could be solved. Since Lin Yuan was willing to give away the lifespan mice, Chef Supreme definitely had the abilities, power, and track record to make him deserving of receiving the lifespan mouse. As such, the Moon Empress started telling Lin Yuan about Chef Supreme. Little Yuan, the Kitchen Fragrance Palace sent word that Chef Supreme only has around 5 years left in his lifespan. He personally declared during an imperial meeting that he would enter seclusion to concoct more potions to maximize his value. He also said to send any dangerous tasks his way first. When the Moon Empress' lifespan was ending, her main emotion had been indignance. But Chef Supreme was much more resigned and accepting. The past few centuries of his life had been exciting enough. Chef Supreme was very cavalier, but the same could not be said for the others. Tianfeng was on good terms with Chef Supreme and had shed a waterfall of tears. Little Yuan, I will send the lifespan mouse to Kitchen Fragrance Palace in your name. If you aren't busy, you can deliver it there yourself, too. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said softly, Master, I think you should help me to deliver it. Once we meet with the vast sea labyrinths people and settle our discussions with them, I have many other plans that I need to see to. The Moon Empress instinctively tousled the top of Lin Yuan's head. He had only just celebrated his 19th birthday but did not sound like a 19-year-old at all. Little Yuan, no matter how busy you are, don't forget to take care of yourself. If you overstrain yourself and damage your roots, you will need to make up for it when the time comes for you to awaken your birth horoscope. The Moon Empress' tone was solemn. She had experienced what it was like to have seriously damaged roots, which caused her to suffer unexpectedly when she tried to awaken her birth horoscope. It was natural that she did not want Lin Yuan to go through the same experience. The Moon Empress had brought this up with Lin Yuan more than once. Because of his injured roots, the Class 5 Creation Master Wang Keiji was still unable to awaken his birth horoscope, even with Lin Yuan's help. Hence, Lin Yuan was well aware of the consequences of damaging his roots. He would never knowingly harm himself. Master, don't worry. I won't overextend myself. It was true that Lin Yuan was busy, but he could squeeze out pockets of free time. He did not want to go to the Kitchen Fragrance Palace personally because he was afraid of being profusely thanked by Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang. Regardless of what happened, Lin Yuan felt he would never be able to repay Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li for all they had done for him when he was younger. Although Lin Yuan and Chu Ci could have survived without Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li, the two of them had brought warmth into Lin Yuan's life. Because of them, he felt as though he still had people to rely on, even during the toughest times. Lin Yuan would not know how to respond if they thanked him. Aside from the Moon Empress, Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang were the elders whom Lin Yuan respected the most. Not even Mystic Moon and Cold Moon could compare to them. Master, why don't you send 3 lifespan mice to the kitchen fragrance palace? His daughter and son-in-law can contract the other 2. The Moon Empress could not help but grin. Lin Yuan's suggestion once again proved what a sentimental person he was. Those who only cared about profits would think of his sentimentality as stupid. But the Moon Empress admired this about him because she was the same. In the past, the Moon Empress always asked Lin Yuan to wear the version of the coronation costume she had prepared for him when they met with members of other factions. This was so the other factions would know he was her disciple. But she did not ask him to do so this time. If the people from the main world learned about everything Lin Yuan had done, they would no longer talk about him as the Moon Empress disciple. Rather, they would talk about her as Lin Yuan's master. Meanwhile, in a building situated in the Radiance Federation's imperial court, 3 strange men were seated around a table. All of them were staring austerely at the resources the Radiance Federation had just given them. The 3 of them were the true rulers of the Sea Clans, the vast sea labyrinth's leaders. All 3 of them had married members of the Heavenly Family Cottage and were notorious within the vast sea labyrinth for being afraid of their wives. But the 3 Heavenly Family Fays who married them knew that their fear actually came from a place of adoration and respect. In actuality, the Heavenly Family Cottage could not compare to the vast sea labyrinth's might. The vast sea labyrinth had been ruling over the Sea Clans for millennia, and they controlled all of the resources produced in the sea. They owned thousands of the island whales the humans were so eager to nurture but found difficult to do so. Although the Heavenly Family Cottage also had a long history, they had very few members. There were less than 100 Heavenly Family Fays in the entire world. The 3 of them had already noticed changes happening to the ley lines at the bottom of the sea. However, they had not thought much of it and were feeling great regret over that mistake. If they had discovered Tower Cannon's plot a little earlier, they might have been able to reverse this disaster. They were also furious thinking about how they had previously worked with Tower Cannon. Their cooperation with Tower Cannon had been a major driving force in the Sleepers' revival plan. Although the 3 of them were unaware of Tower Cannon's plot, they still felt guilty. They felt remorseful toward every life form in the main world. Otherwise, the vast sea labyrinth would never have neglected to make even a single request of the Radiance Federation during their negotiation. The tall, skinny man with long black hair and an air of elegance around him asked the 2 other men, "First brother and second brother, why are we hesitating? We must ask the Radiance Federation for help. The Radiance Federation has more power than they are letting on. I have investigated this. It's true that a 50-centimeter thick layer of metal-type stone boards has covered the bottom of the Radiance Federation. The Sea Clans are in greater danger than the humans. We also need to cover the bottom of the sea with these special metal-type stone boards. Otherwise, we won't be able to take cover anywhere when the dead spirits rise from the sea. Don't forget that all life forms lived in the sea during the first and second epochs. They only started making their way to the land during the third epoch." The black-haired man spoke in an agitated tone. Few things in this world could send a leader of the vast sea labyrinth into a state of panic. However, this matter was grave and concerned the survival of the Sea Clans. The man with short and curly light blue hair and 2 light blue moles at the corner of his eye said, "Third brother, you must maintain your composure at all times. We have come to the Radiance Federation to ask for their help. We have already demonstrated sufficient sincerity. Without our thousands of island whales, the humans would never have been able to successfully complete their migration. According to Sister Purple Love, the Radiance Federation is easy to communicate with. Moreover, we are on the same side as the humans in the Dead Spirits crisis. However, First brother should still be the one to lead the conversation and decide what conditions we set for the humans." The silver-haired man with a burly physique and black scales on his face smiled wryly. His brother was thinking about things way too simply. Now that they were racing against time, asking the Radiance Federation for such help would be no different from trying to rob them of their means of survival. There was no way that the Radiance Federation would be willing to share freely in the face of such a crisis. If they could, he would not be as troubled as he was now. The burly, short-haired man with a few black scales on his head chuckled wryly. Second brother, we are not here to negotiate with the Radiance Federation but to request their help. Let's stop with the discussions. As long as the Radiance Federation is willing to help us, we will do our best to meet their conditions. Watch your words when we meet with the Moon Empress later. Do not make the Radiance Federation feel like we are threatening them with the favor we have done for them. The short blue-haired man with 2 light green moles by the corner of his eye hurriedly said, Big brother, when have we ever been pushed to such a degree? Our sea clans will be the main troops in dealing with the dead spirits crisis that will befall the entire world. There will be many more dead spirits rising from the sea than the land. It's obvious that our jobs will be harder. The rest of his words were cut off. Second brother, you have to get one thing clear. The humans don't need the sea clans' help to face this crisis. If we hadn't become aware of the Radiance Federation's might and gotten a glimpse of their capabilities, we wouldn't have been so easily convinced to help them with their migration. We control all of the sea clans in the sea, but the Radiance Federation is not directly affected by whether the other federations live or die. We are helping the other federations and not the Radiance Federation. The humans have always fought with each other. When have they ever decided to band together to form an alliance? If we're only talking about the Radiance Federation, we do not have much of an upper hand. Don't forget that you have also done your own investigation and confirmed that it's true that metal-type stone boards have been laid down below the entire Radiance Federation. This means that the rumor about the Radiance Federation taking over the subterranean world is true. Otherwise, how could so many land imps be activated to help the Radiance Federation with this operation? Second brother, your view of things is too superficial. Ice Flow sees things much clearer than you can. The elegant man with long black hair that reached the ground also sighed. The vast sea labyrinth was currently being forced to take action. They would inevitably have to surrender some control to the Radiance Federation. All they could do was hope that the Radiance Federation did not go overboard. Frankly, there was nothing the vast sea labyrinth could do even if the Radiance Federation chose to go overboard. He had sought out Purple Love in the hopes she could act as a bridge that protected them. But she had turned him down. This told Ice Flow that Purple Love cared more about her relationship with the Radiance Federation than she did with the vast sea labyrinth. Previously, the Moon Empress had already gone to see the vast sea labyrinth's 3 leaders in a very formal manner. Hence, she did not need to be equally ceremonial this time. Instead, she took Lin Yuan directly to where the 3 leaders were staying. The 3 figures stood up when the Moon Empress entered with Lin Yuan behind her. The Moon Empress greeted them. The 3 of them knew of Lin Yuan but did not know why the Moon Empress had brought her disciple with her. It was not suitable to have a junior present at such a meeting. From their expressions, the Moon Empress could tell that the Heavenly Family Cottage had not told them about Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress did not walk in immediately. Instead, she solemnly introduced Lin Yuan to the 3 of them. This is my disciple Lin Yuan. He will be the one having the discussion with you today. The 3 leaders' faces fell. The Moon Empress' words sounded like she was not taking them seriously or joking. They were about to discuss the collaboration between their faction and the humans in light of the impending catastrophe. Yet, they would have to conduct their discussion with such a young man. What did the Moon Empress mean by this? Normally, the 3 of them would have immediately flown into a fit of rage. They might have even declared the Radiance Federation to be an enemy. This treatment was akin to one showing genuine sincerity when visiting a prestigious family, only to be greeted by a trivial member of the family. This crossed the line. Alas, the vast sea labyrinth needed to ask the Radiance Federation for help. As such, the 3 of them were in no position to throw a tantrum. The 3 of them calmly met the Moon Empress' eyes before they each reached out their hands to Lin Yuan. The well-built man with black scales on his face was the first to extend his arm. My name is Ice Wave. I am one of the vast sea labyrinth's leaders. These 2 are my younger brothers. This is Ice Flow and this is Ice Clarity. Lin Yuan smiled as he shook Ice Wave's hand before doing the same with Ice Flow and Ice Clarity. Next, he took out 3 brocade boxes and handed one to each of them. The Radiance Federation hasn't been able to make contact with the vast sea labyrinth because we have been much too busy recently. This is a gift from the Radiance Federation to our friends, and also a small gesture from Master and me. The three of them felt less aggravated when they heard what Lin Yuan said. They realized Lin Yuan was no normal human young man. Otherwise, he would not have been able to say something like that. It would not be polite for them to open the brocade boxes in front of those who had gifted them to them. Ice Wave, Ice Clarity, and Ice Flow stored the brocade boxes away before they thanked Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress. Frankly, the three of them did not think much of the contents of the brocade boxes. They might have a higher regard for these gifts if they had come from the Moon Empress. But since the young man had prepared them, they likely contained some spiritual ingredients or potions concocted by creation masters. Once Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were seated, Ice Wave did not beat around the bush and immediately brought up the vast sea labyrinths problem. There was no need to hide such a matter. If the Radiance Federation truly intended to help the vast sea labyrinth with their issue, they would do so immediately after he brought it up. But if they never wanted to help the vast sea labyrinth in the first place, it would not matter what he said. In the face of such a disaster, every second was tied to the survival of many sea lifeforms. If the Radiance Federation was unwilling to help, the vast sea labyrinth could make other preparations as soon as possible rather than being sitting ducks. In actuality, Ice Wave believed that with the Moon Empress intelligence, she would already have deduced their reason for coming. The Moon Empress broke out in a cold sweat when she heard about the Sea Clan's situation. Ice Wave spoke with extreme sincerity and did not try to hide anything about the problem that the Sea Clans were facing. If she had not already spoken with Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress would have no way of helping the Sea Clans and would have no choice but to disappoint Ice Wave. The Sea Clans were in a much tougher situation than the humans were in. As Ice Wave had said, all lifeforms in the main world lived in the sea from the first to third epoch. But now that Lin Yuan could combine the five-dimensional worlds with the main world, there would be sufficient space in the water world to house all the Sea Clans. The Moon Empress did not see this meeting as a deliberation with the vast sea labyrinth. This was firstly because the vast sea labyrinth had already shown sufficient sincerity. They did not need to try and gain the upper hand over the vast sea labyrinth. Secondly, there was nothing that vast sea labyrinth could do to force Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan purely wanted to help all the Sea Clans and rescue the entire main world. This was why the Moon Empress had allowed Lin Yuan to take the lead in this discussion. If she intended to deliberate, the Moon Empress would have helped Lin Yuan to make contact with the vast sea labyrinth. Lin Yuan coughed softly. This cough struck Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity. The three of them knew that this cough and this young man's response could determine the fate of all the Sea Clans. The three of them all felt a sense of foreboding. This young man's expression had not changed in the slightest after hearing what they said. He did not seem to be mulling over the pros and cons of helping them. Could it be that the Moon Empress had predicted they would be asking for help and was unwilling to make a decision herself for fear of hurting the relationship between the Radiance Federation and the vast sea labyrinth? Thus, she was pushing her disciple to make the decision instead? Ice Wave took a deep breath. He had anticipated a result where the Moon Empress refused to help them. The Radiance Federation didn't need to help the vast sea labyrinth, and this would not be easy help to provide either. Even if the Radiance Federation refused to help, Ice Wave had no intention of recalling the island whales. It would be better not to go back on his word. They did not currently have any other use for the island whales, as the Sea Clans did not need to use them for transportation. Ice Flow and Ice Clarity had the same thoughts as Ice Wave. Since the three of them had already prepared themselves for the worst, their first emotion after hearing what Lin Yuan said was not happiness. Rather, it was disbelief. You have guessed right. The Radiance Federation has indeed taken control of the subterranean world and can allocate the land imps. But based on what you have said, I don't think sending the land imps into the sea to lay down the metal-type stone boards is the best course of action. The seabed is much harder than land. The land imps are afraid of water and can't work properly at the bottom of the sea. As opposed to this plan, there are better ways to protect the Sea Clans. Ice Flow, Ice Clarity, and Ice Wave blinked a few times. Although this young man had not explicitly agreed to help, he did say there were better ways to protect the Sea Clans. Ice Clarity, the most anxious of them, hurriedly asked, What do you have in mind? There are tens of millions of life forms living in the sea. It won't be easy to protect all of them. If there isn't a place where the sea clans can be sheltered from the dead spirits' invasion, they will eventually be swallowed by the dead spirits. Although Ice Clarity had an impulsive streak, he had highlighted the key issue the sea clans were facing. His words reminded Lin Yuan there would be no way to solve the sea clans' issue if they could not find a safe haven for them. Normally, Ice Flow was the one who liaised with other factions on the vast sea labyrinth's behalf. He knew that humans liked to leverage whatever advantage they had. Ice Flow thought that Lin Yuan would also try to corner them. Yet, he said, the sea clans are asking for too little. A safe haven won't be enough to keep them safe from the dead spirits crisis. Besides the subterranean world, the Radiance Federation has also taken control of the water world. We have a way to combine the water world with the main world. All the sea clans can move into the water world. At that time, due to the water world's lack of ley lines that have been infected by death aura, we can build defenses there. Additionally, the dictators, apostles, and other dimensional worlds in the water world can also become the sea clan's companions and help them fend off the dead spirits' invasion. Does my plan meet your satisfaction? Lin Yuan had spoken in a straightforward manner. Even someone dim-witted could understand him. However, his words went beyond the three brothers' comprehension. All at once, astonishment, excitement, and exhilaration rushed into their heads, causing them to feel dizzy. If what this young man said was true, all their problems would be solved. The sea clans would be able to live in the water world. They had also encountered water world dimensional rifts in the past. At that time, the water world dimensional lifeforms and sea clans were bitter enemies. But now they were about to become comrades. Although the three brothers were shocked, they did not think the Radiance Federation was lying. The Moon Empress was sitting right here, and she had not rebuked anything her disciple had said. If the Radiance Federation had any intention of lying to the sea clans, it would be pointless and result in the sea clans eventually seeking revenge on them. The sea clans would never accept being lied to. Ice Wave, Ice Flow, and Ice Clarity forcefully composed themselves before they thanked the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan and asked, how does the Radiance Federation intend to combine the main world with the water world? Will we need to do anything during this process? Lin Yuan did some calculations before he said, about 15 days later, the other federations will have migrated to the Radiance Federation's vicinity. At that time, the Radiance Federation will combine the main world with the dimensional worlds. You can start relocating the sea clans to the Radiance Federation immediately. This will help more sea clans reach the Radiance Federation before the crisis of the dead spirits occurs. Ensuring this is the primary task for the sea clans. After merging the water world with the main world, I will arrange for the two main factions of the water world, Grace Sacred Hall and Mermaid Forbidden Sea, to establish contact with you. So far, everything that Lin Yuan had done had been in secret. Once he was done weaponizing the Radiance Federation, he became assured. There was no way they could hide the migration of the federations from Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon's inaction meant they cared more about triggering the start of the Sleepers' revival plan than stopping the migration. Since they could not hide this from Tower Cannon, they could cause as large of a commotion as possible. Even if Tower Cannon tried to take action against them, they would not be able to know what to do immediately. Lin Yuan was racing against Tower Cannon for time. He could also use this time before the Dead Spirits crisis began to find more information about Epic God Palace. As Phase and the Vast Sea Labyrinth's leaders, Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity had very long lifespans. They likely knew more about Epic God Palace than 8th Page Apoptosis did. Lin Yuan said solemnly to the three of them, I want to ask you a question. I hope you will tell me the answer if you know it. Ice Wave, Ice Clarity, and Ice Flow all pulled serious expressions. With how grave Lin Yuan's expression was, the three of them would respond with utmost seriousness regardless of what his question was. Ice Flow was the least calm of the three, but his brain was also the most active one. He had already sensed the Moon Empress had not sent her disciple to lead the meeting with the Vast Sea Labyrinth because she wanted him to be the one to make the tough decisions. He had the capabilities to head such a meeting. Although Purple Love had not spoken much about Lin Yuan, Ice Flow had heard about him from his wife. The person on the best terms with the heavenly family cottage was actually not the Moon Empress but someone close to her. It was likely that this referred to Lin Yuan. Ice Flow was aware of the Moon Empress abilities. She had awoken her birth horoscope not long ago, and the sacred cry Moon Beast had only just reached above eternal. If she could, she would have already tried to take down the Freedom Federation long ago rather than waiting until now. All the changes to the Radiance Federation that began 2 years ago happened to coincide with the time the Moon Empress took in her disciple. With this thought, a chill ran up Ice Flow's back when he looked at Lin Yuan again. Once this thought formed, Ice Flow only became increasingly certain it was the truth. When Ice Wave heard what Lin Yuan said, he said seriously, "If it is something I know about, I will definitely lay it all out on the table without holding anything back. Feel free to ask whatever you want. Even if the matter concerns the vast sea labyrinth's deepest secrets, I will reveal them to you." As such, Lin Yuan asked softly, "Have you heard of Epic God Palace?" Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity's expressions all changed when they heard this question. They had indeed heard of Epic God Palace. The vast sea labyrinth held a deep history, and their privileges stemmed from ancestors. Despite never encountering Epic God Palace directly, its existence was recorded in their ancient texts. It was a mysterious and fearsome organization. When they communicated with them, they couldn't fully grasp the Epic God Palace's capabilities. Records also suggested that Tower Cannon once clashed with Epic God Palace, attempting to steal their time-related artifact. But an Epic God Palace leader intervened, and that generation of Tower Cannon's 8 pages vanished. Among the vanished, First Page Crimson reappeared unexpectedly, catching everyone's attention, especially Ice Wave's. He had witnessed First Page Crimson's formidable power during a previous interaction. This drove him to study Tower Cannon's history through ancient records, gaining his current knowledge. Ice Wave shared all this with Lin Yuan, confirming Lin Yuan's suspicions. First Page Crimson belonged to Tower Cannon's initial 8 pages. This confirmation hinted that the initial 8 pages, who controlled the dead world, had come from the sky beyond the clouds for an unknown reason. It was likely that this applied to Epic God Palace as well. However, Lin Yuan could not shake the feeling that Epic God Palace was not safe. There was a high possibility that Epic God Palace would become an even more difficult enemy to deal with than Tower Cannon. Luckily, he had uncovered Tower Cannon's plan. However, he did not have a single clue about Epic God Palace's plans or goals. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was sure they were working toward a goal. Otherwise, they would not have remained hidden and waiting in a corner of the main world for so long. Now that he was confident he would be able to tackle the Dead Spirits crisis, Lin Yuan decided to begin searching Epic God Palace's experts and make contact with them. He had heard about a fight between Epic God Palace and Tower Cannon from Ice Wave. This alone was enough. After answering Lin Yuan's question, Ice Wave seemed to muster up an immense amount of determination before he told Lin Yuan about the deal he had made with Tower Cannon in the past. Ice Wave felt much more relaxed after confessing his mistake. The Moon Empress knitted her brow when he heard what Ice Wave said. He had helped Tower Cannon to collect death aura from the bottom of the sea, and it was because of this large amount of death aura that the Sleeper's revival plan was able to commence smoothly. Lin Yuan also frowned, but his brow relaxed quickly. Firstly, he knew that removing a large amount of death aura from a piece of land would be beneficial for the lifeforms that lived on it. Ice Wave had made that decision because he was a true king of the sea clans and was trying to improve their quality of life. Furthermore, Tower Cannon's plan had been shrouded in secrecy, and Ice Wave had not been aware of it. His only crime would be carelessness and neglecting to check thoroughly. Even if he had not made the deal with Tower Cannon, the latter would have found another way to gather the death aura from the bottom of the sea. There were also a few of the Radiance Federation's 32 major cities that had their death aura unknowingly drained. Ice Wave could have hidden what he had done from the Radiance Federation but chose to reveal it of his own accord. This was enough to prove his sincerity in working with the Radiance Federation. What has passed. I only hope that going forward, the vast sea labyrinth will do its best in the war against the dead spirits. We have discussed all that we need to discuss. Why don't we leave the details for later, once you are done relocating the Sea Clans? The Radiance Federation will help the Sea Clans defend against the dead spirits. Not only will we supply you with land imps, but we'll provide you with resources as well. Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes. He had not mentioned anything about profits at all. He was purely trying to use his abilities to save the Sea Clans and help them overcome this crisis. This magnanimity caused the three of them to feel extremely ashamed. After the three of them left, the Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan with gratification. It turned out that this was how he conducted deliberations. From Lin Yuan's interactions with the vast sea labyrinth's three rulers, the Moon Empress got a sense of how Lin Yuan interacted with others during his path of growth, especially with the dictators from the dimensional worlds. It was at that moment the Moon Empress realized that Lin Yuan was smiling. She was rather curious. What was there to be happy about now? Lin Yuan heard Red Thorn asking him which part of its body it should evolve. It only asked this question when it was about to evolve its grade. Among all of Lin Yuan's phase, Red Thorn's evolution was the slowest. It had been stuck at Platinum 9/Fantasy V for 3 months with no signs of evolving to Diamond grade. But in actuality, Red Thorn's power had far exceeded its expected potential. A Platinum/Fantasy V source-type lifeform could use the Tongue of Relinquish to control an afterlife realm corpse and wield it as a living weapon. Not even Platinum phase possessed such abilities. Moreover, Red Thorn was now a pinnacle 6-winged fairy and was showing signs of evolving to 8 wings. If Red Thorn could grow a 4th pair of wings when it evolved to Diamond grade, it would be able to set a new record in history for fairy source-type lifeforms. Master, I have a fae that is about to evolve. I need to find a wide and quiet place. Once I have helped it to evolve its power, I will go with Ice Wave and the rest to the vast sea labyrinth. The Sea Clans are supplying the island whales to help us humans with our migration. I am going to help them to repay them. The Moon Empress nodded before raising her hand and helping him to adjust his collar again. Since becoming a Class 6 Creation Master, I have made achievements of my own in the past year. I have nurtured a special fae that can increase the amount of spirit chi that spirit chi professionals can contain in their bodies. It will be able to help spirit chi professionals promote their spirit chi professional rank quicker. After nurturing this fae once by accident, I haven't been able to nurture a second one, even using the same method. Once you return, you can form a contract with this fae. From then on, you will no longer be hindered by your spirit chi professional rank. Lin Yuan looked delighted when he heard what the Moon Empress said. It could be said that the only thing holding Lin Yuan back was the promotion of his spirit chi professional rank. After he contracted this fae, his spirit chi professional rank would reach S+ at least while the Dead Spirits crisis was going on. From then on, the evolution of the grades of Lin Yuan's phase would no longer be limited. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with the Moon Empress. A fae that could help a spirit chi professional to increase their rank faster would not be of much use to an expert like the Moon Empress. Master, that will be a big help to me. The promotion of my spirit chi professional rank is what I am lacking the most now. The Moon Empress was very glad she could help Lin Yuan. She reached out and patted the hair on top of Lin Yuan's head. Little Yuan, I know that even with the impending Dead Spirits crisis, your power will not fall back to the level of the Radiance Federation. But remember to always keep your movements hidden, no matter where you are. Tower Cannon's 8 pages will definitely be watching you at all times. Don't give them the chance to target you. I will be waiting in the Radiance Federation until you return. Lin Yuan nodded at the Moon Empress before transporting himself through node transportation to a remote area outside of Ascending Dragon City. This was not the same place where Morbius had increased its power. Morbius' evolution had caused far too much commotion. Lin Yuan had been afraid that Morbius' large amount of world grace would catch the attention of the higher beings in other worlds and cause them to zero in on the main world. When Begin Lady and Celestial Sight underwent their Heavens Trials, Lin Yuan had confirmed that the Heavens Trials were controlled by those higher lifeforms. Lin Yuan composed himself and summoned Red Thorn, Fairy Form and Original Body. Lin Yuan had not looked at Red Thorn's data in a long time, and he used true data on it. Fae name, Red Thorn, Six-winged fairy. Thousand Eyes relinquish. Fey species. Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Spirit life form grade. Platinum, 10/10. Fey type. Source/wood. Fey quality. Fantasy V. Abilities. Mouth of relinquish. Secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that it consumed. When the tongues of relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be cut off and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can control and manipulate the target to make it appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contain digestive fluids that grew in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine could grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of relinquish. Eyes formed by using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish on every mouth of relinquish is maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is above 60, those eyes of relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of Flowers state transition. By quickly using up the stored-up energy, the Sea of Flowers child ramet's attacking power and mobility can be improved several times. The child ramet's weapons will also morph in a way that increases their functionality. Demon Spirit Curse Kill. Whenever any of the Ortet's ramets touched an enemy target and breaks through a target's defense, the target will be cursed. Every curse carries a negative effect that would be stacked with every additional attack. Exclusive skill. Spore Growth. Spits a huge amount of spores, which can absorb the energy or flesh energy supplied by red thorn out of its spore cavity to quickly grow ramets and child ramets that are controlled by the Ortet. Wither Glory. Red thorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the Sea of Flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child ramets and ramets, the withered Sea of Flowers would reach its prime state. Lin Yuan stared at red thorn's data for a moment. He felt it had reached the pinnacle of capabilities for a life form that fought by establishing a land formation and expanding it. There was no other way in which red thorn's Sea of Flowers could be improved. Even if Lin Yuan found a minute detail and tried to evolve it, its benefit would be negligible. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuan felt he should pivot away from evolving red thorn's Sea of Flowers. Since red thorn could control the Abyss Great Emperor through the tongue of relinquish, Lin Yuan felt he could evolve that part during red thorn's next evolution. While Lin Yuan was increasing red thorn's power, he never stopped thinking about what the best method would be. It did not take long for him to arrive at an answer. However, Lin Yuan did not know whether the abilities and boost that red thorn received from the evolution of the tongue of relinquish would meet his expectations. Red thorn's tongue of relinquish could control other lifeforms because it had swallowed the seed in Jifeng's body. The seed came from a plant called the Gardener Konjac. At that time, Lin Yuan did not know where the Gardener Konjac came from. But slowly, he became certain it came from the dead world that was still largely foreign to the main world. The Gardener Konjac was a dimensional life form that Second Page Revival had been actively nurturing. But for an unknown reason, Second Page Revival later disappeared. According to 8th Page Apoptosis, Second Page Revival had disappeared around the time she went with 6th Page Lashing to a joint operation with the Freedom Federation envoy group to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had already asked the Moon Empress and confirmed that Second Page Revival's disappearance was not related to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan always found this to be strange. Although the tongue of relinquished abilities came from the Gardener Konjac, its power now fully came from the corpses it controlled like the Abyss Great Emperor. It did not actually have much to do with the Gardener Konjac's genes. The main reason was that Red Thorn had raised the Gardener Konjac's abilities. Otherwise, why did the Gardener Konjac only have so few top experts under its control when it was in Second Page Revival's hands? Why did it only control Emperor-class experts with myth breed phase like Jifeng? Lin Yuan wanted to strengthen Red Thorn's tongue of relinquish because he wanted to see the extent to which Red Thorn could raise the Gardener Konjac's genes. Lin Yuan reached out and halted the flying red thorn before saying seriously, "Red thorn, I know you have been waiting for this day for a long time and that you have accumulated enough power. When you evolve to diamond grade, choose to evolve your tongue of relinquish. While you are evolving, I will instruct someone to provide your main body with a large number of corpses so you can replenish your vitality. I have already extracted a significant amount of pure wood elemental energy from the wood-building winged sandfly's larvae. I will feed you the wood elemental energy as well as the almost 1,000 units of pure fairy bloodlines supplied by the Goddess of Mercy. The Goddess of Mercy caused too much bloodshed while trying to obtain these fairy bloodlines. When you absorb them, create a new history for the fairy species, and bring glory to them, you will have made those deaths worth it." Red Thorn nodded earnestly. Normally, there was nothing that Red Thorn liked more than to cling to Lin Yuan. It rarely acted as seriously as this. When Red Thorn found out that the Goddess of Mercy had been nurturing fairies to kill them and turn them into toys once they were fully grown, it immediately started to hate the Goddess of Mercy. It had been keeping this fury to itself and had not expressed it to Lin Yuan. No life form would not become enraged by the knowledge that someone was killing its kind and turning them into toys. This contributed to Lin Yuan's decision not to keep the Goddess of Mercy by his side and send her to the water world to live with the other mermaids instead. "Yuan, I do not need so many fairy bloodlines for my evolution. I sense that I will need less than 300 fairy bloodlines to reach 8 wings. After I evolve to 8 wings and reach that gate, I will need to accumulate power for some time before my bloodline can experience another breakthrough. During that time, the remaining fairy bloodlines can go to Silver Corona, Elegance, Brocade Zither, and the rest. 3 Brocade Zither does not have much potential, and it would have been difficult for it to become a 4-winged fairy. But after living in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and being nourished by the pure spirit chi for a prolonged period, as well as absorbing a significant amount of energy from the Pure Land of Bliss, it can now evolve to 4 wings. All it needs now is an opportunity. If it absorbs a few units of fairy bloodlines, it will be able to evolve into a 4-winged fairy. Usually, Red Thorn rarely interacted with Brocade Zither. However, it did look out for Brocade Zither. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Red Thorn, I can supply you with as many fairy bloodlines as you need. Just relax and evolve." Red Thorn flew to the center of the 3 mouths of relinquish and wrapped its body with its 3 pairs of wings before falling into slumber. Soon, explosive roaring noises could be heard within the 3 large mouths of relinquish. The roaring resembled that of the eruption of a small volcano. Lin Yuan raised his hand and released 30 turning will realm dictators before instructing them to take diamond phase storage boxes to Red Thorn's mouths of relinquish to supply it with the corpses of dimensional lifeforms. Normally, Lin Yuan only fed the corpses of class 5 and 6-dimensional lifeforms to Red Thorn. However, the platinum Red Thorn could already consume class 7 to 8-dimensional lifeforms that were the equivalent of myth breed phase. Numerous dimensional lifeforms died in the dimensional worlds daily, and Lin Yuan had intentionally collected all of them. This not only provided Red Thorn with good quality food, but Lin Yuan also did not need to kill whenever he needed to feed Red Thorn. When the corpses filled with blood energy entered the mouths of relinquish, the sounds coming from the 3 furnace-like mouths of relinquish became even more uproarious. Each time the mouth of relinquish contracted and expanded, it grew larger. As the mouth of relinquish had a relatively flat shape, it did not seem tall. However, it was around the size of a small sports stadium. The eye of relinquish did not become much larger as it was not the focus of the evolution like the mouth of relinquish was. Nonetheless, it still became larger and brighter. It was clear that it now stored much more energy than it did in the past. The roaring noises lasted for almost 5 hours before they stopped. As the tongue of relinquish was currently wrapped up in the mouth of relinquish, Lin Yuan could not see its current state. But as the mouth of relinquish opened and closed, Lin Yuan saw that there was a pouch-like item below the tongue of relinquish. Lin Yuan walked into the part where the 3 mouths of relinquish met. Lin Yuan had just instructed the 30 turning will realm dictators to feed the fairy bloodlines and wood elemental energy to Red Thorn. When he arrived at the part where the 3 mouths of relinquish met, He saw that Red Thorn had grown another pair of wings just as he had predicted. However, this set of wings seemed to be extremely premature. Lin Yuan was not a fairy, so he could sense that Red Thorn's bloodline had evolved. Still, he could not tell if it had any influence over other fairies. Silver Corona was not with him. Otherwise, he would use Silver Corona as a test subject. Lin Yuan used Morbius to check on Red Thorn. Fey name: Red Thorn, 8-winged fairy. Thousand Eyes relinquish. Fey species. Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade: Diamond, 1/10. Fey type: Source/wood. Fey quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: Mouth of Relinquish. Secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of Relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that it consumed. When the tongues of Relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be cut off and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can control and manipulate the target to make it appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contain digestive fluids that grew in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine could grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of Relinquish. Eyes formed by using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of Relinquish on every mouth of Relinquish is maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of eyes of Relinquish is above 60, those eyes of Relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of Flower state transition. By quickly using up the stored-up energy, the Sea of Flowers child Ramit's attacking power and mobility can be improved by several times. The child Ramit's weapons will also morph in a way that increases their functionality. Demon Spirit Curse Kill. Whenever any of the Ortet's Ramets touched an enemy target and breaks through a target's defense, the target will be cursed. Every curse carries a negative effect that would be stacked with every additional attack. Tongue Pouch Births Demons. When a corpse is being consumed, it can be stored in the tongue pouch and nurtured. If the corpse's power is intact, it can be nurtured into a special life form that contains a fairy bloodline. Its previous power will be retained, and its power can also be increased when tempered by blood energy. Exclusive skill. Spore Growth. Spits a huge amount of spores, which can absorb the energy or flesh energy supplied by Red Thorn out of its spore cavity to quickly grow Ramets and child Ramets controlled by the Ortet. Wither Glory. Red Thorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the Sea of Flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child Ramets and Ramets, the withered Sea of Flowers would reach its prime state. Currently, Red Thorn had evolved to Diamond Eye, but its quality had not changed. Nonetheless, after reaching 8 wings, its abilities had all been strengthened. Given that it had chosen to evolve the Tongue of Relinquish, it gained a new ability called Tongue Pouch Births Demons. In spite of his wealth of experience, Lin Yuan still could not help but slap his leg out of excitement when he saw Tongue Pouch Births Demons. Tongue Pouch Births Demons significantly increased the Tongue of Relinquish's ability to control corpses. The Tongue of Relinquish took control of corpses by inserting its tongue tip into the corpses. The tongue tip would then fix up the corpse before activating its cells and manipulating its movement. Now that the Tongue of Relinquish had evolved, Tongue Pouch Births Demons could store a corpse in its tongue pouch and nurture a life form with a fairy bloodline. The life form would also retain all the abilities from when it was alive. Just like a living life form, it could also be nurtured to increase its power while it was inside the tongue pouch. This made it no different from a living life form. Although the corpses in the tongue pouches would still be dead entities that Red Thorn controlled, their powers could continue to increase. The Abyss Great Emperor was currently Lin Yuan's strongest powerhouse. But it fell short of Eternal Source because he could continuously increase his power while the Abyss Great Emperor could not. But now, the Abyss Great Emperor also had the chance to increase its power. At that moment, Red Thorn woke up and started flapping its 4 pairs of wings. Red Thorn sensed its new pair of wings before it dove into Lin Yuan's arms. There was nothing that fairies prioritized more than their bloodlines, and Red Thorn was no exception. However, Lin Yuan did not know that Red Thorn was not only happy because of its bloodline. It was also largely related to Silver Corona. Previously, Red Thorn and Silver Corona were six-winged fairies. Although Red Thorn's bloodline was slightly more elite than Silver Corona's, it could not exert much influence over Silver Corona. Thus, it could not chase Silver Corona away from Lin Yuan's side. This always triggered Red Thorn's possessiveness. But now that it had 8 wings, it could use its bloodline to overcome Silver Corona's bloodline. Red Thorn did not know why it always had the uncontrollable urge to compare itself with Silver Corona when they were actually on good terms. It was because they had extremely similar abilities and could produce seas of flowers. Silver Corona was also highly favored by Lin Yuan in the beginning, and he had used Shatter Spatial Stones to open up tens of dimensional rifts for it. Red Thorn had been rolling in jealousy for some time. Red Thorn said softly, "Yuan, I can use my tongue pouches to nurture promising corpses in the future. Every tongue of relinquish will be able to grow 2 tongue pouches at the most. The tongue pouches can be used as long as they are empty. Moreover, there isn't a limit on the corpses being controlled. But the stronger the corpse, the more time it will take for the tongue pouch to transform it. With phase like the Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom and Source Sand, which did not have high intelligence, Lin Yuan always needed to deduce their abilities after each evolution through true data. But with fairies like Red Thorn, which were even more intelligent than humans, the latter would volunteer answers to Lin Yuan's questions. It was not easy for Lin Yuan to find any more strong corpses from the main world unless he killed the real 8 pages of Tower Cannon. But once he went to the sky beyond the clouds, it was likely that there would be powerful experts abound. Before Red Thorn grew the tongue pouches, the World Emperor experts that it controlled using its tongue tips could be easily recognized by experts they had ties to. Once they were recognized, Lin Yuan would be targeted by the expert's kin. Luckily, with the tongue pouches, Lin Yuan did not need to worry about that anymore. Once the corpses were nurtured, they would become life forms similar to fairies. This would increase the number of standardized experts that Lin Yuan controlled. In a nutshell, tongue pouch births demons could be used to create a species out of the experts' corpses. Moreover, the species of corpses that Red Thorn created would become even stronger weapons than the alien insects. The alien insects could use the bloodlines of other species to strengthen themselves but could not attain the abilities of the species they took over. If Lin Yuan's sights were still restrained to the main world, he would not be this elated about Red Thorn attaining tongue pouch births demons. But now that his sights were set on the sky beyond the clouds, he realized that many of his phase abilities and exclusive skills would become extremely useful. Lin Yuan pulled himself back to reality. Regardless of how much he was looking forward to heading to the sky beyond the clouds, the most important matters he needed to address now were dealing with Tower Cannon, helping the main world to overcome their dead spirits crisis, and carrying them through the 6th epoch. Red Thorn, how long will it take for you to use the tongue pouch to transform the Abyss Great Emperor? Given that Red Thorn controlled the Abyss Great Emperor, it completely understood his circumstances. Red Thorn fell silent momentarily before replying, "Yuan, it will take me at least 3 months to transform the Abyss Great Emperor. After all, I am still only diamond grade. My bloodline might have reached 8 wings, but the effects of my abilities are still strongly correlated to my grade. However, you can still use the Abyss Great Emperor even while I'm transforming him in the tongue pouch. He can continue to protect and fight for you." Lin Yuan's happiness showed on his face, and he said, "Red Thorn, why don't you use the tongue pouch to transform the Abyss Great Emperor now? I am looking forward to seeing what he becomes 3 months later." Red Thorn snapped its fingers and ordered the Abyss Great Emperor to enter one of the mouths of Relinquish. Once the Abyss Great Emperor fully entered the mouth of Relinquish, the tongue pouch closed around him. Red Thorn stuck out its tongue and said softly, "However, after transforming the Abyss Great Emperor, he might look rather strange the next time you summon him." Lin Yuan shook his head to indicate he did not care. As long as the Abyss Great Emperor did not become weaker, he did not care what he looked like. Now, Lin Yuan did not have any more phase that needed to be evolved for the foreseeable future. He had told the vast sea labyrinth's 3 leaders he would be heading there. Ice Wave needed to oversee the entire operation of migrating the sea clans. Ice Clarity was rather impulsive and would not be appropriate for working with Lin Yuan. Hence, Ice Wave assigned the task of receiving Lin Yuan to Ice Flow. Ice Flow had also been the one who first interacted with the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan and Ice Flow arranged to meet at the harbor in Ascending Dragon City. Ever since Lin Yuan contracted the ethereal jellyfish, he began placing its tentacles all over the Radiance Federation to create spatial nodes. These spatial nodes were not meant to be used solely by Lin Yuan but were also for the convenience of all of Sky City's core members. Lin Yuan transported himself to the seaside outside of Ascending Dragon City, and it was not long before he saw Ice Flow waiting for him in human form. Ice Flow's facial features were very elegant, and his long black hair looked rather out of place. Nonetheless, none of the people around noticed he was a fae in human form. Ice Flow reached out his hand and greeted Lin Yuan with a smile. "Thank you for being willing to come with me to help the Sea Clans." Lin Yuan smiled back at Ice Flow to say, "You are welcome." From Morbius, Lin Yuan could see that Ice Flow was a pinnacle Spiritfire expert and was only a small step away from reaching World Emperor and the Divine Kingdom. He was much stronger than the Mirror God and God of Fools. Lin Yuan did not know much about how much power the Spacetime Elder had and could not make a comparison to him. But it was possible that Ice Flow was the strongest expert in the main world below the World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level. When he met Ice Flow and the other leaders of the vast sea labyrinth, they talked the most about the issues they were about to face. The vast sea labyrinth had been desperate for the Radiance Federation's help. As such, at the time, Lin Yuan had not asked about the vast sea labyrinth's power. Lin Yuan stood next to Ice Flow and looked out at the sea as he asked, "How many pinnacle Spiritfire experts like you does the vast sea labyrinth have? Does the vast sea labyrinth have World Emperor and Divine Kingdom experts?" Ice Flow froze when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He instinctively felt that Lin Yuan's question was rather inappropriate as it involved the vast sea labyrinth's core secrets. However, after considering the relationship between the vast sea labyrinth and the Radiance Federation, Ice Flow decided to answer Lin Yuan's question. However, he was soon stunned by the latter part of what Lin Yuan said. He heard Lin Yuan mention the World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level. Were these the levels above High Sovereign and the Spiritfire level? This was the first time Ice Flow learned about the terms for the levels above Spiritfire. The vast sea labyrinth's legacy went back much further than that of the humans. Every generation of the vast sea labyrinth had been recorded in the Coral Records. So, one only needed to look through the Coral Records to learn about the vast sea labyrinth's entire legacy. There was no mention of the World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level at all in vast sea labyrinth's legacy. Ice Flow wondered, can it be that humans already have such experts? As overwhelmed as he was feeling, Ice Flow still appeared extremely calm and said seriously to Lin Yuan, "There are a total of 14 Spiritfire experts in the vast sea labyrinth. We don't have a single World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level expert." Lin Yuan was startled. The vast sea labyrinth truly lived up to their role as the rulers of the sea. It turned out that they had 14 Spiritfire experts. These were pinnacle Spiritfire experts to boot. The first major Federation Union meeting had commenced smoothly. Presently, there were only 4 known human Spiritfire experts. There was 1 in the Radiance Federation, 2 in the Freedom Federation, and 1 from the Azure Federation. The Sea Clans had more than 3 times the number of Spiritfire experts than the humans. They did not need to bother comparing their number of birth horoscope experts. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. It was no wonder that the vast sea labyrinth had never bothered to take the human factions seriously. They were indeed powerful enough to sneer at the human factions on land. While Lin Yuan was digesting his amazement and shock, Ice Flow said softly, "I am sorry if this is rude, but may I ask if the humans already have World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level experts?" Lin Yuan did not respond to Ice Flow's question immediately. He controlled Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor, who were afterlife realm dictators. Their power was equivalent to that of World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level experts. However, neither of them were humans. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was human. Lin Yuan looked into Ice Flow's eyes, and they glinted as he said, To be honest, I have two subordinates of that level. When we head to the vast sea labyrinth together, I will send around 100 turning will realm dictators that are the equivalent of above eternal phase to summon ocean currents and help you with your migration. I can also open a space tunnel that will allow the sea clans to enter the marsh world, where they can remain for some time. Once I release the sea clans into the marsh world, they will be able to relocate to the Radiance Federation's sea. However, if you organize the migration on your own, only the powerful lifeforms will be successfully relocated. The weak lifeforms will definitely end up losing their lives to the Dead Spirits crisis. I didn't mention this previously, but it's not too late to bring it up now. Lin Yuan did not stop walking while he spoke. He looked around and saw that everyone on the harbor looked concerned and anxious. Usually, when they faced disasters, the Radiance Federation's royalty preferred to take the full brunt of the effects on their own and did not want to affect the weaker spirit chi professionals and regular people. But during this disaster that triggered the changing of epochs, the Radiance Federation's royalty decided after much contemplation not to keep it under wraps and reveal the situation to all of the Radiance citizens. This was so they could all make their own preparations and receive this calamity together. The Radiance Federation's royalty made this decision because they were all aware they could not handle this crisis on their own. It would require the combined efforts of all the Radiance citizens. Currently, the Radiant citizens were all accumulating resources in order to take on the impending disaster. The harbor was much more crowded than usual, but these were just people gathered together. None of them were showing any interest in chatting with each other while they were moving resources. This was a silent crowd full of bottled-up emotion. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh. He had already done all he could to help the Radiance Federation with this crisis. There was nothing else he could do. Ice flow had frozen in his steps when he heard what Lin Yuan said, but he quickly snapped out of his trance and caught up with Lin Yuan. Ice flow solemnly told Lin Yuan, "Thank you for all you are doing for the Sea Clans. If we are able to tide over this crisis, the Sea Clans will do whatever you ask of us." Lin Yuan did not say anything. He knew that Ice Flow was not making empty promises but could not take Ice Flow seriously. Firstly, he did not know how long it would take for the Dead Spirits crisis to pass. Secondly, Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity could make promises with short-term repercussions, but the same could not be said for long-term promises. But given Lin Yuan's current situation, there was no way he would need help from the Sea Clans. "Let's go. We can talk about other matters in the future." Lin Yuan had walked to the end of the harbor and raised a leg to walk into the sea. Lin Yuan's action startled Ice Flow. This was a deep harbor, not a regular place. The water could reach a depth of 2 kilometers. Otherwise, there was no way that the island whales would be able to dock there. Once Lin Yuan lowered his leg, he would fall into the sea. The water was full of dark undercurrents that would quickly pull Lin Yuan to its dark and deep depths. Ice Flow was about to manipulate the water to grab Lin Yuan, when he saw the water rise up and gather around Lin Yuan's feet, holding him up. The water was moving very similarly to when he controlled it. Ice Flow could sense that the seawater was voluntarily gathering around Lin Yuan. The seawater was gathering around Lin Yuan before Ice Flow had ordered it to do so. This deeply shocked Ice Flow. Ice Flow looked at Lin Yuan incredulously. He did not know how Lin Yuan was more affiliated with and have a stronger control over water than he did. Ice Flow had heard that Blue Lotus had given her heavenly family blessing to a young human. But even if Lin Yuan was this human, this should not be how it manifested. Lin Yuan turned back to look at Ice Flow as he quipped, "Let's hurry. Every moment that we are late will cost the lives of many sea life forms." Lin Yuan raised a hand and a current rose from the surface of the water. Ice Flow stepped on the current that Lin Yuan had formed and manipulated it to carry him toward the vast sea labyrinth. Numerous regular people and spirit chi professionals on the harbor saw Lin Yuan and Ice Flow's actions. Although they were all shocked by this sight, they did not act on their shock. Experts had been arriving in Ascending Dragon City recently, and tens of the island whales had also been dispatched from the harbor. Seeing the island whales expanded these people's horizons. Their eyesight was not good enough. Otherwise, they would have noticed Lin Yuan performing the extraordinary act of summoning and riding on water currents. While Lin Yuan and Iceflow were headed to the vast sea labyrinth, a few soft giggles emerged from a castle. A girl dressed in a long black skirt and holding a back candle stopped flipping through the book in her hands. The light from the purple flame burning atop the black candle became the brightest light source in the large hall. It even blanketed over the light from the glowing birth horoscopes hanging above the large hall. The girl turned towards the 8 black coffins behind her. The first, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth black coffins flew open simultaneously. The 7th coffin shook a few times but eventually did not open. The girl's gaze became even deeper when she saw the 5 open black coffins. Violet light green, cavity orchid, and wave glow. It's been too long. The girl strode to the 5th coffin and hugged the girl within, who had 7 colored eyes and hair. Her action was full of love and devotion. However, this girl with rainbow eyes and hair adjusted her skirt before deftly pushing 2nd page Warbler Candle away with her slender fingers and saying coldly, "Crimson told you to manage the situation, but you caused so much trouble." The human federations and sea clans ended up finding out about the Sleeper's revival plan. Warbler Candle, you have truly disappointed me. Back then. 5th page Falling Rainbow was not done speaking before she was interrupted by the short young man in the black coffin next to her. Falling Rainbow, what has happened has happened. We already settled that matter. Warbler Candle has also paid the price for that incident. Why are you still dragging it up? Moreover, we were the ones who she let down back then. Not you. 5th page Falling Rainbow's face did not betray any emotions. She waved her hand and swept away the hair that had fallen across her forehead before she walked out of the black coffin and asked 1st page Crimson. Crimson, how much longer will it be before Concubine Winding and Eyeshadow wake up? If they need more than 2 months, we can begin the plan now. After all, the dead world has already infected this world's ley lines with enough death aura. 1st page Crimson frowned under his black and red cloak and was silent for a moment before he said, 7th page Concubine Winding will need 17 more days, while 8th page Eyeshadow will need 35 more days. I suggest you wait until they are awake before you combine the dead world with the main world. Otherwise, they will lose out on a lot of benefits. 1st page Crimson had just finished speaking when 6th page Wave Glow, who had long hair resembling ice crystals and a more beautiful countenance than most women, said resolutely, I don't think we should begin the plan now. It doesn't matter if the humans and sea clans know about our plans and set up defenses against it. It won't affect the plan's progression. I care more about what Crimson said about the humans taking control of the marsh and water worlds. If they can control the marsh world and water world, they will be able to control the alien insect, subterranean, and abyssal worlds, too. I am worried that humans will find a way to combine the 5-dimensional worlds with this world to promote this Class 1 to Class 2. If that happens, it will throw a wrench into our plans. 6th page Wave Glow's words had hit the nail on the head. 1st page Crimson shook his head and said, I can't answer your question because I have also been sealed and recuperating in the black coffin. I haven't been able to look in detail into human factions, but I can be certain that something anomalous has happened to the human world. Otherwise, given my understanding of the human world before I went to sleep, they shouldn't have such capabilities. I suspect that this is related to Epic God Palace. Only they possess such capabilities. As for Tarot Round Table, who have implanted spies into Tower Cannon, they are nothing more than a group of noisy insects trying to cause trouble. They don't have such capabilities either. 2nd page Warbler Candle only looked away from 5th page Falling Rainbow now. 2nd page Warbler Candle looked at 1st page Crimson seriously and said, I began secretly watching Epic God Palace a week ago. This matter is not related to them at all. They haven't changed and still seem to be waiting for something. They wouldn't have needed to wait until now if they wanted to try something. They could have acted when we first started injecting death aura into the ley lines. 1st page Crimson. Did Epic God Palace frighten you off 1,000 years ago? 1st page Crimson ignored 2nd page Warbler Candle. Before the others awoke, 1st page Crimson interacted with 2nd page Warbler Candle because he had no choice. But now that the others had awoken, there was no need for 1st page Crimson to continue doing so. First page Crimson was not fond of second page Warbler Candle at all. Third page Violet Light Green did not want to interact with first page Crimson and the other four. She picked up a comb with several eyeballs embedded into it and began combing her hair. The eyes opened and shut continuously while she was combing her hair with the comb. Once she was done combing her hair, she began dressing herself up with accessories and was completely nonchalant towards the discussion that needed to take place. When she saw sixth page Wave Glow looking at her, third page Violet Light Green said apathetically, "You can make the decision about such trivial matters. You don't have to seek my opinion. This way, if you insist on starting the plan now, I won't be left without a way to explain myself to Concubine Winding and Eyeshadow when they wake up." Third page Violet Light Green looked like she couldn't care less, but she had taken out the 100-eyed comb that eighth page Eyeshadow had given her and mentioned Concubine Winding and Eyeshadow. Eyeshadow was not the type to be petty, but if Concubine woke up and found out she had been stiffed, the situation would become very difficult to deal with. All of them had the same goal and were companions who had landed in this world together. There was no need for them to stab each other in the back during these 30 or so days. Fifth page Falling Rainbow's selfish behavior had displeased many of them. Third page Violet Light Green and sixth page Wave Glow had both expressed their opinions. Second page Warbler Candle never got involved and always followed fifth page Falling Rainbow's lead. First page Crimson looked at fourth page Cavity Orchid. "Cavity Orchid, have you made your decision?" Fourth page Cavity Orchid blinked. Given the circumstances, regardless of what she said, she would end up offending someone. Fourth page Cavity Orchid did not want that to happen. Hence, she smiled at first page Crimson and said, "Crimson, I'll follow your lead. Your decision is my decision. I have only just woken up, so unlike you, I don't know much about what's happening." First page Crimson looked away from fourth page Cavity Orchid. Fourth page Cavity Orchid never liked to get on the wrong side of anyone, yet she also refused to allow herself to be advantaged in any way. She had said that despite already knowing what his choice was, if the 8 of them had not tried tripping each other up and caused the sacred instrument that contained Death Aura to become damaged, they would not have needed to attempt to make a grab for Epic God Palace's vessel. They also would not have had to slumber for thousands of years. If the Dead Spirits Crisis could have been brought forward a few thousand years, this Class 1 world would have already been combined with the Dead world and taken over the roots of this Class 1 world. What a waste. A waste. Then let's wait until Concubine Winding and Eyeshadow wake up. We can return to the black coffins and continue recuperating. Before first page Crimson could finish speaking, he was interrupted by fifth page Falling Rainbow's furrowed brow. Fifth page Falling Rainbow did not attempt to go against first page Crimson's decision. This decision had been made collectively by all of them. If she tried to go against it, she would be offending the majority. However, she noticed that she had lost her link to the secret of the dead that had been within the Tower of Falling Rainbow. What is my Tower of Falling Rainbow now? Why can't I sense the secret of the dead now that I'm awake? First page Crimson frowned. They only established Tower canon after coming to this world. They saw the 8 towers as part of their legacy and passed it down from generation to generation of the 8 pages. The subsequent generations of Tower canon had been unable to use the power of the secrets of the dead in the towers. Based on first page Crimson's understanding, the Tower of Falling Rainbow should be in fifth page Truth's hands. He had not known where fifth page Truth was and only found out from third page Eternal Sin that he had died. But if fifth page Truth had died, the secret of the dead should have transported the Tower of Falling Rainbow back to Tower canon. The secrets of the dead were linked to the Dead World's roots, and the Dead World was a dimensional world linked to a Class 2 world. The secrets of the dead were beyond the level of this Class 1 world, so there was no reason it would run into issues here. Falling Rainbow, you can send people to find the Tower of Falling Rainbow, but I suggest you return to the Black Coffin to rest up. Once Concubine Winding and Eyeshadow wake up and we begin the plan, we will have to remain in the Dead World and won't have the opportunity to recuperate any further. Once he was done speaking, first page Crimson entered the Black Coffin and closed the door. Second page Warbler Candle blew out the flame of the candle she held with a gentle breath before saying, "Falling Rainbow, I don't need to spend any more extended periods of time recuperating. I can help you to search for the Tower of Falling Rainbow. Fifth page. Falling Rainbow scoffed softly. I will send my own people to conduct the search. The people I send will also be able to help me gain an understanding of the current happenings in this world. Otherwise, we'll have to ask first page Crimson everything, and he's unwilling to share. Fifth page. Falling Rainbow walked out into the large hall, and second page Warbler Candle hurriedly followed her. Third page Violet Light Green and sixth page Wave Glow entered their black coffins. The light in the large hall filled the space once again after second page Warbler Candle left. The faint light from the chain of birth horoscopes seeped out into the beautiful and dead silence. Lin Yuan stepped on the jets of water. Due to his mermaid the arch bloodline, Lin Yuan instinctively felt more comfortable in the sea than on land. Lin Yuan had been busy for such a long time, and as he traveled on the sea, he felt the same carefreeness he felt while on vacation. However, Lin Yuan found it difficult to relax fully. Neither the humans nor Sea Clan's migration was complete. Lin Yuan was afraid that he would predict the timeline wrongly. Ice Flow told Lin Yuan, "We will be able to reach the vast sea labyrinth's palace in a day. I will lead you into the depths then while you hold this pearl. This comes from the 10,000-year-old giant clam and will allow you to breathe underwater." Lin Yuan received the pearl and nodded before tossing it back to Ice Flow. "I can enter the depths of water without external help. You don't need to make such preparations for me." On the way here, I saw many sea clans gathering together under the lead of the 8 clans of sea emperors. I am curious to know how the vast sea labyrinth sends out your orders. Ice Flow did not try to keep secrets and responded. When any member of the 8 clans of sea emperors is given authority over a piece of the sea, they will also receive a messenger shell. No matter where they are, they can receive orders from the 8 clans of sea emperors' headquarters through the messenger shell. The vast sea labyrinth just needs to send our orders to the leaders of the 8 clans of sea emperors. After we selected the 8 clans of sea emperors, they rapidly increased their numbers and strength because of the abundance of resources they possess. Now, there aren't enough sea territories to allocate to every member. This is why there has been so much fighting among the 8 clans of sea emperors in the past 1,000 years. First Emperor Dragon Shark Clan has already become the new fountainhead of the 8 clans of sea emperors. Many human federations believe the 8 clans of sea emperors to be the leaders of the sea clans. But in truth, they are nothing more than chess pieces that are under our control. Lin Yuan now understood why the vast sea labyrinth cared so little about the first Emperor Dragon Shark Clan's extinction. They never cared about any of the 8 clans of sea emperors. He could sense from Ice Flow's words that the vast sea labyrinth was very unhappy with all the fighting that had been going on among the 8 clans of sea emperors. The human federations were much more independent than the sea clans. They would never be able to act collectively after just one order was issued. Although this major Federation Union meeting was successful, many federations had not been in attendance. It was very likely that those who had not gone to the Radiance Federation were still unaware of the Dead Spirits crisis. There was nothing that Lin Yuan or the Moon Empress could do about that. By this time, Lin Yuan and Iceflow had arrived at the sea near the Azure Federation. The sea near the Azure Federation had already been cleared, and there were no traces of toxins left. This would not have been possible in such a short span with just the experts from the Azure Federation. The mermaids had helped secretly as well. Suddenly, Ice Flow furrowed his brow deeply together, and he looked astonished. He noticed that there were almost 100 Spiritfire lifeforms nearby. Moreover, there were thousands of enormous sea beasts behind these 100 Spiritfire lifeforms. From the auras of the sea beasts, they were likely water world dimensional lifeforms. Ice Flow was very familiar with the aura of water world dimensional lifeforms. Ice Flow knew that a Class 6 water world dimensional rift had opened in the sea near the Azure Federation. These dimensional lifeforms must have come out from there. Ice Flow had heard that Lin Yuan had taken control of the water world and wanted to combine the water world with the main world so that the sea clans could be relocated there. Ice Flow looked at Lin Yuan. Regardless of how he thought about it, Ice Flow could not shake the feeling that these Spiritfire mermaids and giant sea beasts were there to cause trouble. As a mermaid the arch, Lin Yuan could sense where life forms with the mermaid bloodlines were located. He smiled and told Iceflow, "These are the helpers I will be sending to help the sea clans with their migration. They have been waiting for me for a long time. They will be coming with us to the vast sea labyrinth." While Lin Yuan was speaking, the mermaids and sea beasts had moved over to his side. The king-class mermaids had ridden water currents to the surface of the water. But the instant they spotted Lin Yuan, they all folded their tails and knelt on pillars of water. They dared not meet his gaze and said softly, with utmost respect, "Welcome, Lord the Arch." After the king-class mermaids were done with their greetings, it was the sea beasts' turn to greet Lin Yuan. Many of the sea beasts present had reached the Turning Wheel realm as well. All of them knew that Lin Yuan had the mermaid bloodline in his body. At first, the sea beasts from Mermaid Sacred Hall always butted heads with the mermaids. But now, they were very respectful toward mermaids of comparable power. Although they would not keep their heads down around the mermaids, they could get along relatively amicably. The battle between Grace Sacred Hall and Mermaid Forbidden Sea was a fight between the mermaids and sea beasts. There were no mermaids in Grace Sacred Hall, while there were sea beasts in Mermaid Forbidden Sea. But those sea beasts had always been on friendly terms with the mermaids. The sea beasts were all lined up neatly around the mermaids. Because of Lin Yuan, the mermaids had become the leading species of the water world, and their status had naturally inflated. Although Lin Yuan did not have the power to give the mermaids more authority than the sea clans, he knew what the mermaids and sea beasts were thinking. The mermaids were much more united than the sea beasts, so allowing the mermaids to lead the water world would lead to more stability. Moreover, it was true that Lin Yuan had the mermaid bloodline in his body and was a mermaid the Arch. When the mermaids appeared, shock appeared on Iceflow's face. Mermaids also used to be in the main world, but their numbers were always very small. However, mermaids were naturally affiliated with water elemental energy and known for being extremely beautiful in their human form. Thus, they used to be regarded as auspicious entities in the sea. Mermaids could not be found in Class 1 to 4 waterworld dimensional rifts and were only seen occasionally in Class 5 dimensional rifts. Iceflow knew that the mermaids came from the water world, but they never expected them to be such a populous species in the water world and so powerful. The mermaids and sea beasts addressed Lin Yuan as Lord the Arch. Iceflow knew that the mermaids prioritized their bloodlines. The way that they addressed Lin Yuan caused Iceflow to realize that Lin Yuan's strong control over water came from him having the mermaid bloodline in his body. His bloodline was strong enough to induce the sea beasts to kneel to him. This was sufficient to prove that his bloodline was extraordinary. Iceflow now knew that it was not the Radiance Federation who had taken control of the water world, but the Moon Empress disciple. Given that the Moon Empress disciple had the ability to take control of the water world, he had to also be the one who had taken control of the Moon Empress disciple. At this instant, the way that Iceflow looked at Lin Yuan changed. Now, he fully believed all that Lin Yuan had said before. Aside from astonishment and satisfaction, he also felt brimming faith. Iceflow bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. With help from these mermaids and sea beasts, the migration of the sea clans will undoubtedly be much smoother. Lin Yuan, thank you for your help. We will remember this favor and be sure to repay it. In a previous conversation with the Moon Empress, she mentioned faith power. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe that she was trying to gather it for you. If that's the case, I will dedicate all of the Sea Clan's faith to you. We 3 brothers will also become your believers. Iceflow was not trying to be polite to Lin Yuan. If that was his intention, it would not have been necessary to say what he just said. Lin Yuan could tell that Iceflow was sincere because once he was done speaking, Lin Yuan could sense that a glowing dot of light that represented Iceflow's faith had appeared in the fountain of faith in his divine kingdom. This meant Iceflow was now linked to him and supplying him with faith. Lin Yuan smiled. He did not have to make any requests of Iceflow, and the latter had said all that he said of his own accord. This caused Lin Yuan to have a good impression of Iceflow, and by extension the vast sea labyrinth. It was true that Lin Yuan needed faith power, but he had not expected the Moon Empress to have helped him to lay the groundwork with the vast sea labyrinth. The Moon Empress had always looked out for and took very good care of him. Lin Yuan told Iceflow, "I do need faith power. Will do as you said. But every matter is separate. I'm not helping the Sea Clans because I'm after your faith. In this matter, you are the ones helping me. I will not allow you to help me for free. I have a significant amount of pure spirit chi and water elemental energy. I can help the Sea Clans to reach the full extent of their power by evolving the Sea Beast's grades and qualities. But I will need a portion of the Sea Beast's world graces. It will amount to 3 to 4% of their world graces. This will not affect your phase in any way. This promise will stand for as long as I am in the main world. What do you think?" Iceflow was listening intently to what Lin Yuan said, but he thought that Lin Yuan would seek compensation for helping the Sea Clans. Yet, it turned out that Lin Yuan would be providing the Sea Clans with such immense benefits. Iceflow was stumped and at a momentary loss for words. Human factions needed resources, but the Fey factions that made up Sea Clans lacked Creation Master resources even more than human factions did. Although some powerful Feys possessed similar abilities to Creation Masters, it was much easier for humans to become Class 5 Creation Masters than Feys. Fey factions possessed extremely little Class 5 Creation Master resources as human Creation Masters usually served federations, and they almost never released their Creation Master resources to others. It was challenging for human federations to share their Creation Master resources with each other, much less with Feys. Fey factions used to want to trade for resources with human Creation Masters, but the humans had asked for remuneration that the Feys could not pay. This was because the humans tried to trade for a mountain of spiritual ingredients from the Feys, most of which came from the Feys' own bodies. The Feys found it difficult to strip the corpses of their ancestors to trade for the human Creation Masters' potions. This was in spite of the fact that the Fey faction's own Creation Masters did not concoct their potions. However, the feelings that came with their own kind doing this and human Creation Masters doing this were completely different. Numerous Sea Clans were stuck at a certain level. If these Sea Clans experts could all increase their power, the Sea Clans' overall power would increase by at least 5 times its current level. The Sea Clans were made of Fey factions, and their experts lived for much longer than humans did. With such long lifespans, Fey powers could reach a rut at any point in their lives. Most of them would stay in the rut for their entire lives. Iceflow did not know how many resources Lin Yuan had that enabled him to make such a promise. But since Lin Yuan had made such a promise, he would definitely have the capabilities to back it up. This was a good opportunity for the Sea Clans to rise up. Iceflow did not bother to stand on ceremony with Lin Yuan and hurriedly said, "Lin Yuan, I don't know how to thank you. You are the savior of all the Sea Clans. You mentioned wanting 3 to 4% of the world graces and creation world ley lines. Even if you ask for 20%, 30% to 80%, the Sea Clans would be willing to give it to you. I will go and make the arrangements now and prepare a name list of the Sea Clans for you." Lin Yuan nodded. If a member of any human faction was present, they would not understand the promise that Lin Yuan had made. From anyone else's perspective, it seemed as though he was doing nothing more than tossing away resources. But in actuality, he was accumulating his own store of resources. Lin Yuan's mention of him being in the main world allowed Iceflow to understand that Lin Yuan's goals were beyond the main world, and that he intended to leave. Iceflow thought of himself as the strongest leader in the main world when, in fact, he was nothing more than an ignoramus. Iceflow suddenly felt as though he had been defeated by youth. At the same time, he began wondering about Lin Yuan's identity. All of a sudden, he questioned whether Lin Yuan was human. But how could he have the mermaid bloodline in his body if he was? Lin Yuan could not be more than 20 years old. This made him a young man by human standards. But by Fey standards, he was a baby. Iceflow had many questions, but he did not ask Lin Yuan any of them. Instead, he began thinking about how he could tell his brothers about this. His brothers would not have any issues with him giving Lin Yuan the faith of all the Sea Clans, even if Lin Yuan had not promised them anything in return, much less now that he was going to be substantially benefiting the Sea Clans. The members of Sea Clans were all terror-stricken by the dead spirits crisis. If Iceflow announced this good news, morale would pick up rapidly. Now that Lin Yuan had come to an agreement on this matter with Iceflow, he was overjoyed. He knew that it would be easier to collect spirit chi crystals from the sea clans than the humans. Due to the perfect touch Wisteria's characteristics, Lin Yuan could still increase its power with spirit chi crystals, although it had already reached the World Emperor and Divine Kingdom level. On this trip to the vast sea labyrinth, Lin Yuan wanted to establish a good relationship with the sea clans so that they would be able to work well with the humans to take on the dead spirits crisis. But his other purpose was to seal this deal with the sea clans. Everything was going very well, and it could be said that Lin Yuan's trip to the vast sea labyrinth was complete. He had not given Ice Wave and Ice Clarity the chance to meet with him during this trip, and he dove into helping the sea clans. Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity were very thankful for this. The three of them should have welcomed Lin Yuan with the proper etiquette, but they knew that every moment wasted would cost the lives of millions of sea life forms. From the fact that Lin Yuan had not bothered to ask about it, either it meant that he genuinely wanted to help the sea clans and did not have any selfish desires. Before they were done feeling touched, Ice Wave and Ice Clarity heard of Lin Yuan's promises from Ice Flow. Ice Wave and Ice Clarity had to digest for a moment before they accepted this fact. The two of them already saw Lin Yuan as the Sea Clan's savior. But now, it seemed that he was also their lucky charm. Because of him, the Sea Clans would be able to prosper. If Lin Yuan was just a regular human, Ice Wave and Ice Clarity would have begun suspecting his motives when they heard this news. But everything made sense when they found out about Lin Yuan having the mermaid bloodline in his body. Lin Yuan was aware that humans and the Sea Clans never got along. This was because the humans were always fishing for fays from the sea. The humans might see nothing wrong with this, but it was no different from murder to the Sea Clans. The Sea Clans only worked with the humans because they had no choice. They would never have made such a compromise if they had any other choice. Ice Flow, Ice Clarity, and Ice Wave had expressly emphasized Lin Yuan's saving of the Sea Clans during the migration of the Sea Clans. This was to encourage all members of the Sea Clans to dedicate their faith to Lin Yuan. As the rulers of the sea, Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity possessed absolute authority. The order from the three of them and the fact that he had saved all the Sea Clans allowed Lin Yuan to garner a large amount of faith power from the Sea Clans. Lin Yuan spent almost 20 days in the vast sea labyrinth. Once the last batch of Sea Clans were sent away, Lin Yuan did not allow Ice Flow, Ice Wave, and Ice Clarity to meet with him before he used node transportation to transport himself to the Radiance Federation. Now that the Sea Clan's migration was done, Lin Yuan had achieved his goal. After checking the time, he estimated that when Yu was done with her exploration of the other side of the Barren Sea, it was time for him to fetch her and Chu Ci. Once he was done fetching Chu Ci and Wen Yu, the migration of the human federations to the Radiance Federation should also be complete. Lin Yuan would then combine the main world with the five-dimensional worlds with the Radiance Federation at the center. The main world would be promoted from a Class 1 to Class 2 world before the Dead Spirits crisis even began. Lin Yuan had remained in contact with the Moon Empress and Wen Yu the entire time while he was in the vast sea labyrinth. He knew that a faction called Tarot Round Table had come to the Radiance Federation and asked to work with the Radiance Federation. They said that they knew many secrets about Tower Cannon. The Moon Empress should have agreed to their request. However, they were being rather overbearing. She could not agree to Tarot Round Table's request, so she told Lin Yuan about the situation and let him make the decision once he was back. Lin Yuan always felt that even if a person did not know how to be sensitive to changing times, they should know not to cross the line. When they were on the precipice of a catastrophe, any person or faction who crossed the line would be deemed recklessly bold and churlish. The vast sea labyrinth was doing a very good job now. Initially, they compromised on their profits as a show of sincerity to the Radiance Federation. This allowed them to gain Lin Yuan's wholehearted willingness to save them. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan was still willing to help the sea chains with their problem, he would not have put in as much effort. He also would not have sent the 100 water-turning will realm dictators and 1,000 regular dictators to help the Sea Clans migrate. Lin Yuan's action allowed the water experts and the vast sea labyrinth to become acquainted sooner than they would have. This would enable them to work together even better in the future. Although all of Lin Yuan's decisions were geared toward achieving a win-win situation, he had actually allowed the vast sea labyrinth to obtain incomparable benefits. Because of Lin Yuan's promise, the Sea Clan's top combat power would be increased by at least 50%. Lin Yuan liked a faction like this that knew how to be flexible, was rational, and knew where the lines were. Lin Yuan felt no inclination to help the federations who had received the Radiance Federation's invitation but were unwilling to attend the major Federation Union meeting. He had heard of Tarot Round Table from 8th page Apoptosis. He did not have a good feeling about this secret human faction that was composed of tens of top experts. Tarot Round Table had been investigating Tower Cannon all this time and clearly knew many of their secrets. Yet they had not done anything and, in a way, allowed Tower Cannon to infect the main world's ley lines with death aura. The vast sea labyrinth had previously worked with Tower Cannon, but this did not color Lin Yuan's opinion of the vast sea labyrinth or cause him to become angry at them. Firstly, the vast sea labyrinth had been unaware of Tower Cannon's plan. Lin Yuan understood ice flow, ice wave, and ice clarity. If they knew Tower Cannon aimed to extract the death aura, unleash the dead spirit's crisis, and trigger the changing of epochs, they'd have refused to cooperate and tried to stop it. But based on what Tarot Round Table had told the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan knew they had been aware of Tower Cannon's plan. However, all they did was continue watching silently as they tried to gather even more information to continue working toward their goals. Lin Yuan did not know what Tarot Round Table's goals were, but it was a fact they had consciously remained on the sidelines. This meant they truly did not care about the survival of the main world's lifeforms. Thus, the Radiance Federation would take a completely different attitude toward Tarot Round Table than they did with the vast sea labyrinth. Lin Yuan felt that it was reasonable for the Azure Federation to have remained neutral between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. After all, they needed to look out for their own profits. But safeguarding one's profits was not a good enough reason for remaining on the sidelines in every situation. Lin Yuan already felt extreme displeasure toward Tarot Round Table. If Tarot Round Table understood the ramifications of the current circumstances and were willing to put their best foot forward in the war against the dead spirits, Lin Yuan would still be willing to trade and share some of the profits with them. But Tarot Round Table had not made contact with the Radiance Federation because they wanted to help in the war against the dead spirits but to negotiate with them. They wanted to ask how many leadership positions the Radiance Federation intended to establish in the major Federation Union. They wanted to secure at least 20% of the leadership positions in the major Federation Union and obtain policymaking authority. Tarot Round Table had already stated their conditions. This was their price for telling Lin Yuan everything they knew about Tower Cannon. It seemed that Tarot Round Table was a mercenary group greedily trying to secure their benefits in a mad frenzy now that they sensed imminent danger. The Moon Empress believed that if Tarot Round Table had 3 Spiritfire experts, 6 Birth Horoscope experts, and more than 10 above Eternal experts, agreeing to their requests might not be a bad idea. Tarot Round Table possessed almost equivalent top combat power to all 3 major federations combined. It would not be unreasonable for them to occupy 20% of the leadership positions in the major Federation Union. However, the Moon Empress did not want to hand over the policymaking authority to them. They would have the final say in most proposals if she did that. The 3 major federations and other federations with Class 5 Creation Masters would all occupy leadership positions in the major Federation Union. This was a sealed deal. The Azure Federation was in alliance with the Radiance Federation but had not become fully subordinate to them. On the other hand, the Freedom Federation could be considered a branch of the Radiance Federation. The other factions were unaware that the Freedom Federation's royalty had already sworn their loyalty to the Moon Empress. There was no way that the Freedom Federation would reveal this voluntarily. Thus, regardless of what happened, the Radiance Federation would occupy more leadership positions than Tarot Round Table. While the Moon Empress was discussing with Lin Yuan, she took a grudgeful tone toward Tarot Round Table. Regardless of how strong Tarot Round Table was, the Moon Empress did not like how conniving they were. It was likely that the tarot experts had lost their humanity to the passage of time. Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. There was no way he would be sharing even a shred of the policymaking authority with Tarot Round Table. They did not deserve it. If Tarot Round Table could be content with just 20% of the leadership positions and did not insist on having policymaking authority, and if they were willing to invest their full sincerity into helping with the defense against the Dead Spirits crisis by assigning their experts to help the weaker federations with any abrupt dangers that cropped up, Lin Yuan could force himself to have a conversation with them. But if they continued to be this greedy or came up with more unreasonable requests, Lin Yuan would not be opposed to teaching them a lesson. Lin Yuan rarely used martial force against others, but this did not mean he was fully against this method. While rushing back to the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan used up his spirit chi numerous times. The journey left him dusty, but traveling using node transportation was much faster than other modes of transport. Once he entered the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, he saw the Moon Empress sitting there with an austere expression, her brows knitted tightly together. Lin Yuan walked briskly over to the Moon Empress and asked softly, "Master, has something gone wrong with Tarot Round Table, or have they made an unsavory request?" The Moon Empress had not expected Lin Yuan to arrive so quickly. In the past, she would not have discussed issues with him, but she had no choice but to tell him about the issues related to Tarot Round Table so that he could solve them. Even the Spacetime Elder would seem weak when he faced the tarot experts. Lin Yuan was the only one who could stand toe-to-toe with them. The Moon Empress rarely encountered people as arrogant as the tarot experts. Little Yuan, the people from Tarot Round Table are on the Leaning Moon Mountain. They are residing in the Resting Moon Palace, which is on the Leaning Moon Mountain's north side. The Leaning Moon Mountain had a total of 2 main palaces. The Moon Empress usually lived in the Radiant Moon Palace and met with other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty in the Radiant Moon Palace as well. The 4 moon servants only used the Resting Moon Palace when they returned with their teams. Night Leaning Moon occasionally stayed there, too. The Moon Empress only allowed the people closest to her to use the Resting Moon Palace and would never have allowed the people from Tarot Round Table to stay there of her own volition. Given that the people from Tarot Round Table still ended up staying there in spite of the Moon Empress' unwillingness, the reason was obvious without being explicitly said. Lin Yuan laughed coldly and asked softly, "Master, are the people from Tarot Round Table making things difficult for you?" Lin Yuan's voice was laced with lethal intention. The Moon Empress was stunned by what Lin Yuan said. It sounded as though he wanted to stand up for her. The Moon Empress could not remember the last time she felt this way. Perhaps that old fellow had stood up for her when she first became his disciple. However, he had been an alcoholic and was only sober a few times a year. He had died by the time she became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. He had not even been around to see her become a Radiance envoy. The Moon Empress smiled and said, "Little Yuan, the people from Tarot Round Table did not make things difficult for me. It's not so easy to push me into a corner. They insisted on staying on the Leaning Moon Mountain. I'm sure you can understand that this is one of their ways of demonstrating their formidability. They also wanted me to call you back as soon as possible. They have not only been looking into Tower Cannon but have also investigated a fair amount of the Radiance Federation's recent happenings. They have likely obtained information about you. I don't know the exact intel they have on you, but they see it as their bargaining chip. Little Yuan, if they cross the line in your interaction with them, you don't have to force yourself to suffer for the sake of helping the main world with its disaster. They don't have experts who are above the spirit fire level." The Moon Empress should not have said that, as it went against her status. But simultaneously, she was worried about Lin Yuan and did not want him to suffer. She could already see how greedy they were. If Lin Yuan kept giving way during the negotiation with Tarot Round Table, they would just end up climbing all over him. Lin Yuan stood up. "Master, I will go and meet with Tarot Round Table. I really want to know what intel they have on me." A year ago, if such a powerful faction had obtained information about Lin Yuan, he would have been worried regardless of how important the information was. Being targeted by a powerful faction like Tarot Round Table would undoubtedly have caused a lot of trouble for him. Back then, Lin Yuan's secret weapons were insufficient to deal with Tarot Round Table. But now, the Abyss Great Emperor and Eternal Source would both be able to easily keep the 4 Spiritfire Tarot experts in check. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Tarot Round Table was nothing more than meat on a chopping board. Although the meat was rather tough, Cutting through would not be impossible. Lin Yuan was curious to know what information Taro Round Table knew about him that they believed would be enough to keep him under their thumb. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was certain that Taro Round Table did not know too much key information about him. Otherwise, they would not have been foolish enough to have the confidence to come to try to negotiate with him. Taro Round Table might seem powerful to others, but they were nothing more than a replaceable garnish to Lin Yuan. He had not considered them when he first started coming up with his plan to protect the main world and had still successfully carried out his plan. The people from Taro Round Table were trying to refrain from exerting any effort and take control of him. Even if they were willing to help out in the war against the humans, they would never listen to his instructions. Red Thorn had only just evolved to diamond grade. It happened to need assets to use tongue pouch births demons on. Lin Yuan thought, Taro Round Table should hope that they do not give me the chance to obtain assets for Red Thorn. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan seriously while he was speaking, as she tried to discern from his gaze if he was trying to console her. She saw that his gaze was very level and that his deadly aura had not diminished at all after hearing about Taro Round Table's intentions. Instead, it had intensified. The Moon Empress was confident that Lin Yuan had the power to handle Taro Round Table and was not worried about them. Little Yuan, go ahead and do what you need to do. Don't forget to prioritize your own safety at all times. The Spiritfire Tarot experts have definitely contracted sacred source lifeforms, and all of them have different abilities. Take everything seriously, and never be careless. The Moon Empress was not the emotional type and hated such people. But at that moment, when Lin Yuan was about to head to the resting Moon Palace to meet the tarot experts, she ended up becoming such a person. She was just too worried about Lin Yuan's safety. But she knew that if he really ended up clashing against the tarot experts, she would not be of any help to him because she had yet to set her spirit fire alight. She might even become an inconvenience to him. Otherwise, she would definitely have gone with him so she could hear the information firsthand. Lin Yuan nodded seriously when he heard what the Moon Empress said. He made sure to make mental notes of everything that she said. This was because he knew that the Moon Empress had his best interests at heart and because she had more experience than him. The Moon Empress' advice was also her way of imparting experience to him. However, Lin Yuan truly was not overly concerned about the tarot experts. The tarot experts only had the equivalent power of the subterranean world's top combat power. They also did not have as many above eternal experts, who were the equivalent of Samsara realm dictators. Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor were not the only weapons in Lin Yuan's arsenal. When Lin Yuan fused with the Abyss Red Lotus in the past, he was already able to suppress all the abyssal Samsara realm dictators. At that time, the Abyss Red Lotus had only taken control of 3-dimensional worlds. But now that he had taken control of 5, Lin Yuan would be even stronger after fusing with it. All Lin Yuan needed to do was fuse with the Abyss Red Lotus, and he would be able to take control of the situation immediately. Lin Yuan said, "Master, don't worry. I will be back very soon." Before leaving the inner palace, Lin Yuan released the Abyss Great Emperor, who Red Thorn's tongue pouch was transforming. He did not give the Moon Empress time to respond before he transported himself to the resting Moon Palace's entrance. As the Moon Empress looked at the Abyss Great Emperor, tears started welling up uncontrollably in her eyes. It went without saying she knew what Lin Yuan's intention was. He had left this abyss demon with powers above the Spiritfire level here to protect her. In actuality, he was already intending to burn all bridges with Taro Round Table. However, Taro Round Table had 4 Spiritfire experts, and Lin Yuan was afraid they would come to the Radiance Moon Palace to harm her while he was battling it out with Taro Round Table. From the way that Lin Yuan chose to leave one of his experts with her during such a crucial time, the Moon Empress could tell how much he cared about her. This affection could not be communicated through words, could only be expressed through actions. At first, the Moon Empress did not intend to head to the resting Moon Palace as she feared she would inconvenience Lin Yuan. But now, she decided to take this abyss demon with her as she headed to the resting Moon Palace's entrance. This way, she and this abyss demon could step in immediately if any issues erupted. Now that she had taken control of 6 moons, The power that Forage Moon afforded her already went beyond the birth horoscope level, allowing her to take on Spiritfire experts. She was not being overconfident about her powers as the Spacetime Elder had made this judgment. Once Lin Yuan arrived at the Resting Moon Palace's entrance, he released Eternal Source and sauntered into the Resting Moon Palace. The Leaning Moon Mountain was his home, and the Resting Moon Palace was a part of it. There was no need for him to be mindful of others in his own home. The tarot experts already saw themselves as invaluable assets and had demanded to stay in Resting Moon Palace. However, Lin Yuan never thought much of these tarot experts. Once he entered the palace, a shrill voice echoed, "Are the Moon Empress servants so ill-mannered? How dare you enter the residence of a valued guest without permission?" Lin Yuan was so enraged that he started to laugh. Lin Yuan did not get angry often, and he was only angered to the point of laughing a few times a year. The mistress is the one who decides if the guest is a valued one. This is the first time I'm hearing a guest make that determination on their own. Didn't you insist on staying in the Resting Moon Palace because you were waiting for me? Lin Yuan did not slow down his footsteps because of this voice. While walking, he also shot a look at Eternal Source to signal to him not to reveal his power above the Spiritfire level and to keep his aura at the level of beginner Spiritfire. If Eternal Source revealed such overwhelming power from the get-go, the tarot experts would change their plans out of fear of Eternal Source's power. Lin Yuan still wanted to find out what Tarot Round Table knew about him. What information could give them the audacity to try cornering him? After Lin Yuan was done speaking, the female voice did not respond. However, an elderly male voice wafted out from the Resting Moon Palace's inner palace. "What's wrong? Doesn't the Radiance Federation see Tarot Round Table as valued guests? The Radiance Federation couldn't stop us even if we wanted to enter your imperial court. The Radiance Federation should take it as a sign of our greatest respect that we're willing to stay in the Resting Moon Palace. Since you're here, come in. The Resting Moon Palace is a rather pretty place, but the beverages are lacking. The Moon Empress sure doesn't know how to treat her guests. She didn't even serve us the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar." The elderly man's voice was relaxed and casual. It was a stark contrast from the girl's piercing screech. But when Lin Yuan heard this elderly man's voice, the deadly aura in his gaze intensified. The imperial court was prohibited territory to any federation. No one could enter it without an invitation. Despite regarding the vast sea labyrinth as their most treasured collaborator, the Radiance Federation had only arranged to meet with their 3 rulers in a small palace situated away from the central area. They had not been allowed to set foot into the main palace. Yet, this old man not only had the gall to say he wanted to enter the Radiance Federation's imperial court, but also said there was nothing that the Federation could do to stop him. Evidently, he looked down on the Radiance Federation and saw them as insignificant bugs. If Lin Yuan had the capabilities to restrain such arrogant characters, he could dismiss them as having bad attitudes. But if Lin Yuan was unable to restrain this person and the Radiance Federation did something that displeased Tarot Round Table, their next step would be to threaten the Radiance Federation's imperial court. Lin Yuan would not brush off this elderly man's words as empty threats, as Tarot Round Table had a reputation for such behavior. Their forceful entry into the Resting Moon Palace was a warning to the Radiance Federation. Since Tarot Round Table was harboring such thoughts, they were nothing more than a ticking bomb in relation to the Radiance Federation. The Moon Empress had made a sacrifice for the Radiance Federation's sake by allowing them to stay in the Resting Moon Palace. Yet, they complained about the beverages she served and wanted to drink the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to waste words on these people. He did not respond to what the elderly man had said and asked, "I heard that you have come into possession of a significant amount of information about me. Just what is this information about? Since we're here to negotiate, let's get right to it." The Radiance Federation established the major Federation Union intending to save all humans. We have been continuously sharing our resources with others and with no selfish intent. I'm sure Tarot Round Table has learned of this during your investigations. I don't care what you're trying to achieve by occupying the leadership positions in the major Federation Union, but regardless, you should tell the Radiance Federation about Tower Cannon to make our own preparations. Lin Yuan did not want to continue speaking with Tarot Round Table. If they could not help Lin Yuan understand Tower Cannon, he would have already seized control of and begun grilling this ticking time bomb. Lin Yuan would not need to be present to interrogate Tarot Round Table, as Eternal Source could do it in his place. With the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom, Lin Yuan could ensure he would receive the answers he sought. But doing so would only waste more time. Since the tarot experts believed that he was in the palm of their hands, they would not have set up any defenses against him. Thus, it would probably be easy for him to obtain information from them. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, a pleasant and gentle female voice echoed. Tarot Round Table possesses a significant amount of information about you. We need you to help us obtain even more authority in the major Federation Union. We will support you and keep your secrets from being revealed. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Not only were Tarot Round Table scheming after authority in the major Federation Union, but they were also trying to control him and turn him into their puppet. Since you want me to serve you, I need to ask 2 questions. Once you answer them, it will give me a proper understanding of Tarot Round Table. The elderly man spoke again. It looks like you're easier to communicate with than we expected. Ask away. As long as it doesn't encroach into Tarot Round Table's key secrets, we can share some information with you. Lin Yuan immediately said, I have already asked my first question, but you didn't answer me. I am curious to find out what secrets you know about me and what you plan on using to threaten M. A sharp voice interrupted Lin Yuan. You don't deserve to be threatened by us. We are well aware of your sister's situation. You are also on good terms with Chef Supreme's daughter and son-in-law. You were most likely only able to increase your power so quickly because of your sacred source lifeform. Your power only skyrocketed when you left the Radiance Federation for the Startling Lines continent. Due to an unknown reason, you managed to obtain the mermaid bloodline and absorbed it into your body. You used your mermaid bloodline to convince the Freedom Federation's Goddess of Mercy to collude with you. Your Path Protector has deep ties with the Heavenly Family Cottage and used secret means to kill 5th Page Truth in the Startling Lines continent. This is just a portion of what we know about you. You have no secrets we don't know about. Lin Yuan relaxed. He had been concerned about what secrets Tarot Round Table knew about him. It was true that their investigation into him had been very thorough. They had found out about many key points in his journey of growth. Unfortunately, they still had no clue about his biggest secret, Morbius. It seemed he had done a good job of hiding it. Although it seemed as though they had investigated him fully, they had only scratched the surface. This caused Lin Yuan to lose interest in the information that Tarot Round Table knew about Tower Cannon. Furthermore, they had crossed his line. Tarot Round Table first mentioned Chu Ci, Uncle Li, and Auntie Zhang because they wanted to hit his weaknesses. They wanted him to know that if he did not agree to their request, Chu Ci, Uncle Li, and Auntie Zhang would end up suffering or losing their lives. After asking his first question, Lin Yuan suppressed his angry urges and asked, What do you know about Tower Cannon? I don't think you need to leverage any information you know about Tower Cannon. The humans have already done all we can to defend against Tower Cannon. There isn't anything else we can do to improve. Lin Yuan's words caused the inner palace to fall silent momentarily. The shrill female voice that Lin Yuan first heard when he entered screeched. Tarot Round Table spent a lot of effort investigating Tower Cannon. If the Radiance Federation wants to know about them, you must pay us. The Radiance Federation will not be getting any information from us so easily. Even if we are given spots in the Major Federation Union's leadership, the Major Federation Union will have to purchase or trade information from us. We sent our people posing as the 8 Pages to infiltrate Tower Cannon. You can't even imagine the full extent of what we know. Tarot Round Table finally broke the last strand of interest that was keeping Lin Yuan involved in this conversation. Tarot Round Table had sent someone posing as the 8 Pages to infiltrate Tower Cannon. This meant they would have the same status as 8th Page Apoptosis. Hence, they probably only knew as much as he did. Moreover, Lin Yuan could already guess which of the 8 Pages had been moles. 8th Page Apoptosis had fled with 7th Page War and 3rd Page Eternal Sin. 7th Page War was a unique plant-type fae. If she had joined Tower Canon to find out more about their secrets, she would not have left to conquer the Dark Continent. This meant that Tarot Round Table's mole had to be third-page Eternal Sin. By now, Lin Yuan had arrived at the Inner Palace. As he swept his gaze across the 30-odd people, it eventually landed on a familiar figure. The Spirit Mother was a member of Tarot Round Table. Lin Yuan had not seen this coming at all. Based on 8th-page apoptosis description of 3rd-page Eternal Sin, the short-haired girl looking at him with amused interest had to be 3rd-page Eternal Sin. Lin Yuan did not have the best impression of the Spirit Mother, but it was not bad either. He asked the Spirit Mother, "Your Excellency, instead of staying with the Spirit Mother Federation and helping with its migration, you're here trying to grab one of the major Federation Union's leadership positions. Normally, your status as a Class 5 Creation Master would have already guaranteed you a seat. Your Excellency, I would like to ask if you're representing Tarot Round Table, and residing in the Resting Moon Palace signifies that your profit will be tied to that of Tarot Round Table from now on?" The Spirit Mother had not expected to be called out by Lin Yuan or to even be remembered by him. The Spirit Mother had no idea what Lin Yuan looked like, but he had been astounded by Lin Yuan's growth journey. Lin Yuan's growth journey reminded him of Bu Pa. Lin Yuan had asked the Spirit Mother this because he had previously spoken with the Spirit Mother and knew he cared for the Spirit Mother Federation. Lin Yuan also wanted to give the Spirit Mother a chance. But it seemed that the Spirit Mother could not understand his meaning and looked at him curiously. "I am indeed the Spirit Mother, but I am also a Tarot member. Naturally, I will stick by them no matter what happens. Since you know who I am, let me introduce you to the rest." Lin Yuan snarled coldly, "There's no need for introductions. I'm not interested in getting to know a bunch of people who are headed for death." The moment he spoke, a familiar aura that even terrified Eternal Source burst out from Lin Yuan. Previously, Lin Yuan was unable to fully control his aura when he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. But now, he could completely control his aura and restrict it to the Inner Palace. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this ability to restrain his aura. Normally, he did not have many opportunities to use the abilities that came with fusing with the Abyss Red Lotus. Thus, each chance he got was an opportunity for him to test and learn more about his capabilities. When he first fused with the Abyss Red Lotus, his terrifying power had been felt in every corner of the subterranean world. He had felt rather embarrassed by this. Since he could not control his aura when he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus, his location would be exposed immediately once he used his power against Tower Canon. But now, this issue had been perfectly addressed. 2 minutes ago, the people from Tarot Round Table saw Lin Yuan as merely easy pickings. But now, the tables had turned and he was the strong hunter that could kill the prey that was the experts from Tarot Round Table with one swipe of his claw. Lin Yuan's aura caused the experts from Tarot Round Table to freeze. But almost immediately, their faces morphed into astonished bewilderment. Lin Yuan's aura exceeded the comprehension of all the experts from Tarot Round Table. Now that Lin Yuan wielded the might of the 5-dimensional worlds, if he was measured against Eternal Source, his power would be beyond the afterlife realm. His power likely exceeded the World Emperor grade and reached an unprecedented level. This was power that the experts from Tarot Round Table could only behold. They could never have imagined that it truly existed. This was akin to a myth breed fae seeing itself as outstanding and constantly paraded around fantasy breed faes. But now, it was suddenly encountering an immortal breed fae and was receiving a shock to its system. The experts from Tarot Round Table were all silent. Lin Yuan had already used the Abyss Red Lotus Black Roots to capture all the experts from Tarot Round Table. Lin Yuan hissed to the Spirit Mother, "On account of Bu Pa, my impression of you isn't completely bad and I was willing to give you a chance, but you chose to let that chance go. So you have no one to blame but yourself." Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct the Abyss Red Lotus to use its roots to strike, the elderly voice rang out again. But this time, his voice had lost all of its previous composure and was solely filled with panic. Without Tarot Round Table, the Radiance Federation and Major Federation Union's plan to take on Tower Canon will be doomed to fail. Don't assume that vast sea labyrinth will be willing to help you wholeheartedly just because you're working together. Such kindness doesn't exist in this world. If the humans could coexist with the sea clans, there wouldn't be federations that are unable to share their cultures because they lack island whales. The elderly man's words made sense, and Lin Yuan could not find anything wrong with it. However, the elderly man only said this because he was not aware of the power that Lin Yuan possessed, or that he intended to fuse the five-dimensional worlds with the main world. The dimensional worlds from the five-dimensional worlds would all contribute their strength towards defending the dead spirit's crisis. Lin Yuan was not the type to believe the promises of others easily. If he would have either succumbed to an evil plot some time ago or be constantly bullied. But in fact, he rarely experienced drawbacks during his journey of growth. Lin Yuan's relationship with Vast Sea Labyrinth was not based on trade. He was saving them. So, Vast Sea Labyrinth would definitely do their best to work with the humans and tackle the dead spirit's crisis. Lin Yuan had the power to control all of the sea clans. If any of them had straying thoughts, all he needed to do was weed them out. Those who knew Lin Yuan saw him as the kind of person who preferred to keep a low profile. But in actuality, he was just cautious and preferred to keep his power and background a secret. This was because previously, he did not believe that he possessed power that warranted showing off. But now that he did, the way he carried himself during his activities had significantly changed. What you said is correct based on what you know. But you have no idea that your corpse might become useful in defending against the dead spirit's crisis. Lin Yuan looked up at the girl whose eyes shimmered intermittently and asked, "You must be third page Eternal Sin, right?" Lin Yuan's words sent a shiver running up third page Eternal Sin's body. If eighth page Apoptosis saw this, he would definitely suspect that this was not the real third page Eternal Sin. When a life form encountered a power beyond its comprehension in its world would quickly collapse and it would devolve into a state of fright. Lin Yuan's words made third page Eternal Sin feel as though she had found the string of hope she could cling to for survival. She was the spy that Tarot Round Table had sent to infiltrate Tower Cannon, and she knew a fair amount about them. In the eyes of both the Radiance Federation and humans, she posed significant value. If she used what she knew about Tower Cannon as a bargaining chip, she should be able to ensure her survival. With this thought, third page Eternal Sin hastily nodded. When he saw third page Eternal Sin nod, Lin Yuan said seriously, "I will ask you a few questions. Remember not to lie to me. I'm sure you are aware of what the consequences will be if I find out that you lied." Lin Yuan spread the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom spores on third page Eternal Sin's body. He covered the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom spores with his aura so third page Eternal Sin did not notice them landing on her body. Lin Yuan did not tell third page Eternal Sin that eighth page Apoptosis was already under his control. He was not going to ask third page Eternal Sin about Tower Cannon, as he had already heard everything from eighth page Apoptosis. Given that they were both part of the 8 pages of Tower Cannon, it would not make sense for her to know more than eighth page Apoptosis. Before Lin Yuan made his move, he still wanted to give some of Tarot Round Table's experts a chance. After all, minority opinion was sometimes drowned out by the majority in a team. What is Tarot Round Table's real goal for coming to the Radiance Federation? You're not just after the leadership positions so you can stand a better chance of surviving the dead spirit's crisis, right? Instinctively, third page Eternal Sin wanted to lie. Someone who used to keeping up a facade always found it difficult to tell the truth. But when the lie reached the tip of her tongue, third page Eternal Sin hurriedly pushed it down. She realized that this young man was able to ask her questions so calmly because he had obtained some secret or important information. This young man seemed to be familiar with the Spirit Mother and had mentioned Bupa. Bupa seemed to be the reserved disciple who the Spirit Mother had picked to be his successor. Third page Eternal Sin suddenly suspected that there was a spy in Tarot Round Table. Despite knowing that she would anger the young man, third page Eternal Sin said honestly, "We want the leadership position in the major Federation Union because we want each of us to have control over a federation. The Spirit Mother is in charge of the Spirit Mother Federation and gets to enjoy being worshipped by the entire Spirit Mother Federation. We also want to lead such lives. Moreover, once the dead spirit's crisis breaks out, there will be nowhere to hide. The Radiance Federation is the best option as a safe haven." Lin Yuan's blood boiled. The Spirit Mother was able to lead the Spirit Mother Federation because he was born there. He only joined Taro Round Table later in life when he became more powerful and was given an opportunity. As such, he would definitely prioritize the Spirit Mother Federation's development. On the other hand, the other members of Taro Round Table felt no sense of belonging to any of the federations. If they took control of a federation, they would treat it the same way as someone who bought a new house and decided to fix up the garden. Their goal would be to groom the federation according to their tastes. If Taro Round Table carried out their objective, the citizens of the federations they chose would be in dire straits. Lin Yuan furiously asked his second question. Has anyone objected to this plan? Third page Eternal Sin instinctively looked around at the other members of Taro Round Table. Most of the experts from Taro Round Table thought that Lin Yuan would provide them with a way out after threatening them. Their fate hung in the balance of third page Eternal Sin's answer. Third page Eternal Sin knew that she should not lie to Lin Yuan. But she still could not stop herself from saying, there were indeed people who opposed this idea. Once third page Eternal Sin was done speaking, Lin Yuan received feedback from the sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom's exclusive skill. Honesty reflects the heart. Since third page Eternal Sin's denial was a lie, it meant that every member of Taro Round Table was evil. If even one of them had opposed this, third page Eternal Sin would not have been deemed to be lying. Lin Yuan had opened up a way out for her and was holding the door open. While third page Eternal Sin was waiting for Lin Yuan's reply so she could bring up what she knew about Tower Cannon, she noticed that Lin Yuan's left fist was still tightly clenched. Aside from Eternal Source, all other signs of life disappeared from Resting Moon Palace's inner palace. Lin Yuan raised his hand and released Red Thorn's main body. Red Thorn looked at the corpses and said to Lin Yuan excitedly, Lin Yuan, every tongue of Relinquish has 2 tongue pouches. Aside from the Abyss Great Emperor, there is still space for the corpses of another 5 experts. These corpses are still in very complete condition and all the Fays have been trapped in the spiritual spatial zone. Once I turn them into fairies, they will be able to control their Fays, sacred source lifeforms, and precious instruments to do battle. However, it might take a little longer to transform them. Lin Yuan did not mind and nodded. Regardless of how long it took Red Thorn to transform these corpses, it would not take longer than the Abyss Great Emperor. One batch would take 2 to 3 months at most. Every 3 months, an expert would be added to the army that defended against the Dead Spirits Crisis. This would not make a significant impact on the Dead Spirits Crisis that would last for hundreds or thousands of years. Red Thorn placed the corpses in the diamond Fey storage box that Lin Yuan had specially made for it. It was in the shape of a small red flower bud clip. Red Thorn liked it immensely. The long red ribbons that hung from the sides of the clip reminded Red Thorn of the old days with Lin Yuan. After Red Thorn stored the corpses away, Lin Yuan returned Red Thorn's main body to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He allowed Red Thorn to sit on his ear and he listened to it hum. Lin Yuan did not leave Resting Moon Palace's inner palace immediately. There were too many signs of life left behind by Taro Round Table's experts. Lin Yuan saw this as he had dirted Resting Moon Palace. Lin Yuan let out a few of the 100 Questions beasts and assigned them to perform their natural abilities as housekeeping beasts. The 100 Questions beasts quickly cleaned up Resting Moon Palace until it was spick and span. Lin Yuan only walked out of Resting Moon Palace when he was certain that it was completely clean. Eternal Source silently followed Lin Yuan. His gaze when he looked at Lin Yuan was filled with even more admiration than before. He was even leaning towards worshipping Lin Yuan. Eternal Source always knew that Lin Yuan was kind and generous and rarely showed the might of a powerful being. He had not killed many dictators in the subterranean world. He had not even made an example out of anyone. Frankly, Eternal Source preferred cruel and merciless leaders to warm and kind ones. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's eventual aim was the sky beyond the clouds. If he maintained such a soft nature, he would eventually be taken advantage of. But now, Eternal Source was finally getting to see the deadly and decisive side of Lin Yuan. This also allowed Eternal Source to understand that Lin Yuan was kind to his own people. He did have a vicious side that he showed to outsiders, but up until now, he had not had many opportunities to display it. Lin Yuan noticed the change in Eternal Source's attitude, but did not comment on it. After all, he always acted true to himself. Taking the big picture into consideration, Lin Yuan would probably not have killed all the experts from Tarot Round Table if Red Thorn had not obtained the ability Tongue Pouch Births Demons when it evolved to Diamond Grade. Instead, he would have allowed them to live despite knowing that they would not be easy to manage. He would have forced them to swear their loyalty to him. This would only be because this would enable him to save more lives during the Dead Spirits crisis. This might have caused him to seem weak to Eternal Source, who lived by the law of the jungle, but Lin Yuan's actions reinforced his goal. Life forms of different levels, species, and who lived in different environments naturally had different ways of thinking. Lin Yuan was not looking down on Eternal Source. But with Eternal Source's stubborn forcefulness, even if he somehow managed to exceed the main world's limits and make it to the sky beyond the clouds on his own merit, he would either end up joining a faction or becoming the subordinate of another expert. He did not have the chops to build and lead his own faction. Previously, Lin Yuan thought that humans were much weaker than dimensional lifeforms, as it was much more difficult for them to increase their power and their bodies were also much frilier. But now, he suddenly felt that humans were much more guileful. This might be the advantage that they had over dimensional lifeforms. This natural advantage was what allowed humans to rule over the land and all the fays that lived on it, as well as stand toe-to-toe against the sea clans. Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline might seem stronger than his human one, but he saw his human bloodline as his true bloodline. Eternal Source, I will be sending the Abyss Great Emperor away to transform him. During this time, you can stay in the Radiant Moon Palace. Don't forget to make my master's safety your top priority. If you do this well, I will help you take another step forward. The afterlife realm won't be the ceiling of your power. Eternal Source was ecstatic when he heard what Lin Yuan said. It meant that he was an important asset to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, he would not assign him such an important task. Eternal Source had been feeling rather enlightened ever since he reached the afterlife realm. Now that he had reached the afterlife realm, he could see the vast majesty of the world that had opened up to him. He had been the strongest Samsara realm dictator in the Marsh world. Confidence was not something he lacked. But now there was a fact that he needed to accept. This fact was that he would not be able to move on from the afterlife realm through his own effort and potential. Truthfully, he was only able to reach the afterlife realm with Lin Yuan's help as well. He knew that without the pure source-type power that Lin Yuan had given him, he would not be able to reach the afterlife realm even after another few thousand years passed. Lin Yuan's trust in him was one matter, but Lin Yuan was also willing to provide him with benefits. This proved that Lin Yuan truly saw him as a close subordinate. Given that Lin Yuan was willing to provide him with the resources to evolve past the afterlife realm, he would also be willing to continue nurturing him to even greater heights. Young master, don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I will not allow any danger to befall your master. Eternal Source did not give a guarantee because he knew that Lin Yuan was a pragmatic person. He could not make any grounded guarantees when his opponent was the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. But by saying this, it showed his earnesty and resolution. Eternal Source had learned a fair amount after his extended interactions with humans. The way that he addressed Lin Yuan had also changed from Lord to Young Master. This came from his observation that only those who were truly close to Lin Yuan called him by his name. Eternal Source yearned to enter that inner circle. Lin Yuan patted Eternal Source's shoulder. He was very satisfied with Eternal Source's answer. Lin Yuan would take Chu Ci into the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and she would live there safely until Tower Cannon was dealt with. The pure spirit Qi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would also strengthen Chu Ci's power. It made no difference whether one contracted the lifespan mouse earlier or later in life. But if one formed a contract with it earlier, they would be able to retain the looks of their younger self. Once Chu Ci and when you were back, Lin Yuan intended to give Chu Ci when you Lu Jie and his other close ones a lifespan mouse each so they could accumulate as much lifespan as possible. Due to the limited supply of the lifespan mouse and because Lin Yuan had already given the Moon Empress many of them, the non-key members of Sky City, such as the white-clothed followers, would not be able to contact the lifespan mouse anytime soon. However, Lin Yuan had already sent instructions to collate the ages of all the white-clothed followers. He would make sure that every one of them contracted the lifespan mouse before they came to the end of their lifespans. When you, Lu Jie, and the rest still needed to train, and this dead spirits crisis would be the best training environment. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding of Chu Ci, it was likely that she also intended on using the dead spirits crisis to train herself. However, she was still too young and weak. She did not have the capabilities to be a leader. Lin Yuan would only be able to lay his worries to rest if he knew that she was in the spirit lock spatial zone. Apart from Chu Ci, the Moon Empress was Lin Yuan's closest loved one. As a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty who was also overseeing operations of the entire Radiance Federation, there was no way that she would agree to take shelter in the spirit lock spatial zone during such a time. Lin Yuan could think on behalf of Chu Ci and tell her what to do, but he could not do the same to the Moon Empress. Assigning Eternal Source to protect the Moon Empress was the most that he could do for her. The strongest protector that Lin Yuan could send was an afterlife realm expert like Eternal Source. With Eternal Source protecting the Moon Empress, even if Tower Cannon secretly ambushed her, Lin Yuan would be able to use the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to transport himself to the Moon Empress side immediately while Eternal Source was fending Tower Cannon off. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan had patted Eternal Source's shoulder, but this time, Eternal Source felt a greater sense of security than he ever felt before because Lin Yuan had given him assurance. Before Lin Yuan exhibited his power, Eternal Source assumed that he was the strongest combat power that Lin Yuan had. But as he spent more time by Lin Yuan's side and learned more about the sky beyond the clouds, he knew that his power would not seem as impressive there. When Eternal Source found out that Kira was a life form from the sky beyond the clouds, he immediately began communicating with her. Most of Eternal Source's unease appeared after Kira appeared. Kira had sensed Eternal Source's unease, but she still told him about her circumstances. This was the only way to convince Eternal Source to empathize with her. Kira was only trying to become acquainted with Eternal Source. Whether this gave him a sense of security or made him more anxious was his own problem. When he arrived at the entrance of the resting Moon Palace, Lin Yuan saw the Moon Empress standing there with the Abyss Great Emperor. There was anxiousness written all over her face, and she kept peering into resting Moon Palace. Lin Yuan had never seen the Moon Empress in such a state. Before the Moon Empress could move over to his side, he reached her first and said softly, "Master, you don't have to worry. I have handled Tarot Round Table. You don't need to worry about them anymore." The Moon Empress had arrived at the resting Moon Palace after Lin Yuan, and she had been waiting by the entrance for less than an hour. Yet, he had already settled the matter. Indeed, the Moon Empress could not sense any energy fluctuations coming from within resting Moon Palace's inner palace and thought, "It looks like there's no need for me to step in. Otherwise, I would still be able to feel some energy fluctuations." The Moon Empress was finally able to relax when she saw Lin Yuan. But given the magnitude of this matter, the Moon Empress still asked Lin Yuan, "Little Yuan, did Tarot Round Table make more unreasonable requests? You can tell me if they tried to threaten you. I'll help you to come up with a plan. If I fuse with Forage Moon, I will be just as strong as a spirit fire expert." The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan kindly. He could see determination in her gaze. He did not know what it meant for Forage Moon to fuse with the Moon Empress, but it would require a huge price for a birth horoscope expert to unleash spirit fire power. Lin Yuan hurriedly told the Moon Empress, "Master, Tarot Round Table did make some insane demands. They wanted each of them to occupy a federation. The Spirit Mother of the Spirit Mother Federation is also a member of Tarot Round Table. They want to be worshipped by a federation the same way that the Spirit Mother is worshipped by the Spirit Mother Federation. But they had no intention of shouldering the responsibilities that come with it. From their intentions, it's clear that their final goal is to take control of the entire human world and gain more decision-making authority in the human world." The Moon Empress froze when she heard what Lin Yuan said. If Tarot Round Table truly had such intentions, it was unlikely that there was anyone in the human world who'd be able to oppose them. The Mirror God and God of Fools from the Freedom Federation had both set their spirit fire alight. With them and the Radiance Federation's Spacetime Elder, there would only be 3 spirit fire experts. The Moon Empress had not included the Spirit Fire expert from the Azure Federation. It would not be strange if the Azure Federation chose to side with Tarot Round Table after learning of their power. Even if the Azure Federation, Radiance Federation, and Freedom Federation banded together and the 4 Spirit Fire experts were able to stand up to Tarot Round Table had far too many birth horoscope experts. Before the Moon Empress worries could grow, Lin Yuan said seriously, "Master, I have eliminated all of the people from Tarot Round Table. You know that I have taken control of Di Wanmi's corpse and am continuing to use her as a Class 5 creation master. I can use a similar method to control the people from Tarot Round Table. They will become just as obedient as Di Wanmi and contribute to the defense against the dead spirit's crisis." Lin Yuan immediately began describing to the Moon Empress everything he had done and thought of in the resting Moon Palace. This would prevent her from becoming worried because of any misunderstandings she had. Astonishment spread across the Moon Empress' face. At this moment, Lin Yuan's image in the Moon Empress' mind was once again refreshed. But regardless, the Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan was her disciple. She turned and helped him to adjust his already neat collar before she waved and said, "Little Yuan." The other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty also knew about Tarot Round Table's experts staying in the resting Moon Palace. "I will hold an imperial meeting to tell them about what happened." "You!" The Moon Empress had been filled with happiness after learning about the power he possessed. But at the same time, she felt the slightest hint of bitterness. She was the master, yet she was being protected by her disciple. The Moon Empress had only been able to enjoy the feeling of guiding Lin Yuan and holding question and answer sessions with him for a little over a year. At this moment, the Moon Empress sensed that Eternal Source was standing behind her. He seemed to be intending on following her. She turned to look back at him before she shifted her gaze over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled and waved at her as he said, "Master, Eternal Source will be your bodyguard from now on. He will protect you. Don't worry about me. My safety is assured." When the Moon Empress heard the first part of what Lin Yuan said, she was about to turn him down when she heard the second part of what he said, and could not stop herself from taking in a sharp breath. She waved back silently to Lin Yuan. When she turned back, the smile on her face was faint, but her heart was extremely warm. The warmest feeling she had ever experienced in her life thus far came from this disciple of hers. After the Moon Empress left, Lin Yuan got in touch with Qin Yu. All the land imps had been sent to the Startling Lines continent and were being managed by Qin Yu. These land imps had the experience of building the Radiance Federation's base, so Qin Yu did not need to spend a lot of time guiding them. However, he did need to supervise them. The building of the Startling Lines continent's base was extremely important, and Lin Yuan needed to check on the progress. Moreover, he was done with his discussion with Vast Sea Labyrinth. Lin Yuan needed to create a space near the Radiance Federation to house the Sea Clans before the experts from Vast Sea Labyrinth arrived. Vast Sea Labyrinth's biggest worry was that they would arrive at the Radiance Federation and the Dead Spirits crisis would begin before Lin Yuan combined the main world with the 5-dimensional worlds. If that happened, the migration of the Sea Clans would be for naught. Lin Yuan knew why Ice Flow, Ice Clarity, and Ice Flow made many requests despite knowing that doing so would give the humans more advantage over them. Lin Yuan was very willing to show his sincerity to this partner, who would be helping him to take on the Dead Spirits crisis. Moreover, Lin Yuan already intended on building a platform at the bottom of the sea, so the sea burial lotus flower would be able to create a sea of bone lotus flowers there, and use the Dead Spirits crisis to increase its power. Ever since Lin Yuan gave this important task to Qin Yu had treasured this chance. Every day, he reported everything that happened before he went to bed. Hence, he was very detailed in his answers to Lin Yuan's questions. In this regard, Qin Yu did a much better job than Ta Lei. Previously, Lin Yuan always felt that Ta Lei's competence was lacking because he had no one to help him. But now, it seemed that this was not the case, as Qin Yu was also alone with no one to help him. The laying down of the metal-type stone boards in the Radiance Federation had already been completed. Lin Yuan sent a message to Qin Yu. "Lin Yuan, it looks like you have a good grip over the 15 million land imps. I will send you another 12 million land imps around 3 days later. Bring Sweet Vanquish with you to receive them." Qin Yu was over the moon when he received Lin Yuan's message. The more jobs Lin Yuan assigned to him, the more he felt validated in his capabilities. Qin Yu, young master, that is no problem at all. The land imps you sent me have done so well. The laying down of the metal-type stone boards in the Startling Lines continent is already almost 80% complete. I intend on finishing the project with these 15 million land imps. I will send the 12 million land imps to the bottom of the sea to lay down the metal-type stone boards there. I hope you can assign some experts from the sea clans to me. I need them to create an environment that will be conducive for the land imps to work in. I noticed that in spite of the land imps' cowardly natures, they will do whatever they can to play sly tricks and find loopholes. If we don't provide them with a comfortable environment, their speed will decline, and I'm worried that they will take shortcuts. Qin Yu, I have sent out all of the dictators you sent me to watch the land imps work. Lin Yuan could not help but be impressed by Qin Yu when he saw the message. Lin Yuan felt that it was very praiseworthy that Qin Yu could pick up on the land imps' issues while he was leading them. Lin Yuan, the first batch of Sea Clan experts should be near the Startling Lines continent by the time the 12 million land imps reach you. I will instruct them to make contact with you, and they will do their best to assist you with the construction. Now that he was done communicating with Qin Yu, Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion. He took out a piece of paper and began concentrating on drawing up a layout so he could visualize how the 5-dimensional worlds would be connected to the main world. Lin Yuan intended to finish all the preparation work before he fused the worlds. For someone like Lin Yuan, who always liked to be ready as early as possible, he was never careless when it came to preparation work. He knew that the coming few days would be the last peaceful ones for a long time. When you sent a message to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. When you, young master, I am done investigating all the land on the other side of the barren sea. I told every Federation ruler here about the dead spirits crisis. Many of them were very rude to us. A few of them outright ordered their men to attack me without giving me the chance to speak. Thanks to Dazzling Silver and the rest, there haven't been any serious injuries. Naturally, there were some who were willing to listen and asked for help with their migration. Miss Chu Ci, Bei Su, and I have collected every continent vein core. There are a total of 21 of them. They are all in my possession. Lin Yuan's face lit up. Although when you had made sure to mention Chu Ci and Bei Su, Lin Yuan knew that they had not provided her with much help. Rather, she would have had to go the extra mile to take care of the two of them. When you had managed to obtain 21 continent vein cores. This was not only more than what Lin Yuan had been expecting, but she also completed the task sooner than he had expected. Lin Yuan, when you, I am in the Radiance Federation now. I will immediately travel to Skybearer City through the space tunnel. Let's talk more when we meet. Lin Yuan stored away the completed layout diagram before he immediately headed to the space tunnel situated at the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. He believed that he would have no need to head to the other side of the barren sea again after this trip to Skybearer City. It was already Lin Yuan's biggest act of kindness for him to tell the human federations on the other side of the barren sea about the news of the impending dead spirits crisis. He had even offered them the opportunity to relocate. If the rulers had been willing to relocate, Lin Yuan could have relocated every citizen from the federations to the Radiance Federation where their survival would be assured. Lin Yuan did not have the time for Wen Yu to try to persuade the federations who attacked her without giving her the chance to say her piece. After all, he had to incur costs, and it took up time for him to relocate the Federation citizens. When he arrived at Skybearer City, Wen Yu was waiting for him by the entrance. Once she spotted him, Wen Yu began telling him everything that had happened. When she was done with her report, Wen Yu said softly, I discovered a total of 37 federations on the other side of the barren sea. After hearing my warning, only 9 of them have agreed to relocate. The other 28 seem to have absolutely no inclination to relocate. There are even a few who, after hearing my repeated warnings, said they wanted to work together to take me down. Young master, how should we handle these 9 federations? Wen Yu's beginnings came from the Radiant Moon Palace, and she used to be a moon attendant. Although moon attendants did not have much real authority in the Radiant Moon Palace, it was still a very prestigious position. They represented the Radiant Moon Palace whenever the Radiance Federation interacted with other factions. With her prestigious upbringing, Wen Yu was able to see things with exceptional clarity. It was because of this that she did not ask about the other 28 federations at all. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to save the 28 federations, they did not deserve to be saved by him. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he asked Wen Yu, "What is the population size of the 9 federations?" Wen Yu immediately answered, "These 9 federations who agreed to relocate are all considered the weaker ones among all the federations on the other side of the Barren Sea. Rather than saying that I managed to convince them, it would be more accurate to say that they are just seizing any opportunity to change their fates. These 9 federations have a combined population that is smaller than the Radiance Federation's major cities. But it won't be easy to relocate them." Lin Yuan nodded gently. If the 9 federations had a combined population that was smaller than one of the Radiance Federation's major cities, it would take around 2 days to relocate all of them. 2 days later, most of the people from the federations participating in the major federation union would have arrived in the Radiance Federation's vicinity. By the time the people from the 9 federations were relocated, it would also be time for Lin Yuan to return to the Radiance Federation and begin the process of combining the main world with the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan released the land-lifting marsh turtle from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It had become a mobile piece of land. Lin Yuan could move the people from the 9 federations to the land-lifting marsh turtle's back and send them to the marsh world. Even if the land-lifting marsh turtle could not move all the people at once, it would be done in 2 or 3 trips. The only part of the plan that would take up time was moving all the people from the 9 federations onto the land-lifting marsh turtle's back. Lin Yuan received the 21 continent vein cores from Wen Yu and placed them all next to the Abyss Red Lotus. The Abyss Red Lotus roots soon wrapped around the 21 continent vein cores. He would be able to tap into the power in the continent vein cores when he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. Lin Yuan looked at Chu Si and saw that she had become tanner after baking in the sun on the other side of the Barren Sea. But the light oat coloring made her seem more energetic than before. Lin Yuan reached out and pressed down on the stray strands of hair on Chu Si's head that were sticking out as he asked with a smile, "Previously, you were constantly talking about wanting to go to train. So how was your time training with Wen Yu?" Normally, Chu Si would become jittery with excitement when Lin Yuan asked her such a question. But now, she felt strangely calm when she answered his question. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Si said seriously, "Big brother, I was able to get a good look at this work during my time with Sister Wen Yu. I used to think that we had a tough childhood. But now, I don't think we can call our childhoods tough at all." Lin Yuan looked at Chu Si with satisfaction. She was finally beginning to understand that this world was filled with pain and hardship. It could be said that it was only at this moment that she truly began understanding this world. Chu Si was only 17 years old. This made her old enough to learn the fact that living in this world was arduous. Lin Yuan's gladness did not last long before he heard Chu Si say seriously, "Big brother, I heard from Sister Wen Yu that there will be a dead spirits crisis arriving very soon. I want to—" Before she could finish speaking, she was cut off by Lin Yuan. "Chu Si, you will have plenty of opportunities to grow. I will definitely be taking you with me to another world in the future. I hope you can grow in a safe environment instead of a perilous one. I will find a safe place for you to stay and where you can increase your power. The dead spirits crisis will last for a very long time. It won't be too late for you to continue training once you become sufficiently strong." Lin Yuan spoke in a decisive tone. There was no one in this world who knew Chu Si better than Lin Yuan did. Chu Si was very strong-headed. If he did not shoot her down, she would bite down on any shred of hope and refuse to let go. Chu Si had called him Big Brother twice. It was likely that she would be calling him Lin Yuan again after what he just said. Chu Si looked back at Wen Yu after she heard what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. She was actually trying to find supporters. Wen Yu smiled and shook her head when she met Chu Si's gaze, signaling that she could not help. She said to Chu Si, "Young master is just worried about you. Don't forget that without the protection of dazzling silver and the rest, the 2 of us would have already died many times over. The dead spirits crisis won't be like our expedition for the continent vein cores. It will be much more dangerous. Chu Ci pursed her lips and looked at Lin Yuan. Chu Ci's emotional intelligence was not the only way in which she had grown after her training with Wen Yu. She had also gained experience and character. As such, she could understand that Lin Yuan had made such a request because he cared about her. Big brother, I know already. I will sit tight and increase my power until it reaches a level that is satisfactory to you. But once I reach that level, you have to allow me to join the fight against the dead spirits crisis. Chu Ci spoke with great sincerity. Chu Ci was not insistent on participating in the dead spirits crisis. However, her brother and master were both helping to protect the main world by fighting the dead spirits crisis. Chu Ci also wanted to share Lin Yuan's burden and make things easier for them. Lin Yuan was a transmigrator, and the education from his previous life gave him a traditional personal value system. However, the only family that Chu Ci had ever known was Lin Yuan. Apart from him, the only people she had in her childhood were Auntie Zhang and Uncle Li. Thus, there were very few people who she cared about in this world. Cold Moon, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and the others only entered her life later. Nonetheless, she only wanted to protect these precious people who were part of her small circle. She felt no noble obligation to save the world. When Lin Yuan heard what Chu Ci said, he could not help but hug her. His little sister had finally grown up. Now that he was done speaking with Chu Ci, he realized that Bei Su was nowhere to be seen. As such, he asked Wen Yu, "What is Bei Su doing now?" Wen Yu immediately answered, "Young master, I wanted to train Bei Su, so I left him behind to gather the people from the 9 federations. He has not come back to Skybearer City yet. Thanks to the many dictators that you assigned to me, I was able to move the people from the 9 federations nearer to the Skybearer City very quickly." Lin Yuan waved at Wen Yu and Chu Ci. "Let's go. It's time for us to lead this people in their migration." Skybearer City was situated below the Grotto continent, and it made Lin Yuan feel very suffocated. He only relaxed when he arrived at the surface. Wen Yu pointed northwest. "The people from the federations are arriving from the northwest direction. If the island whales are sent to fetch them, they will be able to climb onto the island whales' backs very quickly." Lin Yuan shook his head. He did not send the vast sea labyrinth's island whales to fetch the citizens from the federations on the other side of the Barren Sea. Firstly, the other side of the Barren Sea was far too remote. Even if the island whales were able to locate them, it would waste too much time. Secondly, vast sea labyrinth had been accumulating resources and had thousands of the island whales. Nonetheless, there still would not be enough island whales to move all the people from the federations. Luckily, Lin Yuan had other means of relocating the Federation citizens. Bei Su was keeping in contact with Wen Yu and knew that Lin Yuan would be arriving soon. Hence, he kept looking in the direction that she had left in. Once he spotted Lin Yuan, Bei Su stood up and started waving at him. Bei Su was not the kind of person who was afraid of hardship. Rather, he liked tasks that came with some difficulty, as they would allow him to train himself. However, the task that Wen Yu had given him was really challenging him. Even if these people were easy to manage, he did not have the experience of managing millions of people. Moreover, these millions of people came from 9 different factions. It was inevitable that there would be friction when they were all gathered together. It would not be as easy as Qin Yu managing the land imps. Wen Yu had assigned numerous experts to protect him, but they were not able to help him to manage these people like how Sweet Vanquish could help Qin Yu to manage the land imps. Lin Yuan raised his hand and waved at Bei Su. Suddenly, Lin Yuan realized that immediately after he arrived, faint glowing dots of light that represented the faith from many people from the 9 federations. This slightly confused Lin Yuan. But he quickly came up with a reason for this. It was likely that Wen Yu and Bei Su had been treating these people very well during the migration process. Wen Yu had stocked up on the soldier ration radishes and probably distributed them to these people. The soldier ration radishes prevented the Federation citizens from starving to death. Lin Yuan had witnessed the cruel environment of the Grotto continent and broiling rock continent. The biggest dream of the regular citizens living on the other side of the Barren Sea was to have a proper meal. It was because of this reason that all of them had pinned their hopes onto him. Those who had been put through life's ringer would be more easily enamored by an unknown, powerful being. This enamorment would eventually turn into faith. Lin Yuan had been trying to come up with a way to earn the faith of the people from the 9 federations. Now he found it. He released Lift Marsh. To the people from the 9 federations, Lift Marsh was a mammoth creature beyond their collective wildest dreams. Lift Marsh raised its head and let out a roar that rippled through the sky and pushed apart the clouds. Suddenly, there was not a cloud to be seen in the previously cloud-covered sky. Lift Marsh's ability to do this did not come from having an ability similar to Chime's. It only possessed abilities related to earth elements. It was able to do this because it was a giant life form. Any movement in its body was bolstered by its chi. It had used the strength from its chi to drive all the clouds out from the sky. Lift Marsh could be considered the equivalent of a Turning Will Realm dictator in an actual battle setting. However, at merely the Turning Will Realm, it would suffer if it only depended on its chi and body to do battle. But Lin Yuan had not nurtured Lift Marsh for combat purposes. All the various marsh soil that he had fed to Lift Marsh had not gone to waste. They had all gathered on its back. From now on, he could nurture any plant type Fey he wanted on Lift Marsh's back. Once Lift Marsh grew even larger, Lin Yuan could move it into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Even Lin Yuan, who saw Lift Marsh often, could not help but be awed by its size, much less the humans from the 9 weak federations who came from the other side of the barren sea. At the instant that he summoned Lift Marsh, Lin Yuan could sense the fountain of faith in his divine kingdom filling up with even more flowing dots of light. The first few dots of faith that came from the people from the 9 federations were also steadily growing larger. Lin Yuan spread the black wings on his back and flew up to Lift Marsh's head. At this moment, he could be described as a celestial being who had descended to Earth. He looked at the people from the 9 federations and said seriously, "You might see this migration as a risk, but I want to tell you that it is actually an opportunity for you to transform. I won't say anything more. You can see for yourselves. Move on to the giant turtles back in groups of 3 federations. Remember to be as quick as you can. I will only give you 2 days to complete your migration. If you aren't done in 2 days, the leaders of the 9 federations will be left behind here to be feasted on by dead spirits." If a federation could survive independently without Lin Yuan's help, they would only follow him because their leaders trusted him. But this was the complete opposite situation. Lin Yuan seemed to hold the leaders of the 9 federations captive, but they were convinced by and trusted him. All of them knew that they held no value to this celestial-like young man. Since they had no value, he did not need to scheme to entrap them. Furthermore, none of them were hiding any exceptional treasures. Weak federations like them all had to provide offerings to the powerful federations. There was no need for this celestial-like young man to lie to them. If they could not complete the migration in 2 days, they would really be abandoned here. Hence, all the rulers of the 9 federations began focusing on the tasks surrounding the migration. They were all in the same boat. Thus, it did not matter which federations were part of the first group to migrate. Lin Yuan had come up with this arrangement because he had been afraid that the 9 federations would begin fighting over who would be the first to migrate. He also did not want his deadline to unnecessarily cause the regular people to panic. The rulers of the 9 federations did hold absolute authority over their own federations, and their citizens quickly lined up into long rows. Lift Marsh usually stayed in the marsh world. It rarely had the chance to be close to Lin Yuan ever since it became an apostle. It also had not known Lin Yuan for as long as Wendy, Rising Lizard, and White Pavilion. Hence, it really enjoyed the opportunity to be close to him. Lift Marsh raised its head continuously to stare affectionately at Lin Yuan. Due to the largeness of its body, it could not move too physically close to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, it would dive into Lin Yuan's arms each time it saw him, just like Wendy did. Since the people from the 9 federations saw Lin Yuan as a celestial being, they saw Lift Marsh as a celestial turtle that could move the earth and sky. Lift Marsh's clear affection for Lin Yuan deepened these people's fearful respect for him. The sand below their feet was whipped up and formed thousands of long staircases that led from the ground to Lift Marsh's back. All these people needed to do to relocate was walk up the staircases. As he watched the people from the first 3 federations walking up the staircases, he realized that these 9 weaker federations did have something going for them. They were relatively united. During their journey here, many people collapsed due to exhaustion and sickness despite being supplied with the soldier ration radishes by Wenyu. These weaker people and elderly were all being supported by younger or middle-aged people as they climbed up the stairs. Some of them would even carry the weak on their backs. Lin Yuan could not be more pleased to see this. Peace had also led the people of the Green Continent City to relocate. Due to the emergence of the Dead Spirits crisis, Peace could no longer carry on with her Green Continent goddess plan. This was her only option. She much preferred staying with Lin Yuan and his companions over suffering in the harsh environment of the broiling rock continent. However, she was rather disappointed that her dream of building up Green Continent City was ruined. The first person from the astronomical parliament whom Peace met in real life was Wenyu. It only took a few words with Peace for Wenyu to understand Peace's ambitions. Ta Lei could only serve as the city lord of Thick Soil City because his capabilities were limited. Meanwhile, Peace's management of a large city was an underuse of her capabilities. Her horizons and dreams restricted her. There was no way that someone like her could leave the main world with Lin Yuan. Wenyu believed that Peace had her own uniquely impressive capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have been able to perform her role as the Green Continent goddess of Green Continent City as well as she did without being exposed by anyone. If Peace could apply her methods elsewhere and was properly guided, she would definitely be able to achieve great things. But at that moment, Lin Yuan had long passed the stage of needing and searching for talents. Although he still wanted to surround himself with talents, it was clear that he did not want to force the members of the astronomical parliament. Once Lin Yuan heard about Peace's ambitions, he would immediately provide her with a way to attain the future she wanted. When you already knew of Lin Yuan's plan to give every member of the astronomical parliament the lifespan mouse. As long as they had the lifespan mouse, their life would not be in any danger. The members of the astronomical parliament would be able to continue living even after the Dead Spirits crisis came to an end. No matter how many preparations he made for the Dead Spirits crisis, the world would be razed to the ground by the time it ended. At that time, there would be a million things to do. Peace would have the chance to build a federation and make her dreams come true then. Wenyu was the practical kind. Now that she knew where Peace's heart lay, Wenyu no longer concerned herself with Peace. After all, there were endless things she needed to think about and do. The fewer people she needed to worry about, the more brain space would be freed up to increase Wenyu's productivity. Wenyu did not tell Lin Yuan about what she learned. If she told Lin Yuan about this, it would seem as though she had something against Peace. With Lin Yuan's intelligence, he could sense Peace's thoughts once he met and interacted with her. Lin Yuan did not stay here to oversee the migration of the 9 federations. He had intentionally appeared as though he was a celestial being because he wanted to collect faith. It would still be Bei Su who managed the migration. The people from Green Continent City were in the center of the crowd of people from the 9 federations. Since they were all going to be migrated, Lin Yuan did not give the people from Green Continent City special treatment. If he gave them special treatment, it would cause them to be seen as the enemy by the other people from the 9 federations. This would not be beneficial for the people from Green Continent City. Wenyu had already moved Peace to Skybearer City. If time was not as tight as it was, Lin Yuan would have gone to meet with Peace when he first arrived in Skybearer City. Nonetheless, it was not too late to meet with her now. Lin Yuan led Wenyu and Chu Xiai into Skybearer City and to the room where Peace was resting. Peace had never left the broiling rock continent and its dehydrated environment filled with fire element energy. When she left the broiling rock continent, Peace thought that she had entered heaven. However, what she saw as heaven was nothing more than a desolate area that could barely support life. Peace had gotten a full blast of how terrible the world could be. This also solidified her will to bring happiness to Green Continent City. Peace immediately walked up to Wenyu and Lin Yuan happily when she saw them. Peace could sense that Wenyu was more friendly with her now. But this friendliness was not linked to any deep emotions. On the other hand, Peace already saw Lin Yuan as her family. Lin Yuan's explanation of her name had given her much relief and the strength to carry on. Leo, we are finally meeting. You are younger than I imagined. You also have great skin and are very handsome. This was the first time that Lin Yuan was hearing someone compliment him in such a straightforward manner. This caused him to feel rather shy. Lin Yuan smiled before he said to Peace, "It must have been tough on you." Peace shook her head and hurriedly said, "Leo, the environment in the broiling rock continent might be cruel, but I didn't find it difficult at all. My biggest dream was to protect the green continent city, provide it with water, and allow its people to never have to worry about water again." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard what Peace said. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "Once you arrive on the other side of the barren sea, you will realize that water isn't that precious of a resource. Aside from a few places, most places experience rain every few days. There are even some places where it rains all year. But you will be able to continue your dream of protecting Green Continent City, even if you are in a different location." When you could not help but shake her head slightly when she heard what Peace said. If Peace did not make her wishes fully clear and Lin Yuan did not promise to fulfill them, it would not be too late. When they arrived on the other side of the barren sea and Peace's horizons were broadened, she would inevitably reassess her dreams. But now she had forced herself into a box. Even if she decided to change her dreams and direction in the future, she could not tell Lin Yuan about it. Lin Yuan would never rely on or appreciate a person who altered their dreams. At this moment, Peace had locked in her future. When you felt that Peace would become the second person after Ta Lei, who would be eliminated. Luckily, just like with Ta Lei, Lin Yuan would ensure that Peace's future in the main world would be a happy one. After chatting with Peace, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu left Peace's room. Once they were outside Peace's room, Lin Yuan could not help but sigh. Wen Yu said solemnly, "Young master, as the astronomical parliament stars continue to increase, there can be hundreds of members. Aside from Bei Su, Su Yiren, and Waluan, Yin Lin, Bu Pe, and Luolan haven't made any concrete plans." Lin Yuan nodded. Although he had told the members of the astronomical parliament about the sky beyond the clouds, he had never asked about their thoughts. Su Yiren, Luolan, and Bu Pe all held important duties in their individual federations. Su Yiren had expressed her wishes to him, but Lin Yuan would not ask the other three how they felt. Instead, he would wait for them to take the initiative to tell him about their dreams and ambitions, just like Peace had done. However, Lin Yuan was surprised to learn that Wen Yu was aware of Waluan's decision. Waluan had the least presence amongst the astronomical parliament's members, but his contributions had been tremendous. Waluan was the oldest member of the astronomical parliament. The astronomical parliament might seem secretive, but the members had an average age of around 25 years old. Waluan was the only one who was older than 40 years old, and he significantly increased the average age of the group. However, 40 years old was not particularly old for a spirit chi professional. As a sailor, Waluan naturally craved risks and liked to search for treasure on the open sea. Aside from when Waluan was saved by Lin Yuan, joined the astronomical parliament, and later received the blue ring sea octopus, he did not receive much help from Lin Yuan. When Waluan found out that Lin Yuan wanted to establish a trade route for the Startling Lines continent, he immediately left his federation and headed to the Startling Lines continent to help the Great Lush Federation build the harbor and port. However, Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan caused all his efforts to go to waste. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan remembered Waluan's effort. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of Waluan, the adventure addict definitely preferred the sky beyond the clouds over the main world. Did Waluan say anything to you? Wen Yu smiled and said, "Young master, when we were building the harbor, Waluan told me he hoped to have the chance to stay by your side to train and experience adventure. You had not yet revealed the sky beyond the clouds then. Although Waluan doesn't like to speak much, he does take clear stock of everything that happens." Lin Yuan nodded and did not continue the topic. Everyone had their own ambitions, and the members of the astronomical parliament were all individual entities. Since they had made their decisions, Lin Yuan would not try to force or pressure them. The migration via Lift Marsh went very smoothly, and the 9 federations were successfully migrated within 3 days. Lin Yuan had already brought all of them into the Marsh world. Compared to the barren sea, the Marsh world was a prospering haven. The people from the 9 federations had never seen such fertile and rich land. The fertile land meant one thing: they could live without going hungry when they lived here. The faith the people from the 9 federations felt toward Lin Yuan shot upward again. On the second day, before the people from the Green Continent City were relocated, Peace requested to stay with Green Continent City to manage the situation. Lin Yuan did not turn her down and allowed her to stay with the people from Green Continent City in the Marsh World. Now, the migration was complete, and he had found what he needed to find. Lin Yuan traveled back to the Radiance Federation to meet with the Moon Empress. Next, he was going to fuse the main world with the 5-dimensional worlds and promote the main world to a Class 2 world. When Lin Yuan returned to the Radiance Federation, he saw that many citizens from other federations had arrived at the Radiance Federation. When the Moon Empress found out that Lin Yuan wanted to combine the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world, she stopped objecting to the relocation of the other Federation citizens to the Radiance Federation. But in a few short days, there would be inevitable friction. Luckily, the city and spirit guards were well trained and knew how to resolve such conflict. At that moment, 7 black coffins were pushed open in a bright ancient castle. A female body with ice blue eyes and snow-white skin with a faint gray hue walked stiffly out of one of the coffins. There were no signs of movement from the 8th coffin. Once Lin Yuan spoke with the Moon Empress, the latter wanted to help him earn more faith power and thus suggested that he wait for another day before he began the process. The people who were arriving from other federations would only be settled in the Radiance Federation a day later. Compared to the human federations, the Sea Clans moved slightly quicker. The Sea Clans had already gathered in the sea near the Radiance Federation. If one threw a brick into the sea, the brick would hit thousands of Sea Clan members while it sank. The vast sea labyrinth had considered the issue of a lack of oxygen when all the Sea Clans were gathered in a small area. As such, they planted many oxygen-producing plants around the area where the Sea Clans were gathered. Iceflow, with whom Lin Yuan was the most familiar, arrived in the Startling Lines continent first. After discussing with Qinyu, Lin Yuan sent around 1 million wind elemental sea lifeforms to create an area at the bottom of the sea where the land imps could lay down the metal-type stone boards. Lin Yuan took out the 5-dimensional world's treasures: the Abundance Treasure Tree, Tide Herb Treasure Conch, Spinning Chrysalis, Earth Source Cube, and Demon Evil Tablet. He would place these dimensional treasures at the location where the main world would be connected to the dimensional worlds. Then all Lin Yuan needed to do was activate the dimensional treasures, and the main world would be combined with the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan sent out Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor to place the 5-dimensional treasures at the locations where he had marked out. The 5-dimensional treasures contained the might of the dimensional worlds. Only Lin Yuan and the people he gave authority to could use the treasures. Could be said that all preparations were complete. Lin Yuan looked out the window all night but did not manage to get a wink of sleep. Despite knowing it was his only choice and that this way would allow him to protect the most number of lifeforms from the main world, promoting a Class 1 world to Class 2 still undoubtedly came with risks. Unfortunately, no one could say what these risks were. Lin Yuan was not the only one who did not get a good rest that night. The Moon Empress did not rest properly either. The Moon Empress had spoken to Lin Yuan in such a categorical manner because that was truly how she felt. But she also did not want to place too much pressure on Lin Yuan. Even if something really ended up going wrong, it would be because she had so strongly pushed Lin Yuan toward that decision. She decided to take all the pressure onto herself. Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were unable to sleep because of their worries. On the other hand, Iceflow, Ice Wave, Ice Clarity, and the other experts from the vast sea labyrinth and the members of sea clans were unable to sleep because of how excited they were. Although there were sea plants that could produce oxygen, this did not change the fact that there were far too many sea beasts in the seas surrounding the Radiance Federation. With this high concentration of sea beasts, it was inevitable that some weak sea beasts would grow weaker and lose their lives. There was no one who did not want to live in a better environment than they currently did. If the situation dragged on, it would begin to take a strain on even the stronger sea beasts. The citizens of other federations who had moved to the Radiance Federation were also looking forward to a miracle. After all, the news brought back by the Federation representatives had been almost unbelievably shocking. Once they received the news, Even the most hesitant leaders decided not to waste any more time and immediately activated the entire Federation to begin the migration. This migration had cost the Federations almost all of their resources, and their wealth had shrunk considerably. All they could do was wait for an extraordinary miracle to save all of them, and the Radiance Federation was the only one that had hope of creating such a miracle. The leaders of the Federations had wondered if the information from the major Federation Union had been false. But it was very easy to verify this issue. The Federation only needed to send their Immortal experts to investigate the ley lines. Some continents' ley lines were nearer to the surface than others, and the people living on top of those lines had heard strange sounds from below them. They also felt their bodies being contaminated by death aura. It caused them to age at a much faster rate. All of this verified the Radiance Federation's information. Once the people from the other federations relocated to the Radiance Federation, they were extremely thankful to the Radiance Federation. If the Radiance Federation had not revealed the news, not even the Immortal experts would be able to escape when the Dead Spirits crisis broke out. Promoting the main world from a Class 1 world to Class 2 would affect all the lifeforms in the main world. The next morning, Lin Yuan went to the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court to meet with Purple Love, Blood New Moon, and the Mother of Bloodbath, who had just arrived at the Radiance Federation. All of the Heavenly Family Phase from Heavenly Family Cottage had already arrived in the Radiance Federation. Since the main efforts of the main world's defense against the Dead Spirits crisis would be concentrated in the Radiance Federation, the best choice for Purple Love would be to come to the Radiance Federation with the Heavenly Family Phase. So many things were happening in the Radiance Federation that Purple Love also intended to lend a helping hand. The Radiance Federation and the Heavenly Family Cottage were already allies. Furthermore, because of Lin Yuan, there were already deep ties between them. Lin Yuan had told Purple Love about his intention to promote the main world from Class 1 to Class 2. At first, he thought that the cautious Purple Love would object to his idea. Yet, Purple Love shared the Moon Empress' opinion and was very supportive of the idea of promoting the main world. A large reason behind the Moon Empress' support was that she wanted to support and affirm Lin Yuan. However, Purple Love spoke fully based on her own opinions. Lin Yuan, just think about it. No human spirit chi professional doesn't want to increase his rank. There isn't much danger surrounding a spirit chi professional raising their rank. But it is very dangerous for Fays to evolve. Yet, have you ever encountered a Fae who decided not to evolve out of fear of this danger? Promoting the main world from a Class 1 world to Class 2 is a great opportunity for the main world and all its lifeforms. Since the challenge has been presented, all the lifeforms of the main world need to do is accept this challenge. After being promoted to a Class 2 world, the main world will grow larger, the lifeforms will live longer, and every creature will be blessed. If anyone opposes your idea, it will only be because they are narrow-minded and short-sighted. You are doing something great. Why should you care about what those people think? Lin Yuan realized he had misunderstood Purple Love all this time. Purple Love was not conservative. She only stayed below the radar all this time because she wanted to give the Heavenly Family Phase a safe place to live and prevent them from being bothered by the outside world. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Purple Love smiled and continued. The Heavenly Family Cottage will stand by your side and address all problems together with you. Purple Love looked at the Mother of Bloodbath, who was standing next to Blood New Moon and staring calmly at Lin Yuan. The Mother of Bloodbath had recently been with the Heavenly Family Cottage to learn about its legacy. This was the first time that it had seen Lin Yuan in a long time. Purple Love shot a look at Blood New Moon and pulled him out of the room before he could say anything to Lin Yuan. The Mother of Bloodbath walked over to Lin Yuan and handed him a bag of fried chicken. Taste this. Auntie Flame made it, and it is crispy and delicious. After seeing Lin Yuan after such a long time, the Mother of Bloodbath realized that Lin Yuan had matured significantly. They had only been apart for 6 months, but his aura had already changed completely. This had to be because Lin Yuan had grown exponentially in the past 6 months. The Mother of Bloodbath felt a wave of regret. It was Lin Yuan's path protector. Although it did not have the power to carry out its duties, it should still stay with him and watch him grow. Its power had grown substantially in the past 6 months, but it was clearly nothing compared to Lin Yuan's growth. In just a little over a year, Lin Yuan had grown from a fledgling to the cream of the crop of the main world. A year ago, the Freedom Federation envoy group had gone to the Radiance Federation and spectated the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The mother of Bloodbath had been present when Lin Yuan took on the Freedom Federation envoy group. The mother of Bloodbath was curious to find out what Lin Yuan had experienced in the past 6 months. It wanted to sit down and listen to Lin Yuan tell it about everything that had happened in the past 6 months. But it knew that was not the right time because Lin Yuan had something very important to do. When it first joined this man, he had been like a blade of grass that any gust of wind could have snapped off. But now, he had grown into a towering tree sheltering the millions of lifeforms in the main world. Lin Yuan received the fried chicken from the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath had not changed its gluttonous nature. As Lin Yuan looked at the mother of Bloodbath, he felt a sense of being reunited with an old friend. The mother of Bloodbath had saved his life twice. It was also thanks to the mother of Bloodbath he managed to find a loyal lapdog for Red Thorn in the acid corrosion queen bee. Lin Yuan took a bite out of a drumstick, and sweet and fresh juices exploded in his mouth, bombing his taste buds with delicious flavor. This was just as good as Lu Jie's work. It was no wonder it came so highly recommended by the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan looked at the mother of Bloodbath with bright eyes before reaching out his right hand. Long time no see, my path protector. As a spider species Fae, the mother of Bloodbath was naturally cold. When it awakened its sky sundial jade spider bloodline, it became the peak of all spider species. It was inaccurate to say that some Faes could lord over others' Faes solely based on their bloodlines. High-level Faes had bloodlines with different emphases. Thus, their bloodlines could not only be compared in terms of power. However, the Sky Sundial Jade Spider was the only Fae that could control a celestial body, and it was the sun. The mother of Bloodbath's mother, Jade Sundial, and Blood New Moon were extremely cold as well. This especially applied to Blood New Moon, who had the bloodlines of 2 different spider species Faes. When the 2 bloodlines overlapped, they made his personality even more frosty. However, this frostiness was relative, and he was rather warm toward life forms. The colder a life form seemed, the stronger the affection they would feel towards their loved ones. This was exemplified by how Jade Sundial took care of all the Heavenly Family Faes in the Heavenly Family Cottage and Blood New Moon's fierce love for his wife and daughter. Although the Faes in Heavenly Family Cottage all treated the mother of Bloodbath well, objectively speaking, the 2 most important people in the mother of Bloodbath's life were Endless Summer and Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath could not be happier that it had found its parents, and was now able to experience the joy of being with its family. However, the time and companionship it shared with Endless Summer in their younger days, and all the times Lin Yuan was willing to give up everything to save it were the things that the mother of Bloodbath truly cherished. The mother of Bloodbath gently placed its hand over Lin Yuan's. Its normally icy hand grew slightly warm. Lin Yuan, it's been too long. I won't be leaving again. But looking at you now, I don't think I can continue calling myself your path protector. Lin Yuan shook his head. Mother of Bloodbath, the duty of a path protector is not just to protect a person. Moreover, as my path protector, don't you want to know that I've grown? Besides, you have already protected me plenty of times. Let's do battle side by side from now on. The mother of Bloodbath looked hopeful. It had experienced a life of trying to survive daily in a harsh environment, so it was passionate about increasing its power. The mother of Bloodbath also strongly desired to head to the sky beyond the clouds. Its power had also completely transformed in the past 6 months. The mother of Bloodbath asked Lin Yuan with a smile. Lin Yuan, guess how powerful I am now. Lin Yuan immediately used true data to check on the mother of Bloodbath. Regardless of how strong the mother of Bloodbath had become, Morbius would be able to show its data as long as it had not exceeded the World Emperor grade. Fae name, Mother of Bloodbath, Fae species. Tarantulas/Jade Spider species, Fae grade. Sovereign, 10 out of 10. Fae type, Natural Light/Blood, Fae quality. Creation 8. Abilities. Execution Sting. Through the 8 sharp caliceri, the blood and light energy will be injected into the target to control their blood while simultaneously purifying them. Eyes of Sunluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. At the same time, the spider eyes can look through the target to a certain extent. Funeral of light. After killing a target with a strong enough soul, the target's soul can be momentarily controlled by light energy. Once the light dries up with soul energy, the target can become a temporary controllable zombie. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core, which can overload the attacks from the outside world. When the spider core is shattered, the light energy within can restrain a target. Blood control. Call down belts of sunlight from the sun to restrain and attack targets while activating the blood energy in the target's body. The flow of fresh blood in the target's body can be momentarily controlled. Hug of dawn's light. Take in energy from the sun and swallow it to temporarily increase its power. The light energy can also be used to slowly heal injuries. Sunlight drapery. Activate the stored energy in the body during combat. A jade sundial with the carving of a sun on it will appear behind the mother of bloodbath. Every time the energy in its body is used, half of the energy will be taken from the sun. The jade sundial will defend against damage caused by the outside world. Hanging sun net. With the sun at the center, its energy will be used up to activate the sun's energy. The energy from both entities will form a net. The target trapped in the sun net will be restrained temporarily before being released to the surface of the sun. Exclusive skill. Desire spider form. Increase its affinity for light energy so that the body will not reject excessive light energy, but will transform it into hair that can store the light energy. After the devoured light energy tempers inside the body, light energy can be absorbed directly into the body. Concealed spider shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform it into the form of nothing. It can then use the sun as its eyes to survey the surrounding environment. External blood bone. The calicary will be fused into other young phase bodies so they can become its blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than the strength of the target being pierced. The dark type curses or negative soul type effects of the target can be purified. Rich light trial. When causing damage to a target, the target will also be injected with light elements that will have a deadly purging effect. After Lin Yuan was done looking at the Mother of Bloodbath's data, he immediately looked astonished. The Mother of Bloodbath was now a Sovereign X/Creation 8 Fae. In just half a year, the Mother of Bloodbath had evolved from a myth breed Fae to a pinnacle creation breed Fae. Unlike Green Vine, the Mother of Bloodbath could not increase its power quickly. Due to the exclusive skill External Bloodbone, it took the Mother of Bloodbath much longer to increase its power than other Faes of the same grade. Clearly, the Mother of Bloodbath had worked hard during the time it spent in Heavenly Family Cottage. The Heavenly Family Cottage had also been willing to provide it with resources. Apart from special Faes like Green Vine, regular Faes and Heavenly Family Faes all had to follow the regular path of evolution. It was clear that the Mother of Bloodbath had asked him such a question because it assumed that he would not expect it to have improved to such an extent in the past 6 months. But it was not just the Mother of Bloodbath who had improved in the past 6 months. Lin Yuan had been growing continuously as well. In fact, he had improved even more than the Mother of Bloodbath. When Lin Yuan last looked at the Mother of Bloodbath's data, it did not have the abilities Sunlight Drapery, Hanging Sun Net, and the exclusive skill Rich Light Trial. With these two abilities and exclusive skill, the Mother of Bloodbath's defense and deadliness would increase significantly during battle. This especially applied to Hanging Sun Net. It could send entities from the net to the sun. The sun was hot enough to even roast eternal breed life forms to death. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath always talked freely. He did not hide his knowledge since he knew the Mother of Bloodbath's power now. Mother of Bloodbath, you improved so quickly. I can't believe that you're Sovereign X/Creation 8 now. I believe that you'll be able to reach Immortal breed very soon. The Mother of Bloodbath was not surprised that Lin Yuan had seen through its power. However, it could not attribute its rapid improvement in the past 6 months solely to its hard work and the resources from Heavenly Family Cottage. Another significant reason was that the Blood Brew Grapevine had reached Myth breed. Due to the fine base that Lin Yuan had laid down for the Blood Brew Grapevine, its production capacity significantly increased after it reached Myth breed. The heavenly family Fae in the heavenly family cottage, who was the most skilled at cooking and the mother of bloodbath addressed as Anti-Flame, had also used the blood brew grapes to produce a wine. This wine could speed up the rate of absorption of blood energy. Without this wine, the mother of bloodbath would only have reached Sovereign V/Creation 6 now. Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath did not spend much time catching up before the mother of bloodbath left the imperial court with Lin Yuan. At this moment, the Radiance Federation was reaching its full capacity of people it could contain. Lin Yuan needed to combine the main world with the five-dimensional worlds now and promote the main world to a Class 2 world. Most of the sea clans and federations had arrived. Lin Yuan could not afford to wait for those relocating at too slow of a pace. After all, once he combined the dimensional worlds with the main world, these people only needed to reach one of the dimensional worlds, and they could avoid the effects of the Dead Spirits crisis. The dimensional life forms would not attack the citizens of the human federations. Black wings opened on Lin Yuan's back, and he flew up into the sky above the royal capital. At the instant that he activated the Abundance Treasure Tree, Tide Herb Treasure Conch, Spinning Chrysalis, Earth Source Cube, and Demon Evil Tablet, a brilliant rainbow appeared on top of Lin Yuan's head. All the light landed on Lin Yuan's body, and he seemed to be wearing a jacket made of rainbows. At this moment, all the life forms in the Radiance Federation could not stop themselves from looking up at Lin Yuan in the sky. Under the waterfall of light, Lin Yuan's body appeared increasingly clear and stalwart. It had an unspeakable aura of sacred mightiness. It was as though he represented the will of the entire main world. The instant that Lin Yuan was draped in the rainbow jacket, the five-dimensional worlds began fusing with the main world. Just like rivers that joined up with the sea, the main world started to expand. This caused the earth to begin shaking, and giant waves rose from the sea. Luckily, the fusing of the main world and dimensional worlds did not cause too many negative effects. The sea clans that were gathered in the Radiance Federation's vicinity immediately entered the Waterworld's sea. It was as though they were being set free. The citizens from other federations were all watching this with astoundment. All of them raised their heads and looked at the celestial-like young man. Most of the Federation experts knew Lin Yuan. Firstly, this was because Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Secondly, Lin Yuan's stunning performance during the Radiance 100 sequence selection had already made Lin Yuan a celebrity and household name among the younger generation. Lin Yuan's fame was not restricted to the Radiance Federation. The other federations had also heard of him. However, it was only at this moment that most of the citizens of the Radiance Federation and other federations were truly witnessing Lin Yuan's full might. Lin Yuan thought that fusing the main world with the five-dimensional worlds would take some time. Yet it was done within 3 hours. This was also a historic change for the dimensional life forms of the five-dimensional worlds. From now on, the term dimensional life form would no longer apply. Perhaps there were still clear differences between dimensional life forms and phase now. But once the epochs changed, most of the dimensional life forms would begin transforming into phase. When the Class 1 world was done fusing with the dimensional worlds, Lin Yuan realized that no other change was taking place and everything was calm. According to Morbius, the transformation of a Class 1 world to Class 2 would come with a sort of shift. However, Lin Yuan had not sensed any shift. Rather, he felt anticlimactic. Given that he had no prior experience with this, Lin Yuan did not know where the problem had occurred. Lin Yuan did not know that 7 black coffins had just opened simultaneously in the ancient castle where the true 8 pages of Tower Cannon were residing. First page Crimson, second page Warbler Candle, third page Violet Light Green, fourth page Cavity Orchid, fifth page Falling Rainbow, sixth page Wave Glow, and seventh page Concubine Winding stepped out with grim expressions that soon morphed into elation. Someone has evolved this Class 1 world into a Class 2 world. Luckily, we anchored the dead world to the top of this Class 1 world. Otherwise, this Class 1 world would be undergoing the trial of world molding. A Class 1 world undergoing the trial of world molding to promote to a Class 2 world will definitely attract the attention of experts from that place. Fourth page Cavity Orchid bit her finger as she said with suppressed excitement, "Previously, we were only trying to take over a Class 1 world. But now we have the chance to take over a Class 2 world. This opportunity is right in front of us. There's no reason for us not to take it. Let's begin planning now. I will give some of my root power to Eyeshadow so she can wake up sooner. The 8 pages of Tower Canon had been working together for thousands of years, and all had their own self-serving thoughts. Given that they all had to work together, it was inevitable that they would scheme against each other. However, a few members had genuine ties, albeit this only existed between a few specific members. Some members could not see eye to eye with each other. No one opposed 4th page Cavity Orchid's suggestion. As long as they could ensure that 8th page Eyeshadow would awaken, there was nothing wrong with bringing the plan forward. In truth, they were all still here because they were waiting for 8th page Eyeshadow to awaken. Moreover, 4th page Cavity Orchid would be giving her own resources to 8th page Eyeshadow, and this did not harm the profits of the other members. They were all fully focused on the main world's evolution. It looks like the humans from this Earth do have some capabilities. We have underestimated them. 1st page Crimson slowly furrowed his brow when he heard what 2nd page Warbler Candle said. He felt that 2nd page Warbler Candle was no different from an idiot. She remained devoted to 5th page Falling Rainbow even after that incident. Aside from him, 2nd page Warbler Candle had been awake the longest and had the best grasp on the circumstances of the human factions. On the other hand, 3rd page Violet Light Green, 4th page Cavity Orchid, 5th page Falling Rainbow, 6th page Wave Glow, and 7th page Concubine Winding had not been awake for long and had yet to gain an understanding of the level of power the humans wielded. Due to her abilities, 2nd page Warbler Candle had used 2nd page Revival as her eyes and ears. Thus, 2nd page Warbler Candle had to better understand the main world than him. Had 2nd page Warbler Candle really never wondered why the human factions could rise abruptly and take control of the dimensional worlds? 2 years ago, the human factions had been terrified of the opening of the dimensional rifts. Aside from the Freedom Federation, who had taken the suggestion of Tower Canon and began harvesting resources from the Marsh dimensional world, the Radiance and Azure Federations had not shown any inclination to enter and explore the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift and Class 6 Waterworld Dimensional Rift. Previously, 1st page Crimson had only been aware that the dictators from the 5-dimensional worlds attached to this Class 1 world were helping the humans. However, he had no idea that the humans had already assumed full control of the 5-dimensional worlds. One needed to obtain the treasure of a dimensional world in order to take control of it. This required time. Thus, it was clear that the humans had been secretly carrying out their plan to take control of the dimensional worlds. This caused 1st page Crimson to feel as though he was in the open while his opponent was hiding in the shadows. He felt as though he was falling into a trap, and he did not like this feeling at all. 3rd page Violet Light Green noticed the change in 1st page Crimson's expression and raised her head before she asked softly, "Crimson, did something happen? We are all here. If there's an issue, tell us about it, so we can find a way to solve it together." 1st page Crimson decided that he needed to explain the situation to the rest. But before he could finish speaking, 2nd page Warbler Candle cut him off. "The strongest human has only set his spirit fire alight. A spirit fire expert isn't worth much. Do we really need to hold a meeting just to discuss this?" 1st page Crimson: "I can understand why you're afraid of Epic God Palace, but I never thought that you would be afraid of humans, too. Don't forget about the power we wield." 2nd page Warbler Candle scoffed, making it clear that she was completely unbothered by the humans from this world. At this moment, even 3rd page Violet Light Green, the group's most cautious, felt that 1st page Crimson was being worried over nothing. 1st page Crimson was actually concerned about the humans from this world. The humans from this world were nothing more than nutrients for the dead world. 3rd page Violet Light Green patted 1st page Crimson's hand. "Crimson, has any Divine Kingdom expert emerged among the humans?" 1st page Crimson shook his head as he was unsure of the answer. After all, he had no way of ascertaining the actual amount of combat power that the humans wielded. The humans' actions had proven that his information was false. Now, Tower Canon Sleeper's revival plan was about to begin. 1st page Crimson could not ignore the plan to investigate the power of the human factions. Frankly, he believed that this should have been Second Page Warbler Candle's job. Second Page Warbler Candle had not made use of her abilities to fulfill her role as the scout. He had to do almost everything himself after he woke up. What had Second Page Warbler Candle been doing in all that time? The more he thought about it, the angrier First Page Crimson became at Second Page Warbler Candle. However, he managed to control himself. There was no need to fall out with Second Page Warbler Candle when the plan was about to begin. I guess I was just overthinking. Let's just hope the humans aren't hiding too many secrets. At this point, a thought struck First Page Crimson, and he told Fifth Page Falling Rainbow and Sixth Page Wave Glow, "The two of you need to pay attention to Epic God Palace's movements to find out if the promotion of this Class 1 world to Class 2 is related to them." Fifth Page Falling Rainbow and Sixth Page Wave Glow's expressions became austere at the mention of Epic God Palace. "Crimson, we will pay close attention to them once the plan begins. We will also find out if Epic God Palace is trying to disturb our activities. They have been in this world longer than we have. Just what are they waiting for? If Epic God Palace didn't exist in this world, we wouldn't be having such a hard time." Sixth Page Wave Glow had voiced what everyone else was thinking. There was no faction in this world that Tower Cannon detested more than Epic God Palace. However, all they could do was resent them. They could not actually seek out Epic God Palace and attack them. The conflict with Epic God Palace that took place thousands of years ago had prevented Tower Cannon from successfully finding out what Epic God Palace's secret weapons were. To add insult to injury, Tower Cannon had been forced to go into slumber all these thousands of years. Epic God Palace was definitely Tower Cannon's archenemy. Fourth Page Cavity Orchid had already arrived next to the eighth coffin and placed her hand on it. A river of energy flowed out from Fourth Page Cavity Orchid's body and into the black coffin. The black coffin started to ring before the door opened. A short, pale, and skinny girl looked at Fourth Page Cavity Orchid with gleaming eyes before she waved at Fourth Page Cavity Orchid in an almost shy manner. This girl's looks were not considered stunning, but her aura was extraordinary. It made one feel enthralled. First Page Crimson greeted Eighth Page Eyeshadow before he said, "Now that Eyeshadow is awake, we can activate the death aura in the ley lines now." Fifth Page Falling Rainbow followed behind First Page Crimson and intended to activate the death aura alongside the other 8 pages. But suddenly, a thought struck her, and she said, "I still haven't found my Tower of Falling Rainbow. After trying to sense it, I realized I have lost my connection to it. It must have been stolen and hidden away by someone. I have no clue who owns my secret of the dead now." Seventh Page Concubine Winding said, "I haven't retrieved my Tower of Concubine Winding. The only ones with towers are First Page Crimson, Second Page Warbler Candle, and Fourth Page Cavity Orchid. We don't need the secrets of the dead to activate the death aura in the ley lines. Once we are done, we can find a time to search for your Tower of Falling Rainbow. As long as your secret of the dead is still in this world, we can find it. We will only need the secrets of the dead at the last step when we fuse the dead world with this Class 2 world." Seventh Page Concubine Winding was always good-natured. But at this moment, she was frustrated with Fifth Page Falling Rainbow as well. Fifth Page Falling Rainbow had way too many issues. Although Second Page Warbler Candle had made the mistake all those years ago, Fifth Page Falling Rainbow had also been deeply involved. Second Page Warbler Candle had been the weapon, while Fifth Page Falling Rainbow had wielded the weapon. Seventh Page Concubine Winding was much angrier at Fifth Page Falling Rainbow than she was at Second Page Warbler Candle. When Seventh Page Concubine Winding was done speaking, Fourth Page Cavity Orchid chimed in. "Let's settle what needs to be done first. If you weren't impatient and insisted on starting the plan now, I wouldn't have used my roots to awaken Sister Eyeshadow." Eighth Page Eyeshadow glared at Fifth Page Falling Rainbow, and boundless evil flashed in her pretty eyes. However, her lips remained curled in a smile. Fifth Page Falling Rainbow ignored Eighth Page Eyeshadow's expression and shot a murderous look at Seventh Page Concubine Winding. That mouth of hers sure excelled at driving wedges. Fifth Page Falling Rainbow cared so much about the Tower of Falling Rainbow because she felt that something must have gone very wrong for her to be unable to sense it. Whoever had hidden the Fifth Page Falling Rainbow away had to be remarkable. The insect who had been looking after the Tower of Falling Rainbow, fifth page truth, had to be dead by now. After multiple teleportation trips, the 8 pages of Tower Canon arrived at a place full of prohibitions. The ley lines that had started out gold and glittery had turned gray and black. But there was still a large amount of death aura being injected into the already saturated ley lines. The roiling gray and black ley lines started to screech, and it was as though the earth itself was crying out. The 8 pages of Tower Canon nodded with satisfaction when they saw the color of the ley lines. After all these years of preparation and waiting, it was finally time to reap their harvests. Second page Warbler Candle greedily took a deep breath of all the death aura permeating the air. All we need to do now is release some of the dead world's roots and combine it with the ley lines, and our plan will begin. I suggest that we inject more of the dead world's roots so that the dead spirits will be awakened faster than expected. This will especially apply to the high-grade dead spirits. First page Crimson did not rebuke second page Warbler Candle because he agreed with her. He could also use this opportunity to see just how capable the human factions were. This would also let the humans and sea clans trying to make their best preparations know that merely fleeing would not allow them to escape the revival of the dead spirits. First page Crimson looked at the other 8 pages and asked, "What do you think?" At first, I only intended on injecting a day's worth of the dead world's roots. Let's inject 3 days' worth instead. The other members of Tower Canon had no objections because every single one of them was thinking the same thing. 3 days was indeed a good choice. It would hasten the revival of dead spirits while threatening the humans and sea clans and allow them to realize just how stupid their ideas were. Tower Canon had begun the final preparations, and so had Lin Yuan. The land imps were skilled at construction and had become even more skilled after all their time building bases. Thus, their productivity was extremely high. The sea clans and human federations had all started the final stage of their migration. The dimensional life forms from the dimensional worlds had also established battle lines at the boundaries where they were connected in preparation for the invasion of the dead spirits. The land imps' construction was in full swing, and all the preparations were complete. But now, Lin Yuan was facing a serious problem, which was that the dead spirits were themselves full of death aura. Once a large amount of dead spirits were killed, they would sink into the ground and contaminate the earth. As time went on, the contamination would affect the ley lines that had been fine previously. Now, he urgently needed to find a way to neutralize the death aura. Silver Corona could consume death aura, and the Mother of Bloodbath could transform death aura. However, they were both only singular entities. Regardless of how strong they were, they could not handle all of the death aura. What he needed was a fae that he could give to every soldier fighting on the front lines. Otherwise, if the death aura was allowed to soak the lifeforms for too long, the lifeforms' lifespans would also be affected. It was very difficult to solve this issue, especially because it involved nurturing a fae. Lin Yuan knew that this would take a very long time. Luckily, once Lin Yuan became aware of Tower Canon's plan, he sent the army of 100 Questions Beasts off to do research. Finally, the research was showing signs of achieving results. Some of these fays nurtured by the army of 100 Questions Beasts indeed had relevant and beneficial abilities. However, they could not reproduce easily. As a result, it would take 2 to 3 months before there were enough of these fays that could absorb death aura to be sent to every soldier in the battle. Lin Yuan needed a fae that could be nurtured in large quantities within a month. Although Wang Keiji was a Class 5 creation master, he rarely met with Lin Yuan. He was considered a very traditional Class 5 creation master, as he spent most of his time researching in his breeding room. Whenever Wang Keiji came to see him, Lin Yuan knew that Wang Keiji either needed resources or had achieved results in his research. Lin Yuan last gave Wang Keiji resources a month ago. He provided Wang Keiji with an immense amount of resources each time. There was no way that Wang Keiji could finish using up all the resources within a month. Thus, it was more likely that Wang Keiji had accomplished something with his research. Lin Yuan hurriedly asked Wang Yu to bring Wang Keiji to his room. Upon reaching Lin Yuan, Wang Keiji did not waste time speaking and immediately summoned a small pink worm. There were purple and black star-shaped spots over the pink worms that elongated when the worm stretched its body. When Keiji spoke with his voice quivering with excitement, "Young master, this worm is able to absorb death aura. Although its absorption abilities aren't strong, it can digest the death aura quickly. Can also reproduce very quickly. We don't have to wait for it to reproduce on its own and cut it up to manually produce more of it ourselves." At first, Wang Keiji joined Lin Yuan because he wanted to find a place to rest and take shelter in his later years. But after he spent some time with Lin Yuan, Wang Keiji got a glimpse of a wider world. Despite being a Class 5 creation master, he was an ignoramus compared to Lin Yuan. Previously, he had known nothing about the dimensional worlds. But in the past 6 months, he had many opportunities to enter the dimensional worlds. Most importantly, Lin Yuan was trying to save the world. This act triggered the righteous streak within Wang Keiji. Moreover, Lin Yuan had just given him the lifespan mouse. From now on, all he needed to do was provide the lifespan mouse with vitality, and his own lifespan would be lengthened continuously. Essentially, he had gained an endless lifespan. He no longer had to worry about his age. Wang Keiji's appearance had not changed in just a short few days, but his previous geriatric aura had completely disappeared. Wang Keiji had also done research when he was under 5th page truth. His research then had also attained significant positive results. However, he never shared the fruits of his research with 5th page truth. A Class 5 creation master's selfishness could not be seen from the outside. Wang Keiji had completed his research of this death or consuming worm so quickly because it had been a failed product of his Fey evolution experiments. When he realized that his failed product could be of use, he immediately conducted further experiments on it and brought it to Lin Yuan once it met his satisfaction. After hearing Wang Keiji's description, Lin Yuan immediately began examining the worm. He saw that this Fey known as the Dead Decay Earthworm could not only consume death aura, but could also clean bones and corpses. This meant that once the troops fighting on the front lines were given the Dead Decay Earthworms, they could rapidly clean the corpses and death auras of dead spirits. If there were too many dead spirits, the troops only needed the slightest of Fey nurturing knowledge, and they would be able to cut the Dead Decay Earthworms' bodies to manually reproduce them. Lin Yuan excitedly patted Wang Keiji's shoulder. "Elder Wang, you have done a big favor for the entire world." When Wang Keiji heard this, he knew Lin Yuan intended to use this Fey. Wang Keiji hurriedly took out a large porcelain tank that was filled with the Dead Decay Earthworms. "Young master, when I was experimenting on cutting the Dead Decay Earthworm, I discovered that they can only reproduce naturally if not cut into more than 4 segments. If they are cut too many times, they will need the help of spirit fluids and guidance to reproduce." When you stood next to Wang Keiji and took notes intently while he spoke, she knew that the Dead Decay Earthworms would soon be nurtured in large quantities by the Radiance Federation's creation masters before they were sent into battle. Everything that Wang Keiji said would be helpful knowledge for the Radiance Federation's creation masters, who would be nurturing the Dead Decay Earthworms. It would provide the low-class creation masters with guidance and help them to nurture the Dead Decay Earthworms as quickly as possible. Lin Yuan received the porcelain tank from Wang Keiji and took out 10 of them to keep for himself before he handed the tank to Wen Yu and said with utmost solemnness, "Wen Yu, give the Dead Decay Earthworms to master." Previously, Lin Yuan liked to do everything himself, especially when it came to nurturing phase. But as time passed and Lin Yuan grew, he came to understand something. It was not always a good thing to do everything himself. Every person excelled in their own way. A leader needed to delegate the right task to the right person. Lin Yuan kept 10 of the Dead Decay Earthworms for himself to ensure that if there was an accident that caused all the Dead Decay Earthworms to die, he would still have some left that he could use to replace those that died. Tackling the dead spirits crisis would take center stage for the next few millennia. Thus, they would need more than just one Fey to handle all of the death aura and dead spirits' corpses. Lin Yuan would not instruct the army of 100 Questions beasts to stop nurturing the other Feys just because he now had the Dead Decay Earthworms. Wen Yu was well aware of the significance of the Dead Decay Earthworm. She carefully held the porcelain tank before using dance of paper to travel to the Radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress had also been researching Feys that could absorb death aura. The Radiance Federation had 3 Class 5 creation masters. They should have nurtured numerous special Feys in the past few centuries. Most of the time, these special phases could solve issues, or they could serve as the foundation to nurture other phases that could solve the issues at hand. However, the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch had not nurtured any unorthodox or bizarre phase because they had been focusing on common resources that could be distributed to the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation's top combat power would not have evolved so quickly and closed the gap between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation while surpassing the Azure Federation. The Moon Empress had been sleeping as little as necessary but had not been satisfied with her progress. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch had not reported any successes either. While the Moon Empress was feeling rather vexed, Mystic Moon knocked on the door of her breeding room. Normally, no one dared to disturb the Moon Empress when she was in her breeding room. When she heard the knock, the Moon Empress froze, and she immediately assumed that something had happened. She anxiously left the breeding room. Mystic Moon, has something happened to little Yuna? Mystic Moon hurriedly shook his head and said, Moon Empress, everything is well with the young lord. I came to see you because young lord sent when you to deliver a fae to you. It just so happens that this fae will be able to solve your troubles. Mystic Moon had been beside himself with anxiousness. However, he could not do anything about his anxiousness as he could not help the Moon Empress. But now, there was finally a fae that could absorb death aura. With this, the Moon Empress no longer needed to hole up in the breeding room after she was done with her official tasks. The Moon Empress quickly said, Mystic Moon, let me take a look at this fae. Since little Yuan sent this fae to me, I should be the one to nurture it. Mystic Moon placed the porcelain he received from Wen Yu in front of the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress looked at the earthworms inside. An uncontrollable excitement spread across her face. This really came in the nick of time. Mystic Moon, go and inform the Bamboo Monarch and Creation Master to gather all of the Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation. Then, tell Cicada Song to use the name of the major Federation Union to gather all the leaders of the Federations and Sea Clans and instruct them to send people to nurture this earthworm. We must ensure that this earthworm can be used on a large scale within the next 2 weeks before the Dead Spirits Crisis begins. Lin Yuan had always admired the Moon Empress execution abilities. The operation of nurturing the Dead Decay earthworm was rolled out swiftly. Since the 5-dimensional worlds had already been fused with the main world, Lin Yuan returned all the Samsara realm and Turning Will realm dictators. However, Eternal Source remained by the Moon Empress side to protect her as her personal bodyguard. The dimensional life forms were the first line of defense against the Dead Spirits Crisis. The dimensional life forms were very wild and difficult to control. But luckily, Lin Yuan had absolute control over all of them. When Wen Yu was managing a few of the dimensional worlds, she had assigned every Samsara realm to be the leader of an army. This gave them some stakes in the form of authority and thus maintained stability. The Samsara realm dictators only needed to receive orders, and the orders would be perfectly communicated down the ranks. Now, it was time to put the system to the test. Lin Yuan prepared for the beginning of the Dead Spirits Crisis while simultaneously giving orders to the Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow to instruct them to organize all the land imps and resources in the subterranean world. Lin Yuan needed to build bases in the dimensional worlds as soon as possible. Given that the ley lines in the dimensional worlds were unaffected and no dead spirits would emerge from them, there was no need to cover the ground with metal-type stone boards. This significantly lowered the amount of work and challenge of the task. Each team consisting of 10,000 land imps could finish building a city within a day. Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow, and Rock Underworld were the strongest subterranean Samsara realm dictators, and all of them were obsessed with wealth. Even if the consumption of the precious metal-type spiritual ingredients would not be able to increase their own powers, they would not give them to their subordinates. Instead, they would store it away for themselves. They also used the 10,000 River Rock Willow to seek out the mineral veins produced by the mine-birthing well and took over control of the subterranean world's resources. As a result of this, the subterranean world had much fewer regular apostles and dictators than the other 4-dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan did not even know where he should begin to criticize such actions. Luckily, their decisions had created an abundant store of metal-type spiritual ingredients that could be used to build the bases. Lin Yuan assigned the job of overseeing the dimensional worlds to the white-clothed followers. The white-clothed followers still needed more training before they could stand on their own 2 feet. This was a good chance to train them. Bai Qinghuan had done a good job of building the Radiance Federation's base and had finished Lin Yuan's plan a week ahead of his expectations. Because of this, Lin Yuan also assigned her to oversee the second phase of base construction. Bai Qinghuan was both excited and overjoyed by Lin Yuan's reliance on her. Now that Lin Yuan was assigning her a large task on the heels of her recent completion of another giant task, it meant that Lin Yuan recognized her skills. It did not matter to Bai Qinghuan whether she did a good job or not. What mattered to her was whether Lin Yuan recognized her abilities. If Lin Yuan did not acknowledge her, it would not matter how good of a job she did. Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress, and the others who knew of the Dead Spirits crisis were all worried about the future of the main world. They were afraid that the only thing that would be left in the wake of the Dead Spirits crisis was a space devoid of life. Regardless of how much preparation Lin Yuan made, he could not be fully confident that he had perfectly solved the issue. He was still worried. Before the Dead Spirits crisis began, Lin Yuan had no way of knowing the exact strength of the Dead Spirits crisis. However, Bai Qinghuan was not worried at all. All she felt was boundless thrill and excitement. Bai Qinghuan saw the Dead Spirits crisis as a sandbox game, allowing her to demonstrate all her skills. Bai Qinghuan did not care about any life form in the main world or about the survival of the federations and various species. Lin Yuan already knew that Bai Qinghuan had psychopathic tendencies. She was always merciless and utterly self-serving. The only way to control her was to scare her into submission before offering her benefits that would keep her in check. When Lin Yuan dispatched Bai Qinghuan, he always placed Zhou Luo and Endless Summer by her side. Zhou Luo was steadfast and Endless Summer was composed. Both of them knew why Lin Yuan stationed them next to Bai Qinghuan. Once she stepped out of line, they would immediately discipline her. Moreover, as long as Lin Yuan provided Bai Qinghuan with benefits and allowed her to see a bright future for herself, she would be very easy to control. 2655 The Erupted Dead Spirits Well. At the moment that Lin Yuan was done communicating with Bai Qinghuan through the Thoughts letter paper, he sensed that the entire Radiance Federation had started trembling. It was as though there was something underground that was slamming into the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the Dead Spirits crisis was beginning. Tower Cannon was starting their Sleepers revival plan. Lin Yuan was not the only one who could feel the tremors. Every life form present in the Radiance Federation could clearly sense it. The Radiance Federation had already released the news of the Dead Spirits crisis. Every citizen in the Radiance Federation was aware of this event. All of them had accumulated resources to prepare themselves to face the Dead Spirits crisis. Nonetheless, they could not help but be gripped by fear. The movements became more violent, but the tremors did not intensify. At this point, the sounds underground had exceeded 100 decibels. Although he had laid down the metal-type stone boards, Lin Yuan could not be certain that his defenses were sufficient as the dead spirits would be emerging from underground. Luckily, Lin Yuan had placed land imps and sufficiently capable experts in every city. If the metal-type stone boards in any area were damaged, the land imps would be able to build the dead spirits' wells and use them as funnels to concentrate the direction from which the dead spirits emerged. Aside from the dead spirits' wells that would be built after the metal-type stone boards were broken, Bai Qinghuan also built vents in advance. These would serve as proxy dead spirits' wells. The area in a 100-kilometer radius around these proxy dead spirits' wells had already been cleared. This way, even if the might of the dead spirits crisis was underestimated, it would not cause harm to the environment and citizens in the area. The dead spirits crisis was no light matter. The metal-type stone boards were indeed very capable of restraining the dead spirits. But if no vents were created and the dead spirits were somehow able to find a gap, the entire Radiance Federation would turn into a pressure cooker that had been sealed tight. The dead spirits' wells would serve as the depressurizing valve on pressure cookers that prevented explosions from happening. By now, dead spirits should already be rushing out of the dead spirits' wells. It would not be long before the battle progress was reported to him, and Lin Yuan could assess the danger level of the dead spirits crisis. At this moment, Lin Yuan was very glad that he had worked overtime and had not wasted any time. The consequences would be unthinkable if the Radiance Federation's defenses had not been completed. The dead spirits crisis affected not only the land but the sea as well. Lin Yuan did not keep the decision-making power over the sea to himself. Instead, he allowed the vast sea labyrinth and the Samsara realm dictators from the water world to take charge. Each party held an equal share of power. Since the vast sea labyrinth and the sea clans had migrated over and taken up the water world's resources, the vast sea labyrinth's rulers were reasonably disadvantaged when it came to deliberating with the Samsara realm dictators from the water world. But it went without saying that this was also because the vast sea labyrinth respected Lin Yuan. They knew he was the true ruler of the water world's dimensional lifeforms. Zhuoming and Yuzhe took turns overseeing all the dead spirits' wells situated to the west of the royal capital. It happened to be Zhuoming's shift today. At the instant that the ground began to shake, Zhuoming instantly issued the order. Hence, the spirit guards and city guards on sentry duty were already in position and surrounding the dead spirits' wells. They were waiting for the dead spirits' wells to erupt. No one had an exact grasp of what the dead spirits crisis would entail. After all, this was the first time such a calamity took place in the world. They had 0 frames of reference. Even if they wanted to build a simulation, they had no input that they could use to simulate an outcome. Thus, Zhuoming had trained the city guards and spirit guards using the same method as when wild phase and dimensional lifeforms attacked cities in the past. Zhuoming had used the strictest methods to train these spirit guards and city guards. But he still felt that it was far from enough. Zhuoming had sent out his order instantaneously, and the spirit guards and city guards had acted swiftly. The spirit guards and city guards did not even have time to take in a breath before the first wave of dead spirits burst forth from the dead spirits' wells. The dead spirits were not only singular entities. There were also specters that existed in soul states. Luckily, the dead spirits' wells had many soul-revealing crystals embedded into them. The soul-revealing crystals could reveal the silhouettes of the specters. This allowed the city guards to use their phase to take down the specters. The dead spirits' wells only had a diameter of 10 meters each. However, the number of dead spirits that were surging out had far exceeded everyone's initial expectations. Luckily, there were more than enough reinforcements, and the sentries could be rotated out hourly to rest. The battle between the main world and dead spirits had officially begun. There were Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts guarding every dead spirit's well. Because of the large amounts of Creation Master resources that Lin Yuan had provided the Radiance Federation, the number of Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts in the Radiance Federation had increased significantly. These Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts would not bother with the low-grade dead spirits as the spirit and city guards would handle them. The Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts focused on the dead spirits that were diamond grade and above. The initial wave of dead spirits had been overwhelming, and the troops from the Radiance Federation, Emperor-class and the Arch-class experts, as well as Zhuoming, had all been shocked. But once they became accustomed to this magnitude, the Radiance Federation's troops were able to adjust slowly. However, this did not make Zhuoming happy in the slightest. This was because he knew that this was only the beginning. This was the new normal. The troops were only just holding on. In a week, they would be exhausted. The death aura was spreading continuously. They would not cause much harm to lifeforms in the short run, but as the lifeforms absorbed more and more of the death aura, the Radiance Federation's troops would quickly grow old and decay. They might even become dead spirits themselves. Luckily, there were corpse-consuming vines planted in the 5-kilometer radius around the dead spirits' wells. These corpse-consuming vines had been brought in from the marsh world. In past experiments, they proved to not only be unaffected by death aura but would even thrive in an environment rich with death aura. These corpse-consuming vines could handle the dead spirits that were bronze grade and below. The corpse-consuming vines would reproduce and grow stronger after consuming the dead spirits. After a day passed, not only had the corpse-consuming vines not been destroyed by the dead spirits, but they were even stronger than they had been a day ago. The corpse-consuming vines would definitely be a major killing machine of dead spirits. Unfortunately, the corpse-consuming vines could only handle the dead spirits' corpses. They could not absorb the death aura from the dead spirits. Ming intended to tell all this to Yuzhe when he arrived to take over for his shift. Ming knew that the hardest workers in the Radiance Federation were the Creation Masters. The Creation Masters were all working overtime to either nurture the phase that could be used in the Dead Spirits Crisis or concocting healing potions. Once the current circumstances were reported, it would only add more stress to the Creation Master. Nonetheless, Ming believed that he needed to bring this matter up. Moreover, he needed to ask Chief Guard Yi to contact the Moon Empress so this matter could be regarded as one of the highest priorities. There were an endless number of dead spirits surging out of the Dead Spirits Wells, but there were not unlimited troops in the Radiance Federation. If the issue of the Death Aura was not addressed, the Radiance Federation would not last even a decade. Suddenly, a blue beast-shaped dead spirit that was almost 4 meters long spewed flames comprising of Death Aura at an Emperor-class expert. Half of the Emperor-class expert's lion species phase body was burnt to a crisp. A large amount of Death Aura entered the Emperor-class expert's phase body. Ming immediately killed this dead spirit that was the equivalent of a pinnacle creation breed Fae. This was the first Emperor-class expert injury of the day. Ming hurriedly sent someone to take the Emperor-class expert's Fae to the healing team so it could be healed. At this juncture, every Emperor-class expert and Thearch-class expert were extremely precious. If the Emperor-class experts and Thearch-class experts' phase died, the Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts' spiritual energy would be damaged. If that happened, it would take a long time before the Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts could return to battle. Ming personally killed numerous beast-shaped dead spirits that were the equivalent of creation breed phase. He realized the beast-shaped dead spirits could emulate elemental energy using Death Aura. The elemental energy emulated from Death Aura could affect the elements just like regular elemental energy. 2. When the attacks made contact with a living creature, their deadliness came from the Death Aura contaminating and decaying the body. It was difficult for healing-type phase to heal such injuries. The healing type had already told Ming about this numerous times. If humans, or rather all living creatures, wanted to tackle the dead spirits, they would need to nurture phase that could effectively heal bodies that were infected with Death Aura. Ming had noted down all of these discoveries. The Dead Spirits Crisis had only just begun. Now was the time to discover issues and find ways to fix them. Ming rubbed his temples. His mind was more exhausted than his body was. At this moment, Ming's subordinate, who had only just left, came running back. Ming furrowed his brow. He thought that something had happened to the healing team. The healing team had already reported numerous problems to him, all of which he had noted down. The only way to address the issue would be for the Creation Masters to nurture appropriate phase and hand them out to be contracted by the healing-type Spirit Chi professionals. The issue would naturally solve itself once the healing-type Spirit Chi professionals began nurturing the phase that could heal Death Aura-related injuries. Lord Ming, Lord Lin Yuan say that he wants to come and take a look at the Dead Spirits Wells, as well as deliver resources. You! Before his subordinate could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ming. Elder Chiu, if Lord Lin Yuan wants to come to check on the Dead Spirits Wells, why didn't you just bring him over? What was the point of reporting this to me? Did you think that I would turn Lord Lin Yuan down? Ming saw Lin Yuan for the first time at the Guard Yi banquet. Ming saw Lin Yuan as a junior, just like how he saw Lu Jie. However, he would never dare to treat Lin Yuan like a junior. Ming was not alone. No one in the entire Radiance Federation would dare to treat Lin Yuan like a junior. Lin Yuan was the world's true savior in this Dead Spirits Crisis. Ming did not know how Lin Yuan managed to create such a miracle at his young age. But this did not get in the way of him feeling admiration for Lin Yuan. Elder Chiu could not help but scratch his head awkwardly. I was going to bring Lord Lin Yuan over, but he said that he wanted to observe the procedures of battle. You are the commander. He told me to come to report to you. I couldn't go against his wishes. Elder Chiu spoke with praise and respect for Lin Yuan. Anyone who had ever been to battle knew that only one commander could wield absolute authority. Yet, in spite of his young age, Lin Yuan was not only aware of this but even knew how to act accordingly. This was enough to show his exceptional character? Ming urged anxiously. Now, you have come to ask me. Go and bring Lord Lin Yuan over here now. Elder Chiu rolled his eyes. He had been with Zhuo Ming for such a long time. They had worked together for decades. But this was the first time that he had seen Zhuo Ming in such an anxious state. It was likely that Zhuo Ming had many things that he wanted to report to Lin Yuan. This thought pained Elder Chiu. Once Lord Zhuo Ming reported the situation to Lin Yuan, the stress would be shifted onto Lin Yuan's shoulders. Damn that tower cannon. Why did they have to go and try to destroy the world? Even if they had a means of tackling the dead spirits crisis, many lifeforms would have to lose their lives during the transition to the sixth epoch. When Lin Yuan followed Elder Chiu to the dead spirits' wells, he could sense the extremely high concentration of death aura around him. Luckily, Wang Keiji had nurtured the dead decay earthworms. In the past 2 days, the dead decay earthworms had already been bred at a rapid rate. Lin Yuan had come to check on the dead spirits' wells because he wanted to gain an understanding of the dead spirits crisis. If he found that the humans were not sufficiently equipped to handle the dead spirits crisis, he would do what he could to help them. Additionally, he wanted to put the first batch of dead decay earthworms to use and see if they could help address the issue of the death aura. If the dead decay earthworms could not achieve the intended effect, there would be no point in nurturing them. Lin Yuan asked the gray-haired man next to him, "How many injuries and deaths have there been in the past day?" Chiu Kaixin answered honestly, "Lord Lin Yuan, there are indeed some deaths and injuries. However, the death rate isn't high. Most are just severely injured. Although we have prepared many medical teams, the regular healing type phase are limited in their abilities to treat injuries caused by dead spirits. I'm sure Lord Zhuo Ming also intends to report this issue to you." Lin Yuan immediately frowned. The issue he had been worried about had indeed come to pass. It was truly not easy to handle dead spirits. The dead spirits attacks could cause significant harm to living creatures that could not be healed via traditional methods. This issue had dawned on Lin Yuan a day ago. Although Lin Yuan had just arrived at the dead spirits' wells, the Moon Empress had already sent people to capture some dead spirits and deliver them to the Radiant Moon Palace. She then distributed the dead spirits among creation masters so they could research the dead spirits. After their experiments, the creation masters realized that the dead spirits attacks could cause devastating damage to living creatures. Moreover, traditional healing methods could not stem the death aura's infection of the body's muscles and tissue. The creation masters informed the Moon Empress of their discovery, and she instructed them to begin researching solutions before she relayed the discovery to Lin Yuan. It had become a matter of utmost importance to develop phase that could effectively heal death aura. Lin Yuan had come to test out the dead decay earthworms. Once they were determined to be actually useful, Lin Yuan would immediately send the army of 100 Questions beasts to stop their research into phase that could consume death aura and divert their efforts to researching healing type phase instead. The dead spirits' wells would not stop spewing dead spirits. Lin Yuan needed to find a way to heal the Radiance Federation's troops. Otherwise, as the death aura continued to contaminate their bodies, the size of the Radiance Federation's army would only shrink. Apart from the healing situation, have you discovered anything else? You can tell me anything you think is important. As long as it affects the safety of the Radiance Federation's troops, I will address it immediately. We can try our best to find ways to tackle issues that don't seem to have a solution. All of the Radiance Federation's creation masters have been activated. They will support the Radiance Federation's troops and solve any issue that crops up. Chiu Kaixin felt a sense of warmth wash over him when he heard this. Lin Yuan's words were evidence of the Radiance Federation's upper echelon's attitude towards their troops. Chiu Kaixin believed that with the support from the top creation masters, regardless of how dangerous the dead spirits crisis was or how long it went on, victory would never be an impossibility. Chiu Kaixin was Zhuo Ming's subordinate who was in charge of organizing information. He was aware of all the problems that the Radiance Federation's troops had encountered during the battle against the dead spirits. However, Zhuo Ming had to be the one to report all of this to Lin Yuan. If he told Lin Yuan everything now, Zhuo Ming would have nothing to report later. Lord Lin Yuan, our intelligence team has reported all of the issues we encountered over the course of this past day. Lord Zhuo Ming will tell you all about them when you see him. He is currently waiting for you at the commanding watchtower. Lin Yuan nodded. Ming had done well by assigning the intelligence team to collate and organize all the problems. When the problems were recorded, it would be easier for the humans to gain a detailed understanding of the dead spirits crisis. The earlier they discovered the problems, the sooner they could solve them and ensure the safety of the Radiance Federation's troops. This would minimize the damage done by the dead spirits. However, one day's worth of observation was not enough to gain a comprehensive view of all the issues of the dead spirits crisis. There would be more types of dead spirits emerging. The battle against the dead spirits had only just begun. There could be new problems arising any time. Lin Yuan had already resolved himself to deal with all the problems and challenges. He caught sight of Ming standing in front of the commanding watchtower, who had just killed 2 creation breed dead spirits. Black wings sprouted from Lin Yuan's back, and he flew over to Ming. Lin Yuan did not immediately ask Ming for updates on the current circumstances like he had done with Qiu Kaixian. Although Qiu Kaixian had not gone into detail, he had told Lin Yuan everything that was important. Now, the most important thing for Lin Yuan to do was distribute the dead decay earthworms and solve the most pressing issue on the troops' plate. When Ming saw Lin Yuan, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Lord Lin Yuan, welcome. Please proceed with your observation and assessment of the dead spirits' wells. Lin Yuan was still only a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. He was not even a Radiance envoy. But to Ming, he was no different from a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Otherwise, he would not have invited Lin Yuan to observe and assess the dead spirits' wells. Lin Yuan took out 4 silver phase storage boxes from his spatial equipment and handed them to Ming before he said with utmost seriousness, Senior Ming, these 4 phase storage boxes contain the dead decay earthworms. The dead decay earthworms can take apart the corpses of the dead spirits and absorb their death aura. Open one of the phase storage boxes and distribute the dead decay earthworms within so they can handle the corpses of dead spirits. As for the remaining 3 phase storage boxes of dead decay earthworms, make sure that every Radiance Federation soldier receives the dead decay earthworm during the changing of shifts. Then, we can see if the dead decay earthworms can make an actual impact. Ming could not stop his cheeks from spreading with delight. Lin Yuan was really here to provide them with whatever they needed. The most urgent issue for the Radiance Federation's troops was to deal with the corpses of the dead spirits and lower the concentration of death aura in the air. At first, Ming had not intended to report this matter to Lin Yuan. Yet, without him needing to do so, Lin Yuan had already brought him the solution in the form of the Fey known as the Dead Decay Earthworm. Even if the Dead Decay Earthworms could not fully fix the issue, they would definitely be able to help take some of the heat off. This would make things easier for the Radiance Federation's troops and increase their battle endurance. Ming immediately sent his men to distribute the Dead Decay Earthworms as per Lin Yuan's orders. Once the first silver phase storage box was delivered to the battleground, its contents were poured out. Ming had asked Lin Yuan and confirmed that the corpse-consuming vines would not harm the Dead Decay Earthworms. This set his worries at ease. If the corpse-consuming vines would also attack the Dead Decay Earthworms, the Dead Decay Earthworms would not have the time to consume the dead spirit corpses before they were gobbled up by the corpse-consuming vines. Lin Yuan was much more anxious than Ming. Ming was only hoping that the Dead Decay Earthworms would be able to alleviate some of the pressure, while Lin Yuan was hoping that they would lead to a miracle. This would free up the Radiance Federation's creation masters and the army of 100 Questions beasts so they could move on to addressing other issues. They would no longer need to continue researching the phase that could digest dead spirit corpses and absorb death aura. The Dead Decay Earthworm did not feel hunger or fullness. As long as there was food, it would begin eating and digesting. These Dead Decay Earthworms had only just been born from being cut from other Dead Decay Earthworms. Thus, they could not even be considered phase. When the Dead Decay Earthworms made contact with the dead spirit corpses, they immediately sprung into action and chomped on the dead spirit corpses while they crawled around. Although it was difficult for the Dead Decay Earthworms to make headway in the ocean of dead spirits at first, once they absorbed some death aura and slowly grew stronger, they were eventually able to use their sharp teeth to break apart the dead spirits' bodies and move through the sea of dead spirits. The dead decay earthworms were not picky. Any part of the dead spirit's body that contained death aura would become part of their meal. When the dead decay earthworms were sent into the battleground, Lin Yuan instructed Zhuo Ming to send out the order for the Radiance Federation's troops to cut the dead decay earthworms once they grew longer than 15 centimeters, so they could produce even more of the dead decay earthworms. As the dead spirits' wells continued to spew dead spirits, many dead decay earthworms would be killed. They might also be accidentally killed when the humans were fighting with the dead spirits. However, as the Radiance Federation's troops enabled the dead decay earthworms to reproduce, the dead decay earthworms' numbers would not shrink but would grow. The dead decay earthworms could absorb some of the death aura in the air but not a significant quantity of it. Nonetheless, this flaw did not warrant criticism, as the death aura in the environment would quickly be fully absorbed due to the sheer quantity of the dead decay earthworms. With the dead decay earthworms consuming the death aura from the dead spirit's crisis, no more death aura was released from the dead decay earthworms into the air. Lin Yuan waited and watched the dead spirit's wells for an entire day. Eventually, he concluded that the dead decay earthworms would be able to fully handle the task of clearing the dead spirit corpses and suppressing the death aura. Moreover, the dead decay earthworms could also be linked to the corpse-consuming vines. The dead decay earthworms would build nests under the corpse-consuming vines and use their roots to hide from the dead spirits. The dead decay earthworms' byproducts would fertilize the corpse-consuming vines and increase the speed of their growth. Even if many powerful dead spirits burst forth from the dead spirits' wells and damaged the line of defense comprising of the dead decay earthworms and corpse-consuming vines, all they needed to do was spread some of the corpse-consuming vine seeds and release some of the dead decay earthworms. As the corpse-consuming vines killed and consumed the dead spirits, they produced fruits that were full of seeds. All the Radiance Federation's troops needed to do was pluck these fruits and gather them before drying them. When the dried fruits were crushed, they would be able to attain a large amount of seeds. At that moment, Lin Yuan could finally relax. After a day of observation, Lin Yuan noticed many urgent problems that needed to be solved. One of these issues was the healing. Another important issue was the increase of the Radiance Federation's troops' power. Lin Yuan intended to invest some of his resources into the Radiance Federation's troops so they could become stronger as quickly as possible. He would tackle the dead spirits' crisis by fueling war with warfare. Now that he had come to this decision, Lin Yuan bid goodbye to Zhuo Ming before he went to check the other dead spirits' wells. Due to the overwhelming number of dead spirits that had burst through the metal-type stone boards, the Radiance Federation had built an additional 137 dead spirits' wells. 130 of them had been built instantly, while the other 7 had been after a time lag, as the eruption of dead spirits had been too powerful, and the land imps had been unable to build them instantly. This delay had resulted in substantial damages. Luckily, the experts had sealed off these areas in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. This combat result exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations, as it protected most of the Radiance Federation citizens. Lin Yuan investigated all the dead spirits' wells around the royal capital and distributed all of the dead decay earthworms. The other cities also received urgent deliveries of the dead decay earthworms from Ostrich Logistics. The dead decay earthworms were immediately sent into battle once they were nurtured. When Lin Yuan was done with his investigation, he reported all his findings to the Moon Empress. He now ascertained the subsequent research direction for the Radiance Federation's creation masters. Once Lin Yuan was done telling the Moon Empress about the situation, he gave her 3 diamond Fey storage boxes. Master, the resources in these 3 diamond Fey storage boxes will be able to help spirit chi professionals increase their power. The troops who are fighting the dead spirits all volunteered for the job. All of them answered the call to enter the battle. I hope that these resources can reach these troops and help them increase their power as quickly as possible, thereby increasing the power of the Radiance Federation. We will strengthen them via the method of fueling war with warfare. From now on, I will continue to supply them with resources. I suggest that we come up with a comprehensive reward and punishment system. Those who do well will receive high-quality Feys. These troops deserve a good future for their willingness to give their all in protecting this world. The Moon Empress could not help but gulp twice when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She lapsed into momentary silence when she saw the 3-diamond Fey storage boxes full of resources that Lin Yuan was holding out. The Moon Empress was once again stupefied by the resources that Lin Yuan possessed. If these resources were given to the Radiance Federation's troops on the front lines of battling the dead spirits, they would grow stronger rapidly. This would not only prevent the Radiance Federation's army from shrinking but would also raise their motivation. The Moon Empress knew rewards were the most effective way to spur fighting spirit and motivation. However, it was not easy to shoulder the cost of such generosity. Even if the Radiance Federation was squeezed dry of all of its resources, it would not be able to afford the cost of all the rewards that Lin Yuan was offering. This was because the rewards he was offering were of a very high level. Even if the spirit-mouthed peonies were disregarded, the Moon Empress had no idea where and how Lin Yuan got his hands on the hundreds of thousands of Bronze/Epic and Bronze/Legend phase. It would take hundreds of Class 4 Creation Masters decades in order to produce so many high-quality Bronze phase, and this was only if they worked tirelessly. Yet, the rewards Lin Yuan offered so casually were even more precious than these. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan was providing the Radiance Federation with such precious resources. Previously, Lin Yuan had also given the Moon Empress a large amount of resources intending to raise the Radiance Federation's overall power. However, most of these resources had gone to the Radiance Federation's factions so they could increase their power. The resources were meant for the troops fighting the dead spirits this time. This would not only raise their motivation but would also increase their power in a very short period. Lin Yuan's contribution to the Radiance Federation would bring about structural change. From now on, there would be even more members of the Radiance Federation's younger generation fighting for the opportunity to join the Radiance Federation's troops in battling the dead spirits. With this, the Radiance Federation would not have to worry about recruiting for their front lines. Although being stationed near the dead spirits' wells and fighting the dead spirits would indeed come with danger, the opportunities were greater. All they needed to do was work hard and do their best to protect the Radiance Federation, and they would have the opportunity to gain a high-quality Bronze Fey that would enable their power to catapult upwards. As long as they conscientiously nurtured their high-quality Bronze Feys, they would definitely be able to achieve impressive results. It could be said that the main reason for most Spirit Chi professionals becoming stuck at a certain level of power was that they had not managed to acquire a Fey with high potential in their early days. The rewards that Lin Yuan was offering allowed the Moon Empress to see a limitless future for the Radiance Federation. Little Yuan, I will call for an imperial meeting just to discuss and implement this reward and punishment system. If you already have an idea in mind, you can tell me about it now. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head and said honestly, Master, I don't have any ideas. You can make the decision during the imperial meeting. I went to the Dead Spirits Wells today to check on the situation and have noted what we need to research and put work into going forward. When you will organize them before handing the information to you, the Creation Masters will definitely have their work cut out for them for the next few decades. In order to prevent them from becoming bitter, I will also provide the Creation Masters with additional resources. The Moon Empress said seriously, Little Yuan, you don't have to worry about the Creation Masters. I might not be able to provide as many resources as you, but I can keep these Creation Masters in line with no issues. The Radiance Federation is in a state of emergency. The Creation Masters are a part of the Radiance Federation, so they want to protect it. They also work hard and hope the Dead Spirits crisis will pass as smoothly as possible. Lin Yuan did not spend too much time in the Radiant Moon Palace. When he left, he headed to the Sea Clans to see how they were doing. The Sea Clan's battle with the Dead Spirits was much more intense than the Radiance Federation, which only had to deal with the dead spirits coming from the hundreds of Dead Spirits wells. Dazzling Silver had sent a message to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper asking him for help. There were far too many dead spirits in the sea. It was difficult for just the Sea Clans and Water World dimensional lifeforms to deal with all of the dead spirits. The sea was filled to the brim with dead spirits. Luckily, the death aura released by the dead spirits only affected the Sea Clans who came from the main world. The sea beasts and mermaids were considered dimensional lifeforms and thus undisturbed by the death aura. Some sea beasts liked to consume the dead spirits and could digest and absorb the death aura. They even attained new abilities from absorbing and digesting the death aura. This was extremely good news for Lin Yuan. The dimensional life forms were much stronger than the phase and humans living in the main world. The dead decay earthworms could not live underwater. If the sea clans were also troubled by the death aura, Lin Yuan would have no means of helping them for the foreseeable future. After all, Lin Yuan's army of 100 Questions beasts and the creation masters had to serve the humans first. The battles happening at the borders between the main world and dimensional worlds were much more intense than the battles in the sea. The tsunami of dead spirits flooded into the dimensional worlds. The dead spirits had already fully invaded the alien insect, abyssal, subterranean, and marsh worlds. However, the invasion of the dead spirits had also been met with strong counterattacks by the native dimensional lifeforms. Firstly, more than 80% of the marsh world was comprised of a marshy environment. The ground was dark, but when one stepped foot on it, half of one's body would sink in immediately. If one could not save oneself or was pulled out by anyone else, they would eventually sink fully into the mud. The specters were fine as they were in a soul state. However, most of the dead spirits in solid form had become stuck in the marsh and ended up as food for the marsh crocodiles. There were many marsh crocodiles in the marsh world. They could be found almost everywhere where there was marsh. If they could not find food, the marsh crocodiles would even feast on each other. But now, the marsh crocodiles finally had the opportunity to fill their stomachs. The waves of dead spirits were torn apart in the marsh. The death aura could affect the marsh crocodiles to a certain extent, but their bodies could quickly adjust to the death aura. The marsh crocodiles were accustomed to hunger, and this was the first time that they were experiencing what it was like to have an endless supply of food. The dead spirit corpses in the marsh became nutrients for the fungi in the marsh world. The fungi broke down the dead spirit corpses. The dimensional lifeforms like the drugged snake eagle and Medusa snake demon that liked to consume souls feasted on the floating specters. Specters had much tougher souls than regular souls. Initially, the marsh world dimensional lifeforms had been anxious about the dead spirits crisis. But now they saw it as a gift. In a few days, the marsh dimensional lifeforms came to an unspoken shared sentiment. They hoped that the dead spirits crisis would never end. If it ended, when would they have another chance to fill their stomachs daily again? Some dimensional lifeforms were killed by powerful dead spirits, but death was a part of life for the dimensional lifeforms. It was normal in the dimensional worlds for there to be death during the hunt for food. Because of Lin Yuan's orders, some apostles and dictators would quickly kill these more powerful dead spirits. The death of every powerful dead spirit was good news for the weaker dimensional lifeforms. With the dead spirits as a source of food, low-class dimensional lifeforms like the marsh crocodiles and marsh fireflies were able to reproduce rapidly. Lin Yuan was stunned for almost 5 minutes after he heard this. He never thought that the dead spirits crisis would become a blessing for the marsh world. The marsh world was not considered outstanding amongst the 5-dimensional worlds. The abyssal world was doing just as well, or maybe even slightly better than the marsh world. The abyss demons were very adaptable. Lin Yuan had tested this some time ago. This was because the abyss demons from the abyssal world were not fire-type by nature. They only came to become fire-type because of the influence of the abyss red lotus. The abyss demon's strong adaptability allowed it to change itself according to its environment. After the abyss demons consumed the dead spirits, many abyss demons started exhibiting attributes of the dead spirits. This change in type would allow the abyss demons to absorb death aura and use it as a source of strength. Suppose Lin Yuan could not research and produce phase like the dead decay earthworm after a few hundred years of evolution. In that case, the abyss demons might be able to take the job of cleansing their environment of death aura. The dimensional world that was performing the best against the dead spirits was the alien insect world that Kira was leading. Food was the alien insect's greatest need. If the lack of food did not restrict the size of the alien insect species, there would already be enough of them to fill every corner of the world. After Lin Yuan gave Kira the soldier ration radishes in the diamond face storage boxes, the size of the alien insect species had grown significantly. When the dead spirits invaded, Kira commandeered the alien insect empresses and alien insect queens to lead the alien insects into battle. They eventually discovered that the dead spirits were edible. They might not taste very good, but they could provide the mussels with energy. After realizing this, the alien insects started to treasure their food. The alien insects like the acid tapeworm could even use the strong acid produced in their abdomens to preserve the dead spirits and prevent them from spoiling. Some absurd female insects even wanted to make the dead spirits their mates and insisted on taking the dead spirits' genes to produce offspring with them. The female insect's strong reproductive ability caused many dead spirits to unwittingly become fathers. As such, many alien insects with dead spirit attributes were born, and they became effective tools for targeting the dead spirits. There were even some female insects who fought each other in order to mate with powerful dead spirits. If Kira had not interfered in the infighting between the alien insects, the various alien insect species would definitely have begun viciously fighting among themselves over resources. The dimensional world that was faring the worst against the dead spirits was the subterranean world. Most of the life forms in the subterranean world consumed minerals and metals. This meant that dead spirits could not become part of their diet. As a result, the fighting was the most intense between the subterranean dimensional life forms and dead spirits. Because of this, Lin Yuan had no choice but to send some alien insects and abyss demons that could live in the subterranean world's environment to the subterranean world to help them fight the dead spirits. The impressive performance of the alien insect, abyssal, and marsh worlds greatly boosted Lin Yuan's confidence. It was likely that Tower Cannon's 8 pages had not expected that the dead spirits crisis they had been planning for so long was now serving as a food source for these dimensional life forms. Compared to the dimensional life forms, the humans were extremely poor at acclimating. However, the humans had boundless creativity. Immediately after Lin Yuan entered the water, a group of dead spirits charged at him. Lin Yuan could not tell which epoch these dead spirits came from. They were not strong. The strongest of them was only silver grade. Lin Yuan raised his hand and created a current that tore apart the dead spirits. Ice Flow knew that Lin Yuan was coming to observe how the sea clans were faring against the dead spirits, so he had been waiting for Lin Yuan. Ice Flow could not help but immediately ask Lin Yuan for help upon seeing him. Some sea beasts from the dimensional worlds could consume the dead spirit corpses and absorb the death aura. However, there were not many of such species, and they were insufficient to catch up to the rate at which the dead spirits were emerging. There were already many members of sea clans who were in bad condition because their bodies had been infected by death aura. If this issue was not solved, the size of the relatively weaker sea clans would gradually grow smaller. The vast sea labyrinth would have solved their issues on their own if they were capable of doing so. But since they lacked the capabilities, they had no choice but to ask Lin Yuan for help. From Ice Flow's pleas for help, Lin Yuan could feel his frustration as the ruler of the sea clans. At this moment, Lin Yuan thought of the sea burial lotus flower. The sea's death aura was the best nutrient source for the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan could instruct dazzling silver, light green umber, blue umber, red beauty, and the other emperor-class mermaids to watch over Silver Corona. As Silver Corona grew freely in the sea, the places it covered would no longer be affected by the death aura, and the sea clans would be safe. A carcinoma fae that had previously been hated by the sea clans to the point that they would chop it down immediately after glimpsing it would now become their savior. I do have an idea. It will be able to clear out all the death aura in a certain area. However, this will not solve the root of the problem. Regardless of how effective this method is, it will never be able to protect all of the sea clans. I need to make sure that you are aware of this. The humans are also grappling with the death aura during our battle against the dead spirits. The death aura has injured many human experts. Our creation masters will need to find a way to help the humans first. Once they have solved the problems the humans face, we will attend to the sea clans immediately. Lin Yuan gave the unpleasant news first. He was speaking nothing but the truth. Ice Flow really liked Lin Yuan's candid style of communication. If Lin Yuan could provide the sea clans with a space that was free of death aura, it would already be extremely helpful for the sea clans as the injured troops could use that area to rest and recover. The vast sea labyrinth was aware to a certain extent of what was happening over on the human side. They knew that the humans were not having an easy time either. There were some members of sea clans who had creation master abilities. The vast sea labyrinth's creation masters would never provide the humans with resources before they ensured that everything was stable and going well with the sea clans. Lin Yuan had shown his greatest sincerity by promising the sea clans he would help them with their issues once he solved the humans' problems. Lord Lin Yuan, you are the savior of the sea clans. Regardless of what becomes of the sea clans or how much time passes, we will never stop seeing you as a deity and dedicating our faith to you. Lin Yuan was reluctant to fully believe him and raised his eyebrow. He indeed needed the faith power from the sea clans. However, Lin Yuan would not make too many demands of the sea clans just because he wanted their faith. Lin Yuan was helping the sea clans because he hoped that the sea clans would be able to stand by the humans and take on the dead spirits crisis together. There was no way he was after self-serving profits because he had provided them with much more benefits than they had provided to him. Ice Flow, when you return, go and tell Ice Wave and Ice Clarity to help me find a 500 square kilometer space at the bottom of the sea where the metal-type stone boards have been laid down. It is also necessary to ensure that this space will be growing larger in the future. I will be placing a carcinoma fae that has evolved into a fairy there. It can not only help to clear away the dead spirit corpses but also consume the death aura in the sea. In the future, you can collect the dead spirit corpses and throw them into the sea of flowers produced by the fairy. Lin Yuan did not speak praise of Silver Corona's abilities. He was hoping that the dead spirits crisis would enable Silver Corona's power to grow rapidly. It was a challenge for the sea clans to clear the dead spirit corpses. Although some of the water world dimensional lifeforms could consume the bodies of dead spirits, their digestive capabilities were limited. If the sea beasts could consume all of the dead spirit corpses, the sea clans would not be as troubled as they were. The water world dimensional lifeforms were less capable of digesting the dead spirits than the abyssal world, marsh world, and alien insect world dimensional lifeforms. But the abyssal, alien insect, and marsh world's dimensional lifeforms could not live underwater. Thus, they were unable to help the sea clans. If the sea clans tossed all of the dead spirit corpses that the sea beasts could not consume into the sea of flowers produced by Silver Corona, Silver Corona would be able to increase its power rapidly and expand the area of the sea of bone lotus flowers. Silver Corona might be able to address some of the sea clans' problems, but it could not fix the root cause. Once the humans no longer lacked Class 5 Creation Master resources, Lin Yuan would ask the army of 100 Questions Beasts to do research into aquatic lifeforms that could tackle both Death Aura and the dead spirit corpses. It was possible that while the army of 100 Questions Beasts was researching healing type fays that could heal bodies infected by Death Aura, they would stumble on a fae that could handle the dead spirit corpses and Death Aura in the sea. Ice Flow hurriedly asked Lin Yuan. None of the areas where the metal-type stone boards have been laid down have been used. The aquatic lifeforms rarely need to live at the bottom of the sea. The coral reefs can't be moved. Only a small amount of coral polyps can be removed to grow new coral reefs. The coral polyps are very important, and we are in no rush to plant them at the bottom of the sea. You can place the ferry anywhere the metal-type stone boards have been laid down. We will use the ferry as the center and arrange for the aquatic lifeforms to build their homes around the sea of flowers. We will also arrange for dedicated people to place the dead spirit corpses in the sea of flowers. I will personally communicate with your ferry to provide the ferry with the best environment to increase its power. As one of the sea rulers who has been alive for thousands of years, Ice Flow could easily comprehend what Lin Yuan was trying to say. It was clear that Lin Yuan was hoping that the sea clans would help to increase this ferry's power while he was helping the sea clans clean out the death aura. The sea clans had no other means of repaying Lin Yuan. As such, they would do their best to meet all of his requests. Moreover, helping Lin Yuan would also help the sea clans to change their environment. When Lin Yuan heard what Ice Flow said, he did not bother with additional courtesies. He created a current and sent it to the bottom of the sea. He did not try to find the safest area. Instead, after careful deliberation, he decided to find an area where there were many dead spirits' wells. This was similar to when he first started nurturing Silver Corona and opened many dimensional rifts so that waves of dimensional lifeforms could emerge continuously. The endless waves of dimensional lifeforms allowed Silver Corona to increase its power quickly. Otherwise, Silver Corona's sea of flowers would not have grown so strong so quickly. Lin Yuan would now emulate that strategy and use these dead spirits' wells to feed Silver Corona's power while reducing the strain on the vast sea labyrinth and the water world dimensional lifeforms. The vast sea labyrinth could use the coral polyps to build new coral reeds to protect the absolutely safe areas. Using knowledge from his previous life, Lin Yuan knew how important coral reefs were to the development of the lifeforms in a world. The dead spirits' wells were much more dangerous than the dimensional rifts. The strongest dimensional lifeform that could emerge from a class 3-dimensional rift was the equivalent of a diamond-grade fae. On the other hand, dead spirits of any strength could burst forth from the dead spirits' wells. With Silver Corona only being diamond-grade, it could still not kill many powerful dead spirits on its own. If these powerful dead spirits were allowed to wreak havoc on the sea of bone lotus flowers, they would cause extensive damage. Lin Yuan did not want this to happen. If a powerful dead spirit damaged the sea of flowers, Silver Corona would have to fix it, and this would slow the rate at which Silver Corona increased its power. However, this situation was avoidable. Lin Yuan only needed to station 1 or 2 turning will realm dictators next to every dead spirit's well. The turning will realm dictators were strong enough to handle the more powerful dead spirits. As Silver Corona grew increasingly stronger, Lin Yuan could open more dead spirits' wells to provide Silver Corona with even more nutrients. When Iceflow said that Lin Yuan could have his pick of areas, he assumed that Lin Yuan would pick the safest place for his fairy. He never expected that Lin Yuan would pick the area near the dead spirits' wells. Lord Lin Yuan, the safest area is over there. Let me take you over there. There is definitely enough space there for your fairy to grow the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan shook his head and asked Iceflow seriously, "Is this where there are the most dead spirits' wells? Take me to the place where there are the most dead spirits' wells. I will place my fairy in the area where there are the most dead spirits' wells. This will take the most pressure off of the sea clans. It will also give the sea clans a space to nurture the coral reefs." Iceflow was momentarily at a loss on how to reply to Lin Yuan. If what Lin Yuan said was true, millions of the Sea Clan's troops would be freed up. The Sea Clans had only just moved to the water world and urgently needed to build their abodes. The millions of Sea Clan's troops would be able to improve the Sea Clan's environment in a very short span of time. Iceflow had already thanked Lin Yuan so many times that he felt that the meaning of the word had paled. This time, Iceflow did not begin thanking Lin Yuan repeatedly. Instead, he intended to tell his brothers about what had happened, so all the Sea Clans would become aware of the help that Lin Yuan was giving the Sea Clans. Lin Yuan needed faith power, so the vast sea labyrinth would take the initiative to help him gain the faith of all the Sea Clans. This was the best way to repay Lin Yuan. One of the areas where the metal-type stone boards had been laid down had 60 dead spirits' wells on it. It was the most contaminated part of the sea. When Iceflow brought Lin Yuan to that area, they saw the Sea Clans and dimensional lifeforms battling ferociously against the dead spirits. Iceflow felt that the battle here was too intense. From his conversation with Lin Yuan, Iceflow had found out about this fairy's power. It would be very difficult for a diamond-grade fae to make its home here. Just as Iceflow was about to take Lin Yuan to another area with fewer dead spirits' wells, he heard Lin Yuan say seriously, "I will give you 10 days to clear this area. I will be assigning a turning will realm dictator to every dead spirit's well to support you. Once all the Sea Clans have left this area, I will move the Sea of Flowers over here and anchor it to the top of the dead spirit's wells." Iceflow looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes before he bowed forcefully and left to relay the news to Ice Wave and Ice Clarity. 10 days was a short deadline to clear out the millions of members of Sea Clans, but it could be accomplished with the help of tens of turning will realm dictators. The Sea Clans would be conducting a second large-scale relocation. After this migration, the Sea Clans could begin using the coral polyps to build coral reefs once they were done preparing their environment. Iceflow had already resigned himself to the reality that the Dead Spirits crisis would last for a few millennia before it came to an end. The area where the water world had fused with the main world would be the Sea Clan's home from now on. Unless the Dead Spirits crisis came to an end, the main world's ley lines would continue to be infected by death aura, and dead spirits would continue to rise from the ground. There was no way that the sea clans could live in the main world's seas. The vast sea labyrinth fully controlled the sea clans. Thus, the orders issued by the vast sea labyrinth could be disseminated quickly. The sea clans were able to clear out within 9.5 days. The sea clan's army formed a large circle and began attacking the dead spirits in that formation to prevent them from escaping. Once all the sea clans had fled, Lin Yuan instructed Lift Marsh to lift the area in the startling lines continent covered by the sea of bone lotus flowers and bring it into the sea. The bone lotus flowers seemed awkward and bulky on land. They could not move with the large piece of land under them. But in the sea, every bone lotus flower seemed to come alive as they were able to twist their bodies to glide and swim through the sea. Although it had lived on land for a long time, this did not change the fact that Silver Corona was an aquatic carcinoma fae. Since Silver Corona could control the sea of flowers and move freely in the sea, Lift Marsh's job was done now that it had delivered Silver Corona to the sea. Silver Corona followed Lin Yuan's instructions to the right area before it spread its sea of flowers over the more than 60 dead spirits' wells. The sea of flowers also covered all of the dead spirits in the area. The sea of bone lotus flowers started to move rapidly as they began attacking the dead spirits. The sea of bone lotus flowers was much stronger than the corpse-consuming vines when it came to battling the dead spirits. Silver Corona used rotted bones into fireflies and rapidly absorbed all the death aura around it. The death aura refined the strength of every bone lotus flower. The rotting bones that could nourish the bone lotus flowers were also formed beneath the bone lotus flowers. As long as the main lotuses were not destroyed, they could rapidly produce new flowers using the rotting bones. Even if the dead spirits damaged the sea of flowers, the effects of rotted bones into fireflies would prevent the sea of flowers from shrinking too much. As long as Silver Corona could secure itself in this area and the accumulation of rotting bones increased, Silver Corona could quickly expand the size of the sea of bone lotus flowers. The sea clans were all amazed as they watched Lin Yuan order Lift Marsh to bring over the sea of flowers that eventually blanketed the dead spirits. Lin Yuan hurriedly garnered a large amount of faith power. The number of glowing dots of faith in the fountain of faith increased, and those that already existed also grew brighter. The Turning Wheel Realm dictators were stationed above the Sea of Flowers and dealt with the powerful dead spirits that the Sea of Flowers were not strong enough to handle. Silver Corona sat on Lin Yuan's shoulders and swung its legs, looking extremely happy. Silver Corona was used to having big meals, but it was still bursting with joy over this enormous feast. This was the first time that Silver Corona was absorbing death aura. Could not only digest the dead spirits but also filter the sea of death aura. This meant that not only would the sea of bone lotus flowers be free of death aura, but it would also be able to cleanse a radius of at least 5,000 square kilometers around it. The area that had been the biggest issue for all of the vast sea labyrinth's troops and the water world's dimensional lifeforms now became a haven. Dazzling Silver led Blue Umber and Red Beauty over to Lin Yuan. They bowed and said, "Lord Therak, if dead spirits as strong as Samsara Realm dictators or even stronger appear, it will be difficult for just these Turning Wheel Realm dictators to deal with the situation. I intend on leaving Blue Umber and Red Beauty here to protect the Sea of Flowers." Dazzling Silver had been spending time with Wen Yu of late. While she protected Wen Yu, she also learned a lot about strategy and interpersonal relationships. In the past, Dazzling Silver would definitely try to single-handedly undertake the job of guarding the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers as a means of proving her worth. But now, Dazzling Silver was getting better at thinking from a managerial standpoint. She liked to analyze managerial issues from a manager's perspective and understood what Lin Yuan needed was not powerful Samsara Realm dictators. He had many Samsara Realm dictators under him, but he always showed a preference for those who were capable of accomplishing tasks. This was why East Glow was so heavily relied on by Lin Yuan despite only having just become a dictator. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Samsara Realm dictators must indeed guard this Sea of Flowers. You are currently the strongest water world dimensional lifeform, so you can be the one to make the arrangements for this matter. Dazzling Silver, you must ensure the Sea of Flowers is well protected. It is essential for my future plans, so no carelessness or mistakes will be tolerated." Lin Yuan was nurturing Silver Corona to eventually take it to the sky beyond the clouds. Hence, he wanted it to grow the most and the best that it could. With Silver Corona's sea of flowers sitting on the dead spirit's wells, it would easily be damaged by powerful dead spirits if attention was taken off of it. Lin Yuan still said what he said despite knowing that Dazzling Silver would definitely take good care of the sea of flowers because he wanted to put pressure on her. This was the first time that Dazzling Silver was hearing Lin Yuan speak of a matter with such solemnity. Dazzling Silver hurriedly gave Lin Yuan her guarantee. Once Silver Corona was done producing the sea of bone lotus flowers, Lin Yuan was done with all he needed to do in the water world. The other human federations were all living in the dimensional worlds and did not have to worry about battling the dead spirits. After they relocated, they focused their efforts on constructing infrastructure, leaving the Radiance Federation to take the full brunt of battling the dead spirits. After all, the Radiance Federation was part of the main world, and its ley lines had also been severely contaminated. It was good that the other human federations could immediately delve into building infrastructure after they migrated without having to burden themselves with the invasion of the dead spirits. If the dead spirits also rose out of the ground in the dimensional worlds, it would be difficult for the other human federations to fight them. The Moon Empress had already distributed resources. Once the experts from the human federations received the resources, they immediately began increasing their power. The Moon Empress had made a request when she gave out these resources. Any expert with phase that were about to experience the world cleansings or trials of world creation had to wait for Lin Yuan to collect a portion of their phase world graces or creation world ley lines. Most of those human federations upheld their promise to the Moon Empress, but there were still a small portion of them who went against their word. Thus, the Moon Empress sent the knights under the Moon Servants to keep a lookout while they were patrolling in the other federations. If they discovered any expert who broke this agreement, not only would the Moon Empress reduce the amount of resources that the federation that the expert came from received, but she would punish the experts by requesting their federations to compensate the Radiance Federation 3 times the amount of resources that they had received. Ever since he returned from checking on the Sea Clans, Lin Yuan had been in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone using Spirit Chi Crystals to nurture promising phase to high-quality bronze. These phase would be given to the Radiance Federation's troops. The troops that were able to fight the dead spirits on the Radiance Federation's behalf would be able to use their service to trade for a significant amount of resources, and they were capable enough to nurture these high-quality bronze phase. Regardless of what happened, they would be able to nurture the high-quality bronze phase to suzerain/myth in the next few decades and provide Lin Yuan with a large amount of Spirit Chi Crystals. The dead spirits crisis would definitely last for a long time. Aside from using the Spirit Chi Crystals to nurture phase, Lin Yuan also took a look at how Hu Quan was progressing with decorating the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Since Lin Yuan assigned the land imps to Hu Quan, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's construction began progressing rapidly. Hu Quan was already done with building the living and working spaces for the 100 Questions beasts. The size of the 100 Questions beasts would soon reach the millions. The millions of 100 Questions beasts, which were the equivalent of Class 3 and 4 Creation Masters, would definitely be able to solve numerous issues for Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress usually never left Leaning Moon Mountain, but now she spent almost all of her time in the Imperial Court. She attended numerous Imperial meetings each day to solve a variety of issues. The Radiance Federation wanted to set up a reward and punishment system for the troops who were fighting the dead spirits. They also needed to attend to the federations who were asking for help. There were many federations who asked to borrow resources from the Radiance Federation because they lacked resources of their own to build bases. Not every federation was able to pay back what they borrowed. The Moon Empress did not hesitate to lend resources to such federations even if she knew they could not pay them back. This Imperial meeting was initially meant to discuss the formation of the troops around the dead spirits' wells. At first, there were 15 teams assigned to every dead spirit's well, and they took shifts to defend the dead spirits' wells. But now that they had the dead decay earthworms, there was no need to station so many troops to each dead spirit's wells. The Moon Empress was currently in the midst of a discussion with the other members of royalty about how many troops should be part of the new and smaller formations. It was not easy to make such an order. They had to conduct careful tests. Otherwise, there was a high chance that the wrong decision would result in unimaginable damage. The Radiance Federation's royalty were fully responsible for the safety of their troops. Otherwise, they would not have held 3 imperial meetings with this matter as the main agenda. Night-leaning Moon proposed to reduce the number to 9 teams. 8 of the 9 teams would battle the dead spirits in 3-hour shifts while the last team would be on standby. If, at any instance, the eruption of dead spirits from the dead spirits' wells was too violent, the team on standby could step in to help. Night-leaning Moon was the chief guard of the spirit guards. Thus, she had more experience than the other members of royalty when it came to organizing troops. Night-leaning Moon felt that after all the resources that Lin Yuan was providing the troops to help them fight the dead spirits, it was only right for her to put some pressure on the troops. This way, the dead spirits crisis would become an opportunity for them to train themselves. It would not be long before the Radiance Federation's troops' overall power multiplied. Lu Wenqing rarely gave his input during recent imperial meetings. Because of the dead spirits crisis and the fusing of the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world, no more dimensional rifts opened in the main world. The schools had all lost their best training environments. Lu Wenqing was currently requesting that every city set a dead spirits well aside to serve as a training site for the students. The 5th epoch was now a thing of the past. The dead spirits crisis had triggered a changing of epochs. The Radiance Federation would need to adjust to the changing times if it wanted to continue developing in the new epoch. It was very important that the students gained an understanding of and were able to make contact with dead spirits during their education. Lu Wenqing was very anxious to begin introducing classes related to dead spirits from the elementary school level. He was the only member of royalty who managed Radiance Sacred Hall. Thus, he had to handle this matter all on his own. The other members of royalty were also very busy, and he could not bring himself to bother them. The group that was the most representative of the Radiance Federation was the Radiance 100 sequence. At such a time, the members of the Radiance 100 sequence needed to set the example and become involved in the defense and rescue efforts of the various cities. Lu Wenqing used this imperial meeting to bring up this matter. As all of you know, I have been busy trying to change the education system. I suggest every city provide schools with 1 or 2 dead spirits wells. I have already brought up this matter with Cicada Song and Night-leaning Moon, and they have supported this decision. The earlier we incorporate education on the dead spirits, the better. This way, the schools under Radiance Sacred Hall will be able to nurture the best soldiers for the Radiance Federation. Otherwise, these students won't be able to move directly from school to the battlefield. Aside from changing the education structure, I would like the members of the Radiance 100 sequence to become flag bearers and be sent to the various cities to protect them. Furthermore, now that the major Federation Union is established, there is no longer any need for the major Federation meeting. However, the Radiance Federation should still maintain the tradition of selecting Radiance envoys. When the Radiance 100 sequence members are sent to the various cities to help with the battle against the dead spirits, I will pick 5 of the best performing members and recommend that they become Radiance envoys. As long as they can defeat the current Radiance envoys, they will be able to become official Radiance envoys. After Lu Wenqing spoke, every member of royalty, including the Moon Empress and Night-leaning Moon, were all stunned. There were no issues with any of Lu Wenqing's suggestions. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were the faith of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Each of them had celebrity status in the Radiance Federation. It was only right that they took up the necessary responsibilities during such a catastrophe. However, the Radiance 100's royalty could not bear to put the Radiance 100 sequence in such danger. There was a high chance that the members of the Radiance 100 sequence would end up losing their lives when they were sent to various cities to fight the dead spirits. Normally, no one treasured the Radiance 100 sequence more than Lu Wenqing. It was truly surprising that such a suggestion had come from him. While the other members of royalty were silent, Iron Prison said, "I support this decision. This is exactly the time when we should be bolstering confidence. The best way to do that is to send the Radiance 100 sequence into battle. Since the Moon Empress is going to pump resources into the troops on the front lines, the Radiance 100 sequence will also be eligible to claim some of these resources if they were sent to battle." Lu Wenqing was thankful that Iron Prison was the first one to voice his support. But it was not long before Lu Wenqing furrowed his brow. What did Iron Prison mean? Did he think I was trying to help the Radiance 100 sequence gain some of the resources meant for the frontline troops? Even if Iron Prison did not have such an intention, it was easy to misunderstand his meaning. However, Iron Prison had no inkling of this at all. Cicada Song shot Iron Prison a silent look before he helped Iron Prison to add on. Iron Prison is hoping that this opportunity will help the Radiance 100 sequence to grow. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence are also part of the Radiance Federation's troops. I hope that after this, the experience they gain will enable the Radiance 100 sequence to become true leaders of the Radiance Federation, and that their influence will extend past just the younger generation. Lu Wanqing's expression lightened significantly after he heard what Cicada Song said. Iron Prison did not have any of the intentions that Lu Wanqing thought he did. When Lu Wanqing made his decision, the Moon Empress had not yet announced her decision to provide resources to the Radiance Federation's troops. Although the members of the Radiance Federation's royalty were silent, none felt any opposition toward Lu Wanqing's decision. The strongest emotion they felt was that the idea was rather radical. Luckily, experts were guarding every dead spirit's well. These experts could help to look out for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The Moon Empress said decisively, "That is a good idea. Wanqing, you can pass on this decision as an announcement. The Radiance 100 sequence should set an example for the Radiance Federation at such a time." The Moon Empress intended to tell Lin Yuan about this to check if he was available. If he was busy with other matters, he would not need to spend time on this assignment for the Radiance 100 sequence. Every second of Lin Yuan's time was very precious. Lin Yuan had saved not only the Radiance Federation, but also the main world. No one had done more for the main world than Lin Yuan. However, at the end of the day, the Moon Empress still hoped that he could become a Radiance envoy and stand in the same position she used to stand in. If Lin Yuan did not participate in this assignment for the Radiance 100 sequence, he would lose the eligibility to become a Radiance envoy. After all, the selection for the Radiance envoys had to be fair. Otherwise, the original meaning would be lost. Since Lu Wanqing was willing to send the Radiance 100 sequence out to train, the Moon Empress decided to give him a helping hand. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence had been carefully chosen. They had all been enjoying the best resources the Radiance Federation offered. The best use of these precious resources was to give them to the Radiance 100 sequence. Aside from the resources that Lin Yuan had given her, the Moon Empress also had a large store of high-class creation master resources that she had concocted herself. She had initially been saving these resources for Lin Yuan, but she now knew that he did not need her resources. If that were the case, there would be no harm in her giving the resources to the Radiance 100 sequence. As such, the Moon Empress said seriously, "I will establish a prize pool. The resources will be allocated to the Radiance 100 sequence members. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence will be able to attain the resources based on their contributions. The stronger they are, the more resources they'll receive. We haven't conducted this year's Radiance 100 sequence selection. The Dead Spirits Crisis is no reason to stop the Radiance 100 sequence selection from happening. Let's hold the Radiance 100 sequence selection before we send out the members of the Radiance 100 sequence to the cities to help with the fight against the dead spirits. This will also give us a chance to distract the citizens and boost their morale." The Moon Empress had received many reports from Cicada Song lately. Cicada Song managed all 32 of the Radiance Federation cities, so he had been gathering intel on the situation in the 32 cities. The information had been passed through so many ranks and gone through so many revisions that it was only a few lines of simple statements by the time it got to Cicada Song. Nonetheless, he was aware of the meaning behind the statements. Because he understood the meaning, he repeatedly sought the Moon Empress out to update her on the situation. He hoped she would see these issues as important and find solutions. Once the Radiance Federation's troops obtained the Dead Decay earthworms, it became manageable for them to fight the Dead Spirits Crisis. However, it was difficult for the low-rank Spirit Chi professionals and regular people to gain confidence from this. The regular people and low-rank Spirit Chi professionals made up 90% of the Radiance Federation's population. The Radiance Federation's endurance would be transformed if their morale could be boosted. Lu Wanqing's suggestion would be the best way to raise morale, and the Moon Empress was happy to support this. Cicada song finally relaxed. After the Moon Empress was done speaking, Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch also expressed their stances. The Bamboo Monarch said seriously, "I also have many high-class creation master resources. I will give some of them to the Radiance 100 sequence to nurture them. We shouldn't stop at selecting the Radiance envoys. We should pick out new Radiance Knights, too. Some of the resources I provide will go to the newly chosen Radiance Knights." The Bamboo Monarch's words did not have a discursive tone. Instead, he had already made a decision. This was because the Radiance Knight candidates had even more potential than the Radiance 100 sequence. Additionally, the Radiance envoys were the flag bearers for the Radiance Federation, but they would need to be supported. The Radiance Knights existed to serve the Radiance envoys. Another reason was that the Bamboo Monarch knew that his disciple Gu Lang stood no chance of becoming a Radiance envoy. It would be very difficult to defeat the current generation of Radiance envoy. It was likely that the only person who stood a chance was the Moon Empress disciple Lin Yuan. Not even the Spacetime Elder's granddaughter was a shoo-in. It was most likely that Gu Lang would become a Radiance Knight. The Bamboo Monarch did not want the disciple he had invested so much effort into to become a marginal character among the younger generation. After all, Gu Lang was not even a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Chef Supreme did not have as many considerations as the Bamboo Monarch. He was willing to provide resources to aid the Moon Empress endeavor because he knew that he owed her and Lin Yuan his life. Before he contracted the lifespan mouse and gained an endless life, Chef Supreme thought that he had reached the end of his lifespan. Yet, because of that tiny mouse, he had regained his life. He was now able to say that he had a truly immortal life. He guessed that the Moon Empress and the Spacetime Elder had also resolved their lifespan issues by contracting the lifespan mouse. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan were his saviors, and Chef Supreme was very thankful to them. If not for the fact that he had not had the opportunity to meet Lin Yuan recently, Chef Supreme would definitely have expressed his sincere thanks to Lin Yuan. "I will provide the Radiance 100 sequence and Radiance Knights with the same amount of resources as the Bamboo Monarch. They can be added to the Moon Empress prize pool as well. I am rather curious to see what position the Moon Empress disciple attains in this Radiance 100 sequence selection." He was restricted to sequence number 91 the last time because it was his first Radiance 100 sequence selection. "I think he stands a good chance of vying for sequence number 1 with Xia Qing. Lu Jie was the current sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 sequence. However, Chef Supreme did not mention him because he was aware of the relationship between Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. They were not competitors. In actuality, Lu Jie was not weak at all. Chef Supreme had gained a detailed understanding of Lu Jie. He disagreed with Night Leaning Moon's method of helping Lu Jie use the Insect Queen as the final weapon. This was because he had seen too many cases of carcinoma phase destroying the main world. By controlling carcinoma phase, Lu Jie was essentially holding a timed bomb. Chef Supreme had warned Night Leaning Moon of this numerous times and had even argued with her over it. It was only later that he found out about the Firefly demon fetuses that Lu Jie had obtained and that they could transform carcinoma phase into fairies. Their potential became boundless when they transformed into fairies with high intelligence and could follow Lu Jie's orders. It was only then that Chef Supreme's idea of Lu Jie changed. It could be said that unimaginable accomplishments were in store for Lu Jie's future. The dueling stage was not convenient for Lu Jie to exhibit his abilities. If he was given a large open space where he could unleash his abilities, it was possible that even Lin Yuan would be no match for him. However, given the relationship between Lu Jie and Lin Yuan, there was no way that Lu Jie would compete with Lin Yuan. This was just like back then when Night Leaning Moon refused to compete with the Moon Empress. It was a pity that Iron Prison had not been competent enough. Otherwise, Night Leaning Moon might not have been able to become a Radiance envoy. Chef Supreme could not help but smile a small smile while he reminisced. Half of the people sitting on these 13 seats had been nurtured in their early days by resources provided by him. Now, these people who he had watched grow up had become pillars of the Radiance Federation. In the past, such emotions would have brought him joy but also slight woe. Now, he did not feel even a hint of sadness. He no longer had to fear being eliminated due to his lifespan coming to an end. The fact that the Moon Empress was willing to give him the lifespan mouse meant that it was not exceptionally precious. It was likely that the rest of the Radiance Federation's royalty would eventually receive the lifespan mouse of their own. The older one became, the more one feared separation. Chef Supreme did not want to look around him one day just to realize that they had all gone. Ever since he gained an endless lifespan, Chef Supreme not only worked harder than before at concocting spirit fluids and researching phase that could be used in the Dead Spirits Crisis, but also spent his free time playing chess with the Spacetime Elder and chatting about the past. The Moon Empress smiled when she received Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch's support. The Radiance Federation's 3 Class 5 Creation Masters were still very much united. This unity had not been worn away by time. This proposal that Lu Wenqing had brought up had received full support. None of the Radiance Federation's royalty opposed it. Not even Iron Prison, who always had issues to pick out, had anything to say this time. All left to do now was for Lu Wenqing to proceed with the plans. As a member of royalty, no one knew better than Lu Wenqing how to carry out such plans. Now that they were done with this interlude, the Moon Empress brought up the main topic and described everything happening with the Dead Spirits Crisis. Although not every member of the Radiance Federation's royalty was a creation master who needed to concern themselves with nurturing phase, it was still necessary to have a grasp on what was happening. This would enable them to make the right decisions when handling their tasks. This especially applied to Lu Wenqing. He needed to understand the risks that he would be putting the Radiance 100 sequence through by sending them in to help with the Dead Spirits Crisis. The Moon Empress was not against sending the Radiance 100 sequence to help with the Dead Spirits Crisis, but she needed to ensure their safety and minimize the possibilities of any injuries that could happen while they were carrying out their tasks. Once Lu Wenqing understood what was happening, he would definitely assign experts from Radiance Sacred Hall to guard the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The Imperial meeting lasted for an entire day before it finally ended. Unless something drastically changed with regard to the Dead Spirits Crisis, there would be no need to hold another Imperial meeting for the foreseeable future. After the Imperial meeting ended and the other members of royalty left, Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch stayed back. The Bamboo Monarch sternly said, "Moon Empress, I have been managing the Radiance Federation's Creation Masters. There is something I must tell you. Most of these Creation Masters are far too arrogant. This attitude will not be beneficial for the nurturing of phase during the Dead Spirits Crisis. I think that we need to do something to change their attitudes. The others might be unable to do anything about this, but the 3 of us can." Chef Supreme shook his head. Chef Supreme did not think that it would be easy to handle such a situation. As a Class 5 Creation Master, the Bamboo Monarch should be well aware of how such a situation could arise. Creation Masters were creators. If Creation Masters had not been nurturing phase and producing resources, the humans would not possess a third of the power they currently possessed. As a result, Creation Masters were usually arrogant. It would be strange to come across one who did not think highly of themselves. If they began enforcing strict restrictions on these Creation Masters, there was a high chance that this would backfire on them and cause the Creation Masters to go on strike. The Radiance Federation could not afford such a consequence. It was not just the Radiance Federation. No faction would be able to handle such a situation. Hence, Chef Supreme did not want the Bamboo Monarch to take the risk of something like that happening. The Moon Empress fell silent when she heard what the Bamboo Monarch said. She had also noticed this issue. Even if the Bamboo Monarch did not bring this matter up, she would have eventually. But the difference between them was that the Moon Empress would have thought deeply before she brought up this matter. The Dead Spirits Crisis would last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. During such a long period, many generations of Creation Masters would come and go. There was indeed a need to change the Creation Masters' attitudes. Otherwise, as they were given more authority, it was inevitable that they would carry more weight in decision-making. Since it was going to be a reform, there would definitely be obstacles. But with Lin Yuan's resources, the Moon Empress now had the means to overcome those obstacles. Otherwise, she would never have decided to support the Bamboo Monarch's decision. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch were done expressing their opinions and were currently looking at the Moon Empress seriously as they waited for her reply. The Moon Empress gently knocked on the surface of the table. This was not one of her habits. Instead, it was one of the things that Lin Yuan did when he was thinking. Slowly, the Moon Empress had incorporated Lin Yuan's habits. I support Chef Supreme. The creation masters do need to change their attitudes. Their actions should also be restained. But I don't think we should depress their statuses. I think you understand why I'm saying this. Bamboo Monarch should be the one to handle this. Chef Supreme, you can support him. If you encounter any difficult issues, you can let me know and we can talk it through together. I hope we can pass through the dead spirits crisis as peacefully as possible and that the legacy of humans doesn't come to an end here. Lin Yuan was in the spirit lock spatial zone working hard at nurturing phase when his phone suddenly rang. He was surprised to see that the call was coming from the Moon Empress. Normally, the Moon Empress preferred to communicate with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper instead of calling him. Lin Yuan picked up the call and heard the news about the upcoming Radiance 100 sequence selection. As a previous Radiance 100 sequence member, Lin Yuan should participate in the selection. Lin Yuan was using spirit chi crystals to nurture phase, but could hand over the job to Genius. This would not take him too much time. Rather, it would be no different from a spirit chi professional sending his fae into combat. Lin Yuan had gotten almost no rest in the past year. Participating in the Radiance 100 sequence selection would be a form of relaxation for him. Once this selection was over, Lin Yuan also intended to follow Radiance Sacred Hall's order to be sent to one of the major cities to help in the defense against the dead spirits. He was done with the preparations for the dead spirits crisis. All he could do now was wait for Tower Cannon to make their move. There was no way he could dig them out to confront them while they were hiding in the shadows. Moreover, rather than battling Tower Cannon now, Lin Yuan preferred for them to stay in hiding for longer. The longer they hid, the stronger he would grow. All Lin Yuan needed now was time. The more time he had, the more ripe source fruits he would possess and the more afterlife realm dictators he would have in his arsenal. Every afterlife realm dictator would be a key weapon against Tower Cannon. Red Thorn would also be able to take control of more tarot experts. Master, I will wait for news from Radiance Sacred Hall and do my best to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Will there also be selections for the Radiance Knights and Radiance Envoys? I would also like to see how everyone has grown. Lin Yuan was referring to his friends like Gu Lang, Lu Jie, Gao Feng, and An He. He also wanted to use this opportunity to give resources to his friends to help them increase their power. Lin Yuan felt that the real 8 pages of Tower Cannon would be appearing soon. There was also no way that the Dead Spirits crisis was this easy to handle. Lin Yuan could not shake the feeling that something big was stewing.